In the world of demons, strength is the only standard to prove one's existence. For him, everything was too easy because he was born a powerful demon, once the strongest among the myriad demons. That was how he saw his own past. And in fact, he once proclaimed himself the Mountain King, occupying a famous mountain in the human world, always high and mighty, acting as if he was always ready for a fight, never backing down. But now, in his duel with Bakshi, why did he flee so cowardly? Bakshi had warned him 3 times not to bare his fangs and claws before the fox tribe anymore. But he ignored the warning, losing even the dignity of a fox demon. Tell me, heavens and earth, what reason did Bakshi have to spare his life? The tiger demon king roared in anger. "You rotten fox demon," then unleashed his power, his body growing larger. But in Bakshi's eyes, even if he grew bigger, he was just another pile of flesh. Bakshi gathered all his strength and punched him in the chest. This was the power of the Fox King Bakshi, leader of the Fox Demon tribe, the king of the demon realm who stood above the myriad demons. In truth, Bakshi never intended to become the Fox King. After defeating renowned, powerful beings and those who had harassed the Fox tribe for the past 500 years, he naturally became the Demon King. But why, after becoming king, were there so many troubles? Once, a person came to his door, calling himself Datma, a Buddhist from the human world. He came to question Bakshi, asking if he knew how much disaster you demons had caused for humans. Bakshi's subordinate also came to report that the man had used a strange technique called martial arts to defeat 12 demons. Martial arts piqued Bakshi's curiosity. Now, the boundary between the demon realm and the human world no longer existed, and demons often went to the human world to cause some trouble. Bakshi thought that the internal problems of the demon realm alone were enough to annoy him. The solution he offered was to just directly capture the demons, causing trouble. As for Datma, whether to kill or spare him, he would not interfere at all. He could just let him handle it himself. After saying that, Bakshi turned and left, leaving Datma standing there alone, stunned. Datma was astonished by Bakshi's irresponsible attitude. Irresponsible? It was just that this matter was too trivial and insignificant for him to have any interest in it. Datma said he would do as Bakshi had said, then rushed forward to attack Bakshi. Bakshi easily dodged the first move he threw. His physical strength and movement speed were far inferior to a demon's. Was this what he called martial arts? Perhaps in the human world, he was considered strong, but in Bakshi's eyes, he was no different from an ant playing at his feet. Bakshi used just one hand to block his large frame and tossed him into the air. Bakshi didn't realize how difficult it was to spare his life during a fight, having to calculate the force so as not to kill him by mistake. Datma was unconscious. His subordinate asked Bakshi if he wanted to dispose of him. Bakshi thought there was no point in killing an ant, and so he spared Datma's life and sent him back to the human world. But that bald-headed fool Datma was stupid enough to return to find him after only 15 days. And this time, he didn't come alone, but brought a friend named Shrong Tamfong. He came to settle this matter with Bakshi once and for all. They used the harmony of yin and yang to counter the demonic energy. At that moment, facing their martial arts, Bakshi had only one thought. If he spared them again, more and more people would come here. And that was something that absolutely should not happen. Bakshi's tail wrapped around both their necks and strangled them to death. He stood before the two and said, "This is why you should know your own limits before you act." As he turned to leave, a woman's voice called out from behind, "Big brother." This voice caught his attention. Bakshi slowly turned back, wanting to see what had happened behind him. The woman ran to Trong Tam Fong's body, hugging him and sobbing uncontrollably. "Big brother, if you die like this, how can your little sister live on alone?" Bakshi had always thought of himself as a cold-blooded demon. But hearing that woman's cries, then seeing the tears of the two fools' sister, he felt a pang in his heart. After building a grave for the two of them, their sister kept kneeling before the grave. She knelt like that for a whole week, not even drinking a sip of water. Bakshi asked his subordinate, "Do you know why she doesn't return to the human world?" The news heard from the rats was that the girl had relied entirely on her brother her whole life, and her brother had quite a few enemies. This meant that if she returned to the human world alone, she would surely die. But if she stayed in the demon realm as she was, her situation would be just as difficult. Perhaps before being eaten by a demon, she would starve to death first. Bakshi brought her a bowl of human food, saying, You should eat well and live a healthy life, so your brother can rest in peace in the afterlife. The girl, with a haggard appearance and sunken eyes, turned to look at him expressionlessly. Bak Chi suddenly thought, if it was hard for her to live anywhere now, why not keep her by his side for the rest of her life? Fortunately, she seemed to understand her situation and Bak Chi's intentions very well. Perhaps because of this, she accepted Bak Chi's offer, staying in the demon realm without a single complaint. Day by day, she quickly adapted to life among the ferocious demons. Bak Chi unconsciously began to pay attention to her existence. Although he ordered her not to come near him, just seeing her brought a sense of peace to his heart that he had never felt in his long life as a demon. Seeing her smile, Bak Chi would always unconsciously smile along. However, the unfortunate day finally came. Someone did a cruel thing to her, strangled her, used countless sharp wooden stakes to pierce through her body, then hung her on a post. Bak Chi witnessed that scene. Enraged to the extreme, his whole body felt like it was on fire, his heart in excruciating pain. Bak Chi's subordinate knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, knowing he had committed a great crime. He should have been wary of those who came to pay their respects. It was his negligence that caused this disaster. Bak Chi didn't say a word, just looked at her lying on the bed, her whole body covered in wounds, strangled to death. His eyes burned with rage, as if wanting to kill everyone involved in this matter. Bak Chi could not deny it. He had fallen in love with her. He wanted to settle the score with the demons who caused her death. All those involved, even with the slightest connection, including those close to them, could not escape his wrath. Their blood flowed like a river in the demon realm. Bak Chi once thought that killing them all would bring him peace, but his heart was still filled with indignation, beating violently. He hated this kind of life. From beneath the river of demon blood, a light slowly emanated, attracting his attention. A lotus flower rose from the pool of blood, blooming with 100 magnificent petals. For a lotus flower to bloom in a pool of blood, this made him think it was merely a joke from the gods. Was it a follower of Lu Dongbin or Aneza? If they intended to intervene, as he could see, this river of blood had already formed. It was too late. He didn't want to see any more blood either, so it was best they get out of his sight quickly. The blooming lotus emitted a light, as if wanting to purify everything. Just as he felt hopeless, having lost the will to live, an unexpected existence took pity on him and came to save him. It was a being who ensures all life in the world does not stray from the path of destiny, the Tathagata Buddha. The Buddha gently called his name, asking if Bak Chi wanted to give up his demon identity to become an ordinary human. Initially hearing this offer, Bak Chi thought to himself, what the hell is he talking about? However, upon deeper reflection, thinking about being able to escape this tiresome demon life, he couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Perhaps being born a human and dying a human was still better than committing suicide. And so, he said to the Buddha, Tathagata, please make me human. The Buddha said this was not without its price. Before that, he must not commit evil for 1,000 years and must atone for the sins he had committed. 1,000 years of not doing evil and having to atone for sins on top of that? Very well, Bak Chi accepted this offer. For an immortal demon, time was merely a passing cloud on the horizon. That being said, if he had to live counting every year and every month, it wouldn't be an easy matter either. Therefore, Bak Chi decided to use these years to accumulate merit. 1,000 years is a long, long time. The period for the conditions set by the Tathagata Buddha seemed to have passed long ago. He used pebbles to count the years. Bak Chi had to live in suffering for 1,000 years, just to become a human who would live for no more than 100 years. The more he thought about it, the more hopeless it seemed. Whenever he faced difficulties, he would think this was merely a bet with the gods. And so, Bak Chi would find the patience to solve the problem. In the end, during this period of repentance, he accumulated immeasurable merit. Among his deeds, stopping the evil acts of demons and humans was his most valuable work. Now, to obtain a human life, Bak Chi had to give up the things that humans do not need. The Buddha extended a hand toward him, as if wanting to take something. Without hesitation, Bak Chi channeled his power and slowly extracted the fox core from his mouth, the source of his strength, which he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years. Having to hand it over was truly a pity. The Buddha took the fox core from Bak Chi's hand and asked, "You won't regret this decision, will you? Do I look like someone who would regret it and then blame others?" The Buddha smiled gently. Ba, when he lived the life of a demon, every day was endlessly long. Looking back on those years now, there was a strange feeling that time had passed so quickly. The Buddha transformed Bak Chi into a lotus petal, which flew toward the human world. That lotus petal slowly descended upon a small town, flying into a room where a young man was sound asleep. The lotus petal gently landed on the young man's forehead. With the Buddha's help, Bak Chi finally became a human and would live as a human. Bak Chi's story has only just begun. Let's look forward to more fascinating stories ahead. In a magnificent courtyard, a nanny entered the young master's room. This was the young man whom Bak Chi had entered. The young master was now almost of school age, but was still sick and bedridden. No matter how many skilled doctors were invited or how many rare medicinal herbs were used, nothing worked. The old heavens are truly unfair. When a nanny saw that the young master was actually sitting up in bed, she was so shocked that she fell backward, the water basin in her hands also falling to the ground. She couldn't believe her eyes. The young master who had been bedridden for so many years had actually woken up. Bak Chi's father heard the news that his son had woken up, feeling both happy and fearful, unable to contain his emotions. The nanny came to visit Bak Chi and was astonished to find him awake. So she sent someone to inform the master of the estate. His eyes welled up with tears, eager to go see his son. In the room, Bak Chi, still unsteady on his feet, was exploring the place. It seemed he had just heard a woman scream. When he accidentally passed a mirror and saw his human appearance, he cried out in astonishment. He didn't understand why he had become like this. Shouldn't the story of being human start from birth? Why had he suddenly turned into a grown teenager like this? All the memories of this body flooded into Bak Chi's mind. He didn't understand what had happened, why such complex memories were appearing in his mind. It turned out these were the memories of this body's owner. He was the eldest son of the master of Tianxia Manor, also named Bak Chi, exactly the same as his previous name. This person's spiritual and mental energy were both extremely weak. So after his mother passed away last year, he refused to eat or drink and soon couldn't hold on and collapsed. Despite being cared for diligently, he eventually breathed his last. A demon king like him had to live in such a frail human body? He blamed that old bastard Athagata for treating him this way. His body ached, his head was dizzy, and he felt like he was on the verge of death. In any case, this body was already this dilapidated. This was entirely his fault. He should have made a clear agreement with Tathagata at the beginning to avoid this situation. When Tathagata asked if he regretted it, he should have thought more carefully. Now, he could only curse Tathagata silently while telling himself to calm down. He was the master of this body. As long as Bak Chi could naturally convert the natural aura, this body would surely become healthy again, turning the weak into an ordinary person, and then turning an ordinary person into a strong one. That was the effect of the natural aura. First, Bak Chi had to go fill his empty stomach. He walked around, but couldn't find anything to eat. Where on earth was the food kept? While he was rummaging through the room, Bak Chi's father appeared at the door, shouting loudly. Bak Chi, he couldn't contain his joy, exclaiming in astonishment. Heavens, he's standing on his own 2 feet. What is happening? Yes, me, Bak Chi, Guet. The manor master rushed over, hugged his son tightly, and cried. Facing this new father, memories flooded into Bak Chi's mind. Memories of how his father had guided and encouraged him to learn to walk as a child. Bak Chi softly called out, "Father," which made him even more emotional, hot tears streaming down his face, because he knew his son still recognized him. He was the master of Tianxia Manor, Bak Min Kim, and also Bak Chi's father. He saw his son's emaciated figure and turned to tell the wet nurse to quickly prepare food for him. Faced with a bowl of nutritious porridge on the tray, Bak Chi stared blankly for a moment. Bak Min Kim told his son to eat slowly, not to rush. This was human food. When he was a demon, he had curiously tasted it a few times, but it always tasted bitter. He wondered what it would be like this time. Bak Chi picked up the spoon, gently scooped a spoonful, and thoughtfully prepared to put it in his mouth. In any case, he was human now. He had to get used to it. The first spoonful entered his mouth, and his expression immediately changed. His father, sitting beside him, was startled, thinking something was wrong with him. Bak Chi hesitantly asked, What is this? The wet nurse explained that it was porridge, cooked with vegetables and mincemeat. She was worried that her seasoning was off, that it might not suit Bak Chi's taste, and also worried that it wouldn't be good for him to eat greasy or strongly flavored food right after waking up. Bak Chi exclaimed in amazement, It's delicious. After finishing this bowl, he wanted another one. With that, he lifted the entire bowl and slurped it down greedily. He had no idea that human food could be so delicious. This made sense. After all, it was just the beginning. How could so many misfortunes strike one after another? Bak Min Kim raised his cup and announced to everyone in the manor, My son can get out of bed. Today is truly a good day. Therefore, he wanted to share this joy with everyone in Tianxia Manor. Everyone in the manor came to congratulate him, the shouts of Long live the manor master echoing for 100 miles. By a small lotus pond in the rear courtyard, a young lady was reading a book. She asked the servant beside her why it was so noisy outside. The servant explained that the young manor master had woken up. Upon hearing this, the young lady was so moved that she dropped her book on the ground, her eyes beginning to well up with tears. Bak Chi was running dozens of laps in the manor, drenched in sweat. He put his hands on the ground, panting heavily, and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what the hell is the problem? The servants in the manor saw him staggering around the inner courtyard as usual and were no longer surprised. 10 days had passed since he woke up. They felt he had become very strange, as if possessed by something. According to others, apart from eating with the manor master, Bak Chi spent all his time sitting dazed in the courtyard, his gaze vacant. Some thought that to each their own, and one shouldn't comment, but this was truly noteworthy. An ordinary person could learn 1,000 characters in a month, but this Bak Chi took over a year, so they thought his mind had been problematic from start. Others looked at him and saw nothing unusual, but they didn't know the truth behind it. What they meant was Bak Chi had become a fool. The appearance of Steward Jiang startled the group of servants. He said only one thing. Is it right to speak ill of others behind their backs like this? You should at least show some respect to the people who feed you. The frightened servants bowed their heads and bent their backs, only able to murmur their assent. Steward Jiang went outside and observed Bak Chi running tirelessly, then smiled with satisfaction. Bak Chi now understood why this body couldn't accumulate vital energy. Although he had continuously channeled natural aura into it for 15 days, the natural aura was obstructed by layers of accumulated artificial substances. It was all for nothing. Bak Chi wanted to go out into the natural environment, but was stopped by soldiers. His father, the manor master, had given an order. Before Bak Chi's body fully recovered, he was not allowed to leave the inner courtyard. No matter how he pleaded, they resolutely refused. At this moment, Bak Chi thought to himself, if he were still a demon, they would be dead for sure. Helpless, he had no choice but to slowly accumulate vital energy. He sat cross-legged on a stone bench in the courtyard, closed his eyes, concentrated deeply, and circulated his aura. Suddenly feeling something was strange, he peeked his eyes open. Before him was the smiling face of a girl, who asked, "Big brother, what are you doing?" This awkward situation made him want to curse. Past memories flooded back. This little girl was Song Min, who had once cried in front of him because her father wouldn't let her bother him during this time. Even though he knew full well how much she liked Bak Chi, Song Min felt her father was treating her too poorly. Bak Song Min was the little sister who dearly loved Bak Chi. After he woke up, this girl had been crying and demanding to see him, her face full of worry. And this was also one of the reasons his efficiency in absorbing the natural aura had decreased. Song Min took out a packet of pastries from her sleeve, asking him, "Big brother, want some?" Bak Chi looked at the pastries and asked curiously, "What are these?" She explained that they were candied fruits she bought at the market. Bak Chi picked one up to taste it. Since she had been kind enough to bring him food, he had to accept it. He took a bite, found it delicious, and ate nonstop. Song Min noticed he was a little different from before. The old Bak Chi didn't like candied fruits because they were too sweet. He just told the little girl, "You'll see many more differences in the future." Because, while on the outside he was Song Min's older brother, on the inside he was a true demon king. Song Min smiled and said, "No matter what you become, big brother, I will still like you." She also carefully reminded him not to get seriously ill again. He would, of course, try not to get sick. In the evening, sunset covered the sky, and the birds began to return to their nests. Bak Chi sat at the dining table in the inner courtyard, his face unable to hide his delight. Tonight's dinner was again a feast of delicacies. If the demons from a forbidden zone saw these dishes, they would surely drool. What would be done? Who asked Bak Chi to be human now? He could only eat while commemorating their sacrifice. Song Min sat opposite, watching her brother look at the table of food and drool with a smile, a little confused. Finally, their father appeared. He praised them both for being early. Song Min respectfully invited her father to sit. He had just picked up his chopsticks, about to invite everyone to eat, when he turned his head and saw Bak Chi stuffing a whole fish into his mouth. Previously, as long as he hadn't moved his chopsticks, Bak Chi would absolutely not eat anything. But now he was eating like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. He still didn't understand what was happening, continuously shoveling food into his mouth. Song Min wanted to gently remind him, but her father told her to let him be and continue eating. In the evening, he called his son Bak Chi to the study to talk. Recently, Bak Chi's health had recovered a lot. Bak Chi thought that the road he had to walk was still very long. Min Kim began to suggest to him this was perhaps the expectation of a parent. After all, he had been bedridden for over a year, and his studies had fallen behind quite a bit. He asked Bak Chi what he thought about returning to the academy. When Bak Chi heard the word academy, he was stunned. His father wanted to let him decide for himself, with no intention of forcing him, and to wait until his body was fully healthy before going, not necessarily right now. Bak Chi asked him back, "So, is that academy outside of Tianxia Manor?" His father didn't understand why he asked that, a little surprised. Indeed, it was outside the manor, just as Bak Chi had hoped. He wanted to go to the academy immediately the next day. Needless to say, Bak Chi's father was overjoyed. Indeed, his son still understood his heart as before. Bak Chi had racked his brains to find a reason to go outside, not expecting an opportunity to come like this. Bak Chi happily raised his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, only to spit it out because it was too hot. His father, sitting beside him, scolded in alarm. "You rascal, the tea is so hot. Why did you drink it all at once?" The next day, his father took Bak Chi to the academy, told him to be careful on the road, and then returned home. Confucius and Mencius both came to understand nature through ordinary life. So it could be said that the knowledge learned at the academy and the knowledge of nature didn't require deliberate study. Only wealthy families sent their children there to study. That fellow named Bak Chi, his thinking seemed to be similar to his own. In any case, the academy was just an excuse for him to leave home and cultivate. As soon as he stepped outside, Bak Chi stretched and savored the feeling. This was it. Every step was regulating the natural aura in his body. How could it compare to being in that place? He could even feel his originally heavy body slowly relaxing, and his strength was also gradually increasing. Bak Chi took a deep breath and sped forward, leaping up to pluck a cluster of leaves from a tree. His face showed his excitement. Indeed, the natural aura was still the best. When Steward Jiang heard that the young Manor Master Bak Chi had gone to the academy, he went to speak with the Manor Master. The Manor Master also hadn't expected that his son, who had been on the verge of death, could actually wake up and return to the academy. To him, this was truly hard to believe. It wasn't strange for one's temperament to change after a near-death experience. Steward Jiang believed that Bak Chi could definitely become a hero who would inherit his father's legacy. He hoped so too, but he didn't know if his son could lead Tianxia Manor. Bak Chi was a son he valued greatly, but he also knew he wasn't suited for this. Steward Jiang felt it was too early to judge whether he was suitable or not. Why not wait a while before deciding? As the two were talking, a servant came in to report that Bak Chi had returned. The Manor Master was startled, because he had only been gone for a short while and had already come home, moreover with his clothes disheveled and his hair a mess. He questioned his son. "You were supposed to be at the academy. Why are you in this state?" Bak Chi explained, "I was expelled from the academy." After hearing this, the Manor Master and the steward were both stunned for a moment. The Manor Master took him to see the academy's teacher, but couldn't believe his ears when he heard that Bak Chi had gotten into a fight at the academy. Moreover, he had fought 7 people by himself, not just one. The Manor Master didn't believe it. Clearly, Bak Chi could only barely walk and jog at this point. The teacher, looking annoyed, asked back, "Barely jogging?" He was clearly flying around as if using martial arts. The manner master turned to him, glancing over and asking, "Is what the teacher said true?" Bak Chi admitted it, then explained that they were the ones who started trouble with him first. They surrounded him, mocking Bak Chi for being a dying person who still came to school. Bak Chi didn't want to cause trouble, but they dared to insult his father and his deceased mother. Moreover, it wasn't just today, they had often bullied him like this before. The teacher clearly knew about this as well, but still said he fought them alone. Hearing these words, the teacher was rendered speechless, faced with the manner master's angry expression. He awkwardly bowed his head and admitted his fault. On the way home, not only was the manner master not angry, but he even laughed heartily. From that teacher's standpoint, expelling all the troublemaking students would be a loss for the academy. So he decided to expel only Bak Chi. But that's fine. Even if he's expelled, he can study elsewhere. It's not as if that's the only academy. Bak Chi said to his father, "Father, I'm off to the academy now." Then he turned and bowed respectfully to him, "Father." Only after bowing did he leave, a triumphant smile on his face. The manner master asked Steward Jiang for his thoughts on the matter. Bak Chi had fought for honor, and what's more, he single-handedly took on 7 people his own age. This proved that Bak Chi was anything but ordinary. The manner master, for this reason, felt incredibly proud and full of hope. Bak Chi quickly made his way to the main gate. The guard still maintained a stern expression, looking at him fiercely. Bak Chi, not showing any weakness, stared back at him seriously. After a moment, he slowly stepped outside. This time, that guard did not stop him. Now, he could go out whenever he pleased, even in the morning. The guards could no longer stop him. Bak Chi sat on a towering rock in a vast forest. The majestic nature formed a beautiful scene. He trained until late afternoon, when the sky had turned the color of dusk. Bak Chi performed lightness skill as if flying, leaping from one mountain peak to another, soaring freely through the open sky. After circling once, he landed on a high mountain peak. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh, then raised his hands to look at them, marveling to himself. His legs no longer trembled, nor was he panting for breath. It was because the natural energy was gradually increasing, which in turn filled his body with vitality. Bak Chi smiled with satisfaction. This was just the first step on his journey. Bak Chi looked up again, gazing towards the tranquil sunset in the distance. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Bak Chi's father called him for a talk. The father and son went to a pavilion in the middle of a lotus pond to talk. He asked his son what he believed was the most important thing for a great man. Of course, it's money. Every time Bak Chi ate, he could feel the importance of money. Hearing his son's answer, he smiled smugly. "As expected of my son, you have a good eye." Then he asked him what was even more important. "It's the strength to protect that wealth." After hearing his son's answer, he was so astonished he could hardly believe it. The strength to protect wealth? Yes, that's the answer. But to be more precise, it's the strength to protect oneself. The father taught that even if a person loses everything, as long as they still have strength, they can definitely start over. Hearing his father's words, Bak Chi's expression remained unchanged. He narrowed his eyes, unconcerned. The father told him to learn martial arts. Bak Chi looked surprised, which made his father think he disliked the idea. Bak Chi recalled about 1,000 years ago when he faced Bodhidharma. That fellow had also mentioned martial arts. To go from someone who crushed martial arts to someone who now had to learn them, well, it was certainly more interesting than his current situation. He indicated to his father that he agreed to learn martial arts. Seeing his son's interest in the proposal, his father was very happy. They would start with the Dantian first. Bak Chi was a bit confused. Dantian? The father and son quickly went to the training grounds within the manor, and then began to explain the Dantian to Bak Chi. The foundation of martial arts is Qi, and the place where the foundation for Qi is built is the Dantian. If one wants to learn martial arts, one must first create a Dantian. Listening to his father's explanation and analysis, Bak Chi felt this Dantian was very similar to his former fox bead. However, Bak Chi was still curious whether the Dantian could be removed from the body at any time. Steward Jiang explained that once a Dantian is formed, it cannot be separated from the body. Bak Chi thought to himself, then it's a bit different from the fox bead. His fox bead could be taken out and put back in at will. The manor master rolled up his sleeves and said to Steward Jiang, "Let's begin." And so, the two of them went to Bak Chi's side. Bak Chi slowly sat down on the ground. The two men sat down next to Bak Chi, one in front and one behind, instructing him to close his eyes and do as they said. First, he had to remain silent and not reply anymore. Bak Chi closed his eyes tightly, following his father's instructions. However, he still answered once out of respect. His father flicked Bak Chi on the forehead and scolded, "Didn't I tell you not to answer anymore? First is to open the meridians. You must breathe deeply." An unknown amount of time passed. On a bustling, noisy street, an old man with white hair and a beard, his face hidden by a bamboo hat, rode a horse through the market street. This newly appeared character seemed profound and difficult to read. Meanwhile, Tianxiao Manor was in chaos, because after opening his meridians, Bak Chi had vomited a large amount of blood and passed out. His panicked father held him and shouted, "Bak Chi, wake up, my son, what's happening?" He anxiously asked Steward Jiang again when the physician would finally arrive. Steward Jiang comforted him, asking him to calm down, that the physician was on his way. Upon arriving, the physician immediately took Bak Chi's pulse. Bak Chi's father anxiously asked the physician. His body suddenly grew hot, then he coughed up blood, and his vital energy dissipated. "What is happening?" After taking the pulse, the physician stroked his beard in contemplation. He couldn't find anything abnormal. In fact, one could say that Bak Chi's current physical condition was very good. The manor master was surprised by the physician's conclusion and asked for confirmation. "What do you mean? Very good?" That physician said he had encountered such a case before. It was a side effect that occurs when a large amount of internal energy gathers in the dantian. The manor master thought the physician was speaking nonsense. It was impossible for him to have too much internal energy because Bak Chi had never learned martial arts before, much less had a dantian. So how could he have used a cultivation method? That physician said that one could use a cultivation method even without a dantian. The issue wasn't that, but rather that Bak Chi's body had absorbed too much true chi. Moreover, the accumulated internal energy seemed to be immense, causing blood to flow unceasingly from his meridians, and even his run and do meridians were affected. Steward Jiang and the manor master were both stunned and in disbelief after hearing this. Both the run and do meridians were affected, so how profound must his internal energy be? The physician told the manor master to place his hand on the dantian and check for himself. He quickly touched Bak Chi's body, sensing that the flow of internal energy had even surpassed the run and do meridians, which was truly astonishing. When he touched his son's acupoint, it was truly unbelievable, and he wondered to himself what was happening. His own 45 years of internal energy was only slightly greater than the internal energy in Bak Chi's body. For the past year, Bak Chi had clearly only been lying in his sickbed, not learning any internal cultivation methods. So how had he endured it? A voice rang out, asserting that Bak Chi was a fortunate child who had met an immortal, after which his soul returned to his body. Everyone in the courtyard was startled by this voice and hurriedly turned to look. The voice belonged to the old man who had been riding a horse on the street earlier. Unbeknownst to them, he was already standing outside the door. The old man walked in, laughing as he said, "Long time no see. Your youngest son has grown this big." A moment later, Bak Chi finally opened his eyes slowly. He was startled to find himself in a vast mountain forest. He had clearly been in the martial hall of Tianxiao Manor, cultivating his dantian. So why was he here? The old man sitting behind him laughed and said, "So, you want to learn martial arts?" He spoke up suddenly, startling Bak Chi, whose eyes widened as cold sweat broke out. Bak Chi turned his head to look at this old man. "Who is this person?" The old man asked him, "Kid, what are you looking at?" The old man believed that upon meeting a teacher who would instruct him, he should properly bow his head in greeting. Bak Chi sized up the old man and thought to himself, "This old geezer wants to teach me martial arts?" He figured that with just a light push, this old man would topple over. Bak Chi told him not to call himself a teacher, then turned and asked where on earth this place was. The old man paid him no mind and told him to hurry and prepare for the discipleship ceremony. By now, Bak Chi was furious. Is this old man insane? He pointed at the old man's face and scolded, "I don't know what my father told you, but I decide who my teacher is. So if you don't want a beating, you'd better be sensible." Faced with his arrogant and conceited words, the old man, as graceful as a drifting cloud, gently touched him with one hand. Bak Chi's entire body was instantly sent flying, rolling dozens of times on the ground, his whole body aching. After being unconscious for a long while, he came to, jolting upright to find the old man opposite him, still staring intently. The old man even remarked that his body was much weaker than he had thought. Needless to say, how could a proud fox king like him tolerate being belittled in such a way? Bak Chi gritted his teeth and retorted, "What did you say, old man?" The old man, unconcerned with his feelings, continued to scold him for his lack of manners and for not knowing his place. Bak Chi flew into a rage, rushing towards him and shouting, "Who do you think you are to dare act this way?" The old man could send Bak Chi flying with just a light wave of his hand. How many times today had he been knocked down, knocked unconscious, and then woken up again by this old man? The number of times he had stared up at the sky today was already countless. Bak Chi sat up in pain, cursing silently. The old man finally stood up and proposed a condition to him. "All right, how about this? As long as you can grab the hem of my robe, I'll let you return. But if you can't, you must become my disciple and call me teacher." Bak Chi thought he had no reason to accept this childish bet. The old man lifted the hem of his robe and asked him, "What, you're not confident?" Faced with this challenge, Bak Chi truly couldn't restrain himself. He was once a demon king, even without any teacher's guidance. Bak Chi lunged forward, using all his strength to grab the old man's hem. The old man easily dodged to one side. However, the old man was quite surprised that such a clumsy palm strike could generate wind. Bak Chi angrily cursed, "You cowardly old man, I'll do more than grab your hem. I'll skin you alive." As soon as the words were out, Bak Chi leaped in front of the old man, attacking relentlessly. Another powerful punch landed where the old man had been standing, and the rock he had just been sitting on was instantly shattered by Bak Chi's strike. Although Bak Chi's attacks were lightning fast, he couldn't touch a single hair on the old man. The old man landed a short distance away and taunted Bak Chi. "My skin may be old and rough, but it's not made of stone." Hearing this, Bak Chi flew into a rage and picked up a boulder, then gritted his teeth and rushed towards the old man, roaring, "I won't let you off." The old man seemed to want to provoke him, laughing slyly without stopping. The two fought continuously, one attacking, one dodging. The old man had to admit that his speed was very fast. Every time Bak Chi was about to grab the hem of the old man's robe, he would execute a strange movement technique and immediately dodge. A green light suddenly flashed in Bak Chi's eyes. Seeing this look in his eyes, the old man was also a little surprised. Bak Chi then frantically rushed toward him again. His speed at this moment had completely changed, making the old man exclaim in surprise, "So fast!" Before he could even react, this palm strike from Bak Chi had already landed on his chest. The old man closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and endured the pain. Bak Chi laughed triumphantly. He got you. The old man then suddenly burst into loud laughter, truly a talent. Bak Chi was completely confused. He only knew that in the next second, his entire body was sent flying again. How could this damned old man torment him like this? By late afternoon, in the inner chamber of Tianxia Manor, the master had now returned here, sitting opposite the manor master and talking. He explained Bak Chi's situation to the manor master. The old man had tested Bak Chi's physical constitution, and he admitted that he had almost been defeated when facing Bak Chi. It was quite amusing. Although Bak Chi was still rather clumsy and crude, the manor master's son was indeed a martial arts genius. Even the old man's younger brother, who was known as a born martial artist, could not compare to Bak Chi. Hearing the Taoist master's words, the manor master truly couldn't believe his ears. Wasn't the younger brother, he mentioned the former head of the Nam Kung family, the Wuling Alliance leader? That person was Sword King Nam Kung, who had inscribed his name among the ranks of the 24 Grandmasters of martial arts. And now the Taoist master was rating Bak Chi as even stronger than him? The Taoist master thought that the manor master should know this better than he did. The manor master looked at him blankly, completely uncomprehending. The Taoist master continued. Perhaps this was his ambition. He wanted to personally nurture Bak Chi into an outstanding martial artist renowned throughout the world. If the master was willing to personally teach Bak Chi martial arts, the Manor Master naturally had no objections whatsoever. The old man sighed, but Bak Chi had managed to grab the hem of his robe, so he couldn't force him to become his disciple. A man must be true to his word. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, so he would keep his promise. As for Bak Chi, after his fight with the master, he was sitting in his room, his heart in turmoil. The corners of his eyes were still red and swollen from the old man's lesson. He sat there dejectedly, lost in thought. A while later, outside the manor gate, the Taoist master wanted to leave in the night. The manor master tried to keep him, saying that since it was already dark, it would be better if he could stay at the villa to reconsider. The old man insisted that a true man must keep his word. The manor master was in a rather difficult and awkward position, as this was, after all, a matter he had requested the master's help with. As he was seeing the master off, he saw Bak Chi standing, blocking the exit. His bruised face remained cold and emotionless. The manor master softly called out to his son. Bak Chi asked the old man why his attack couldn't penetrate his body. He requested, "Please teach me. I want to learn everything." Then he immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully called out, "Master." The old man looked at him, bowing before him, and coldly uttered, "I don't feel like it." This left Bak Chi not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Before deciding to become a disciple, he had asked Steward Jiang about that master. Steward Jiang explained that he was a great man who loved a free and unrestrained life like a drifting cloud or a wild crane. He had given up the limelight to roam the four seas, and he absolutely had the strength to be ranked among the 24 grandmasters of martial arts like his younger brother, the former Wulin Alliance leader. In that case, that old man was a great master. Steward Jiang replied, for the young manor master to become his disciple, that would be his honor. An honor? That old man used age to dictate etiquette, yet knew nothing about him. And he thought becoming his disciple was an honor? If news of him bowing his head reached the demon realm, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? But now was not the time to think about such things. He had decided to call him Master. Right now, he just wanted to wholeheartedly improve his strength. 2 years later, in winter, heavy snow covered a vast region of hills and mountains. A snow-covered tree branch suddenly shook. Two staffs crossed. Bak Chi and his master were sparring amidst the snow. The white-haired and bearded master was struggling to withstand his disciple's strength. Bak Chi was improving day by day. The two went back and forth, exchanging moves. The master seemed to be at a disadvantage. After a round of staff fighting, the old man bent down, raising his hand to gather his internal energy. Bak Chi, opposite him, also raised his hand in a similar manner. The two then simultaneously struck out with their palms, hitting each other's chests. Upon impact, they both retreated backward, with neither gaining an advantage. It could be said they were evenly matched. But very quickly, the old man seemed unable to hold on, frowning and coughing dryly. Seeing his condition, Bak Chi was a little surprised. The old man scolded Bak Chi, "You crazy brat. Are you trying to kill the very master who taught you? You should know when to stop." Bak Chi placed the staff behind his neck and sighed. The old man had clearly told him to use his full strength, so why was he blaming him now? The master showed his red and swollen hand to his disciple. He never expected that competing with this brat would become so difficult for him now. It's because your master has gotten much older. Bak Chi was as disrespectful as ever. The master and disciple sat gathered around a fire in the snowy mountains. The master's worries finally dissipated. He threw an object wrapped in red silk cloth to Bak Chi. Bak Chi caught it and unwrapped it to see a sword. This was a sword the old man had kept for a very long time because he could never find a suitable owner. He held the sword and examined it for a moment, then said to his master, "If it doesn't feel right, I'll return it to you." The master, sitting on a log, reminded him, "Have some decency, you brat." Bak Chi drew the sword, swung it towards the sky, his eyes fixed on the blade, performing a few forms under the watch of his master. He realized this sword was somewhat different and continued to practice with it in various stances, each move unpredictable. The master watched his young disciple intently. Bak Chi had entered the supreme realm and was able to use sword techniques, while also enveloping the blade with his chi. The old man had only mastered sword chi when his hair turned white, yet this brat Bak Chi had managed it in just 2 years. Bak Chi practiced for a while, then swung the sword and slashed towards a large boulder nearby. A single slash from his sword split the boulder in two. Then he turned back and said to his master, "This sword isn't bad to use." The master affectionately called his disciple, "Bak Chi, I now understand your strength." Bak Chi had stepped into the supreme realm, learned all the sword arts of the Nam Kung family, and had become a grandmaster of swordsmanship. He had even comprehended the ultimate Nam Kung sword art, the boundless sky sword art. He now possessed enough power to defeat the masters of the great and famous sections. After hearing this, Bak Chi sighed. So that's how it is. Bak Chi didn't seem happy to hear this news. The master, for his part, had never heard a genius like him. Bak Chi didn't want to become strong in this way. He didn't want to be bound by these things. The master explained that the Nam Kung sword art was the strongest sword art today, no matter what other sword art it was compared to. This was also the reason why Bak Chi could become so powerful. He naturally didn't doubt its superiority, but he felt as if he was being enveloped by it, unable to unleash his full power. The master asked again, "What do you mean by enveloped? What is this brat talking about now?" He turned to look at an ancient tree in front of him, then drew his sword and pointed it straight, drawing a straight line that could tear even the roots apart. The crack on the tree trunk grew larger and larger. The old man sitting beside him couldn't help but frown in horror. Bak Chi continued to spin the sword's blade, the sword chi transforming into a whirlwind, continuing to strike the tree trunk. In just the blink of an eye, a whirlwind appeared where the great tree stood. Witnessing this power, the master truly couldn't believe his eyes and asked in utter astonishment, "What is this?" Bak Chi didn't answer, his face ice cold as he gritted his teeth. He then continued to slash out with his sword with all his might. Rocks, dust, and white snow flew chaotically through the air. A moment later, Bak Chi sheathed his sword. His expression remained as cold as ice as he stared forward emotionlessly. From where he stood to the base of the great tree, a long trench had been forcibly carved out by that last slash. The old man watched everything from behind, utterly horrified. With just one sword strike, he had created a blizzard, making it seem as if the heavens and earth would explode. Neither the Supreme Realm nor Sword Chi could explain the power of this move. Martial arts is also nothingness. In Korean, mu means both martial and nothingness. The master asked his disciple in amazement, "Bak Chi, when did you comprehend this?" Bak Chi calmly replied, "This is just the beginning." The old man had previously guessed that he could surpass him, but he never expected him to be this strong. Bak Chi maintained that arrogant demeanor and replied, "Well, now you know." The old man scolded him with some anger, "You disrespectful brat." If Bak Chi said this was just the beginning, it meant it was not yet complete. He was very eager to see what its power would be like when he truly completed it. The master wanted to help his disciple, and he was determined to do so. The vast repository of knowledge he had accumulated while roaming the four seas would surely be useful. Seeing his master offer to help, Bak Chi sighed. If you can't be of any help, don't feel ashamed. A brat like Bak Chi really drove him crazy. That arrogance was an arrogance based on true strength. The old man then began to explain the origin of martial arts to Bak Chi as they walked. Martial arts were created by Patriarch Bodhidharma and perfected by the perfected Master Zhang Sanfeng and the number one person under heaven. Hearing the names Bodhidharma and Zhang Sanfeng, Bak Chi remembered those two guys. He suddenly recalled that they had once sought him out to discuss yin and yang. Old memories came flooding back, and he remembered that woman again. He wondered if she and her big brother were at peace in the other world. The master thought that if he had lived in Bodhidharma's era, he would surely have wanted to compete with them. Bak Chi smiled smugly. That era? The master curiously asked him why he was smiling. He just scratched his head and said it was nothing. The master didn't ask further. It made sense, as for a brat like Bak Chi, that era was long, long ago. Initially, he took up the sword to become stronger, but now that itself had become his goal. Bak Chi drew his sword, then stood there, closing his eyes to focus his mind. A while later, he opened his eyes again. By this time, the old master had gone up to the mountain peak. He drew his sword and pointed it at Bak Chi. "If you cannot block this strike of mine, you will be crippled for life or even lose your life. I will also be cursed by the world as the man who killed his own disciple." The master asked again, "Are you ready?" Bak Chi stood proudly, ready at any moment. The master slowly opened his eyes, rotated his ankle, steadied his stance, and charged forward with all his might. Everything he had accumulated in his entire life would be poured into this one strike. As he and his sword leaped into the air, preparing to split him in two, he remained motionless. Bak Chi's eyes were cold and brilliant, his expression unchanging. In that very moment, the master's sword shattered in midair, creating a massive explosion that illuminated the entire area. The master's sword was crushed into countless glowing fragments, scattering across the sky. His sword strike was thus easily neutralized by Bak Chi. A moment later, the blue light slowly faded. Bak Chi sighed and sheathed his sword. The old man standing behind him was still trembling all over. But he was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he burst into loud laughter. He looked at the sword in his hand, which had been won with his sword chi, but was now shattered to pieces. All his beliefs and doubts in the world seemed to have been smashed by that sword strike of his. What a proud sword technique. He turned to ask his disciple, was that move a slash? Bak Chi explained, that was the world. The old man asked again, had he completed it? Bak Chi replied, it is complete, but it doesn't have a name yet. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, looked into the distance, and exclaimed, though it originates from the earth, it carries the proud spirit of the high heavens, worthy of its heaven-defying power, enough to make the entire sky tremble in fear. The name, sky-shattering sword form, is the most resounding. Bak Chi was astonished. Sky-shattering sword form? The image of a sword that could shatter the very sky. The name the master had given the move was truly magnificent. The old man said he was just speaking his feelings. Bak Chi laughed excitedly, overjoyed. This was the 6th year since he had met the master, and it was also when the sky-shattering sword form, the strongest sword art of the Kim family, was born. The master looked at him and remarked, truly a madman. On a beautiful sunny day, with a clear blue sky, at Tianxiao Manor, Bak Chi woke up, stretched, and went out to the courtyard to greet his father. His father scolded him for sleeping in again. Wasn't it because he had been reviewing what he learned from the master until dawn? In any case, Bak Chi's timing was just right. The manor master wanted him to go to the academy to pick up his younger sister, Song Min. He was very surprised. Wasn't that Steward Zhang's job? Steward Zhang's mother was ill, so he had to go home to take care of her for a few days. Bak Chi refused. Why not send another martial artist? He still had to train after his meal. The manor master argued that besides him, who else in Tianxia Manor was free? He told him to go and come back quickly and to be careful on the way. Although he didn't want to go, he couldn't disobey his father, so he sighed and agreed. It was true, he had been so focused on training lately that he had barely seen Song Min. Wait a minute, Bak Chi suddenly realized, since when had he become so obedient, listening to his father, and even caring about Song Min? It was as if he had truly become the Bak Chi of this body. But he was clearly Bak Chi, and that other Bak Chi had died long ago. Lost in his wandering thoughts on the way, he finally arrived at the Jingguan Academy. It was said that only the children of noble families could study at this academy. Even the carriages were gilded with gold. Did Steward Jiang also usually use this kind of carriage to pick up Song Min? Just the thought of it made him feel embarrassed. A person noticed Bak Chi staring at the gold-gilded carriage and spoke up, "Hey, what are you looking at?" He completely ignored the person and even scoffed. The person was provoked, daring to mock him. He even asked if he knew whose carriage that was. He cursed as he walked towards Bak Chi. Facing him, Bak Chi reached for the hilt of his sword. The person also drew his sword, looking at him arrogantly and laughing. So what do you want? What are you going to do? However, Bak Chi pulled out a token instead, holding it up in front of him, which stunned the man. This was a gold token engraved with the character Tian, and with this cloud pattern, it belonged to Tianxiao Manor, one of the 4 great financial manors of the Central Plains. Bak Chi smugly asked him back, "That's right, who did you say this carriage belonged to earlier?" A moment later, Song Min also finished her classes, hugging her books, and ran towards him with a happy face, calling out loudly, "Big brother!" Then she rushed forward to hug her brother, surprised and unable to believe that Bak Chi had come to pick her up personally today. He chided the girl for being 16 already, no longer a child, so why did she always jump up and down like a kid every time she saw him? It was only because Song Min cherished Bak Chi so much. Would anyone really gossip about this? The girl giggled, her round face looking adorable. Bak Chi saw that she was looking more and more like their deceased mother. As she grew up, she had slimmed down a bit and had now become a beauty. They returned from the academy, Songmin clinging to his arm coquettishly. On the way home, "We must go to the market for a big meal." "Okay, big brother." The arrogant man from before watched the two of them, with eyes full of jealousy and anger. He asked his young bureau master if he knew who that was. The young bureau master recognized him at a glance as the young master of Tianxia Manor, Bak Chi. The sun had set. At Tianxia Manor, the manor master was sitting at his desk, his gaze heavy as he looked down at the table. On the table was a letter from a Nam Kung family. He stared at it for a long time, his face filled with sorrow and worry. Outside the door, Bak Chi and Songmin had also returned. After eating and drinking their fill on the street, their cheerful chatter could be heard. Bak Chi led Songmin and pushed open the manor master's door, saying, "I'm back, father." Songmin also happily chimed in, "I'm back from school, father." However, the manor master didn't even raise his head to look at them, his eyes still fixed on the letter on the table. Then he softly called their names. The thing was, early in the morning 2 days ago, the Taoist master, who was also Bak Chi's master, had closed his eyes for the last time, his soul returning to the 9 springs. Bak Chi tried to remain calm, but sorrow was already evident on his face. That night, the carriages and palanquins of Tianxia Manor were heading towards the Nam Kung family estate. Inside a palanquin, the manor master sat sadly in a corner. Songmin and Bak Chi were not much better, especially Bak Chi. He closed his eyes, recalling his past memories with his master. When he had confided in the master that he just wanted to live an ordinary life, the old man had offered a few words of teaching after hearing his confession. Pursuing the martial path to its extreme was incredibly difficult, whether in ancient times or the past. The old man had really wanted to see him walk this path, but he no longer had much time left. At that time, he had replied nonchalantly yes. This made the old man scold him for being a spoiled brat. Despite this, the master still told Bak Chi to remember to avoid bloodshed, to try to avoid it whenever he saw blood. He had also said that he would live an ordinary life, so he understood everything his master said. The master believed that not everything in this world can go as we wish. He only hoped that his reputation would not be associated with the words blood and demon. The 5 years they had spent together passed by too quickly, like a sudden shower. Bak Chi sat in the palanquin, recalling his past conversation with that old man. When people die, their souls go to the underworld. It is not an end, but a new beginning. But even so, he had to go see him one last time. The procession traveled through the night. The next morning, the group from Tianxia Manor arrived at the Nam Kung family estate. Many people were gathered outside, all paying attention to Tianxia Manor's procession. Leading the procession was the Tianwei Guard of Tianxia Manor, the elite force protecting Tianxia Manor, all of them top-tier martial artists. The captain of Tianxia Manor's Tianwei Guard dismounted and announced to the people of the Nam Kung family that Manor Master Bak Kim Min and his children had arrived. The Nam Kung family head came out to greet them enthusiastically. The busiest man in the Central Plains, Manor Master Bak Kim Min, gracing us with your presence is an immense honor. Bak Chi and his father and sister, the 3 of them, stepped forward quickly, greeting him warmly. Bak Chi thought to himself, usually, large families like this would look down on merchants, but the Nam Kung family head personally came to the gate to welcome Tianxia Manor. Perhaps, just like the people who had caused trouble for Bak Chi at the academy earlier, they were all extremely fearful of the financial power of Tianxia Manor's master, Bak Kim Min. The manor master sincerely expressed his condolences, saying that the master's passing was a grave matter, and of course, he had to put everything aside to pay his respects. The Nam Kung family head and his men heard the manor master call the old man master, and their expressions all became extremely tense. But he did not show too much of it, and replied politely, "Family uncle must have also been looking forward to your presence." The manor master turned and pointed to Bak Chi and Song Min, introducing them as his children. Song Min bowed to the family head, offering her greetings with the utmost respect. The Nam Kung family head said that his uncle often mentioned Song Min, saying he really wanted to adopt Song Min as his granddaughter, and always praised Song Min for being intelligent, clever, and beautiful. The Nam Kung family head turned to Bak Chi with a displeased expression and said, "This young man must be Bak Chi. He stepped forward solemnly. I heard my uncle taught him martial arts? Bak Chi replied nonchalantly. I learned a little of the Nam Kung family's martial arts. Hearing this, the people of the Nam Kung family all showed looks of indignation. Their family's martial arts were being learned by an outsider like Bak Chi. The Nam Kung family head raised his hand, signaling them not to be rude in front of the distinguished guests. But his eyes looked at Bak Chi like two bullets, wishing he could tear him into 100 pieces. Even so, the Nam Kung family head still respectfully apologized to the Manhwa master. Please forgive them. They are young and inexperienced and don't know how to behave properly. The Manhwa master said dismissively, "It's nothing. It is also thanks to the master's teachings that my frail son has grown up like this. I can't thank him enough." Since they had come from afar, the Nam Kung family head invited them inside, saying he would personally host them. From afar, in the green forest, a child with messy hair like a crow's nest kept turning around, sniffing here and there. He sensed a demonic aura emanating from the Nam Kung family's estate. In front of the memorial hall of Master Nam Kung, who was also Bak Chi's master, incense smoke billowed. Bak Chi and his sister Song Min stood outside looking in. Inside, only a few simple black mourning cloths were hung. He had thought that with the death in the Nam Kung family, it would be very quiet, but unexpectedly it was so crowded and noisy. Besides the 9 sects and 1 union and the 5 great families, it seemed there were also peripheral forces like the Chow faction. Bak Chi was surprised, not understanding how his younger sister, Song Min, knew these things. It was because she had met a few people who had dealings with their father. The Manor Master instructed the 2 siblings. Father has some matters to discuss with them. You 2 can stay here and have a meal. Song Min obediently replied, "Yes, father." As soon as he left, Bak Chi also wanted to go outside for some fresh air, not forgetting to tell Song Min to remember to get a lot of meat to eat. A muscular young man slammed his wine cup on the table and said, "Let's go, shall we? Every time we attend a funeral, we have to listen to these tedious eulogies. It's so annoying." Another person at the same table agreed. If a woman were sitting in that empty chair, this funeral would be much more interesting. The third person was no exception and chimed in. If that woman were also a beauty, it would be perfect. That man turned to the side and happened to see Song Min arranging food on a table, her beautiful face attracting the attention of these ill-intentioned men. He turned back to his brothers and said, "Leave the matter of finding a woman to him." He rudely grabbed Song Min's fair wrist directly. She looked at him angrily and asked, "What do you want?" He, in turn, accused Song Min of being rude, saying that he just wanted to invite her to sit with them and share their sorrow. So why was she treating him like a bad guy? His rough hand tightened on Song Min's wrist, causing her pain. Bak Chi appeared from behind and asked coldly, "Where did this beast in heat come from?" The man turned his head to look at him. Hearing Song Min call Bak Chi elder brother, he immediately realized that Bak Chi was the young master of Tianxia Manor. If you already know I am the young master of Tianxia Manor, then you should also know that Song Min is my younger sister, yet you still dare to act so disrespectfully? Their argument had attracted the attention of the guests at Master Nam Kung's funeral. Being scolded by Bak Chi for his disrespectful behavior, he immediately became angry, introducing himself as the eldest son of the Chun family from Hebei, named Tran and justified himself, saying that he had only wanted to say a few words to Song Min earlier with no other intention, and even blamed Song Min for overreacting, making the situation easy to misunderstand. Not only that, he also threatened Bak Chi to be careful not to get bitten unexpectedly by a crazed wild beast. While threatening, Tran used his tall frame to lean down close to Bak Chi, provoking him. Even more outrageously, he demanded that Bak Chi apologize for misunderstanding him. Everyone in the courtyard watched with interest. Some were indifferent, as it was rare to see such a spectacle, and the incident had become quite a commotion. Bai Ji, his face as cold as ice, suddenly broke into a smile and said to him, "If you don't want to lose face in front of so many people here, then quickly bow and apologize to my sister, and then get lost." Chen An's face turned purple with rage. He thought Bai Ji was just a merchant who thought he could climb over others just because he had a little money. It seems this beast is about to go berserk. Chen raised his rough hand, intending to slap Bai Ji, as he thought Bai Ji was only good at running his mouth. Song Min shut her eyes tightly in fear. Bai Ji only needed to take a skillful step back to dodge his blow, his feet barely even moving. He laughed and praised, "You got some skills." However, his smile vanished in half a second, because Bai Ji's leg had sent him sprawling on the ground. Bai Ji grabbed one of his legs, lifted it, and asked, "Of course, do I need your praise?" As he spoke, he casually broke the man's leg. Chunin screamed in pain, clutching his leg and crying, stammering incoherently. Song Min couldn't believe her brother was capable of such a thing. The two men sitting at the same table, as Chunin saw him being dealt with by Bai Ji and rushed forward to take revenge. Of course, the fate of these two was not much better than Chunan's. Just as they rushed forward to attack, Bai Ji leaped up lightly to evade, then delivered a kick, one to each of their faces. The two young men were sent flying in opposite directions, their noses bleeding. Chunin, lying on the ground, cursed angrily, "Bastard, you half-breed dog." Before he could spew any more nonsense, Bai Ji stomped on his head, pinning it to the ground. "You dare call me a half-breed dog? Are you insulting me and my family? Master Nam Kung once taught me not to draw blood. Otherwise today would be the anniversary of your death." Seeing the commotion, a man from the Nam Kung family ran out and asked, "What are you doing?" He saw Man Song of the Man family and Suang Long of the Suang Manor lying scattered on the ground, covered in injuries, and Chuna being pinned under by Ji's foot. He looked at Song Min's terrified expression and could guess what had happened. Could it be that those men had offended her? Surely, Bai Ji didn't need to explain personally. He was smart enough to assess the current situation. He also recognized Bai Ji's identity and introduced himself. "I am the Vice Hall Master of the Nam Kung Punishment Hall, responsible for managing order and discipline for the Nam Kung family. So I hope young Master Bai Ji can stay his hand." Of course, Bai Ji was not satisfied with this condition. The Nam Kung family sees these bastards insulting the master of Tianxia Manor and me, a young master, and also acting disrespectfully toward the young lady like Song Min. And this is how you handle it? It seems the rules of the Nam Kung family are now outdated. Bai Ji turned his head to look at him and asked, "Surely it's not, because we are all part of the 5 great families. Is it, Vice Hall Master?" Faced with his sharp words, the other man was naturally left speechless. People were buzzing about him, the young master of the Nam Kung family. A middle-aged man, while drinking tea, commented on the scene he had just witnessed. "I heard the 3 guys who were just defeated are quite strong, yet they were taken down by someone from a merchant family." He finished his tea, put down the cup, his expression unreadable. Bai Ji applied medicine to his sister's hand where the rude man had touched it, examining it while comforting her. "It will hurt for a few days, but it'll be fine as long as you apply the medicine." The old man who was drinking tea earlier approached him and started a conversation. "Is there a place for this old man to sit here?" Bai Ji said nothing, but noticed the 8-knot belt at the man's waist. No wonder he felt a very uncomfortable gaze on him earlier. It turns out he's an elder of the beggar's sect. So this old man's identity was from the beggar's sect. He laughed heartily and introduced himself, known in the martial world as Trui Quang Kai from the beggar's sect. He had heard that Bai Ji had taught some people a lesson at the Nam Kung funeral today, so he was very curious. Seeing him beating around the bush, Bai Ji asked him to get straight to the point. He was delighted and agreed to get straight to the point. Although he was just a beggar making a living, he had a keen eye for people and saw the great potential hidden in Bai Ji. Trui Quang Kai asked Bai Ji if he intended to join the Wuling Alliance, and if so, he could help him a great deal. Hearing this, Bai Ji thought to himself, the Wuling Alliance must be an alliance of the major sects in the martial world. Others who saw him all recognized him as the respected elder of the beggar's sect, Trui Quang Kai. To be noticed by him today would be truly fortunate. All those he chose became great heroes in the Wuling Alliance. Faced with the beggar's sect elder's offer, Bai Ji smiled and bluntly refused. "I'm not interested." This action astonished him. He couldn't believe his ears. Who would have thought Bai Ji would refuse so quickly, leaving him a bit flustered? Trui Quang Kai asked for his reason for refusing. Not interested is not interested. Does not being interested need a reason? If you like hearing reasons, then I'll just make one up. For example, I'm not interested. Trui Quang Kai's eyes turned red with anger at the young brat in front of him. Finally, he calmed down smiled, and said that if Baiji had made up his mind, he wouldn't force him. But he believed that Baiji would definitely be interested in what he was about to say. Trui Quang Kai believed Baiji's life was in danger. Baiji feigned ignorance. It turns out, the head of the Chun family is the Fist King of Hebei Province, Chun Liang, one of the 24 martial arts masters. Everyone knows that once he loses his temper, he's capable of anything. Chun In, whose ankle Baiji broke today, is the son he values the most. Therefore, Trui Quang Kai was certain that on Baiji's way back to Tianxia Manor, he would not let it go. Beating the young one, and then the old one comes, truly a joke in the martial world. Trui Quang Kai thought saying this would make Baiji reconsider. So he continued, in any case, no one wants to get involved with someone like that. But the chief of the beggars' sect is different. He can inform the alliance leader and handle this matter cleanly. Of course, there's a condition. The condition is that Baiji must show a little interest in the Wulian alliance. Song Min, sitting beside him, heard this and looked at her brother with worry. Baiji reminded Trui Quang Kai not to worry his sister anymore. If you're done talking, you should leave. Trui Quang Kai frowned, annoyed that he couldn't persuade him, and immediately stood up to leave. He even asserted that they would meet again soon. Song Min worriedly asked Baiji, "Brother, will you really be alright doing this?" Baiji comforted his sister Song Min with a confident expression. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Trui Quang Kai left, still feeling resentful. He blamed Baiji. Even if he didn't know him well, he should have shown some respect for his title as an elder of the beggars' sect. Moreover, even knowing Chun Liang was a threat, his eyes showed no sign of wavering. He wondered, are all young people like this nowadays? But Baiji's gaze was clearly not the arrogance of an ignorant fool, but rather confidence. After talking so much, his mouth felt a bit dry. Perhaps he should go drink some tea to calm down. In the prison area of the Nam Kung family, soldiers stood guard strictly. Chun An's uncle, Chun Long, stood outside, scolding his nephew Chun An for being a fool, saying his father had repeatedly warned him to be careful with his words and actions, yet he still caused today's trouble. Chun In, inside the cell, kept urging his uncle, "Let me out, uncle, it's unbearable." Chun Long turned to question the vice captain of the Nam Kung family. It was just a common brawl. Is it necessary to imprison him? The Nam Kung family only acts according to the rules. He threatened. The Chun family of Hebei will not let this go. The vice captain was not afraid at all and replied firmly, "Here at the Nam Kung family, following the rules is paramount." Chun Long narrowed his eyes, frowning and thinking to himself, "Just you wait." When Chun Liang heard that his son Chun and was imprisoned, he was boiling with rage. Chun Long explained that he had asked the Nam Kung family to release him, but the vice hall master of the Nam Kung punishment hall adamantly refused. Chun Liang angrily slammed his hand on the chair. This action was tantamount to showing no respect for the Chun family of Hebei. He summoned his captain, Hu Ping, and ordered him to go break both legs of that merchant brat, then bring him to apologize. He meant the young master of Tianxia Manor. Tianxia Manor and we have had business dealings for generations. If we do this, the relationship will be shattered. Chun Liang paid no heed, angrily smashing a teacup. "My son is still in prison right now, with such a loss of face, and I suppose to just sit back and watch. If that's the case, he would personally go and wring that brat Baiji's neck." Hu Ping knelt and begged the family head to calm his anger, saying he would follow the order and go immediately. Chun Long hoped Hu Ping could understand Chun Liang's personality. His temper had always been this volatile. Chun Long instructed Hu Ping that just teaching him a small lesson would be enough, and he would take responsibility for calming Chun Liang down. One wonders what kind of quiet night it will be tonight. Night fell over the Nam Kung family estate, the moonlight flickering behind dark clouds. The inner courtyard of the Nam Kung estate was still crowded with guests dining, filled with the clamor of voices and laughter. A servant approached Baiji and asked, "Are you the young master, sir?" The Tianxiao Manor master said he might be busy until late and instructed the two of you to return to your rooms to rest first. Song Min sighed. It's rare for everyone to gather and chat, so they're all busy catching up. Baiji sighed, looked at Song Min, and said, "Let's go, I'm too full. Besides, because of this morning's incident, I've had more than enough attention." The servant would lead them to the guest courtyard, attentively carrying a lantern to light the way. At this moment, Hu Ping had appeared on a rooftop, watching Baiji. He never thought the day would come when he'd have to deal with a brat who still smelled of his mother's milk. Making a living is really tough. As he thought this, he pulled up his mask, preparing to act. Arriving at the guest courtyard, Baiji told told Song Min to go rest first. She asked again with concern, "What about you, brother?" "I ate a bit too much. I need to take a walk to digest." Song Min had told him to eat slower, but he didn't listen. Now that his stomach was stuffed, who could he blame? She also reminded him not to come back too late. As Bai Ji left the guest courtyard, he thought to himself, the guest courtyard has guards on patrol. An intruder wouldn't dare to make a move even if they had 10 times the courage. With that thought, Bai Ji strolled along the stone-paved path of the Nam Kung estate. He had already detected someone following him and looked around curiously, wondering where the person was hiding. Bai Ji stood in the middle of the path and shouted, "How long are you going to wait before you make your move?" Hu Ping, who had been hiding on the roof watching him all this time, was startled. Could it be that I've been discovered? Did Bai Ji come to this secluded place because of me? He should at least come out and greet me politely. Hu Ping had used the turtle breathing grand technique to its limit, completely concealing his presence. How could he have been discovered? Not only was he discovered, but he could also clearly hear the followers' heavy breathing. Hu Ping didn't believe it, thinking Bai Ji was just playing some kind of trick. Even if I'm discovered, he can't possibly know my exact location. Stop trying to act smart. Bai Ji provoked. Why the hesitation? Are you considering whether to strike? Or are you not confident? Hu Ping cursed silently in anger. Damn it, a little brat like you dares. As Captain Hu Ping, he was determined not to let this go. Besides, it was only him and Bai Ji here. No one else would know. He leaped down from his hiding spot, appearing behind Bai Ji. Hu Ping would make Bai Ji pay for his recent disrespect by being bettered in for half a year. He attacked from behind. Just as he was about to touch Bai Ji turned around, looked at him with contempt, and said, "It's a waste for you to have learned martial arts." Then he kicked him straight in the body, turned, and kicked again, sending him flying into a wall, trying to sneak attack from behind and still daring to raise your limbs. Don't you know that doing so will reveal your shadow? Provoked by his opponent's arrogant words, Hu Ping rushed forward, pushing hard against Bai Ji's lower body with both hands, using all his strength to try and knock him down. However, Bai Ji looked at him confidently, a sly smile on his face. "Is this the full extent of your strength?" Hu Ping couldn't believe he was using the body protection aura. How could a young brat master this technique? Of course, it's thanks to the teachings of his master. Next time, you'd better have the Chun family send someone stronger. The crazy old man of that guy. I beat half to death today. Hu Ping roared in anger. "Shut up, you merchants dare." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ji struck his abdomen with a palm strike, sending him flying. He was once again slammed into the wall, sitting in pain amidst the broken bricks, unconscious. After delivering this palm strike, Bai Ji's expression turned cold and emotionless again. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind, causing him to turn his head in suspicion. In the darkness, a figure slowly approached, speaking as he walked. "Oh my, I was just coincidentally passing by. Young hero, are you uninjured?" It was Trui Kwang Kai. Whether he was there by chance or intentionally, everyone could figure it out for themselves. Bai Ji gave a faint smile, paying him no mind. "You're not a rat. So why do you like to sneak around and hide?" Trui Kwang Kai was angry. "What rat? Those words are too much." He looked at the unconscious Hu Ping on the ground and found him somewhat familiar. Isn't this Captain Hu Ping? Seeing that the other man had been beaten into this state by Bai Ji, he couldn't help but be astonished. Hu Ping was still lying motionless there. Bai Ji asked him if he knew this person. This is a top master, leading the most elite troops of the Chun family in Hebei, the Hu Ping squad. After hearing this, Bai Ji only said 2 words. "Is that so?" "What do you mean, is that so?" This is clearly a very noteworthy matter. Chun Liang sent him, which means they don't intend to reconcile this matter. "You said the same thing this morning. What's the difference?" Trui Kwang Kai admitted that he had exaggerated a bit at the time. "If I had known Chun Liang was this crazy, I would have come to find you sooner. Therefore, I hope you can listen to me carefully now." Bai Ji brushed him aside. "If you want to talk about the Wulin alliance, then forget it." Then he turned to leave. Trui Kwang Kai tried to call him back. "This old man is truly worried about you this time. If family head Chun Liang really steps in, even your father won't be able to protect you completely." Faced with these words, Bai Ji still covered his ears and walked away, paying no heed. "This old man is too noisy. Maybe I should just kill him and get it over with." Trui Kwang Kai felt that his words to Bai Ji were like playing a lute to a cow. This brat is probably more stubborn than a bull. He also didn't expect Bai Ji to be so powerful. Now, the Chun family must be like ants on a hot pan. Trui Kwang Kai sat down next to Hu Ping, gently shaking him to wake him up, pretending to know nothing. He then took him back to the Chun family in Hebei, saying that he had accidentally found him unconscious in front of the villa and hurriedly brought him back. Although he wasn't seriously injured, Hu Ping did not regain consciousness. Qianlong felt that this incident was not simple at all. The next morning, at the Chen family's residence in Hebei, Chen Liang was furious, strangling Hu Ping with his hands. He had clearly ordered him to go and break both of Baiji's legs. Yet Hu Ping returned in such a disgraceful manner. Hu Ping explained that Baiji had seen through his turtle breathing grand technique and could also use the body protection aura, making him no ordinary person. Chen Liang wouldn't listen, beat him up directly, and scolded him for being noisy, believing that Hu Ping was defeated because he underestimated Baiji and was now making excuses. Chen Liang now wanted to take action personally to find out where Baiji was. Chen Long stopped him. I heard the Alliance leader is on his way here. Damn it, why at a time like this? Before the memorial hall of Master Namkung, the Alliance leader respectfully paid his respects. Outside was the guard squad of the Wulin Alliance leader, each with a solemn expression. After paying his respects, the Alliance leader quickly went outside, wanting to return to the Wulin Alliance. The Namkung family head saw the Alliance leader off. He thought the Alliance leader would stay for a few days to rest. After all, as the Wulin Alliance leader, I still have too many matters to handle. As a member of the Namkung noble family, I will have many opportunities to visit in the future. Wherever the Alliance leader went, he was respected by everyone. The crowd, seeing him off, also bowed respectfully to him. Baiji stood in the crowd, silently observing the Alliance leader. Master was right. The aura emanating from him is incredibly powerful. Even an unintentional action like smiling is enough to overwhelm others. Sword King Nam Kung truly lives up to his reputation, qualified to compete for the title of the world's #1 with the demonic cult's leader. Baiji really wanted to fight him once. Song Min saw her brother smiling to himself and asked curiously. However, he told her it was nothing. At this moment, Baiji also happened to notice Chun Liang in the crowd, the head of the Chun family, the father of the arrogant guy he had taught a lesson yesterday. He looks so foolish, just like a bear. Speaking of which, maybe I should use him to replace that bear? The Namkung family head was angry with Chun Liang's behavior. What on earth was he up to, pestering the manor master of Tianxiao Manor, who had come from afar? It was made very clear yesterday. Everything here follows the rules, no exceptions. Chun Liang was angry because the Namkung family head had made the Chun family unhappy over a small matter. If the Namkung family head had wanted to, he would have long ago announced their crimes to the world according to the rules. But now he's only detaining them, temporarily postponing their punishment, and Chun Liang still says he's making him unhappy? Chun Liang angrily turned to the other family heads. Are you all just going to listen? Say something. The Man family head and the Suong family head bowed their heads, admitting they had nothing to say and that everything should be handled according to the rules. At this moment, Chun Liang went crazy like a rabid dog. The Namkung family head reminded him not to bring shame upon himself, that forcing others was not right. The manor master of Tianxiang Manor finally spoke up. You are the one at fault, yet you still have such an attitude? Chun Liang's son left a bruise on my daughter's delicate hand. Originally, the manor master intended to let it go, but it seems the Chun family only likes to add fuel to the fire. The manor master also reminded him not to look down on merchants like them. Otherwise, don't blame him for showing the true strength of Tianxia Manor. Faced with his seriousness, Chun Liang was choked with anger, but could do nothing. Meanwhile, Baiji stood outside, curious if they would fight. Song Min felt that her father was incredibly majestic. Chun Liang turned around and happened to see the siblings. He was furious, veins popping on his face as he looked at them. Baiji shielded Song Min, protecting his younger sister. Chun Liang didn't make a move either, just stood there staring at them. After a moment, he slowly advanced towards them. He restrained himself and walked past them, saying, "You should consider yourself lucky. If I hadn't held back, your neck would have been broken long ago." It seemed like things would end there. He walked a short distance, and Baiji smiled, turned back, and called out, "Hey, little bear." This sentence was like a knife stabbing into his heart. Chun Liang turned back and asked, What did you just say? I thought you didn't hear clearly. Seems you're quite sharp after all." Bai Ji was not afraid at all, and even emphasized it again, saying that he had just called him Little Bear, and it was just his personal opinion. Chun Liang was boiling with rage, his face contorted like a monkey eating ginger, his teeth grinding together, wishing he could eat him alive. Behind them, the Manor Master and the Nam Kung family head were talking. The Nam Kung family head felt he should have handled it more decisively, admitting it was his oversight and that he had no face to meet Manor Master Bai anymore. However, Manor Master Bai said he didn't need to feel guilty because he had handled it very well and, moreover, had stood on the Manor Master's side, for which Manor Master Bai was extremely grateful. The Manor Master must have been very worried about this matter, yet he still had the mind to care for the Nam Kung family head. How could I not stand on the Manor Master's side? The two were talking and laughing. The Manor Master saw his daughter Song Min standing alone, so he called out to her, asking where Bai Ji had gone and why he had left her standing there alone. The demon Bearman Man in the demon world was a troublemaking demon, so Bai Ji taught it a lesson. From some point on, it became unusually well-behaved, and this Chun Liang was no different from Man Man back then. Bai Ji smiled. Looking at the other guy, he was always reminded of Man Man. How many times do I have to slap this guy for him to behave? If I had taken him down with one move from the start, it would have been so boring. Chun Liang and Bai Ji arrived at an empty field. He was angry that Bai Ji dared to bring him here without fear, thinking that the people of Tianxiao Manor were all as arrogant as their name. After hearing his words, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud, then asked him, Chun Liang, do you know where heaven is or what it looks like? If you don't know, then don't act all high and mighty. Be careful you don't get struck by lightning. Being taunted by him, Chun Liang was furious that he dared to do so. His whole body tensed up, preparing to start the fight. As expected of one of the 24 martial arts masters, this guy's aura is indeed different. If he were just some nobody, what fun would there be for Bai Ji? Chun Liang had originally only intended to break both his legs to vent his anger, but looking at the situation, it seemed 2 legs wouldn't be enough. If you're gonna growl and bare your fangs and claws, you should just rush forward and slap the enemy. What's the point of standing there talking nonsense, just like a bear? Bai Ji used words to provoke his opponent. Chun Liang couldn't contain his anger, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Then, he gathered all his strength and charged towards Bai Ji, wanting to crush him. Facing Chun Liang's fury, Bai Ji remained calm and smiled coldly. His first punch was easily dodged by Bai Ji with a slight tilt of his body. Chun Liang's punch thus landed on the ground behind him, sending dirt, rocks, and grass flying. Missing a punch, he angrily turned around and cursed. You're quite a brat. Your fundamentals aren't bad. With that, he turned and unleashed a powerful palm strike. However, this palm strike was easily blocked by Bai Ji's small hand. No matter how much force Chun Liang used, he couldn't continue his attack, being stopped just like that by Bai Ji. Bai Ji still had a relaxed, provocative smile on his face. Is that all? Is this the extent of your skill? Needless to say, he was so angry he gritted his teeth and attacked Bai Ji relentlessly. Bai Ji leaped into the air, and he also shouted and chased after him. Don't run. This guy was so noisy that Bai Ji felt sleepy and even yawned. Chun Liang caught up, lifting his entire body, intending to crush Bai Ji. However, such an attack couldn't even touch a single hair on Bai Ji's head. At this moment, the veins on Chun Liang's arms were bulging. Just as he was still confused about what was happening, Bai Ji suddenly appeared behind him, dusting off his clothes, not forgetting to provoke him with a few words. You must be mistaken, right? I heard the martial arts of the 12 revered ones are very formidable, that they're all top masters who have grasped the essence of martial arts, even reaching the state of transformation. Why do I feel you're not like that at all? Hearing him mention the 12 revered ones, Chun Liang remembered the story of how he was included in that list years ago. Among them were the Power King, the Purple King, and he was the Fist King. However, there was some controversy at the time. They argued that including these 3 in the 12 revered ones was inappropriate, as the others had all cultivated to the state of transformation. They shouldn't change the number from 24-21, but should call those 3 the last 3 revered ones instead. At that time, Chun Liang was also present, hiding on the side and eavesdropping on their conversation. This stain has haunted him for all these years. Now, Bai Ji brought up the shame he had always wanted to forget, and remembering the old story made Chun Liang even more furious. It seems Bai Ji doesn't want to live anymore, so he won't hold back either. Bai Ji looked at him with contempt, his face expressionless. Chun Liang had to teach him what manners are. His entire body emitted a powerful aura that would terrify ordinary people. He looked at Bai Ji and said, "You, come here and obediently accept your death." Seeing him so serious was exactly what Bai Ji wanted. He should have been like this long ago. Chun Liang rotated his wrist, channeling the Qiankuan divine art, and launched a palm strike towards Bai Ji. Wherever his palm force went, the grass and plants on the ground were all scorched. A blazing fire lit up the forest. The martial arts of the Chun family originated from the military, forged in life-and-death battles on the battlefield, thus always carrying a do-or-die will to annihilate the enemy. Chun Liang looked at the charred ground before him, seeing no sign of Bai Ji, and thought he had been burned to ashes. He felt it was a pity for Bai Ji. If the boy had known his place, he might have kept his life. But how could the main character die so easily? From within the dust, Bai Ji's sword flashed with a cold light, his body completely unharmed. Chun Liang was horrified, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could Bai Ji have blocked his tempestuous Qiankuan divine palm? He involuntarily recalled Hu Ping's earlier reminder. At that time, he had reminded Chun Liang that Bai Ji was no ordinary figure. Recalling those words, he couldn't help but curse silently. It turned out Captain Hu Ping's words weren't just an excuse. This brat was indeed no ordinary figure. Then, upon seeing the sword in his hand, he was even more astonished. Chun Liang couldn't believe that such a young brat could use a single sword strike to completely shatter his palm force. Clearly, Bai Ji had used sword chi to so easily neutralize his Qiankuan divine palm. What on earth had that master Nam Kung taught Bai Ji to make his martial arts so advanced? He even accused Bai Ji of being a cunning old fox, deliberately hiding his martial arts to make him complacent. Bai Ji just smiled without saying much. He had to admit that attack wasn't half bad. Under the pressure, he had unconsciously drawn his sword. If he didn't return the favor, where would basic courtesy be? So today, Bai Ji would show him. With that said, he began to move his body and his sword. Chun Liang comforted himself, thinking that no matter what, Bai Ji was just a brat. Whatever skills he had, he could just show them. The internal energy in his body once again erupted violently. The heaven-shattering sword form is a sword technique consisting of 3 stances, each with different techniques and power. When it first appeared in this world, Master Nam Kung once spoke of the sword move he was most proud of. If he had to choose, it would be the first stance because it was incredibly clear, concise, and refined. It was also the first sword move that the master and disciple completed together. Afterward, they still had to name it. Just like that, the master and disciple had casually joked with each other. So today, he would use the sword move his master was most proud of as a gift for that fellow, named Chun Liang. Heaven-shattering sword form. Hearing this name, Chun Liang thought it was some foolish, mediocre martial art, completely incapable of withstanding his Qiankuan divine palm. Chun Liang once again used his trump card, the Qiankuan divine palm. Bai Ji squinted, smiled confidently, and said softly, "One sword to shatter the cloud soul." His single sword strike shattered all of his opponent's moves. Before Chun Liang's disbelieving and horrified eyes, he lunged toward his opponent as fast as a rabbit. All the streams of fire that Chun Liang had unleashed were now behind Bai Ji, and then they exploded on the spot. His sword was already at his opponent's neck. Everything happened too fast. One could even say it was faster than the speed of light. His blade had severed a lock of his opponent's hair. It wasn't until he felt the deadly chill from his neck that he saw clearly. Everything was too fast. Among the 24 revered ones, no one possessed such swift swordsmanship. Is this really the martial arts of this era? This brat he had looked down on was perhaps the one who could reach the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Bai Ji had only cut a lock of his hair, not harming him at all. Chun Liang should feel honored. Besides his master, he was the first person to witness this martial art of his. Chun Liang asked, "Why didn't you kill me?" Because his master had told him not to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would have sent him to the underworld long ago. But it was fine. Just consider it a saint dealing with a fool. Chun Liang wanted him to finish him off, preferring to die by this blade than to live in shame. He felt it was better to die here. Seeing his state, Bai Ji couldn't help but ask curiously, "Only now do you feel so ashamed that you want to die? When your son was bullying younger sister Song Min, weren't you quite thick-skinned? If he had known to apologize, things wouldn't have come to this." In the end, he slapped Chun Liang across the face, sending him flying dozens of miles, spitting blood. In pain and humiliation, Chun Liang knelt on the ground, groaning weakly. That was a slap on behalf of his younger sister Song Min, the girl who had been insulted by his son. If Chen Liang didn't want to be looked down upon by Baiji's father, didn't want to be humiliated by him, didn't want to be scorned by the world, he had better think carefully about why he wasn't killed. With that done, Baiji returned to his younger sister and his father. His father was angry that he had left Song Min alone, and asked where he had been to only show up now. Baiji turned to Song Min, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Younger sister, haven't you told father yet?" Song Min helped him lie. He said his stomach hurt earlier, and went to the latrine. Manor Master Bai looked at his son half-believingly, half-doubtingly, and asked, "So you're all right now?" Baiji replied, "Yes, it's all out now. I feel much better." He looked at him with suspicion, but faced with Baiji's nonchalant expression, he had to let it go. The carriage was ready to depart. The captain came to inform him to prepare for the journey, so he didn't question Baiji further. Song Min took her brother's arm and said softly, "Brother, are you okay?" He just smiled gently at his younger sister and hummed an affirmation. At the Nam Kung family's memorial hall, a servant came to report to the Nam Kung family head that family head Chen Liang of Hebei had left him a letter upon his departure. In the letter, he admitted all of his son's wrongdoings, promised to accept any punishment the Nam Kung family imposed, and also asked him to take good care of his son so that he could return to Hebei safely. That hot-tempered nature still hasn't changed. It's just that Chen Liang was pushed into a corner and had no choice but to concede. The deputy hall master of Nam Kung was curious, wondering what had caused Chen Liang to change his attitude and concede. According to Steward Shi Min, Chen Liang and young Manor Master Baiji both went into the Pingshui forest together. However, young Manor Master Baiji returned after about half a quarter hour, and Chen Liang followed closely behind him. Young Manor Master Baiji looked very normal, while Chen Liang's appearance didn't seem too good. The Nam Kung family head found it a bit absurd after hearing this. But could it be that young Manor Master Baiji had suppressed Chen Liang? Perhaps this was the reason he was willing to accept disciplining his son. The Nam Kung family head recalled his uncle's previous warning. Tianxiao Manor hides a monster, and they must absolutely not provoke that monster. The monster the old master mentioned, could it be Baiji? His uncle always liked to speak of worldly matters in a light and understated tone, so at the time, he thought the monster referred to Tianxiao Manor's financial power. Thinking back now, from the first time he met Baiji, he had felt that his gaze was anything but ordinary. If it was true that he had actually suppressed Chen Liang, then the monster in his uncle's words must be the young manor master of Tianxiao Manor, Baiji. A young boy in a forest was divining with hexagrams on the ground. He read the results of the divination, for example, a fall, broken arms and legs. Then, the boy plucked a leaf from a tree, brought it to his lips, and chanted an incantation. Bad luck go with the leaf, as swift as the law commands. Then he blew, sending the leaf flying far away. However, the leaf flew in a circle and then landed back on his head. Looks like I'll have to take a deep breath. The road ahead seems difficult. At Tianxiao Manor, the father and children had returned from the Nam Kung family estate. Baiji held the earring he had taken from Chen Liang. He should have cut off his ear as well. He didn't know why he had hesitated then. If Baiji were still a demon, this would be truly unimaginable. Back then, anyone who dared to touch him would surely have been torn in two. To think he had become so merciful now. After becoming human, has a kind heart appeared? Hearing him muttering, Chief Steward Jiang asked a curious question. He changed the subject, then tossed the gold earring to him, telling him to use it to buy more medicine for his mother. Chief Steward Jiang caught it and curiously asked what it was. It's the thing that family head Chen Liang of Hebei wore on his ear. After hearing this, Chief Steward Jiang cried out in astonishment. During the day, the streets were bustling, and Baiji was also strolling around, eating snacks. Each shrimp he put in his mouth was indescribably delicious. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered in one spot, discussing something. It turned out to be the young boy from before, sitting there telling fortunes for people. He looked at the hexagram he had just cast and asserted that the man would lose all the money he earned. That man was indeed investing to make money with his brother, but his brother was very reliable, and their current income was quite good. How could he lose money? If that's the case, then he should just continue investing. Why come looking for him? The man said this investment was for a very large sum, so he felt a little uneasy and asked the boy to write him a protective talisman. The price was 100 taels, which startled the man. Why do other people's fortunes only cost 5 or 10 taels, but his is 100 taels? The boy claimed that people's hearts are different. Just as he was collecting the money, the young boy suddenly became terrified, as if he had seen something. his eyes wide, breaking out in a cold sweat. The man cursed him as a damn Taoist priest, saying the more he looked, the more he seemed like a swindler. The young boy paid him no mind, let out a loud shout, and turned to run. A demon has appeared. Everyone thought he was just putting on an act to run away because he was a swindler. Who believes in demons in this day and age? The crowd also dispersed, leaving only Bai Ji standing there quietly. What's going on? That guy shouted demon as soon as he saw me? That young boy ran into the forest, utterly terrified. He had known for a long time. Not long ago, he had smelled the scent of a demon, and today he had actually encountered one. Damn it, he should have divined this. Out of fear, he could only run for his life, not daring to look back. Suddenly, a tree branch flew out of nowhere, tripping him and causing him to fall flat on the ground. Bai Ji appeared and asked, "Where are you running from? You made me search for a long time, you fortune teller." The terrified young boy turned around and cursed at him. How dare a demon roam the human world? Aren't you afraid of heavenly punishment? Then he pulled a talisman from his bag, held it in his hand, and rushed forward to stick it on him. Bai Ji looked at the talisman on his body, finding it amusing. Does this brat really think I'm a demon? The boy thought Bai Ji would be immobilized by the talisman, so he laughed confidently and asked, "Well, you demon, are you frozen like a stone, unable to move?" Bai Ji raised a hand and waved, as if to prove to the boy that he could move perfectly fine. So the young boy continuously threw hundreds of talismans at him. Bai Ji brushed the useless papers off his body. "These things are useless against me." Bai Ji grabbed the boy's collar, lifted him into the air, and asked, "Do you want to have a talk with me?" Bai Ji had once met the Tathagata Buddha, and with his help, was able to renounce his demon status and become human. So now he was not a demon, but a human. But that disheveled little fortune teller saw him as a demon. Could there be something wrong with him? Bai Ji asked why the boy called him a demon. The terrified boy said that no matter how he looked at him, Bai Ji looked like a demon. Even if he could fool others, he couldn't fool him. It turned out he could see the powerful fox demon form emanating from Bai Ji. As he spoke, the little boy relentlessly threw talismans at him. Bai Ji stepped forward and punched him a few times. "I already told you I'm not a demon." The little boy asked doubtfully, "Are you really not a demon? Isn't it obvious?" That was why he asked how the boy could tell he was a demon. The little boy answered, "My intuition told me you are a demon. Even a master who teaches me admires my intuition, so it can't be wrong." Hearing about intuition, Bai Ji explained, intuition isn't always right. He figured the kid must have been very certain, which was why he was acting so crazy earlier. The boy insisted that his intuition had never been wrong. Bai Ji held up the talisman and asked, "Then why are your talismans useless against me?" Faced with this question, the boy couldn't answer and just wanted to ask one more time if Bai Ji was really a demon or not. Bai Ji didn't know how many more times he had to tell him. So the little boy packed up his things to leave. "It seems I have been rude. I shall take my leave." Bai Ji grabbed the back of his collar and asked, "You took me for a demon, and now you think you can just leave? It's not that easy. You seem to know a bit about heavenly secrets, don't you?" The boy was very surprised that Bai Ji knew he could peek into heavenly secrets. Bai Ji threw him to one side, saying, "My intuition told me." Then he introduced himself to the little boy. The little boy sat on a rock rubbing his head and also introduced himself. "My name is Long Zhong." After hearing the boy's name, Bai Ji told him to hurry up and follow him. Long Zhong said resentfully, "Why should I follow you, young master?" Because Long Zhong had used all his energy to run away earlier. Wasn't he hungry? Of course, they were going to get something to eat. The two of them returned to Tianxia Manor. Long Zhong thought to himself, if they were hungry, they should go to a tavern or an inn, so why were they coming here? The guard saw him return and bowed respectfully. Young manor master. Learning his identity, Long Zhong was even more astonished. Seeing him just standing there dumbfounded, Bai Ji had to turn back and call out, "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and come in." The guard asked who Long Zhong was. Bai Ji replied that he was a wandering fortune teller. Bai Ji prepared a lavish feast for Long Zhong, which made him extremely happy. It seemed he couldn't refuse the fine food offered by the demon Bai Ji. Long Zhong chuckled. Besides, the young master already said he's not a demon. The manor master came looking for Chief Steward Jiang, asking if Bai Ji was in the inner court, only to learn that Bai Ji was with a guest. The manor master was very surprised. His son had a friend now. After eating his fill, Long Zhong began his speech. Indeed, after the storm comes the calm. To be guided by heavenly secrets and meet the manor master is truly my honor. He introduced himself as someone who traveled everywhere seeking the truth of the Tao. The Manor Master also responded enthusiastically. I am Bai Min Kim. It's a pleasure to meet you. Then he looked towards Bai Ji, wanted to call him out for a private talk. The Manor Master asked him what had happened between the Nam Kung family and the beggar's sect elder. It was nothing major. After the incident with that disrespectful person, I just refused his proposal. Could it be that this was a bit disrespectful to make fathers so concerned? The Manor Master said that wasn't it, but if there was nothing special, then it was fine. Long Zhang, eavesdropping outside, heard this. Wasn't the beggar's sect elder Zhu of the Trui Quang Kai in the Martial Arts Alliance? Bai Ji asked if his father had sought him out just for this. Only then did he remember that he wanted him to go on this escort mission. This escort mission was related to the Wudong sect. Long Zhang, hiding there, overheard countless stories. Bai Ji disagreed with this proposal. Why me? Besides me, there are many others who can go. Why does it have to be me? The Manor Master paid no mind and changed the subject. Just consider this trip as gaining some worldly experience. Bai Ji didn't want to go. He might have considered it for another sect, but not the Wudong sect. However, when he received his father's bullet-like glare, Bai Ji could only say yes, unable to refuse. Long Zhang then peeked his head out and asked cheerfully, "Is it an escort mission to the Wudong sect?" Seeing Long Zhang's excited face, Bai Ji was furious. Long Zhang smiled fearfully at him. "I'm still traumatized. Young master, please don't look at me like that." In short, Long Zhang wanted to go on the escort mission with Bai Ji. Hearing this, he was very curious, not understanding why. The two of them sat on a carriage from Tianxia Manor for the escort mission to the Wudong sect. There were several carriages, but they weren't sitting inside the compartment, but on the roof. Oh well, sitting outside to enjoy the breeze and clear his head was also good. The Wudong sect was highly revered in Taoist circles. Every Taoist priest wanted to go there, and the opportunity didn't come often. Long Zhang was a Taoist priest, so he was very excited about this. As for Bai Ji, he wondered what was so great about that den of Taoist priests. Long Zhang said that people even compared the Wudong sect to a paradise on earth, full of true masters on the verge of attaining immortality. Bai Ji said contemptuously, "Paradise on earth, my foot." This was the very reason he loathed this escort mission. He recalled the old days when those Taoist priests had scornfully said to him, the leader of the Fox clan from the demon realm, coming to the celestial realm to do such dirty work. Why hold cleaning tools? Wouldn't it be faster to use your tail to wipe? That was during the time he was abiding by his pact with the Tathagata, trying to accumulate merit. Just thinking about those deities in the celestial realm made him furious. Meanwhile, Long Zhang was overjoyed to finally be going to the Wudong sect. Bai Ji warned, "Shut up or I'll kick you off." The convoy had gone deep into the forest. Moving continuously for several hours, Long Zhang unknowingly fell asleep. His sleeping face looked so annoying. However, Bai Ji had to admit this kid was actually quite interesting. By now, he had probably completely forgotten about the talismans. He suddenly realized there was a group of bandits in the forest preparing to ambush them, and shouted from the back of the carriage, "There are people in the forest ahead watching our convoy." At first, there were only 3 or 4, so he didn't pay much attention, but now the number had increased to 25. The escort leader sighed after hearing this. They're from one of the 17 fortresses of the Greenwood, the A Su fortress. Our Tianxia Manor has already paid the passage fee, so they'll just watch for a while and then turn back. Bai Ji doesn't need to worry too much. Unexpectedly, he asked doubtfully, "Is that so? Are you sure?" Just then, a man carrying an axe blocked their carriage. The carriage stopped. The escort leader told Bai Ji to wait a moment, then got off the carriage himself to ask the man in front if he was a hero from the A Su fortress, and introduced himself as being from Tianxia Manor, stating they had paid the passage fee and hoped he would let them pass. The other man just smiled, then swung his axe down. "Too bad, the passage fee has gone up." The escort leader was shocked. "What? The passage fee has gone up?" The other man laughed sinisterly, after which his accomplices also appeared, surrounding the group from Tianxia Manor. The escort leader remained calm as he responded, "We heard absolutely nothing about the passage fee increasing." The other man sneered, "Don't you know how to be flexible?" He knew well that the manor master of Tianxia Manor was very generous and had prepared plenty of money for this escort mission. So now, they just needed a hand over the money. Bai Ji, listening from above, just chuckled. It seems some more fools had come to offer up their lives. Long Zhang had also woken up by now and asked groggily, "Young master, what's happening?" He smirked, Just a bunch of bandits who want to rob Tianxia Manor's money, and they even dare to block our way. How interesting. After hearing the man's proposal, the escort leader said he had to go back and discuss it before giving an answer. He then went to the young manor master to report that he would stay behind to give them the money, so Bai Ji could go on ahead and avoid any delays. Bai Ji cursed him for being crazy. He hated their behavior and was determined to make them pay. The escort leader reminded him that their top priority was the escort mission, and after it was done, they still had to return to Tianxia Manor. Bai Ji jumped to the ground. I know. Give me the amount of money that will satisfy them. I'll handle it. After deducting expenses, there were 150 taels left. He took the money pouch, said he would handle things here, and told the escort leader to lead the convoy ahead. After all, the escort mission was the top priority, and they wouldn't dare harm a young manor master like him. After speaking, he walked towards the men. You're from a Su fortress, right? I have 150 taels in my hand. Hearing 150 taels, the other man was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. As expected of a convoy from Tianxia Manor, completely different from other escort agencies. This amount of money would probably be enough for him to spend for a whole month. Bai Ji demanded that they clear the way first to let their escort carriages pass. The other man quickly did as he said. The escort leader led the group away, leaving him alone with the unscrupulous bandits. Long Zhang sat on the carriage, looking back at him worriedly. Now that he had let them go, the man demanded that Bai Ji hand over what was in his hand. What are you waiting for? Give it to me. They also started discussing how many jugs of wine 150 taels could buy. Bai Ji hefted the money pouch in his hand, then looked at them. This money, I'm sure you wouldn't dare to take it. Seeing that Bai Ji had no intention of handing over the money, they were not at all afraid. The man threatened. Then I'm afraid things will be difficult if you don't keep your word. In the future, your Tianxia Manor can forget about passing through this road again. Your escort missions will face many obstacles, and the money you lose will be 100,000 times more than this. I'm not kidding. So, hurry up and give me the money. Isn't it heavy to hold? This guy had a pretty sharp tongue. He almost convinced Bai Ji to hand over the money. But the reason he didn't was simple. It's human nature to take a mile when given an inch, and doing so would be inviting trouble. Therefore, the Su fortress people didn't need to worry. He would deliver this money directly to their fortress master. After talking for so long, the Tianxia Manor carriages must have gone far. He would take back all the passage fees they had collected with interest. The other man, still oblivious to the danger, thought he was just a fearless brat. He feigned regret, saying the fortress master was busy with business abroad, and asked if Bai Ji wanted to stay at the mountain fortress and wait for a few days. He even consoled him, "Don't worry, I'm not the type to lie. When the fortress master finishes his business and returns, I will give it to him." Hearing he had to wait a few days, that wouldn't do. He couldn't waste time here. Bai Ji looked at the money pouch in his hand and said with feigned regret, "Then what should be done? I really want to give you this money, but none of you can handle more than 5 taels." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ji took out a coin, held it in his hand, and threw it at the other man, knocking his axe away, and the coin embedded itself straight into the axe blade. One could see that the force just now was indescribably powerful. If that coin had hit flesh, the consequence would surely have been torn skin and ripped flesh. Bai Ji feigned ignorance. "Oh dear, it seems I delivered it to the wrong place." He took another coin from the pouch. "This time, I'll definitely give it to you carefully." Having said that, he sent that coin flying straight towards the man, piercing through his ear. The other man's ear was sliced in half, and fresh blood spurted out. He clutched his ear in pain. "Really? Why didn't you catch it?" They all rushed forward at once, intending to surround and attack Bai Ji. In his hand, he already held several more coins. Seeing this, they suddenly stopped in fear. "Why so cowardly? Hurry up and come get your money." The other man looked at the blood on his hand in endless pain. The coins he threw were like throwing knives, able to pierce even an iron axe. What kind of monster was this? Knowing they couldn't win, they resorted to running away. They didn't forget to leave a threat. "You just wait. There will come a time when you'll regret this." How boring. I hadn't even done anything yet, and they've all run off. Long Zhang came forward to pick up the bloodstained coin and ran towards him. Why is this kid here? Always running around everywhere, as if he'd die if he sat still for a moment. Long Zhang curiously asked what this bloodstained coin was, worried if Bai Ji was hurt. It was good that Bai Ji wasn't injured. He then curiously asked where those people had gone. No matter how hard life gets, one cannot be so despicable. Look at what Long Zhang is saying. How can someone who throws a pile of killing talismans at others say such words? In this world, there are countless people who deserve to die. Bai Ji turned and walked into the forest. He wanted to meet the fortress master of a Su fortress. Those bandits ran into the forest, groaning in pain from the wounds on their ears. One of them blamed the leader, saying he had advised him before, but he wouldn't listen. Damn it, why didn't you stop him then? Now that something has happened, you're here running your mouth. You were so decisive when it was time to act. They were worried that if the fortress master heard about this, they would be done for. They didn't notice Bai Ji standing behind them, eavesdropping. Long Zhang believed that whether accidental or intentional, death always brings sorrow, so unnecessary casualties should be avoided. He asked the kid if he understood why a nest of snakes often dies in a fire. It's not because of their body structure, but because of their minds. Therefore, he hoped that Fortress Master was a reasonable person who could be reasoned with. It wasn't until dusk that those men returned to their mountain fortress. The guards asked curiously. They had gone out in a large group early in the morning. So why were they returning empty-handed now and with injured ears? Bai Ji had followed them all the way to their den in the forest. It seemed that even though they lived together, their relationships weren't very harmonious. Bai Ji walked straight towards them. At first, the guards thought he was just a stroller. But in this deep forest and remote mountains, who would come for a stroll? Could he be lost? They pointed their swords at him and asked, "Hey kid, where are you from?" Bai Ji confidently said that he came to get something and asked if their fortress master was in. The two men immediately put their swords to his neck, shouting, "The fortress master of our Su fortress owes something to a kid like you? How dare you spout nonsense? Believe it or not, I'll cut your tongue out. How interesting. Seeing you like this, I'm actually getting more interested." With just a slight movement, the two men spurted fresh blood and died on the spot. Inside the fortress, the bonfire was blazing and the fortress master sat alone. He felt it was too noisy outside, as if his subordinates were drinking and making merry. A man came to report that a kid claiming to be from Tianxia Manor had come to see the fortress master. As soon as he heard Tianxia Manor, the fortress master led his men out to meet him. Bai Ji was surrounded by this aggressive crowd, but there was not a trace of fear on his face. The fortress master heard that someone had blocked Tianxia Manor's escort convoy and even declared an increase in the toll fee. So he asked him if he had any proof. Because in these deep forests and remote mountains, there were many hooligans who played the victim after committing a crime. Bai Ji pointed out that the leader was a guy who looked like a toad, carried an axe, and his name seemed to be Huang Gong. At this moment, Huang Gong was hiding in a corner, chanting Buddhist prayers and trembling with fear. Bai Ji continued, "I injured one of his ears and also left a coin on his axe. Just call him out to confirm, and you'll know if I'm telling the truth or not." The fortress master became furious and ordered the bastard Huang Gong to be dragged out for him to deal with. When he appeared, his left hand was injured. There was no coin on the axe, but there was an indentation that perfectly matched the size of a coin. It was unclear if the coin had been removed. The fortress master looked at him and asked, "Huang Gong, do you have anything to say for yourself?" The guy was trembling with fear and said, "I was just joking with him a little." Before he could finish, the fortress master had already swung the handle of his axe, smashing it into his face. The guy immediately flew out like a broken kite and was beaten to death on the spot. The fortress master then threw his axe to the ground, turned to Bai Ji and asked, "You are Bai Ji?" He also introduced himself as Feng Jia, the master of a Su fortress. Feng Jia promised to find all those involved in this incident, chop off their hands and feet, and send them to him. Would that be enough to show his sincere apology? What would I do with those disgusting severed limbs? The fortress master asked curiously, "Then what do you want?" The cause of this matter was money, so naturally, it should be resolved with money. It will be enough if a Su fortress no longer collects any toll fees from Tianxia Manor. That's not all. You must return all the money that a Su fortress has collected from Tianxia Manor. After hearing his proposal, the men of a Su fortress all laughed at him for talking nonsense. They thought Bai Ji didn't know that it was because a Su fortress helped fend off other robbers that they could travel safely, and now he was turning against them. Fortress Master Feng Jia laughed loudly, criticizing Bai Ji for being unreasonable. Paying tolls when crossing mountains and forests has been the rule of the martial world since ancient times. The most the fortress master could do was to exempt Tianxia Manor from the toll for 3 months, which was sincere enough. This matter should end here. Bai Ji had better go down the mountain before dark. He found it amusing. Was he looking down on their Tianxia manor? Just a bunch of robbers. What's with the pretense of nobility? If this proposal was made by the Martial Arts Alliance leader, would Feng Jia still be able to calmly say this is the rule of the martial world? The #1 Martial Arts Alliance leader in the world? But Bai Ji is not him. It seems their Su fortress is too arrogant. Must the Alliance leader come in person to satisfy them? Feng Jia frowned, angered by Bai Ji's attitude and behavior. Outside a Su fortress, Long Zhang was also sitting and chanting Buddhist prayers, praying for the safety of his brother Bai Ji inside. May that powerful energy not let anyone escape the boundary of life and death, as urgent as an imperial order. Bless everyone to be safe and sound. Inside a Su fortress, the sound of crashing echoed to the heavens. Despite Long Zhang's earnest pleas, could the outcome still not be changed? No, Long Zhang had to stop him. He ran while shouting loudly, "You damn monster! Are you planning to slaughter them until not a single one is left?" Inside, Fortress Master Feng Jia was being beaten to a pulp by a little devil like Bai Ji. He thought he was so formidable, acting so arrogant. What a disgrace. Feng Jia couldn't believe that a little devil like Bai Ji possessed such terrifying martial arts. He easily left Feng Jia gasping for breath on the ground. Bai Ji had also taken care of the rest of the people. Now it was time for him to make some money. As he was rejoicing, a shout came from behind him. Long Zhang was horrified to see the bandits lying motionless on the ground. Bai Ji knew Long Zhang was afraid he had killed everyone, so he comforted him. These snakes may be a bit stupid, but after the fire, they were lucky to encounter rain, so a few survived. They're the same, just temporarily unconscious. No need to worry. Of course, when they wake up, their whole bodies will be sore. Needless to say, Long Zhang was overjoyed to know that those people were not dead. Indeed, a young hero like Bai Ji is truly a great man of compassion and benevolence. It was nice to hear his praise, but why did it seem like he faintly heard someone cursing him just now? Long Zhang, having been found out, chuckled and quickly denied it, saying there was no such thing. With the matter here settled, the two of them left and went into a Su fortress to search until dark. He asked Long Zhang if he had found anything. But these people seemed not to know the meaning of the word frugal. The beggars from the beggars sect were probably richer than them. It seems they spent all their money on food and drink, perhaps not even buying furniture or clothes. There was probably nothing to be found, even if they kept searching. Long Zhang felt they should go outside, lest they waste more time. Bai Ji scanned the area one more time. Was there really nothing? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Long Zhang also asked him if he was okay, but after calling his name several times, he didn't answer. There seemed to be something under the floor. Bai Ji punched the floor hard, and after flipping over the earth and stones, he discovered something. It was a chest hidden under the floor, hidden very carefully. Long Zhang curiously asked how he knew there was a chest here. Although Bai Ji didn't know there was a chest here, he could sense its aura. Long Zhang thought he was joking. There was even a talisman on the chest to prevent its aura from escaping. So how could Bai Ji have sensed it? This discovery made Bai Ji extremely happy. There must be some precious treasure inside. He lifted it to open it, only to find it was very light, as if there was nothing inside. Long Zhang was curious about what was in the chest. Even someone with his superhuman intuition couldn't sense the chest because of the sealing talisman on it. Yet Bai Ji could. The chest slowly opened, accompanied by Long Zhang's gasp of astonishment. Inside was a pill that exuded a dense, immortal aura. All the fatigue accumulated from climbing the mountain seemed to vanish completely due to the energy it emitted. Long Zhang reached out, wanting to take the pill for a closer look. Bai Ji pulled it back, not letting the kid see it. Long Zhang promised he wouldn't swallow it. He just wanted a closer look. Why was he so stingy? Bai Ji considered this pill as compensation for them collecting tolls for so long. So it was the property of Tianxia Manor, and no one was allowed to touch it casually. Whoever dared to touch it, he would chop off their hand. Long Zhang didn't ask anymore, just curious about how they would get back to the escort convoy now. The sun had set, and the men and horses of Tianxia Manor had probably already stopped to rest. But even so, it would be very difficult to catch up. Faced with Long Zhang's anxiety, Bai Ji told him that they only needed half a shurchen to catch up. If he weren't carrying this kid Long Zhang, he would have been there in a flash. But on second thought, that would be too selfish. As soon as he finished speaking, he scooped Long Zhang up with one arm, tucked him under his armpit, and started walking. Long Zhang asked in panic, "What are you going to do?" Bai Ji reminded him, "If you don't want to roll around like a log, hold on to me tightly." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ji used his ankle as a pivot and used the force to leap up, soaring into the sky at extreme speed. He rushed straight towards a cliff, which seemed like a dead end, scaring Long Zhang half to death. This cliff, you just have to jump straight across. Bai Ji executed his Qin Gong, gliding through the night like a drifting cloud. While Long Zhang was so scared he screamed his head off, his tears soaking his lapel, yet he was still in the mood to praise how beautiful the starry sky was here. When they reunited with the Tianxia Manor escort convoy, it was almost dawn and the morning mist was thick. The escort leader called him Young Manor Master. He immediately woke up and kicked the head of Long Zhang, who was dozing off beside him. The child rubbed his head and asked drowsily, "What is it?" Bai Ji told him to look ahead quickly. Long Zhang looked at the scene before him, stunned in amazement. The towering mountains were majestic, and the mountain ahead was Mount Wudong. They had finally arrived. Long Zhang jumped up and cheered with joy. This kid was at it again, so noisy that he felt annoyed enough to curse. The people of the Wudong sect were inspecting the goods from the long-distance escort convoys, and the goods with nothing unusual were allowed to pass. A young disciple of the Wudong sect was reporting to his martial uncle that all the items had arrived safely. His martial uncle was facing Bai Ji with a stern expression, his face unhappy. But Bai Ji was not to be outdone either. The two were evenly matched. Bai Ji asked him what he had just said, as he hadn't heard clearly. "This is the territory of the Wudong sect. If you want to go up the mountain, you must surrender all your weapons." He meant that he wanted Bai Ji to unequip his sword. He provoked, "What if I insist on bringing it with me?" The other person remained firm. Anyone carrying a weapon is not allowed up the mountain. Although a sword is a swordsman's personal item, if there is a problem with the swordsman, then that sword will become another problem. Seeing the two arguing, Long Zhang pleaded with Bai Ji to cooperate a little. He also frowned, gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and handed his sword to the Wudong sect members, not forgetting to threaten, "If there's a single scratch on it, I'll burn down the entire Mount Wudong." His threat and ugly expression scared the Wudong disciples into constant agreement. After handing over the sword, he turned to that annoying martial uncle and asked, "Is this good enough?" Removing weapons is not for the safety of the Wudong sect, but to show respect for the great senior who created Tai Chi for those who use fists and feet. Their hands and feet are their weapons. Did he want them to chop off their hands and feet before allowing them up the mountain? Would that be considered sincere enough? The other person was so angry he couldn't stand it. "Look what that brat is saying." Bai Ji, of course, wouldn't back down either. "What, you have a problem with it?" The man turned and walked away, instructing a disciple to lead the guests to Bushan. Long Zhang could only shake his head at Bai Ji's way of handling things. Jiejian is just the place where Wudong sect disciples receive their Taoist names and begin their cultivation. This place is managed in rotation by 3 generations of Wudong disciples. Today, it was Martial Uncle Ming just turn on duty. This person has always been strict, not only with others, but also with himself. Therefore, they hoped he could be understanding of the eccentric old man Mingzhe from just now. Long Zhang said cheerfully, "Of course, we must be understanding. We can understand. Only that brat is understanding." Bai Ji, walking behind, was holding a deadly grudge. Mingzhe looked very young, but his strength was immense. He was a genius in swordsmanship, having mastered 70% of the Tai Chi sword technique. It could be said that he was the pride of the Wudong sect, mastering 70% of the Tai Chi sword technique. These were words Mr. Nam Kung had once told him. Wudong was known as the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper, and along with the Shaolin Temple, they were the 2 major forces of the orthodox martial arts world. And yet, the pride of Wudong was the ridiculous and eccentric Taoist Mingzhe from a moment ago. That arrogant air probably came from this. Bai Ji walked on, silently thinking about him, while Long Zhang felt overjoyed time and again. He finally got to see Mount Wudong with his own eyes. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. The senior disciple of Wudong's Zhenwu Palace, Zhang Er, came to welcome them. He was different from that eccentric Mingzhe, very enthusiastically asking if they had encountered any trouble on their escort journey. Seeing Bai Ji just standing there with a sour face, not even greeting him, the escort leader behind him whispered a reminder, "Young Manor Master, that is a venerable elder of the Wulin Alliance. The escort leader also hadn't expected to meet such a great figure here. He introduced himself with a cold attitude, which greatly displeased Mingzhe, who was standing beside them. So it was the young master of Tianxia Manor. When he met Mingzhe earlier, he only said he was from Tianxia Manor to hide his identity. He hated people like Baiji the most, who were merely lucky to be born into a prestigious family. Zhang Er was very pleased that the young manor master himself had participated in this escort mission. It was truly an honor for their Wudong. He asked about the health of Baiji's father, Manor Master Bai, saying they hadn't met in a long time and wanted to chat a bit. He also regretted not being able to attend Nam Kung's funeral, missing the chance to meet Manor Master Bai. Zhang Er had also heard that he had recovered from his illness and even learned martial arts from that bereaved Nam Kung person. In a flash, 3 or 4 years had passed. He talked too much, giving Baiji a headache, so he changed the subject. I have traveled a long way and am a bit tired. He suggested bluntly, so I really want to go rest now. But if we keep talking endlessly like this, I don't know when I'll get to rest. Baiji's rude attitude angered Mingzhe, who pointed at Baiji and shouted, "Martial uncle hasn't finished speaking. How dare you interrupt?" I said it because it was annoying to listen to. So what? Zhang Er stopped Mingzhe, telling him not to be like that. However, Mingzhe couldn't accept it. Why should his martial uncle have to endure Baiji's rude words and attitude? Martial uncle Zhang Er was not at all annoyed with Baiji. On the contrary, he found it very interesting. If you're tired, you say you're tired. What's the big deal? The disrespectful one here is you, Mingzhe. Zhang Er's scolding left him speechless, his anger flaring. After a long journey, Baiji must be very tired. Zhang Er was a little cheerful, talking a bit too much. Then, he instructed Mingzhe to quickly prepare food to treat the guests. Mingzhe bowed respectfully, obeying his instructions. He was also thinking, was he being too sensitive or was he provoked by that cunning brat Baiji? As Baiji walked past Mingzhe, he didn't forget to stick out his tongue to provoke him once more, driving him mad with anger. A moment later, at the dining table, Long Zhang said while eating, "This is so embarrassing." He blamed Baiji that no matter how much he hated Wudong, he shouldn't have been so confrontational. The manor master had also instructed him before, saying that sending him here was to gain social experience. Moreover, the martial arts world has always valued gratitude and obligation. If Baiji kept up that uncooperative attitude, hearing this brat ramble on, he got so angry that he threw 2 pairs of chopsticks straight out, piercing through the table, scaring the brat half to death. Long Zhang immediately shrank back, shutting his mouth and not daring to make another peep. He secretly glanced at Baiji, stammering as he tried to explain, but Baiji paid him no mind. Baiji couldn't accept that the meal prepared for guests was so plain. At the very least, there should be fish. If there's no meat, there should at least be fish. Wudong Taoists have always been vegetarian, so it was normal for meals to be meatless. He felt that this Wudong group was too cruel. Even goats would run to this extent, let alone people. On the first night at Mount Wudong, Baiji lay in his room, sighing with boredom. Suddenly, he felt uncomfortable because a Taoist residence was filled with a Taoist aura, making a genuine demon like him feel uneasy. It was also quite funny. He had already taken human form, yet he was still uncomfortable with this Taoist aura. Suddenly, he felt that Long Zhang's Taoist aura in the next room seemed to have disappeared. Baiji went to the next room to check, and sure enough, there was no sign of him. He had run off somewhere without saying a word to him. Long Zhang went to see the sect leader. He said if he had known earlier that he was the sect leader, he would have come sooner. If not for this matter, Long Zhang would not have come to see him. After all, this wasn't an inn where one could come and go as they pleased. How could a wandering Taoist like him enter and exit so casually? The sect leader also agreed if there wasn't something special, Long Zhang probably wouldn't have come. He asked if Long Zhang's master was well recently. Having to endure his master's temper, Long Zhang must have had a hard time. Just thinking about it made him feel tired all over. The sect leader felt the same way. Every time he spoke with Long Zhang's master, he would fly into a rage. It seemed he had also suffered quite a bit. The two walked and chatted happily in the night. Baiji followed Long Zhang's Taoist aura outside. He could sense the brat's aura. Where on earth was Long Zhang? He wandered around bored, sighing. As he passed a giant statue holding a long sword, he suddenly realized something and quickly approached to observe the statue. Unexpectedly, Baiji could see the face of Lu Dongbin here. Back in the demon realm, Lu Dongbin had once scolded him for being a devious fox with a wicked heart, the source of all demons, yet not daring to answer his call, thinking he only knew how to hide for 15 years. That was because he was busy accumulating merit. He had no time to play cat and mouse with a mortal like Lu Dongbin. Lu Dongbin drew his sword and attacked him, a mere demon like Bai Ji, daring to insult a deity like him. Facing his attack, Bai Ji easily blocked it with just one hand. He had already said he was busy accumulating merit and had no time to see blood. If you have a problem, use your words. If he wanted to, he would have beaten him to death long ago. The two sat down to talk. Lu Dongbin smiled and asked him, "Are you planning to make up for the consequences you caused in the past?" Bai Ji admitted that was right. Atoning for past mistakes was also a way to accumulate merit. Lu Dongbin handed him a book. This was something he had almost buried with its owner. It contained the entire essence of Tai Chi compiled by Zhang Sanfeng. That name sounded very familiar. Wasn't that the Zhang Sanfeng whose neck Bai Ji had twisted and sent to the underworld? Thinking of this, he fell silent for a moment. Lu Dongbin wanted him to take this book back to where it belonged. Seeing the statue of Lu Dongbin here, Bai Ji sighed. This was what he needed to do. While he was staring blankly at the statue of Lu Dongbin, someone called him, "Young hero Bai Ji." Turning around, he saw Long Zhang and the sect leader walking towards him. Long Zhang thought Bai Ji also couldn't sleep because he was reluctant to leave this place. That sect leader also came to greet him. "You must be the young master of Tianxia Manor who has recently become famous in the martial world, right?" It turned out the world was rumored that Bai Ji was the one who had made those three subordinates lose all face at the Nam Kung family's funeral. He really wished he could have witnessed it himself at that time. What a pity. Long Zhang also quietly introduced him. That person was perfected Master Yang Lu, the sect leader of the Wudong sect, and also a very close friend of Long Zhang's master. Hearing the brat introduce the identity of the old man in front, he also told him his name. He didn't want to be famous for the Nam Kung family's affair. Perfected Master Yang Lu believed that although the world is vast, the places where people live are ultimately small. He took the liberty of asking him a question. From a distance, he saw Bai Ji staring intently at the statue of Lu Dongbin with a fearsome expression. So Yang Lu was very curious why he was staring so intently. Bai Ji sighed and replied, "Nothing special. I was just looking at him to imagine what Lu Dongbin was like." Yang Lu was astonished upon hearing this and asked again, "You know of Lu Dongbin too?" He believed that for punishing evil, eliminating all demons in the world, a person who did good deeds and accumulated merit like Lu Dongbin was made into a statue. He knew this very well. He even knew that his character was very despicable. Long Zhang reminded him, "Young hero, how can you say such a thing?" He quickly turned to Yang Lu to explain. "Perfected master." The young manor master's words just now were a bit rude. He just meant to say that Lu Dongbin was indeed a very valiant person. It was just a slip of the tongue. Sect leader Yang Lu was not angry at all, but instead laughed out loud. He was curious how Bai Ji knew so much. Because of Lu Dongbin's straightforward personality, many anecdotes had appeared, but in the Taoist classics, these anecdotes rarely appeared. Therefore, most of those who claimed to have a deep understanding of Taoism tended to speak superficially, without extensive knowledge. For the young manor master to be able to point this out so accurately, it seems he is not only proficient in martial arts, but also has a deep understanding of literary classics. He didn't know what the history books recorded, but he was sure the history books didn't understand Lu Dongbin as well as he did. Yang Lu cheerfully suggested to him, "The scenery of Mount Wudong is magnificent, and the night view is no less impressive. If possible, he would like to enjoy the night view with him and chat for a while." Hearing this suggestion, he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. Two young disciples of the Wudong sect were wandering outside to go down the mountain and were caught by Yang Lu. He scolded them for not sleeping at this hour and wandering outside. The two children bowed their heads and explained that they were on their way home after making an offering to the demon immortal. The demon immortal also sleeps at night, and it was time for them to go to bed. After being scolded a few words by the sect leader, the two boys obediently agreed and ran back to their rooms. Long Zhang was curious about the demon immortal they had just mentioned. Yang Lu asked them if they believed that on Mount Wudong, there was a shrine built specifically for a demon. Long Zhang thought he had misheard. A shrine for a demon in the heart of Mount Wudong? Seeing Long Zhang's stunned and astonished expression, it was clear he couldn't believe it. Only Bai Ji felt that this was not hard to believe. Long Zhang was a Taoist from the Daolin sect. He seemed to have heard this name before. In an era when the boundary between the human and demon worlds was very vague, Daolin was a sect led by mages who specialized in exorcising demons. The Daolin sect still exists today, although demons have almost ceased to appear. The principle of the Daolin sect is that no one knows when demons will reappear. It wasn't wrong, but in any case, building a shrine for a demon was unimaginable compared to the principles of the Daolin sect. Long Zhang held firm to his view, believing that demons were extremely evil beings that must be destroyed. Wasn't the Wudong sect the leading sect in protecting common people from demons? How could the Wudong sect do something as incomprehensible as worshipping a demon? Yang Lu explained that it was because that demon was different from other demons. Long Zhang remained adamant, arguing that even if it was different, a demon was still a demon. Occasionally, there are some demons who are close to humans and do not harm them. The Wudong Taoist who led the fight against that demon even built and worshipped a shrine for it. Who was that demon? He was truly curious. They followed him to the Hall of the Demon Immortal. Inside was a painting of a fox demon. Bai Ji froze when he saw it. Wasn't this him? According to perfected Master Yang Lu, Zhang Sanfeng had left a treasure for the descendants of the Wudong sect, a secret manual containing the entire essence of Tai Chi, but ever since perfected Master Zhang Sanfeng suddenly disappeared, that secret manual also vanished. At that time, the predecessors of the Wudong sect were deeply grieved and had no choice but to continue fighting through the chaotic years. But in their most desperate moment, it was this worshipped demon who found the stolen martial arts manual. Hearing this, he silently cursed Lu Dongbin as a bastard in his heart. It turned out he had been tricked into becoming the demon they revered. According to him, the demon only called itself a fox. After passing on the manual, the demon left. The predecessors of the Wudong sect didn't even have a chance to express their gratitude. That benefactor had given them the treasure that helped the Wudong sect survive to this day. The Wudong sect built this shrine to express their gratitude. From then on, the Wudong sect forbade eating meat and began practicing vegetarianism, all to show respect for this demon immortal. After hearing this, Bai Ji was furious inside. These fools, they turned him into an object of their worship, and even became vegetarians to worship him. It was unbelievable. Long Zhang was lost in thought. He had once thought that all demons were evil and had to be destroyed because they brought disaster to humans. If a benevolent demon had helped Wudong continue its lineage, then Long Zhang now understood. This was truly a beautiful tale. Long Zhang turned to ask Bai Ji if he thought so too. Beautiful? What's so beautiful about it? It's all a fabrication. If I remember correctly, at that time, I brought the manual to the Wudong sect. The Taoist aura there was terrifying. At that time, I brought Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts manual to the human world, went up Mount Wudong, and explained my purpose to the Taoists. When I arrived, I only saw a young boy sweeping the courtyard. I walked in and called out to him. The sweeping boy turned around, startled. Bai Ji, his body full of demonic energy, slowly approached. That kid turned his head to look, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Although Bai Ji was smiling at the time, in the boy's eyes, his appearance was no different from a ghost or demon, and children are especially afraid of these things. He walked in and handed the manual to the boy, but the boy screamed in terror. Demon, there's a demon. He was clearly being kind enough to return the manual. Yet those Wudong Taoists gradually surrounded him, wanting to kill him. Who knows what that kid had said? Despite their attacks, he had no mind to fight back, as he was busy accumulating merit. He curled his tails to protect himself, lying still without moving. Since he couldn't reason with them, he decided to wait until they were exhausted. Who knows what they had eaten, but these people didn't seem to get tired at all. Although he was accumulating merit as the Demon King, he couldn't just endure it forever. Perhaps just returning the martial arts manual to them would be enough. He didn't care about the process. Thinking this, Bai Ji transformed into a fox, roaring and scolding them as a bunch of ignorant mortals, telling them to show some respect, or I will tear you to shreds and eat you alive. At that moment, Bai Ji thought that just scaring them a little would make them listen obediently. Unexpectedly, they were unusually stubborn, even telling each other that they would not retreat, even in death, and must face the battle bravely. They charged forward to attack, even more frantically. In short, if he remembered correctly, the events of that day were not a beautiful scene at all. Of course, as the Tathagata had said, killing innocent people does not count as accumulating merit. I really tried not to, so that no one would die. Perhaps the sect leader at that time understood Bai Ji's effort not to kill, or perhaps he was worried that if it continued, all the Taoists would be wiped out. Therefore, when the number of people he had knocked down reached 200, the sect leader began to approach and ask him, "What did you come here for?" This meant that the sweeping boy hadn't told him anything. It wasn't until then that the misunderstanding was cleared up and Bai Ji could hand over Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts manual to them. They aggressively charged at him with swords and sabers the moment he arrived. Couldn't they have asked a little sooner? That sect leader thanked him for finding Wudong's treasure and was also curious, asking him why a demon like Bai Ji was so kind to humans. Bai Ji gave him a friendly smile. He should have started remembering from this part. At that time, he told him, "I'm not just a demon, but the #1 fox demon under heaven." He was just spouting nonsense to tease them. But it resulted in him becoming the demon immortal, and they even built an ancestral hall for him, with incense burning in worship. It was all Lu Dongbin's fault. He was the one who took Zhang Sanfeng's manual. Oh well, it all started because of him anyway. Perhaps it was because of that girl's death that he acted this way. The sect leader then suddenly smiled and continued. In any case, this Hall of the Demon Immortal is a place the Wudong disciples particularly like to visit. I'm gonna stop them. Long Zhang suddenly remembered something and turned to ask him if he had brought that thing. Yang Lu's knowledge was so profound, perhaps he would know its origin. Yang Lu asked curiously, "What pill?" He took it out to show the master. Upon seeing it, he stammered, "No, this is it." It seemed he recognized this pill. This is the Tai Ching pill, their Wudong's treasure. It was stolen a few months ago, causing a great commotion. This was indeed the treasured Tai Ching pill of Wudong. Yang Lu was curious as to why the two of them had this. Bai Ji's face fell, too lazy to speak. In the evening, Mingzhe also brought offerings to the Hall of the Demon Immortal. Because he prayed sincerely, the Demon Immortal appeared in his dream. Some people, thanks to its guidance on the nature of nothingness, achieved great accomplishments. Recently, his martial arts had been stagnating. He wondered if by diligently making offerings at the Hall of the Demon Immortal, he could continue to break through as before. If things could get better, he would just believe in it for now. Mingzhe would never have guessed that the one he was worshipping was the very person he hated to the bone. Before the ancestral hall, Mingzhe said respectfully, "Lord Demon Immortal." Suddenly, he heard voices and laughter from inside and curiously moved closer. It turned out that inside, Bai Ji and Long Zhang were telling the story of a Suo fortress and the treasured pill. When Yang Lu learned that Bai Ji had taught the people of a Suo fortress a lesson and taken this Tai Ching pill as compensation for a toll, he found it extremely interesting. This was another extraordinary and remarkable story. Long Zhang said to him, "Since the Tai Ching pill was originally a treasure of Wudong, shouldn't they return it to Wudong?" Hearing this, he was very angry. "Do we have to do that?" Long Zhang crossed his arms and said, "Doing so is in accordance with the rules of the martial world. The Tai Ching pill was not a gift, but was stolen." This Long Zhang was really trying to drive him crazy. Yang Lu seemed to see through his thoughts. If Bai Ji doesn't want to, it's fine not to return it. After all, our Wudong sect had already given up on it and has grown accustomed to not having this treasure. But of course, if he returns it, Bai Ji's kindness and righteous act today will become another beautiful tale passed down to the descendants of Wudong, those who will lead Wudong's future. Bai Ji was also experiencing the feeling of being thanked by others, and he really didn't like this feeling. So, don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this because I don't want to return it. I just don't want to leave another famous name behind. After saying that, he directly put the Tai Ching pill into his mouth, intending to swallow it. Mingzhe, eavesdropping outside, couldn't understand why the fortress master of a Suo fortress, a top master in the martial world, would lose to a brat like the young master of Tianxia Manor, and even lose the Tai Ching pill. Mingzhe thought that Bai Ji must have used some despicable trick to steal it, and was now showing off to others to elevate himself. Before Bai Ji could swallow the pill, it was snatched away by the old man Yang Lu. His mouth said he had given up, but his hands were not honest at all. "I should have swallowed it as soon as I found it at a Suo fortress. It's all that chatterbox Long Zhang's fault." But he wondered if Zhang Sanfeng had placed some curse on him before he died. Strangely, every time he came to this Mount Wudong, he ended up giving them something. Bai Ji noticed a sealed cave here. Wasn't this the place where he had vigorously defeated them all those years ago? To be more precise, it was where Bai Ji had scared them until they wet their pants. Above the cave entrance hung a sign that read Demon Forbidden Area, and the entrance was also blocked. Bai Ji ignored it. and walked straight inside. Behind that boulder was a space. This meant he was the first person to discover this cave. Suddenly, there was a movement from below the cave. Bai Ji sensed the demonic energy below and immediately became excited and jumped straight down. It turned out this was the demonic energy left over from his battle that year. It sealed it here. After several hundred years, the demonic energy was still so intact, making Bai Ji interested enough to touch and feel it. It had been so long since he had this familiar feeling. The next morning, someone brought him shoes and clothes. It was a group of young disciples from the Wudong sect. They solicitously asked him what he needed, if he wanted a drink of water, if the bed was comfortable, if he needed a shoulder massage. So early in the morning, what were these kids up to? Actually, it wasn't that early anymore. Long Zhang appeared and said, "The sun is already high in the sky now." The news that Bai Ji had found and returned the Tai Ching pill had spread throughout Wudong. He was now a hero of Wudong. This news he heard right after waking up astonished him greatly. Long Zhang leaned against the door and said proudly, "This is my doing." It was indeed thanks to him that the pill was snatched back. On his food tray was rabbit meat instead of the usual vegetarian food, specially prepared by Yang Lu. He wasn't one of their Wudong Taoists. Forcing him to eat vegetarian food every day was indeed a bit too much. There were still bloodstains and dust on his robes that hadn't been cleaned off. Could it be that he personally caught and roasted a rabbit for him to eat? On this Wudong mountain, rabbits are also raised and cared for like people, so catching one wasn't difficult at all. This was the first time the disciples had seen Lord Yang Lu smile so happily. This morning, they also smelled the fragrant aroma of roasted rabbit and were wondering who would be so bold as to do such a crazy thing in Wudong. They asked Brother Ming Zhe, was it really the young manor lord of Tianxia Manor who taught the people of Yadawa Stronghold a lesson and retrieved the Tai Ching pill? Ming Zhe remained silent. Yang Lu told him to rest first, and if he wanted some tea, he just had to say the word, and he would bring it right away. After giving his instructions, Yang Lu led his disciples away, not forgetting to chide them for not focusing on their cultivation and following him around. Ming Zhe solemnly escorted perfected one Yang Lu as he and his disciples departed. Only Ming Zhe and he were left. He looked at him with a gaze like daggers, and Bai Ji smiled back at him. He looked displeased. Could it be because of the tantalizing smell of meat that only he got to eat, so his feelings were hurt? Ming Zhe called Bai Ji a thief, completely refusing to acknowledge him. He saw his expression change and asked again, "What did you just say?" Ming Zhe flew in front of him and said, "Do you think I would easily believe your heroic tale? Whoever wants to believe it can, but I don't." He insisted that Bai Ji was the one who stole the Tai Ching pill. The truth is, you stole it. Returning the Tai Ching pill to the sect must be part of some pathetic scheme. Faced with these baseless accusations, Bai Ji sighed and replied, "What a pitiful person. In this beautiful world, how can someone with a twisted mind like you exist?" Ming Zhe demanded that he prove it. A brat like the young manor lord of Tianxia Manor being able to defeat the chief of Yadawa Stronghold is just too absurd. Why did this guy emphasize the words, young manor lord of Tianxia Manor, so much? Because Ming Zhe believed that for someone from a merchant family to accomplish such a heroic deed was simply preposterous. At this moment, Martial Uncle Fong Jiang appeared behind him, scolding, "Ming Zhe, you fool. How dare you speak to the benefactor who returned the Tai Ching pill to our sect like that?" Ming Zhe, who had been arrogantly and seriously questioning him, was immediately so frightened upon seeing his martial uncle that he stammered, unable to speak. The old master introduced himself as Fong Jiang, the hall master of the medicine hall. He respectfully took his hand, thanking the young hero for finding and returning the Tai Ching pill, praising Bai Ji as a great benefactor of the Wudong sect. After praising him, he turned to scold Ming Zhe. "Did I teach you to treat a benefactor like this?" He tried to justify himself, but the old master waved his hand. "So noisy. I heard everything clearly, and you still want to make excuses?" Then he ordered him to immediately bow and apologize to the young manor lord, meaning him. Seeing him being scolded like that, he didn't mind much and spoke a few words in his defense to the martial uncle. "Please, let it go. We were just chatting. There's nothing to apologize for." It seems the Wudong disciple Ming Zhe is very interested in his martial arts, since he defeated the entire Yadawa Stronghold. Not interested, suspicious is more like it. Medicine Hall Master Fong Jiang hoped he wouldn't misunderstand. The Tai Ching pill is a treasure that any martial artist would covet. A great person like Bai Ji here found it and was still willing to return it to us. He turned to Ming Zhe and scolded. Look at him, learn from him, don't be so narrow-minded all the time. As you said, I've eaten my fill now and am full of energy, so I'd like to show Ming Zhe a bit of my martial arts. Both of them were surprised by his proposal. Bai Ji smiled slyly and turned to Ming Zhe. What does this disciple think? He thought to himself, the pride of Wudong, he started it first, so it's fine to teach him a little lesson. As for Ming Zhe, he thought that Bai Ji had walked right into the tiger's den himself. Both of them had the same thought. There was no reason to refuse. On the Wudong disciples' training ground, perfected Wanyang Lu was instructing his young disciples. Seeing Medicine Hall Master Fang Jiang appear, he was also quite surprised. He asked Fang Jiang what brought him here. To watch a good show, of course. Yang Lu was curious what good show he was referring to. Free practice time is now over. Disciples, quickly leave this training ground. This is the showdown between Bai Ji and the head disciple of Wudong, the pride of Wudong, Ming Zhe. Seeing Bai Ji and the other approach, perfected Wanyang Lu couldn't help but be astonished. Ming Zhe stepped forward and, seeing Yang Lu sitting on the platform, was also very surprised. He hadn't expected perfected Wanyang Lu to be here too. He and Bai Ji quickly stepped onto the platform together. The two of them locked eyes. Bai Ji carried a wooden sword, an arrogant look on his face. What now? Should I just use this wooden sword to knock them down one by one? Ming Zhe explained that they cultivate the 8 talents formation, a formation that helps martial artists break through their own limits and become stronger, being the most effective training method compared to others. What Bai Ji needed to do was, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, stand firm within that circle and withstand their wooden sword attacks. Hearing this, Bai Ji immediately remembered this formation. They had used it on him once before. Ming Zhe added, if you step out of the circle, pass out, or give up halfway, the showdown will end. At that point, Bai Ji must admit that he is a thief. After hearing this, he decided to play along. If it's interesting, I'll follow your rules. If not, I'll fight my own way. Ming Zhe turned back and shouted to his subordinates. Did you all hear that? Don't hold back. Attack with all your might. They all obeyed the command of their senior brother, Ming Zhe. Yang Lu sat on the viewing platform, watching with interest as his disciples deployed the 8 talents formation. Fang Jiang was also excited, wondering if the young manor lord could really withstand this formation for the duration of an incense stick. The power of the falling sword formation, even with only 3 martial artists, possessed the combined strength of 5. If 5 martial artists combined their strength, it would have the power of 10 fighters. The 8 talents formation is a sword formation created by 8 people. This was truly a battle that Yang Lu was greatly looking forward to. Ming Zhe held his wooden sword and thought to himself, within this 1 incense stick's time, I will make you, Bai Ji, lose all face in front of Lord Yang Lu. They were focusing all their energy on him. It seemed they were about to attack. Bai Ji was thinking, should I knock them all out in one move, or should I play with them for a while? The first person leaped up from behind him to attack, but he remained calm, thinking about how to make this group lose face. Until that disciple's wooden sword struck him on the head. He still didn't judge or dodge, simply taking the blow in front of everyone, and then fell down. On the viewing platform, Yang Lu and Fang Jiang were both surprised, especially Ming Zhe. Didn't Bai Ji claim to be the one who taught the people of Yatuo Stronghold a lesson? How could such a person not anticipate and dodge an attack from behind? Young Manor Lord Bai Ji of Tianxia Manor is just a fraud. What benefactor, what hero? Only perfected Wanyang Lu realized something, bowing his head and sighing. Oh, this is going to be troublesome. Fang Jiang worriedly scolded the other disciples. You hit him on the back of the neck right at the start? What kind of fighting is this? You are all used to cultivating the 8 talents formation, but this is Bai Ji's first time. Yang Lu remained calm, as he had seen through the situation. The one in trouble right now wasn't Bai Ji. He slowly got up after that last blow, astonishing Ming Zhe. Bai Ji gave a sinister smile. Right now, the ones in trouble were the Wudong disciples. Bai Ji rubbed his head and laughed for a moment, mocking them. I almost lost right from the start, didn't I? Then he turned and praised the previous disciple's attack as truly excellent, saying he really didn't expect it. Ming Zhe couldn't believe it. Being hit on the back of the neck while unguarded, how could he get up immediately? How could Bai Ji have such incredible resilience? Yang Lu once thought that only he could possess that ability, but he never expected Bai Ji could as well. In that brief moment, he had used his protective chi to repel the force of the wooden sword. He acknowledged that Bai Ji's martial arts were profound, but it was also quite amusing. Pretending to be hit, falling down to let the opponent get complacent, then suddenly getting up as if nothing happened. Bai Ji provoked Mingzhe. I'm still inside the circle. Mingzhe cursed angrily, damn it, and signaled for the disciples under him to charge and attack. However, Bai Ji's dodging speed was unimaginably fast. Next, they attacked continuously from 8 different directions, but Bai Ji only needed to turn lightly to dodge them all with ease. Fang Jiang was astonished to see that after being hit on the back of the neck, Bai Ji seemed to have become a different person. Now, as long as Bai Ji didn't stand still, they couldn't hit him. They wanted to create a vertical opening, letting him dodge one sword, then attack him with a horizontal sword. 3 people charged forward to attack at once, making him laugh happily. If they did that, Bai Ji would make their heads part from their necks. Tired of playing with the 4 guys on the ground, he jumped up to liven things up, only to find 4 more guys leaping in to attack from above. That's right, this was the 8 talents formation. There had to be 8 people. Mingzhe thought he couldn't hold on any longer and was overjoyed. In reality, if he couldn't dodge anymore, Bai Ji would have no choice but to strike. Thinking this, he directly drew his sword and swung it lightly, a wave of sword chi sending all the disciples flying, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The few people below looked up, calling for him to come down. Come down then, what's there to be afraid of? As soon as he landed, another swing of the wooden sword sent the disciples stumbling. They couldn't see clearly what had just happened at all. How could this be? How could a wooden sword have such terrifying power? On the viewing platform, Medicine Hall Master Fang Jiang stood up in shock and ass-perfected one Yang Lu beside him. Did you see that? Of course, Yang Lu saw it, so fast that even my eyes couldn't keep up. The young Manor Lord's wooden sword moved like a flash of lightning. It's over. He's still standing in the circle. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. Mingzhe frowned. The other disciples felt like they had been cornered. Senior brother Mingzhe had always said Bai Ji's heroic story was a fabrication, and someone wanted to stop him. But Mingzhe's pride was too great. He believed it wasn't time to be complacent yet. In this battle, if he couldn't seize the initiative, Mingzhe would also become useless. If he couldn't resist, the consequences would be imaginable. Mingzhe said to him, "All right, begin." Bai Ji jokingly teased him. "All right, I wonder when the pride of Wudong will deign to move his feet." This sentence was extremely cutting, causing Mingzhe to angrily swing his sword and charge at him. Bai Ji was going to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Mingzhe hated people like Bai Ji the most, the type who were lucky enough to be born into a wealthy family and lived as if no one else mattered. How could he understand the feelings of someone like him, who came from a poor background and had to constantly strive just to survive? Mingzhe truly wanted to make Bai Ji lose face in front of everyone. But Bai Ji's martial arts were truly too terrifying. Impossible. How could an arrogant person like Bai Ji? The moment the 2 swords crossed, a storm erupted. All that was known was that afterward, the pride of Wudong, senior brother Mingzhe, woke up in his room with his head wrapped in bandages. Seeing their senior brother wake up, they asked him if he was still in pain, if he felt dizzy. Mingzhe looked at his own wound-covered body, wondering how it had come to this. The disciple explained that he ended up this way because he was struck by the young master of Tianxia Manor. Could it be that he didn't remember anything? Mingzhe tried to search his memory. Although he had tried to charge forward and attack at that time, he was easily pushed away by Bai Ji. As for his eyes, in that instant, his terrifying, Yama-like expression had frightened Mingzhe. That was all Mingzhe could remember. He couldn't recall how he had been hit. After witnessing the fight with Bai Ji, the other disciples seemed to no longer respect him, thinking it was normal for him not to remember after being beaten until the world spun. Mingzhe asked if perfected Master Yang Lu had said anything. He said nothing at all. It just left. Mingzhe slowly sat up, intending to get out of bed. The disciple asked him where he was going instead of resting properly. After being humiliated in front of Lord Yang Lu, he couldn't rest peacefully. The disciple just saw it as part of martial arts training. What was there to be ashamed of? Broken bones and fainting were common occurrences. Mingzhe remained silent, thinking for a long time. On Mount Wudong, Yang Lu sat on a large rock, meditating with his eyes closed. He recalled Bai Ji's appearance from the previous day and couldn't help but smile. In every era, an outstanding great figure emerges, and this time, the great figure came from Tianxia Manor. Just like the young, perfected master Zhang Sanfeng, who defeated Shaolin's 108 arhats formation, or the first-generation heavenly demon, who single-handedly fought the entire Kunlun sect in his 20s. Compared to them, the young master defeating the Wudong martial artists in the Eight Talents formation was still nothing. But for him to single-handedly teach the people of a Suoff fortress a lesson, that level of strength was truly terrifying. Perfected Master Yang Lu stretched his arms and legs. He wanted to try recruiting him into Wudong. He was always lost in idle thoughts, then chided himself for having such an ambition. Besides, what worried him most was Ming's constant anxiety about not achieving martial arts success. He hoped that today's events could teach the boy a lesson. Fang Zhang, the head of the medicine hall, came to find Bai Ji and gave him a green pill. He believed that since Bai Ji had recovered the Tai Ching pill for them, as the head of the medicine hall, he had to do something to repay him. This was a Shaoqing pill, which might be slightly inferior to the Tai Ching pill, but was also a rare spiritual pill. Bai Ji accepted the Shaoqing pill and asked him if it was difficult to make. To create it, one must go through a very long waiting period. This was all that he, Fang Zhang, could make with his own hands. In the box, there was also a Yaohuan Dan, the most basic secret pill of the Wudong sect. If you add pine needles picked from Mount Wudong, and then wait for about 3 years, it will turn into the Shaoqing pill he had just given him. This pill contains the immortal energy of Wudong. The Tai Ching pill requires a longer time, about 15 years, but that's easier said than done. To obtain a single Tai Ching pill, one must have a heaven-sent, unyielding will. That is why the Tai Ching pill is so precious, revered as a treasure of Wudong, not just for its superior effect in nourishing and enhancing internal energy. Bai Ji curiously asked further, in any case, you just need to wait until it has absorbed enough immortal energy, right? Fang Zhang said, no, you must also follow the natural course of heaven and earth. He no longer understood what the man was saying. However, if that's the case, this Yaohuan Dan contains a lot of immortal energy. What if he used a different method? Not immortal energy, but another kind of energy to nurture it. Just the thought of it excited him, making him want to try it immediately. If that were true, this Shaoqing pill was a bit redundant for him. Then he returned it to Fang Zhang, telling him to give it to someone who needed it more, while he wanted to exchange it for a few Yaohuan Dan pills. Fang Zhang was extremely surprised by his choice. The Yaohuan Dan didn't help much with martial arts cultivation, but it had some effect in healing injuries. I thought giving him the Shaoqing pill would be better, but if it's the Yaohuan Dan, he can have as many as he wants. There are plenty of Yaohuan Dan. In that case, I won't be polite, I'll take as many as I want. Specifically, he took all of them, leaving Fang Zhang astonished, unable to believe he would take every single Yaohuan Dan. Having gotten what he wanted, Bai Ji cheerfully hoisted them onto his shoulder and headed gleefully towards the cave in the mountain. He had always been hesitant about how to use this demonic energy, and now the solution was right in front of him. Bai Ji placed a pile of Yaohuan Dan inside the cave's demonic energy to nurture them. Now, all he had to do was wait. If these Yaohuan Dan pills were left here for many years, they would become filled with demonic energy. If his prediction was correct, they would transform into powerful demon pills, so strong that not even a Tai Ching pill could compare. Just the thought of it made him joyful with anticipation. Coming out of the cave, he came across Ming waiting there. His unpleasant expression made him curious, wondering when he had arrived. Could he have been following him? But he clearly hadn't sensed anyone tailing him. Could his excitement about creating the demon pills have dulled his senses? Ming spoke up. You brat, entering a forbidden area of Wudong without sheathing your sword. Didn't you see the sign forbidding entry to the cave? Bai Ji answered sheepishly that it was because the name Demon Cave got him too excited, so he curiously went in. But the deeper I went, the stranger my body felt. I could only take a few steps before I couldn't go on. So I came back out. This was the reason he made up for Mingzhe, as he thought that an ordinary person would instinctively feel uncomfortable upon encountering demonic energy. Now, they were even, so he didn't know why he had shown up here with such an unpleasant look. Mingzhe asked him, "Who are you, really?" This question made him a bit uncomfortable. Could he have discovered something? In Bai Ji's past memories, if one's head was hit hard, temporary amnesia could sometimes occur. The master had once said that before he passed out, he had spoken with him once. Now Mingzhe was asking who he was. In this situation, it would be ridiculous if he answered that he was a person. But even so, staying silent would also be strange. No matter how he answered, the other party would react. Back then, he had struck him hard on the head. Now, get ready, you would make him forget who he is. Bai Ji asked him what he really wanted, daring to question him in that tone. Mingzhi remained silent, tossing him a wooden sword. Bai Ji still didn't understand his intention and asked again. He said that he considered Bai Ji to be the person with the worst character he had ever met. But as a martial artist, he was truly a superior one. At the training ground, he had been overwhelmed by his emotions and couldn't fully perceive Bai Ji's true strength. Now, he wanted to spar once more to witness Bai Ji's power. After speaking, Mingzhi bowed to him. Please guide me. I want to learn your martial arts. He said he wanted to learn his martial arts? What kind of trick was this? However, he saw that the other's eyes were completely different, no longer the dazed look he had seen at the training ground. Now, his eyes sparkled like a curious child's. Was he really that eager? In any case, it was fortunate that he didn't seem to mind what Bai Ji had done in the demon cave. Wanting to learn his martial arts wouldn't be that easy. Didn't he keep calling Bai Ji a thief at the beginning? Mingzhi admitted that his behavior back then was narrow-minded. Bai Ji asked if he was sure, because this place was different from the training ground. There were no outsiders. Here, he could seriously injure him. Mingzhi didn't mind at all. Wasn't he afraid he would kill him? He brandished his sword, ready to learn. Bai Ji thought to himself. He originally thought Wudong's martial masters were all just famous for nothing. But unexpectedly, Mingzhi had some backbone. Alright, if he insisted, he would indulge him, but there wouldn't be a second time. Mingzhi carefully recalled that at the moment his martial arts progress had stagnated and the pressure reached its peak, the brat named Bai Ji suddenly appeared, causing him to have an epiphany. Before that, Mingzhi had gone to offer sacrifices to the founding masters, then prayed for the masters to help him resolve some of the knots in his heart. No matter what, the young master of Tianxia Manor had just appeared before him like that. Wasn't this the answer the founding masters had given after understanding his troubles? If that was truly the case, why hesitate out of attachment to life? He made up his mind. In this duel, he would not look away for even a second. Mingzhi was more determined than ever. As for Bai Ji, he brandished his sword and asked him, "Are you ready?" Mingzhi said decisively, "Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ji immediately rushed forward to attack. He thought to himself, this guy is truly a fool, doing foolish things until the very end. However, his passion for martial arts was indeed interesting to him. It was also quite pitiful for him. At this moment, everything unfolding before his eyes were things he could not see anywhere else in this world. How much could Mingzhi ultimately perceive? Even the smallest point, could he feel anything? Perhaps after he opened his eyes for him, he would have a new perspective on martial arts. As soon as that move ended, Mingzhi's entire body seemed as if his soul had left it. He collapsed to the ground, his pupils beginning to dilate. Bai Ji turned back and asked him, "Is that enough?" Mingzhi smiled in satisfaction, for his wish had come true. Night fell. Bai Ji returned to his room and said to Long Zhang, "Let's go for a drink." Since coming to Wudong, today was his happiest day, so he wanted to invite him for a drink. Long Zhang wondered if Bai Ji had considered that the people of Wudong do not drink alcohol. They don't drink, so where would he find alcohol to drink here? In other words, where was he planning to find a drink tonight? I've had a plan for that for a long time. In short, he just asked if Long Zhang wanted to come along. Late at night, Mingzhi also returned to his quarters. His whole body was unsteady, trembling non-stop, yet a smile was on his lips. Seeing this, his junior brother rushed over to support him, asking worriedly, "Senior brother, where did you go? How did you end up like this?" Mingzhi said he was fine. "Today is the best day of my life." Bai Ji sought out Man of Jingyang Palace, the one who managed Wudong's warehouse. He recognized Bai Ji's identity at a glance. Curious as to why he was looking for him so late, Bai Ji wasn't concerned with the matter of Wudong's treasury. He had noticed that he had been to the medicine room during the day. Man explained that because he was busy talking to the head of the medicine room, he hardly noticed anyone around. He asked Bai Ji how he knew he had been there. "Because in the medicine room, I smelled something that shouldn't have been there. A smell that shouldn't be found anywhere in all of Wudong." Man didn't understand what he meant. Bai Ji sniffed the air, then leaned close to him and took a whiff, startling him. "That's right, it's this smell." He faintly smelled of alcohol. Man still tried to deny it. "Impossible. How could a Wudong Taoist cultivator like me smell of alcohol? That's ridiculous." Bai Ji knew his weak spot and played along. A Wudong Taoist, if he didn't steal money from the sect, where would he get the money to drink such high-class alcohol? I must be so confused. It seems I should go to the sect leader's place for a cup of tea to clear my head. Yang Lu probably isn't asleep yet, right? Bai Ji acted as he spoke, pretending to leave, which frightened Man into grabbing his sleeve and asking him to stay. He asked what Bai Ji wanted, what he had to do for him to keep quiet. The fish had taken the bait. Now Bai Ji could get whatever he wanted. Bai Ji and Long Zhang went down the mountain together. Man told them that if they went down the mountain and headed straight east, they would find a brothel called Wuyue House. He even gave him a bag of money, enough for his expenses. That place was famous for a type of liquor called Yanghadaku. Long Zhang was surprised that there were Taoist priests in the Wudong sect who drank alcohol. He pulled out a pile of copper coins from a cloth pouch. Bai Ji not only interrogated Man, but also took his money. It was the condition for keeping his mouth shut. What else? At first, he didn't know who Man was, but after asking around, he found out he was the manager of the Wudong sect's warehouse. He had used the money he saved up bit by bit to buy liquor. Long Zhang couldn't believe that the Taoist priest not only drank alcohol, but also had his own private money. Bai Ji teased him. You dare talk? You're a Taoist priest yourself, and right now you're using someone else's private money to go drinking with me. Long Zhang wasn't from Wudong. He was from the Daolin sect, and the foundation of Daolin was sorcery. So it was closer to a sorcerer than a Taoist priest. Ah, you mean the sorcerer who, on the first day we met, used a crude formation to drive me away as if exorcising a demon? Teased by him, Long Zhang angrily pointed at his face. A crude formation? In terms of formations, I can rival the Zhuge clan. I'm very proud of myself. It's only because you, Bai Ji, are too exceptional that it had no effect. He was indeed a bit crude, but to be able to set up something like that in a hurry was already very impressive. It wasn't until he saw Long Zhang's face appear that he knew he had fallen for the trick. As they walked, Long Zhang declared that one day he would show his true strength, telling Bai Ji to just wait and see. In any case, Long Zhang was a suitable traveling companion for him. The two of them had reached the foot of the mountain. On his way out, Bai Ji had also retrieved his sword. He turned it over and over, checking for any scratches. The disciple explained that he had wrapped it in multiple layers of resin, so there were absolutely no scratches. Bai Ji threatened the disciple. I'll check it again tomorrow morning. You'd better watch out. Standing beside them, Long Zhang could only sigh. In the end, Bai Ji's personality was still as disagreeable as ever. Long Zhang's words reminded him of his late master. Long Zhang had a question. With Bai Ji's level of martial arts, he should have become famous in the martial world long ago. But unexpectedly, he knew nothing about him at all. What was Bai Ji's status in the martial world, anyway? I live an unknown life. What status could I have? Long Zhang asked curiously. But your strength must be on par with the renowned figures in the martial world, right? Bai Ji sighed and replied, Is there anyone stronger than the 12 Supremes? Before the 24 Venerables, there were the 3 martial emperors, but they have long since retired into seclusion. So, is there anyone stronger than the 3 emperors? Bai Ji asked Long Zhang, What is above the transcendent realm? It's the profound realm. Those are the strongest masters, the leaders of the martial world. The profound realm, his master had also told him about it. He said that even reaching the profound realm at a very young age was no big deal. The reason was that even a martial artist of the profound realm was no match for a demon, not even able to defeat the weakest of the great demons. To become stronger, he could not miss the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even after reaching the profound realm, he had to become stronger every day. But what made Bai Ji curious was not his status in the martial world, but how strong he could become in this body and where the limit was. Bai Ji told Long Zhang that he was probably at the profound realm level. These words made him burst out laughing, saying he was delusional. How could he compare himself to the heavenly demon or even the perfected One Zhang Sanfeng? Long Zhang clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. I'm dying of laughter. Seeing his unchanging expression, he stopped laughing and asked again, Really? Bai Ji sighed. I was just joking with you. You're so serious even when joking. You almost made me believe it. He found him too talkative and waved his hand. Enough. Let's go drink. Stop talking. Late at night, the two of them finally arrived. Ahead was the tavern Man had mentioned. The place was as beautiful as a painting, leaving Long Zhang speechless with praise. He never expected there to be such a luxurious brothel here. He thought so too. Who would have thought that in such a remote place, there would be such a luxurious brothel? It was truly something to look forward to, as the existence of this Wuyue house was full of suspicious points. Among the countless lanterns, there was one that was not lit. The courtesan didn't know if the candle had burned out or the oil had run dry. A woman in red scolded the courtesan. Who told you to go checking which lanterns are lit and which are not? If you have time, go inside and serve wine to the guests. The guards outside stopped Bai Ji and Long Zhang from entering, scolding them. Are you two brats deaf? I told you you're in the wrong place. Bai Ji was sure he had heard correctly. Could there be another brothel here called Wuyue House? He said that if the two of them were looking for Wuyue House, then this was it. But their Wuyue House was not a place just anyone could enter. From behind, Long Zhang leaned in and whispered in Bai Ji's ear. Wow, he said not everyone is treated as a guest. There must be a lot of charming courtesans here. Bai Ji asked him, so what does it take to be received by Wuyue House? He asked if the two of them worked for the local authorities. Of course not. Nor were they artists or scholars. So were they famous martial artists in the martial world? Bai Ji replied, not now, but we will be later. Long Zhang chimed in. That's right, Bai Ji lives a rather reclusive life, so he's not famous yet. The man thought that if that was the case, there was nothing more to say. He asked him, what if he was the eldest son of a merchant family? In that case, it would depend on which merchant family. If it's the Wanjin Manor or Tianxiao Manor, then of course it's fine. Hearing this, Long Zhang said smugly, then hurry up and open the door to welcome your guests. Because Bai Ji is the young master of the wealthy Tianxiao Manor. After hearing Bai Ji's identity, he sneered and then burst into loud laughter. Did they think he was ignorant? Tianxiao Manor is in Wuhan City, Hubei Province. If they were looking for a brothel, they should go there. What were they doing here? Why would they come to a brothel in the remote Danjiang County in the middle of the night? Moreover, he could tell from the start that his expression looked like he was lying, yet he dared to claim to be the young master of Tianxiao Manor. Hearing the man's analysis, he frowned and smirked. Oh? The woman in red found the earlier courtesan annoying. Her chatter was useless and an eyesore. Standing in an upstairs window, she noticed a commotion at the door. The doorman had been knocked flat on the ground by a light punch from Bai Ji. Why let such a blind fool guard the door? He saw the token of Tianxiao Manor and still stubbornly called him an imposter. Long Zhang was startled to see him hit someone. However, if one suddenly strikes first, they are the one who started the trouble. The other guards also gathered around to see what was wrong with him. Long Zhang was worried the situation would escalate. The beaten man pointed at the two of them, saying that Bai Ji claimed to be the young master of Tianxiao Manor, and when he tried to stop him, he was hit. An old man looked at him with a suspicious gaze. The young master of Tianxiao Manor? Glancing at someone with that look meant he had no intention of inviting this young master of Tianxiao Manor for a drink. With a look like that, forget about wine, he wouldn't even get a sip of water. Bai Ji believed there was still a chance. They would become two guests that this Wuyue House could not refuse. The old man ordered his subordinates to deal with the two of them, telling them to be gentle and not make a scene. Long Zhang, frightened, raised his hands and chanted some spell, even asking him if he knew what to do. Bai Ji asked Long Zhang if there were any useful formations or techniques for this situation, but no one answered. Turning his head to look, Long Zhang had disappeared. He really ran faster than a rabbit. The other men rushed up from behind to attack him. Using only one hand, Bai Ji gave each man a punch, asking them, "Why are you attacking me?" He knocked them down one by one as he asked. Soon, they were all beaten by him, lying motionless on the ground. The woman in red witnessed everything from above and asked in horror, "Who is that person?" Her subordinate reported, "He's the one who claims to be the young master of Tianxiao Manor." She asked her subordinate if they had confirmed it. The subordinate said in a panic, "We're still not sure if it's true or false. But there's news that not long ago, people from Tianxiao Manor had an escort mission to Wudong." The woman in red angrily scolded them. "Why are you only telling me now?" The subordinate could only apologize to the young mistress, because the subordinate didn't think it was anything special. She rushed straight outside in a panic. She had heard stories related to him before. No matter how many outstanding martial arts masters Tianxiao Manor recruited as escorts, they couldn't have so overwhelmingly defeated the people of ASU Fortress. Her subordinate had also heard that the one who accomplished this was not an escort, but the young master of Tianxiao Manor who was traveling with the escort group. Of course, at the time, they thought it was just a rumor. But according to those who had been to Shaolin, it seemed they were more inclined to believe it was the young master's doing. The girl cursed inwardly. Damn it, damn it. If the escort group that came to the Wudong sect was the one accompanied by the young master of Tianxia Manor, then the person causing trouble outside is very likely him. She asked her subordinate, "What is that young master's name?" He replied, reporting to the young mistress, "His name is Bai Ji." Outside, Bai Ji was still toying with them with his beautiful punches. A flurry of punches and kicks sent them falling one after another. The young woman in red appeared and witnessed the scene. She couldn't believe that the martial artist she had spent so much effort recruiting and training had no power to resist Bai Ji. When those men saw her arrive, they tried to reassure her, "House master, don't worry, we will defeat him." The woman sighed. At this point, what is there to defeat? She looked at Bai Ji again, thinking to herself, if the rumors are true, then this outcome is only natural. In that case, the young man before me is indeed the young master of Tianxia Manor. His confident and smug expression, his powerful moves, and his overwhelming aura made her feel afraid. She ordered everyone to stop and stand down. "How dare you be so disrespectful to the young master of Tianxia Manor?" After waiting for so long, someone finally recognized him. He heard them seem to call her house master. Bai Ji stepped forward to start a conversation, asking if she was the master of Wuyue House. The girl sized up Bai Ji before her, feeling that he was incredibly arrogant and self-assured. Even the descendants of the world-renowned Orthodox sects wouldn't dare to stand so tall and proud before her. However, if he really was the young master of Tianxia Manor, she had no need to confront him. Having thought it through, she broke into a radiant smile and bowed to introduce herself. "I am Shuang Yin, the master of this Wuyue house." Shuang Yin spoke with a beautiful face and a respectful attitude. Young master of Tianxia Manor. Hearing her name, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Such a young and beautiful woman was already the owner of such a large brothel. Moreover, she had never met him before, but was able to recognize him. Shuang Yin apologized. "The young master has traveled a long way with the escort group. Weary from the journey, it's unavoidable that your appearance is not at its best. It was the people of Wuyue House who were thoughtless, judging a person by their appearance, and thus were disrespectful to you. He just wanted to have a drink, but they didn't believe his identity. So Bai Ji had no choice but to show them that he was also an influential figure in the martial world. If she felt it still wasn't enough, he could demonstrate a little more. Shuang Yin stopped him. "That's enough. I don't want my people to get hurt any further." He thought that made sense. To recruit these decent martial artists, Shuang Yin must have spent a considerable amount of silver. If there were casualties, the losses would surely be great, Shuang Yin admitted. As expected of the young master of a great clan, the young manor master comes to our Wuyue house and is even more concerned about finances than I am. Shuang Yin has indeed spent quite a bit of money to hire these martial artists. Therefore, Bai Ji should help her do some business to offset this expense. So, does that mean they agreed to host him? Shuang Yin said respectfully, "It is our honor to host you." That was fine for him, but what about his companion? Hearing this, a trace of doubt appeared on Shuang Yan's face. "What? You have a companion?" Bai Ji did not answer, just stood there quietly looking at her, waiting. At this moment, Long Zhang appeared out of nowhere. Only when he saw the danger had passed did he show himself. Bai Ji introduced him. "This is a foolish Taoist who only knows how to eat." The two of them had a meal in Wuyue House. A table laden with delicacies was already prepared. Long Zhang sat eating and drinking, with a courtesan entertaining him. He began to show off his talents to the courtesans, even saying that thanks to his ability to predict heavenly secrets, countless people had been able to defy fate and change their destiny. The courtesans also wanted to ask him for a reading. The courtesan pouring wine for Bai Ji praised him for having a very interesting companion. The courtesan began to use her seductive tricks on Bai Ji. "So, young manor master, may I ask what kind of man would befriend such a person?" Bai Ji asked in return. "In your opinion, what kind of person am I? A straightforward and righteous man who always does as he pleases?" Bai Ji said while drinking wine, his cheeks already flushed red. That courtesan exchanged a glance with the courtesan beside her, as if with some intent. The courtesan talking to Long Zhang saw this, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Before the two of them went out to serve, Shuang Yin had given them prior instructions. The young manor master of Tianxia Manor is a martial arts prodigy. Moreover, the power of Tianxia Manor is immense. The opening act did not go very smoothly. It seems he is not an easy person to deal with. But if they could win Bai Ji's favor, it would surely be very beneficial for them later on. No matter what, Shuang Yin demanded that the two courtesans must seduce the young manor master. The courtesan sitting beside him boldly asked a question. "Young manor master, would you allow this humble girl to get to know you better?" She wanted to get to know him better. He wasn't so sure. If he allowed her to do so, the question was whether she could endure it. It's like a fox spirit has its own sorcery. If one falls for this kind of sorcery, whether human, demon, or even a deity, they will become foolish, controlled like an idiot. In this tavern, a similar kind of sorcery also exists called the art of seduction. Are the ladies here planning to use that kind of sorcery to bewitch them? It seems they intend to use a more advanced technique to deploy this art of seduction. Sorry, but I'm not that easy to hook. As for that fool Long Zhang, I wonder if he has realized he's being set up. Look at him grinning from ear to ear because of the beauties. He's even giving the ladies a free 15-year fortune reading. If these ladies want to earn more money, they just need to make them drink more wine. Try to use the art of seduction on me again. There must be some conspiracy. Assuming they successfully seduce me, a young manor master, what could they possibly do to me? The young lady pretended to ask him again. "What did you say, sir? Do you mean our service is not attentive enough? Is that what you mean?" This young lady asked insistently, while putting on that beautiful face. So shameless, daring to play tricks in front of me. I must teach her a lesson. Bai Ji used his invisible qi, making both young ladies feel as if they had been poisoned. In Wuyue House, Long Zhang and Bai Ji were still drinking enthusiastically. Only the courtesan suddenly turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat, her expression extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that her condition was not right, he feigned concern. "Ah, what's wrong, young lady?" That courtesan covered her mouth and said she was fine, but at some point, she had started vomiting blood from her mouth. She didn't understand why this was suddenly happening to her. Even the courtesan beside Long Zhang was no exception, vomiting a lot of blood, not understanding why. Invisible qi, just as its name suggests, is a stream of energy that no one can detect. They must all be very shocked, not even knowing what had happened to them. But it seems they are very well trained. If it were an ordinary person, it would be hard for anyone to keep their mouth shut and endure that gut-wrenching pain. At this moment, a fly happened to fly over to him. It had been buzzing around his food for a while now. The young lady looked like she didn't understand. Bai Ji immediately raised his hand and swatted the fly dead. Then he asked the young lady, "Did you see that clearly? If you dare to do something you can't handle, the result will be the same as this fly." Bai Ji turned to the young lady with a mocking smile and asked, "Don't you agree?" The young lady admitted her fault. "It was my carelessness that dirted your table. I will clean it up immediately." She realized that the person who made her vomit blood earlier was Bai Ji. Seeing the terrified look on her face, Bai Ji smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" A voice came from outside the door. "We have placed insecticide everywhere in this brothel, but it seems the effect is not great." It was Shuang Yin herself who appeared, her demeanor graceful and magnificent. In her arms, she held a zither. Seeing that zither, Bai Ji couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Isn't that a 7-string qin?" The housemaster of Wuyue House intends to play the 7-stringed qin herself. Occasionally, guests would request to see a performance on the 7-string qin, but Shuang Yin always refused on the grounds that no lady could play it. Bai Ji thought to himself, judging Shuang Yin to be a cunning woman, the atmosphere seemed to have changed. It seems she has run out of options and has to resort to the 7-string qin. With music to liven things up, wouldn't it be even better? He also wanted to appreciate the skills of this housemaster. Shuang Yin sat down before the 7-string qin, closed her eyes, revealing her long, curved eyelashes. She sat upright, then let out a sigh and opened her eyes. Her hands began to touch the strings, and slowly, graceful and melodious notes rang out, carrying the intent to bewitch the heart. Bai Ji also focused on listening, without distraction. Shuang Yin played faster and more melodiously. Bai Ji increasingly felt that something was not right. His gaze quickly became dazed. Not long after, Bai Ji closed his eyes. But this was not because he was bewitched by her music, but because he was doing it intentionally. Bai Ji sneered inwardly. "I thought she was up to some trick again, but it seems she is wholeheartedly performing. In fact, she was just playing the zither. This clear timbre, this melancholic music was truly outstanding." Bai Ji felt it was a very wonderful performance. After playing, the young woman's hands gently left the strings. Shuang Yin also let out a sigh, turned to Bai Ji and asked, "How did you feel?" He thought it was just average, not very good. But he also had something to give in return, to be polite. Shuang Yin dare not accept. She did not perform to seek a reward. It was just a normal performance, not worthy of receiving his gift in return. Bai Ji asked her if he could grant her one wish, what would she want? He thought that for a not-so-great performance, this was a rather generous return gift. Shuang Yin admitted that Bai Ji was truly bold. This young manor master was boasting like this without even knowing what she would ask for. Of course, he didn't know. However, if his guess was correct, then it was probably power. Hearing his speculative words, the expressions of the two courtesans turned ugly. Shuang Yin was no exception. The three young women in the room, after hearing this, silently faced Bai Ji's face, which was slightly flushed from the wine. Long Zhang, who was now dead drunk, broke the tense atmosphere. What's wrong? Why is everyone so tense? Shuang Yin feigned ignorance and asked him back, does the young hero mean the power of the lower five gates? What kind of devilish words were these? Other guests who came to this brothel were only curious about the highest-ranking courtesans here. But this was the first time someone came and asked them about the lower five gates. Because what he was curious about was the lower five gates, not the courtesans. Normally, the martial artists hired to protect the brothel would only care about their own interests first. But it was different here. They would rather sacrifice themselves to protect this place. Even before going to Wudong, even they didn't know the news that I was on this escort mission. Why would a housemaster like Shuang Yin be so certain that he was the young manor master on their first meeting? Could it be that she had heard he had stopped by a Suo stronghold along the way and taught them a lesson, and that's how she knew? To verify whether that rumor was true, Shuang Yin would need many more sources of information. And in the martial world, there are only two places that could have such information sources. One is the beggar's sect. The other place, Shuang Yin still pretended to know nothing. What are you talking about, sir? This humble girl really doesn't understand. That place could even force courtesans to learn martial arts, and even use fragrances and hidden weapons as attack weapons. She saw their actions just now, didn't she? Those daggers hidden on those courtesans. If they don't want to lose their lives, they'd better not be foolish enough to draw them and attack. That courtesan looked at her house master in fear, as if pleading for help. Still want to deny it at this point? Bai Ji asked again, is the lower five gates backing you? If not, then go ahead and kill me. Shuang Yin remained silent, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Long Zhang, drunk to the point of unconsciousness, muttered a few words. Do you know who I am, you demon? Then rolled onto the floor. Now only he and Shuang Yin were left in the room, sitting opposite each other. Bai Ji had utterly astonished her. It seems I've talked a bit too much. Shuang Yin asked him if he knew how much power they needed. In truth, Bai Ji didn't need to know about those things. He just found the scene of those girls trying to seduce and use him quite interesting, so he wanted to tease them a bit. And is this the reason why this brothel is so selective with its guests? In other words, to become a valued guest of this Yayua house, that person must have some kind of value. Shuang Yin believed it was the way for the weak to survive among the strong. As Bai Ji said these words, for some reason, the image of several rats appeared in his mind. Shuang Yin angrily demanded that Bai Ji speak a little more politely. Now that their identity was exposed, they felt there was no need to treat him as a guest anymore. Bai Ji said contemptuously, for people in this profession, you have surprisingly high self-esteem. It's no joking matter. Shuang Yin angrily slammed the table and stood up. What did you say? Seeing her get angry with him, he paid it no mind at all. Shuang Yin criticized his attitude as outrageous, then directly asked what he wanted in the end, telling him to hurry up and say it. Bai Ji had only made a few jokes, and she had become so tense. Even rats have teeth. When cornered, they will bite indiscriminately. Shuang Yin reminded him not to mock the desperation of others. Facing a beauty like Shuang Yin, Bai Ji did not yield in the slightest. His point of view was that if the situation was truly urgent, one should bow their head, not use that tone of voice to speak. He warned her not to try anything. If she really wanted to do something, she must be prepared for the worst-case scenario. As for Shuang Yin, she reminded him that if he dared to touch her, she would absolutely not let him off easy. Su Min, the one known as the master of formations. His treacherous formations were laid all over this brothel. Even as a martial arts master, could Bai Ji survive thousands of hidden weapons flying from all directions? He had clearly advised her already not to try anything with him. Long Zhang, who had been playing dead all this time, now scrambled up and said a few words. Sorry to have to say this, but I've already dismantled all those crappy formations. Of course I had to dismantle them. What's the fun in drinking while worrying about when hidden weapons might fly out? Shuang Yin couldn't believe this. Who on earth was this kid? She thought to herself that she had to kill them, then reached out to touch some kind of mechanism to activate the formation. However, a few seconds later, nothing happened at all. Long Zhang had said it was all dismantled. Did she still not believe it? Shuang Yin was in extreme anguish. She had spent so much money on this thing, only for it to be dismantled so easily. Bai Ji had said not to try anything, or she might lose her life. When that time comes, just don't get so scared that you start biting wildly. Only Bai Ji would dare to say such disrespectful words, making House Master Shuang Yin flush with anger. Their business finished, they left the brothel. He gave the manager money for the wine, but the manager said he didn't have enough money. How absurd, he didn't drink that much. 1 jar of Yanghadaku is 10 taels of silver. You drank 10 jars, so you still owe us 70 taels. Shuang Yin didn't want to argue with him. She would go to Tianxiao Manor to collect the remaining amount. It was best for Bai Ji to disappear from her sight now. She looked as if she had just returned from death's door, full of life. As the two of them left, Long Zhang didn't forget to turn his head and wave goodbye. The people of the tavern didn't know if they were truly from Tianxia Manor or not. How rude. Now, they even knew the identities of everyone in the tavern. They had to send someone to follow them. Shuang Yin said she would handle that matter later. Are you a subordinate ordering me what to do? That subordinate knew he was wrong and hurriedly bowed his head to apologize to the housemaster. She didn't blame him. Her mind was now completely filled with the name Bai Ji. When Bai Ji and Long Zhang left, Shuang Yin returned to her room to rest and talk with her subordinate. After hearing what he said, she was utterly horrified. Just now, it wasn't that they didn't want to rush out, but that they couldn't move even if they wanted to. From a moment he stepped into the room, Bai Ji had noticed their presence, even though they had used an art of concealment. And as a warning, Bai Ji had released a stream of killing intent towards them. Before being taken in by the sect master, he had fought with many people, but this was the first time he had felt such a terrifying killing intent. Shuang Yin couldn't understand. Wasn't he Liang Peng, the leader of the Dark Spirit Squad, the strongest force in the lower 5 gates? Why was he suppressed by the killing intent of Tianxia Manor's young master to the point that he didn't dare to rush in and attack? Liang Peng admitted there was another reason. The killing intent Bai Ji used was a formless qi, a martial arts technique that even he couldn't perform. Yet Bai Ji used it so casually, even pretending to scold the courtesans who were seducing him. Shuang Yin had a sudden realization. So it was Bai Ji who made those courtesans suddenly vomit blood. That's right, Bai Ji was no ordinary person. Liang Peng speculated that if he wasn't mistaken, Bai Ji's martial arts had reached a level comparable to the 24 Venerables, and perhaps even stronger. After hearing these words, Shuang Yin couldn't believe it. He looked so young on the outside. How could it be possible? Liang Peng thought that nothing was impossible. A man like Bai Ji, so young, yet possessing both wealth and supreme martial arts. She recalled the words he had said to her earlier. They were indeed a bit hateful. Finally, Shuang Yin asked Liang Peng how to resolve this, how to deal with that young manor master. He replied that it might be a bit difficult, but they had to strike first to have a chance. Hearing this, Shuang Yin fell into a momentary silence, lost in thought. The next day, on the peak of Wudong Mountain, Long Zhang was startled to hear this news. The people from Tianxia Manor had already left on Bai Ji's orders. He told them to go ahead to find some necessary items for Tianxia Manor. Long Zhang was worried about how they would leave without a horse carriage. He replied nonchalantly, "We'll walk, what's the big deal?" Long Zhang suspected he was up to some trick again, but still followed him. As the two of them were leaving, they ran into the injured Ming Zhe. He was on crutches, walking one step at a time. His body hadn't recovered yet, and it was unclear why he had to walk down the mountain. Ming Zhe thought to himself, if he kept lying around and resting, he would become a cripple. Bai Ji said he was busy, and if there was anything to say it quickly. Ming Zhe smiled, then bowed with his hands clasped and said, "Thank you." Thanks to Bai Ji, it was as if a new world of martial arts had been opened to him. It's best to stop there. If you say more, outsiders might think I saved your life. After speaking, Bai Ji left with his hands behind his back, not forgetting to call for Long Zhang. Ming Zhe told the two of them to be careful on their journey. Long Zhang curiously asked him what had happened between him and Ming Zhe, that their relationship hadn't improved at all. Actually, in Mingzhi's heart, Bai Ji had practically saved his life. Now he respectfully addressed him as the young master of Tianxiao Manor. On the way, he and Long Zhang ate their fill at an inn and then continued on their journey. He didn't expect the food here to be so delicious. Long Zhang was also about to praise it, perhaps because the Wudong sex food was so unpalatable. Eating something delicious now made such a big difference. Long Zhang's mind was always on food. On the road, they met an acquaintance. It was Shuang Yin with a horse carriage waiting there. Her appearance now was completely different from when she wore splendid clothes in the tavern. She looked like a common girl. Long Zhang was very happy to see the housemaster of Yaiyue House again. Shuang Yin stepped forward to start a conversation. Are you two on your way back to Tianxia Manor? He immediately recognized the person with Shuang Yin as the one who had used the art of concealment that day. Bai Ji replied to her, "We are on our way back. Is something the matter?" She appeared very pleased, saying loudly, "That's great. Let's take the horse carriage together. As it happens, I also have business in Wuhan. It's on the way." Long Zhang felt sleepy after eating his fill. It would be wonderful to take a nap in the horse carriage. Then he turned to Bai Ji for his opinion. "We shouldn't refuse this kindness, should we? Let's get on the carriage quickly." Bai Ji turned and walked away. "If you like it, you can go. I'll walk." Of course, he would follow Bai Ji. Long Zhang was not the type to abandon his friends. He thought, isn't riding in a carriage more comfortable? Though he said that, he still trotted along on foot behind him. Shuang Yin pouted, looking displeased, but since he had decided not to get on the carriage, she had no choice but to use Plan B. She immediately quickened her pace to follow, wanting to walk with them. "Actually, I don't really like riding in carriages either. It's a bit stuffy. It's not an urgent matter, so why don't we just walk together like this?" She seemed to have misunderstood who here wanted to walk. The words had just left his mouth when he tucked Long Zhang under one arm with one hand. Long Zhang's face scrunched up like a monkey's butt. Bai Ji held out his other hand and asked her, "Do you want me to carry you along too?" Was Bai Ji really planning to carry her like this? It was her own fault for saying she wanted to come along. Shuang Yin blushed. If so, the physical contact will be a bit too intimate. Bai Ji suddenly remembered she had previously said not to touch her. Bai Ji then turned, tucking Long Zhang in, preparing to leave. Shuang Yin gritted her teeth watching their retreating figures, thinking to herself, ask Shuang Yin to give her body to him? Only a mad person would do that. Yes, the mad person here was Shuang Yin. In the end, she still obediently let him hold her in his arms. And Bai Ji was like a mother leading two children, one in each arm. Shuang Yin couldn't understand. The original goal was to travel with this guy. So how did she end up in this damn situation? As an experienced person, Long Zhang gave her a piece of advice. Try to keep your eyes half closed and only breathe through your nose. Be careful. If you open your mouth, the wind will rush down your throat. As for Shuang Yin, she was so embarrassed she could die, not knowing what other tricks Bai Ji would pull. He began to gather his strength, leaping up, not forgetting to remind them to hold on tight and not fall off. Bai Ji's extreme speed made it impossible for Shuang Yin's subordinate to keep up. He could only stand there dumbfounded, watching them. A while later, by a stream in the forest, this was his stopping point. Shuang Yin was standing by a tree, dry heaving nonstop. It's like this for everyone the first time. Shuang Yin looked wearily towards him. Can all people who have reached Bai Ji's level of martial arts move at such an extreme speed? He asked with concern if she was okay, while Shuang Yin was curious why the young manor master hadn't broken a single drop of sweat. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I tried to go as slowly as possible, treating Shuang Yin like a piece of luggage. Yet his words sounded as if he was very concerned about her. He reminded her to leave a message for the one chasing them. The destination is the same. Tell him to just take his time, something like that. If possible, add that even if he gives it his all, he won't be able to catch up. It's unknown whether it was loyalty or foolishness, but the subordinate following Shuang Yin was a captain, and he was using all his strength to chase after them. The group of them finally arrived at Tianxia Manor that morning. Manor Master Bai Mingjin was extremely surprised to see the guest his son had brought back. You bring people home wherever you go. Bai Ji turned to Shuang Yin. Is there anything you want to say? Shuang Yin greeted the Manor Master of Tianxia Manor, saying it was a great honor to meet him. After the greeting, she bowed her head and introduced herself. The Manor Master showed a surprised expression. This time his precious son had brought a young lady back. The manor master also warmly greeted her back, then turned to instruct the servants to quickly prepare refreshments for the guest. Just as the rumor Shuang Yin had heard, he was a very gentle and approachable person. But his son, Bai Ji, was a world apart, like two opposite poles. With snacks laid out on the tea table, the four of them sat down to talk. The manor master was curious about the circumstances that led her to get acquainted with his Bai Ji. Shuang Yin was about to answer when he spoke first. It was just a coincidence, just like how I met Long Zhang on the street. After talking for a while, I found out she also had business in Wuhan, so I came with her. The manor master enthusiastically asked if Shuang Yin had found a place to stay yet. She had just arrived in Wuhan and hadn't found a place yet. Hearing this, the manor master immediately offered for Shuang Yin to stay at Tianxia Manor for a while. He was very enthusiastic, not finding it troublesome at all. A guest of Bai Ji was also his guest. The manor master allowed Shuang Yin to stay here until her business was done. Shuang Yin stood up and bowed, thanking him. As it happened, she was thinking of a way to find an excuse to stay at Tianxia Manor, not expecting things to be so easy. Although the manor master was a bit reserved when he first met her, he let her stay without any suspicion, proving how much he trusted his son, Bai Ji. He paid no mind, his mouth constantly eating snacks. Outside, Chief Steward Jiang rushed in, exclaiming, "Manor Master, something big has happened." Seeing a stranger in the house, Chief Steward Jiang felt it was inconvenient to speak loudly, so he leaned in to report the situation to the Manor Master's ear. 3 people from the Hunan branch have been murdered. This news made him pensive. They finally made their move. If it's the Hunan branch, is it related to the people from Renwang's stronghold on Mount Hung? Shuang Yin had heard that the 6th king had recently meddled in urban business, which had caused a conflict of interest with Tianxia Manor's branch. Shuang Yin curiously asked if the manor master had tried to negotiate with them. If it's the 6th king, this matter is probably quite difficult. Chief Steward Jiang replied, "We tried to negotiate, but they didn't agree. Perhaps because they had just started their business and were asked to compromise by their opponent. Anyone would surely feel they'd lose face. After being rejected, it's now difficult to even get a chance to talk to them. They also used many methods to prevent people from Tianxia Manor from setting foot on that mountain. That is, a formation." The manor master was very angry. They dared to use such despicable means to deal with them, wanting them to leave Hunan. If it's a formation, I think I can lend a hand. Long Zhang thought to himself. The manor master was surprised by Long Zhang's offer. Didn't he say he traveled everywhere to learn for the sake of his Taoist heart? How can he help now? Bai Ji told his father that when it comes to formations, Long Zhang's strength is indisputable. He had seen with his own eyes Long Zhang dismantle a formation set up by an expert. As he spoke, he glanced towards Shuang Yin, whose face twitched a few times from the jab. The formation expert he mentioned. Chief Steward Jiang knew it was Long Zhang. The manor master was very grateful for Long Zhang's help. Thanks to the manor master, I was able to go to Wudong, which I had always dreamed of, so helping is the right thing to do. Although I don't often deal with formations, if the manor master needs it, I can certainly help. Shuang Yin posed a question. How do we lure the 6 kings to show themselves? I think it would be easier to continue the dialogue that way. Of course, if we can do that, everything will become easy. Shuang Yin said she had a few ways. Bai Ji interrupted her. Does discussing Tianxia Manor's affairs not tire you? If they follow your words and end up making a mistake, who knows what else will happen? Shuang Yin believed that seeing danger and not offering help was not what close friends do. Hearing her say that, Bai Ji, who was sitting beside her, let out a cold laugh. Close friends? Shuang Yin smiled and asked back, "Aren't we?" The scene shifts to another part of the forest. Shuang Yin's subordinate had been running all day, and by nightfall, still hadn't caught up to them, completely exhausted. Night had fallen at Tianxia Manor. The manor master felt that the 6 kings were indeed unreasonable. Using force to threaten was somewhat acceptable, but now they had laid hands on the people of Tianxia Manor, which was unacceptable. If they used this as a pretext to attack, it would be even harder to resolve. The main reason was what Bai Ji had done to Yatua's stronghold before. The chief of Yatua's stronghold was indeed partly responsible for what happened that day. But didn't he also represent the Green Forest? The manor master doubtfully asked Chief Steward Jiang, "Do you think Bai Ji has made me lose face?" In truth, the manor master still couldn't believe it. His son, who had been bettered just 5 years ago, started learning martial arts after waking up and has now reached an unfathomable realm. Chief Steward Jiang suggested that he should have more heart-to-heart talks with the young master. He thought it made sense. His heart was now in turmoil, half expectant and half worried. To advance or to retreat, that was still an unanswered question. Baiji was lying in his room, but wasn't asleep yet. He stared thoughtfully at the ceiling, wondering if it was because of what happened that day. Early the next morning, before the fog had lifted, Baiji was already up and practicing his skills in the courtyard. In front of him were 5 large boulders. With just a slight frown, without moving his body, he could send those boulders flying up. Then, using only one hand, he made all the boulders fly into the distance and shatter. Baiji stretched, sighed wearily, and stood up, lying on the roof, basking in the sun. He felt that home was still the most comfortable place. Sleep when you want to sleep, eat when you're hungry, lie down when you want to lie down, with nothing to worry about. When he first transmigrated into this body, he was stunned, wanting to kill that Tathagata, but now he knew it couldn't have been a better choice. Long Zhang was in the room studying that formation, pointing out that such a structure was very easy to infiltrate from the outside. They could exploit this loophole to attack. Once inside, they could set up a formation, making it impossible for anyone to escape like birds in a cage. Baiji walked in from outside and asked him, in this case, what kind of formation would be suitable? Show everyone. Can't you see? Long Zhang was analyzing the terrain and formation of Tianxia Manor. He didn't understand why it was so sudden. Long Zhang asked doubtfully, young hero, haven't you heard the news? He then summarized it for Baiji. After Long Zhang finished speaking, Baiji was even more astonished. A thief, Shuang Yin appeared and explained. There's a notorious, long-standing gang of thieves. This time, they even dare to cause trouble at the 3 Assemblies battlefield. Baiji suddenly understood. Ah, so that's how it is. He stared at the woman in front of him, thinking to himself, she came here, getting involved in Tianxia Manor's affairs, as if she were family. Is she planning to stay here for good? As they discussed with the Manor Master, Baiji felt suspicious. The Manor Master was worried he wouldn't be able to handle it. Shuang Yin felt this matter was very simple. All it needed was a martial arts master who had reached the supreme realm. Yesterday, Songming also called her big sister, but he could still see what tricks she was up to. After all, the 3 Assemblies battlefield is one of the 4 great battlefields of the Central Plains. To be harassed even with the Murong family's backing, this was no trivial matter. What Murong family? This matter concerns the face of the Walin Alliance. The situation is now extremely urgent. The Chong family and other battlefields will surely cooperate later to resolve this. The Manor Master admitted that Miss Shuang Yin knew everything. He had already sent people to investigate the situation this morning. Baiji continued. That's why Long Zhang was asked to examine the terrain and formation of Tianxia Manor. Who knows if those thieves will dare to come to Tianxia Manor. If even the 3 Assemblies battlefield was attacked, Tianxia Manor can hardly be safe. Places that cost a lot of money like battlefields can only be run by merchant families, and Tianxia Manor is one of them. That's why the Manor Master acted early. Because the possibility was quite high, he sent people to scout the situation. Shuang Yin asked him about pushing forward the discussion with the Tianwei captain. The Manor Master suddenly remembered that matter was also very important. It must be expedited. Baiji burst out laughing, then said to her, stop tempting my father, you're just confusing him more. Then he turned to the Manor Master and said, Father, all you need to do is catch that thief, and I will personally handle this. No matter who he is. Baiji then went to visit his younger sister. Song Ming confided in him, saying that she sometimes thinks how nice it would be if she had an older sister. Sister Shuang Yin is so knowledgeable, and she really likes how she treats her like a real younger sister. Baiji reminded Song Ming not to be deceived, saying if Song Ming knew how cunning and sinister she was, she wouldn't think that way. If Shuang Yin is really as you say, brother, then why did you bring her back? I didn't bring her. She came on her own. As soon as Song Ming heard this, she immediately thought that Sister Shuang Yin had feelings for her brother. He had to scold her for talking nonsense, saying it was absurd. But what's so absurd about it? She must have some feelings to follow him all the way here. Why would a girl normally follow a man like that? Because the one she's really interested in isn't me. She's just curious about my strength and power. Song Ming stuck to her personal opinion, certain that it was because Sister Shuang Yin was infatuated with her big brother. This girl was about to drive him crazy. He thought Shuang Yin might even be considering marrying him. After taking Song Ming to the academy, he returned to Tianxia Manor. Usually, there were very few people at this hour, but the city gate was unusually crowded. Could it be because the east and west gates were sealed, so everyone was flocking here? The reason must be the thief who was causing a stir throughout the land. Security both inside and outside the city was now tightened, even checking the luggage and belongings of those deemed suspicious. Is it necessary to make such a fuss over a common thief? Instead of setting up such serious arrangements, why not just send someone to catch him and be done with it? The manor master thought that was unreasonable because they didn't even know where he was or what he looked like. So how could they catch him? Shuang Yin heard that an investigator had been sent, so all they needed to do was wait. That detestable Shuang Yin was even tempting his father, which made Bai Ji very angry. Suddenly, a guard grabbed a man, suspecting he was hiding something in his bag and demanding he open it for inspection. Opening the bag, there were only some soybeans. The man said he had just harvested them and wanted to sell them for a little money, so he brought them here. It sounded reasonable, so the guard let him into the city. However, Bai Ji watched the man with suspicious eyes. Noticing his footsteps and gait, he immediately discovered that this man's walk was not that of an ordinary farmer. The man went to a shop and showed the soybeans to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper praised the soybeans for being large, with good color and kernels, saying that if he sold this bag, he would get 12 taels. If there were more, he would buy each bag for 10 taels. After finishing the transaction, the man went outside, his expression extremely suspicious. He walked to the treasury area of Tianxia Manor, observing everyone's actions. Next, he moved to the street outside and turned into a small alley. Reaching a wall, he pulled out a brick, stuffed a piece of paper inside, and then put the brick back in its place. But he didn't know that Bai Ji had been following him from behind. He leaped to where the man was. A farmer's footsteps are quite nimble, aren't they? He saw the man loitering around the Tianxia Manor treasury for a long time. The man stammered, asking, "Who are you?" Then he took the piece of paper the man had just tucked away, on which was written a line, "Tianxia Manor, act tonight." So, he's planning to pull something tonight? The other guy still pretended not to understand what he was saying and turned to run, trying to escape. Bai Ji blocked his path. "Trying to run? Don't you remember what you did?" The man cursed in terror. "Damn it, how is this possible? In terms of lightness skill, how could anyone be better than him?" But Bai Ji was a level above him. He looked at the man contemptuously and remarked, "You're not as formidable as the rumors say." It seems they were just rumors from the martial world after all. The other guy still denied it, saying Bai Ji had the wrong person, that he wasn't a thief at all. Bai Ji laughed. Talk about giving yourself away. When had he ever mentioned the word thief to him? Realizing his foolishness, the man sped up in the opposite direction, intending to use his lightness skill to fly into the sky, but was grabbed by the ankle by Bai Ji from below. He looked at the man and asked, "Now, do you want to talk nicely, or do you want to fight? I'll indulge you." The scene shifts to Tianxia Manor, where Bai Ji's father was personally at the door to welcome someone. Come in, come in. It would have been great if you had sent word in advance that you were coming." Zhui Guanggai asked. Did the manor master not receive the letter? Zhui Guanggai had come this time not as an elder of the Beggars sect, but as an investigator for the Wulin Alliance. Manor Master Bai asked. The elder is the supervising emissary? The Beggars sect chief replied. In the Central Plains, this old man is an expert at finding people. Manor Master Bai thought to himself. They didn't send someone else, but sent Elder Zhu of the Beggars sect to be the supervising emissary. It seems just as Miss Shuang Yin said, the Wulin Alliance's pride has been severely wounded this time. Shuang Yin was also outside at this time, talking to her subordinate. The young man had walked for many days and had finally caught up. After hearing his words, she still couldn't quite believe it and asked again, "Is it really like that?" The captain of the Dark Spirit Squad replied, "Yes." The time and place all match, and all three gave the same testimony. It's the truth. Shuang Yin was certain someone was pulling the strings from behind, but she never thought that the mastermind would be such a major figure. The captain of the Dark Spirit Squad asked, "House Master, do you plan to report this news to Manor Master Bai of Tianxia Manor? They could very well become the next victims." Shuang Yin said, "They already crossed the line just out of curiosity about that guy. Therefore, we should focus on our own purpose for coming here." The captain of the Dark Spirit Squad accepted the order, then continued. "This may be a bit abrupt, but may this subordinate ask the housemaster a question?" Shuang Yin said, "What is it?" He said, "The relationship between you and the young master. Isn't it a bit unusual?" She smiled and replied, "You think so?" The The scene shifts back to Tianxia Manor. At this time, the Manor Master had invited Zhui Guanggai into the main hall to discuss the details. Zhui Guanggai said that his Beggars sect had been tracking that guy for a very long time. The people of the Beggars sect have fought him many times. Of course, it's embarrassing to say, but he escaped every time, letting him cause trouble everywhere. But it's not like we gained nothing. That scoundrel is usually called Lin Su. He's only good at lightness skill. His martial arts are extremely mediocre. Manor Masterby said he already knew this point. Zhu Guanggai, upon hearing this, asked in surprise, "What?" Manor Masterby continued, "Therefore, in the vital departments of Tianxia Manor, we are preparing countermeasures based on this characteristic of his." The Beggars sect chief said, "So that's how it is. But that's strange. That is internal intelligence of our Beggars sect. It has never been disclosed to the outside. How could you have known in advance and prepare to counter it?" Just then, Shuang Yin, who was looking for the Manor Master, discovered the Beggars sect chief, and she was extremely surprised. Zhu Guanggai also reacted dramatically, pointing at her and saying, "Could it be that you provided the intelligence about Lin Su to Manor Master Bai?" Manor Master Bai said calmly, "Is there a problem?" Zhu Guanggai said loudly, "Why is someone from an evil sect like you here?" Shuang Yin thought to herself in disgust, "Why is this shameless old man here?" Zhu Guanggai urged Manor Master Bai to quickly drive Shuang Yin away. The old man said she is the master of the lower 5 gates, a person of filthy character. Manor Masterby said, "She is my guest." Zhu Guanggai said agitatedly, "A guest? I think she will kill you, Manor Master." Manor Masterby said to Elder Chu, "I have long known her identity, but even so, she is still my guest. Please respect any guest of mine." Elder Chu, Shuang Yin was a little surprised because she had thought that one day she would have to reveal her identity. But she had originally thought that if she did, it would be difficult for her to stay here any longer. And yet, the Manor Master had long known her identity, but still showed no discrimination. Shuang Yin admitted, he truly is a great man. If such a person were her father-in-law, perhaps she would also consider marriage. Zhu Guanggai said, "In any case, no matter how thorough the preparations are, sometimes it's hard to avoid oversights. We will request experts from the Wulin Alliance to come here so they can act when necessary." Shuang Yin said, "I heard that when that guy was running rampant on the 3-guild battlefield, there were many experts there. At Tianxia Manor, there is a Tianwei squad whose strength is not inferior to the warriors of the Wulin Alliance. There are also formation experts, plus I am also contributing my strength. What's more, here we have as many as 2 supreme masters. I just want to say the Wulin Alliance is always just good at boasting, but in the end, what help can they be?" Manor Master Bai asked in surprise. 2 people? Shuang Yin genuinely wanted to apologize for not informing him sooner. However, Manor Master Bai just wanted to ask who those 2 people were. She replied, "It is the young master of Tianxia Manor and my subordinate, the leader of the Dark Spirit Squad, Liang Peng." The Manor Master couldn't believe his son, Bai Ji, was a supreme master. Zhu Guanggai felt that their martial power might be comparable. But how could she compare the leader of the Dark Spirit Squad with an inexperienced young man like the young master? The old man remarked, "It seems the master of the lower 5 gates is also quite inexperienced at judging people." Shuang Yin contemptuously thought that this old man still hadn't realized the young master's true value. He looked at Manor Master Bai, hastily explaining that he had no intention of looking down on the young master. Manor Master Bai just smiled and replied, "It's all right." The old man said, "This woman," but then changed his tone, "Ah, no, master of the lower 5 gates, I don't know what information she has provided you." Actually, his target is not money, Manor Master Bai. The Manor Master of Tianxia Manor was doubtful. Not money? Shuang Yin said, "It's probably not for fame either. If that were really the case, he wouldn't have tried so hard to hide himself." The Beggars sect chief, seeing that Shuang Yin seemed knowledgeable about that guy, said, "Could it be that there is someone behind him?" The Manor Master of Tianxia Manor was startled, as if he had realized something. "Could it be?" The old man continued. "Actually, the amount of money he stole on the battlefield was not that much. However, the content of the rumors was exaggerated to the point where it seemed as if all the money from the battlefield had been stolen, and it spread with unusual speed. Eventually, some people began to withdraw all the money they had deposited in the battlefield. We believe that this is what the person behind him is aiming for." by causing a loss of trust in the battlefield, causing the accumulated capital there to be withdrawn. Man or master by asked in confusion. So who is ultimately pulling the strings from behind? Zhu Guanggai replied, we're still unclear about that, but the capital that flows out will surely flow to some place. We will soon find out where that place is, Shuang Yin said. So what you mean is that mastermind will calmly hide in the back and observe the situation until he's exposed, right? The old man said, that's right. It's like being drawn into a game of chess without even knowing who the mastermind is. Even though the lower 5 gates is an evil sect specializing in intelligence gathering, compared to the beggar's sect, it's nothing, is it? Shuang Yin said, recently, the alliance leaders of the evil sects held a meeting at the lower 5 gates, which I manage. I still don't fully understand what they talked about there, but the evil sect alliance leader, Yin Lu Xiao, it can be certain that he is the mastermind behind Lin Su. Manor Master Bai, and the beggar's sect chief, upon hearing the name evil sect alliance leader Yin Lu Xiao, were both inevitably shocked. Elsewhere, Bai Ji was interrogating a person. He asked, the evil sect alliance leader Yin Lu Xiao? The other person replied, yes, it was he who gave you the order. He asked further, then why attack Tianxiao Manor? The other person was about to say something when his expression turned strange. Then he collapsed, only managing to let out a groan before falling to the ground. Bai Ji was horrified in his heart. He could be assassinated? Who made the move? A masked man walked over and said, it was the poison I gave him earlier, to prevent his mouth from speaking nonsense. Since he was about to die anyway, it would be a big problem if he started spouting nonsense before he died. The masked man walked towards Bai Ji, twirling a wooden block-like object in his hand. Bai Ji turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on him. It was unclear what he was thinking. Bai Ji's master once said that goo poison is a type of venomous centipede containing a deadly poison, which can be used to control an opponent. They usually live in pairs. No matter how far apart they are, if one is in pain, the other will also become frantic. Some people have taken advantage of this creature's characteristics to dominate others, implanting one into the opponent's body, then killing the other. Imagine the body being tormented by that centipede as it rides in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It spews out venom. That intense pain will slowly cause the opponent to die in agony. Bai Ji said, sir, you're making me lose my appetite. Why tell this story while we're eating? The old man calmly stroked his beard and replied, I find it interesting. He sighed. That guy was finally dealt with like that. Unable to endure the pain, he chose to end his own life, living a life controlled by others, only to die in pain and humiliation in the end. He said, if it weren't for being afflicted with goo poison, it wouldn't have come to this. The atmosphere is a bit awkward, isn't it? It seems you are not on the same side, right? He asked the masked man. Without waiting for them to answer, he continued, besides, no matter what they say, this guy looks more reasonable than them. I suggest you cooperate, or at least talk for a bit. You're all about to die anyway. The masked man cursed him for being a lunatic. We only take orders from the alliance leader. Then they charged forward, saying, hurry up and die. Bai Ji said, don't blame me for your deaths. I made a very polite suggestion. One guy rushed towards him, cursing him for talking nonsense. As he dodged the blade, he thought, boldly aiming for the acupoint on the neck right from the start, people from the evil sect are indeed different from the righteous sect. But what can I do? Then he just gently flicked the man's forehead, and he immediately flew outwards. Another guy charged up, cursing that arrogant guy. But his blade swung, yet it couldn't strike him. Facing his terrified expression, he said with a smile, first time seeing this? Then he too was sent flying. One after another, the outcome was the same. Only the last person was left. He said, what are you looking at? It's your turn. Before he could even finish saying the word monster, he was sent flying by him. Afterwards, he retrieved the box containing the remaining centipede. You can't even touch my fist, and you still want to accomplish something big? Wouldn't it have been better to listen to me from the start? But when he opened the box, it was already dead, its venom already completely released. He looked behind him, and it turned out that thief was still alive. He was writhing in pain, begging him, I can't take it anymore. I beg you to kill me. He sat down and said, you're about to die anyway. Let me try this. Shut your mouth. Endure the pain for a bit. He thought, it seems it's useless because the venom has all been released. If I could have found that centipede and not let the venom seep deep into the body, it would have been fine. Then he actually found it. And it seems this goo insect is also about to die. He used his internal energy to form a protective film, enveloping the centipede before it died and released all its venom. Luckily, it was just in time. He asked, trembling, what did you do to me? Bai Ji replied, replied. That centipede just died, releasing all its toxins, but luckily it was blocked before that could happen. He asked himself in a daze, is that so? So, am I alive now? Bai Ji replied, yeah, next we just need to get this thing out of your body. He suddenly thought of something and asked him, when was the last time you had a bowel movement? He replied, 2 days ago. He asked, did you eat anything after that? He replied, about 3 meals. But why are you suddenly asking about this? He didn't answer, just told him, vomit it out. The centipede is in the lower abdomen, so it's very easy to expel, but it seems it will bring a lot with it. He asked doubtfully, what did you say? But he still did as he was told. A while later, the young man had finally recovered completely. He sincerely kowtowed to thank Bai Ji. You saved my life. How can I ever repay this kindness? Bai Ji asked him, do you remember what I asked you? Why did you receive orders to come to Tianxiang Manor to steal things? He replied, I don't know the reason for this either. He asked again in surprise, what? He replied, I really don't know anything. Even when I was stealing things on the battlefield, I didn't understand why. I just followed orders. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, he knows nothing, and the person behind him was even going to use poison to kill him. He doesn't even know where Yin Lu Xiao is, right? He said, that I know. He breathed a sigh of relief. Great, take me there quickly. Daring to touch Tianxiang Manor, regardless of what their purpose is, I think it's best to just kill them all. He asked, are you serious? He asked him, are you afraid of dying? He thought to himself, are you in your right mind? The opponent is Yin Lu Xiao of the 4 kings and 24 venerables. Isn't that just seeking death? Why is Bai Ji so confident? How can that be? But in any case, if it weren't for Bai Ji, he would have died long ago from the goo poison, his liver and intestines torn to shreds. He suddenly leaped forward, then said, young hero, please follow me. I will lead the way. Seeing his speed, he couldn't help but praise, so fast. As he spoke, he leisurely followed him, feeling it was very convenient, not having to carry him like when he carried Long Zhong and Shuang Yan. The scene changes to another place. The leader of Nanming, leading 2 large wolves, clasped his hands in a salute. To be able to meet the supreme leader of the Central Plains evil sects, Yin Lu Xiao, is truly an honor for us. Yin Lu Xiao said, Supreme Leader of the evil sects? You men of Nanming really know how to talk. The Nanming leader then asked him what he meant. We are just speaking the truth. Yin Lu Xiao said, then go ahead and call me that in front of the 6 kings. The guy asked, what? Wouldn't that displease the 6 kings? He stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? We're all in the same boat now. Is this little thing so difficult? Are you afraid of offending the 6 kings? The guy replied, unfortunately, our stance has always been the same. He said, now listen carefully. I must now clarify my stance. Even if you feel a little offended, I don't want to use my horse-slaying saber to chop off your head. The wolf behind him immediately growled at him, causing him to take a startled step back. The leader of Nanming shouted for it to stop, saying, Alliance leader, don't joke anymore. There should be a limit to joking. He said, as expected of a Nanming beast, it fears no one, no matter who the opponent is. I heard that Nanming's beasts are very loyal to their masters, so I just want to test it. It seems I went a little too far. I should apologize. The leader of Nanming endured it for the sake of entering the Central Plains. He had to get this guy on the same boat. No matter how detestable he was, he had to bear it. On this side, the thief had also brought Bai Ji near Yin Liu Xiao's residence, stood on a rock, and pointed in a direction, saying, it's right there. Bloodthirsty City is the base of the evil sect. Inside Bloodthirsty City is Yin Liu Xiao's hall, guarded by about 100 highly skilled martial artists. If you add in the Nanming martial artists, young master might even have to deal with their ferocious beasts. Bai Ji smiled and said, interesting. The thief asked in astonishment, what? Bai Ji asked, what's wrong? Aren't you coming along? After saying that, he rushed off. The thief thought to himself, he's really crazy. He even finds this interesting. Yin Lu Xiao felt that everything was proceeding smoothly according to plan. It would be great if that Yang Jinkong could now rob the assets of Tianxia Manor and Wanji Manor as well. Many people will try to withdraw their money from the battlegrounds. The leader of Nanming said, however, even if they withdraw their money, it won't wash away their worries. Another person said, that's right, because Lin Su still hasn't been caught. Yin Lu Xiao said, when the sense of unease peaks and trust in the 4 great battlegrounds declines, the new battleground will be launched as planned. Hang Yang Jinkong's head there. The leader of Nanming said, a safe battleground that even Lin Su, who who swept through the 4 battlegrounds, cannot breach. This place is also protected by the loyal beasts of Naming. Our beasts will contribute greatly to the operation of the battleground, even before people from all over the country rush to deposit their money. In Lu Xiao said, "No problem, right? I always feel that Nanming's beasts are more useful than my subordinates. It seems they will be very busy soon. The era of the 4 great battlegrounds is over. The era of In Lu Xiao is about to begin." Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. He called a subordinate and asked, "Why is it so noisy outside?" The guard replied, "I'll go check right away." A gatekeeper asked his companion next to him, "Did you hear something outside?" The other person just said, "What is what?" Baiji was smashing the gate with his bare hands. He said, "This thing is really tough." Finally, the 2 sturdy main gates were knocked open. He wondered, why is the den of these robbers so sturdy? The thief following behind said, "Trembling, my god, allied with the Lulin evil sect. This is the strongest force of the evil sect. They, an ordinary martial artist, are not on the same level at all." He replied, "How amusing. They have to be on a different level to be considered ideal opponents." After saying that, he stepped inside. The gatekeeper, holding a sword, asked with a tremor, "Who are you? How dare you?" He looked at him and asked, "Who am I?" As he spoke, he threw a kick at his face, sending him flying 10 meters away. The others also rushed forward, but their swords couldn't touch a single hair on him. Baiji turned his head and said to them, "If you're still alive after this battle, then live well." After hearing his subordinate's report, In Lu Xiao shouted angrily, "What? A brat dares to barge in here and cause trouble?" He had sent several subordinates to teach Baiji a lesson, but his martial arts were extraordinary. What on earth is going on? He scolded his subordinates. "Are you trying to tarnish my reputation in front of the Naming people?" He ordered, before the banquet begins, "Capture him for me," and threatened to behead them if they failed. Mo Shiwijian stepped forward and said, "No, let me handle this. I will cut off his head, then I will join you at the banquet." The thief was scared to death by the scene before him, with corpses strewn everywhere. He didn't expect him to be able to handle them so easily. He's truly insane. Another guy still charged forward recklessly. He flicked his finger, and the man's sword fell. The other guys were the same, unable to touch him, dealt with easily. He said, "What you're doing is futile." One guy said, "His body is impervious to swords and blades." Baiji looked at them with contempt. "Is this the only level your footwork has?" They couldn't control Baiji. He was too strong. He hadn't even drawn his sword yet, and already possessed such terrifying power. Baiji told them to get out of his way. He swung a palm into the air, but all of them were sent flying. It was telekinesis. This incident reminded him of the time he entered the monster ant cave. Didn't he think back then that it would take 2 days to clear out the monsters that were constantly swarming him? But in reality, the moment they saw him, they knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. But these bandits truly did not fear death. They charged forward, shouting, "We'll risk our lives even if we die. Baiji, don't you dare take another step." But nothing changed. He felt it was absurd. Before meeting In Lu Xiao, Baiji would absolutely not retreat a single step. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, then channeled his internal energy, blasting away all the evil sect members in front of him. After sending them flying, Baiji let out an extremely excited laugh. Just then, something else came flying through the air from a distance. Baiji saw that it was a sword and was quite surprised. But this sword was just like the swords of the others, completely unable to penetrate Baiji's protective chi. It was then repelled back by his force. The owner of that sword caught it and asked Baiji, "Who are you, daring to come here and cause trouble?" Of course, with Baiji's arrogant and defiant personality, he would ask back, "And who are you, to dare speak so loudly?" The thief hiding in the corner reminded Baiji with a tremble, "Be careful." He paid him no mind. "So you're still following me." Seeing the newcomer, the lackeys shouted loudly, "It's Mo Shiwejian, In Liu Xiao's right-hand man, the vice commander of the Evil Sect Alliance." He looked at Mo Shiwejian with suspicion. "Isn't he Yang Jinkong?" He asked the thief, "Was it you who brought Baiji here to cause trouble?" The thief replied, "Do you think I have that kind of ability?" Mo Shiwejian said, "If you had followed orders, you could have kept your life." He said, "Cut the crap. When I was in trouble, not only did you not help, but you also tried to kill me. It was he who helped me purge the goo poison from my body. Now I have no reason to listen to you anymore." He said, "You fool. Do you think you can just leave the Evil Sect Alliance by getting rid of the goo poison?" Bai Ji interrupted him, scolding, "You talk too much. Can you two go somewhere else? Have a cup of tea and talk in private?" He scolded back, "What a fool. I'll have both your heads sever from your necks." He then rushed towards him, unleashing the ink blood sword style, but he clearly couldn't touch him. He caught his sword between two fingers. Everyone around fell into a panic. How is this possible? Mo Shuejian's sword technique was stopped. Seeing him catch the sword with his bare fingers, the thief's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He felt he had greatly underestimated him. "The sword isn't bad, but it's useless against me." He was astonished. "How can this be? You really can't judge a book by its cover." "Not bad?" Bai Ji asked back smugly, "Just not bad? I am an existence that has surpassed the profound realm." He shouted angrily, "You are so arrogant." With that, he also knocked his sword away and sent him flying with a kick. He looked up to see his sword being controlled by him, flying in the air. Impossible. How would you do that? Controlling a sword with chi, the symbol of the transformation realm. He waved his hand and looked at him. "It seems you know a trick I just pulled, don't you? It's just as you think. For a thief, that's too good a sword." He lowered his hand, and the sword pierced a hole through his body. The Iron Blood sword thus lost his life to his own sword. Bai Ji continued, "I'll only allow you to live peacefully up to this point." He pulled out the sword, his eyes resolute, as if to say, "From now on, whoever dares to block his path shall die." In the main hall, the two wolves now seemed to sense something, growling towards the outside. The leader of Nanming looked at the two growling wolves and asked Dean Lu Xiao, "Is there really nothing wrong?" These beasts wouldn't be this sensitive if there was truly nothing. Dean Lu Xiao tried to hide it. "It's just some madman who broke in to cause trouble. The banquet is ready. Let's just enjoy ourselves. It's much quieter outside now. My men must have caught that madman and chopped him up." The leader of Nanming didn't believe his words at all. He said, "It seems I must go see the situation for myself." He asked, "Yuelang Yinlang, what's wrong?" Bai Ji pushed the door open and entered, asking, "Where is the Evil Sect Alliance leader?" The leader of Nanming asked, "Who are you, to dare barge in here?" He said, "I have a little debt to settle with the Evil Sect Alliance leader, Yin Lu Xiao." At this moment, Yin Lu Xiao was cursing inwardly. These damn good-for-nothings. What on earth did they do to let him barge all the way into the main hall? He saw the sword in his hand and came to a realization. Could it be that the Bloodsword Master was also defeated by him? He suddenly said cheerfully, "Ah, so it's here? This ugly, wrinkled-faced fellow? You're the Evil Sect Alliance leader, Yin Lu Xiao, right?" He roared in anger, insolent. "Do you really want to die? If you can't control the madness boiling inside you, then go to the mountains to cultivate your mind. Daring to barge into this bloodthirsty city, you're truly audacious and reckless to the extreme." He laughed. "Audacious? Reckless? Well, that sounds impressive. Compared to the things you've done in the Central Plains, does this even count as reckless?" He asked, "What did you say?" He said to him, "A thief who was lucky enough to survive after you inflicted him with goo poison told me. He was following your orders, attacking and sabotaging the recent battlegrounds. You gave the order personally, didn't you?" He gritted his teeth. Yang Jinkong, was it that guy? The leader of Nanming thought to himself, "Who is this? How dare he speak so arrogantly?" Bai Ji said, "But I haven't told anyone about what you did yet. You should feel lucky about that. You should immediately stop all your destructive actions. At least that way you can save some face." He said, "How absurd. A brat like you, daring to confront the four kings, daring to raise your voice and threaten me?" He replied, "If it were a real threat, I would have crippled you long ago. I'm the type of person who likes to solve problems with my fists first and talk later." He said, "You're too confident. I don't care how formidable you are, your final end will just be a beheaded corpse and an unmarked grave." The leader of Nanming suggested, "Instead of killing him, why not use him as bait to fill the hungry bellies of Yinlang and Yuelang? How about it?" He agreed, a good idea. Although the leader of Nanming felt it was a bit excessive, this was also an opportunity to raise Nanming's status. He ordered, "Yinlang, Yuelang, go." The two hungry wolves immediately obeyed and charged forward. He smiled and praised them. So cute. They stopped immediately, trembling in fear. The leader of Nanming was stunned, not understanding what was happening. "Who are you? How can you make my beasts so scared that they tuck their tails between their legs? What on earth is going on?" Yin Lu Xiao saw the beast that had just been glaring at him with cold eyes now. Bai Ji praised the wolves. "It seems you are all very well behaved with me." As he spoke, he patted their heads in a very friendly manner. This was because Bai Ji was someone they could not bear their fangs at and intimidate. After all, Bai Ji was once the Demon King. Yin Lu Xiao drew his sword and shouted, "What an arrogant fellow!" Bai Ji replied to him, "This old man has finally given up the chance to keep a shred of dignity. He thinks the joke ends here. Now I will let you taste what it's like to have your bones shattered and flesh torn apart. Give him a chance to save face," he said. Then his aura erupted. The leader of Nanming witnessed this and thought to himself, "Is this the aura of one of the 12 honored ones?" Bai Ji only found it noisy. "I clearly gave you a chance to save face, yet you still refused to yield." As he spoke, he also released his own blue aura. The leader of Nanming was utterly astonished. This young man can actually be on par with the Evil Sect Alliance leader? No, not on par. He is even stronger than the Evil Sect Alliance leader. Yin Liu Xiao's entire body radiated a startling, inhuman aura as he leaped up. Bai Ji, however, did not move an inch, standing there calmly. Before Yin Lu Xiao could even charge forward to attack, he was forced back by Bai Ji's aura. Bai Ji's aura had the upper hand, but Yin Lu Xiao stubbornly insisted, "You think you can force me back with just your aura?" Bai Ji praised him. "Well said. I'm also looking forward to seeing when you can shatter my bones and tear my flesh apart." Bai Ji said contemptuously, "Is this all the 12 honored ones are capable of? Don't tell me you're scared by my aura." He roared in anger, his expression showing he wished he could crush his opponent instantly. Bai Ji continued, "If you can cut a corner of my robe before I send you to hell, you might salvage a bit of dignity. But given the current situation, that seems very difficult, doesn't it?" He roared, "Ah, such big words. No one has ever withstood a single horse-slaying slash from me. A brat like you dares to speak so arrogantly?" He charged forward like a madman, swinging his blade down. Bai Ji just smiled, truly foolish. The entire pavilion, tables, and chairs were all destroyed, but Bai Ji was completely unharmed. The thief asked, "Are you all right, sir?" Bai Ji asked, "You're still here?" He asked, "Where is the Evil Sect Alliance leader?" He said, "Can't you see?" He ran away. He's like a mad bull, throwing a fit and picking fights with others. I just took a short break, and he was already gone. The thief said, "We can't let that cunning bastard live. To eliminate future trouble, we must chase him down right now and find a way to kill him." He replied, "It's more interesting if we don't chase him. He fled after being defeated by me, so he must feel utterly humiliated. One day, he will reappear on his own. That will also be the time for that old man to die. It won't be too late to take his head then." A cough was heard from a distance. Yang Jinkong said those were Nanming martial artists. He asked, "Really? What are they up to?" "I heard that the beasts of Nanming are tamed through cruel abuse, and once they lose their value, they are mercilessly discarded. Therefore, the demons that originated from the Nanming beasts all harbor a deep hatred for the Nanming people. That is why these beasts always guard the outskirts of the Sunta River, waiting for the deaths of those Nanming people." He let out an "ah" and said, "Someone will take care of them." Yang Jinkong asked, "Who?" He replied, "You don't need to know who. In short, someone will." Amidst the astonished gazes of House Master Bai and Shuang Yin, Bai Ji returned leading a person. House Master Bai asked, "Who is this?" He urged the person to answer quickly. The person hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." He reminded his father to ask him who he was. The person said he was Yang Jinkong, known to the world as Lin Su. Shuang Yin asked him why he brought this person here, if he had gone mad. House Master Bai, on the other hand, said that he must report this matter to Elder Zhu and quickly escort Yang Jinkong to the Wulin Alliance. Shuang Yin also agreed. "That's right, we must hand him over to the Wulin Alliance," then announced to the world that the Wulin Alliance has captured him. Bai Ji asked House Master Bai, "The Elder Zhu you mentioned, is he Elder Zhu of the Beggar Sect?" House Master Bai replied, "That's right. He came here as an investigator for the Wulin Alliance." He said, "Look, that old man comes here only to eat and drink, doing nothing useful. On what ground should we hand Lin Su over to him, letting the Wulin Alliance take the credit? This credit should be recorded for me in Tianxia Manor." Shuang Yin said, "Now is not the time to fight for credit and rewards. He still doesn't know who is behind him, right?" He calmly replied, "I know, it's the Evil Sect Alliance leader, Yin Lu Xiao." House Master Bai said, "If you already knew, why did you bring him to Tianxia Manor?" Shuang Yin held her head, speechless. He replied, "I caught him, so of course I had to bring him back." "Should I have caught him and then let him go?" Shuang Yin shouted. With the Evil Sect Alliance leader's personality, If he finds out his subordinate is imprisoned here, he will absolutely not sit still. They will surely try every means to silence the witness. By then they will come here, and Tianxia Manor will have no peace. Moreover, if they see her here, they will become suspicious, and even the Shou sect will be in danger. Housemaster, please announce to the world that the Wulin Alliance has captured Lin Su. I will contact the Shou sect to probe the movements of the Evil Sect Alliance. She silently assessed. As expected, although he has strength, his mind is still too naive. The Evil Sect Alliance leader, Yin Lu Xiao, is not an opponent to be taken lightly. Just as she was about to leave, a sword plunged down in front of her, blocking her path. After a few seconds of panic, she quickly recognized this sword. This is the sword of the Evil Sect Alliance leader's right-hand man, the Mo Shuejin. He brought it along because it looked useful. She asked him suspiciously, could it be he went to the Evil Sect Alliance's place? Seeing Shuang Yan's worry, he comforted her. Don't worry, he can't pull any tricks. Yang Jinkong confirmed. Every word the young master says is true. The Evil Sect Alliance has suffered a heavy blow and will find it difficult to recover. The Mo Shuejin was killed by a single sword strike through the heart. The Evil Sect Alliance leader, Yin Lu Xiao, also fled in a panic out of fear. Housemaster Bai was astonished by Bai Ji's terrifying martial arts, unable to help but exclaim, "Heavens!" The Evil Sect Alliance leader was so scared that he ran away just from seeing Bai Ji's aura. Shuang Yin also had to reevaluate him. He was truly a master, much stronger than she had imagined. His realm has probably reached the transformation realm. No, he's on par with the 12 Supreme Ones. No, that's not right. He's even stronger than that. If people in the martial world, whether from the righteous or evil factions, knew his true strength, he would be in trouble. What if he became her man under her care? Shuang Yin said that she herself was very surprised, not expecting him to be so strong. However, the Evil Sect Alliance leader is notoriously cunning. He will absolutely not let this go so easily. He will definitely pull some trick or hide somewhere to cultivate his strength, waiting for a chance for revenge. Therefore, in her opinion, he is still a potential threat to Tianxia Manor. Housemaster Bai agreed with Shuang Yan's thoughts. He said that as a father, Bai Ji's safety was the most important thing to him. He would handle this matter with the Wulin Alliance. He told Bai Ji not to get involved in this anymore. He only wanted what was best for him. He sighed, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have told anyone, not even father. Every time I think about this, I get angry. The Wulin Alliance is clearly still around, yet that Evil Sect Alliance leader shamelessly and continuously causes trouble. Did Housemaster Bai think he would be afraid of the Wulin Alliance? His father roared in anger. Bai Ji, are you not listening to me? He replied, I am listening. It's not that I won't listen to your orders. I will just act alone. If I get into trouble, you have to help me. Don't worry about me too much. I'm no longer the weak Bai Ji of the past. Hearing his son's words, the housemaster was momentarily stunned. A while later, on a mountaintop, the captain of the Dark Spirit Squad reported the situation to Shuang Yan. The thing was, they had sent members of the Dark Spirit Squad to investigate the confidence of that bastard Evil Sect Alliance leader, but there had been no reports about the man himself. Shuang Yan said, he doesn't have many places to hide, but it's strange, there's not a single report. The Dark Spirit Squad captain said, there is one witness, but it's the word of a senile old woman. She's the owner of a rundown inn, so her words don't seem reliable. She said it wasn't a person, but a monster, a wild boar that had become a spirit. She asked where that inn was. A moment later, Shuang Yin returned to Tianxia Manor and recounted everything to Housemaster Bai. Housemaster Bai asked in astonishment, what did you say? Where's that Evil Sect Alliance leader now? The Human King's fortress on Mount Hung? She replied, yes. Based on the witness's location and the location of Iron Blood City, I was able to map out Yin Liu Xiao's possible travel route. The place where the Evil Sect Alliance leader Yin Liu Xiao is most likely hiding is there. Housemaster Bai said, but as far as I know, the relationship between the Evil Sect Alliance leader and the Green King Zheng Wang has never been good. Shuang Yin replied, I thought so too. So I initially ruled out the Human King's fortress. However, according to Lin Su, that is, Yang Jinkong, the two of them actually just hate being compared to each other, but in reality, their relationship is very close. She asked, what should I do now? The young master instructed that once there is news of the Evil Sect Alliance leader, I must report it to him immediately. Housemaster Bai said to Bai Ji, until now, everything is just speculation. If Yin Lu Xiao has really fled to the human king's fortress, you'll have to face 2 masters from the 12 supreme ones. Even so, do you still want to go? He replied, perfect. I also want to test my skills against the Green King Zhenhua. His father was speechless. He felt like he was pushing his son to the brink of death. This father's spirit was about to collapse, but he looked relaxed and happy. Bai Ji told him to rest assured and not to worry. In any case, I'm going with a master of the 12 supreme ones, so you shouldn't worry too much. House Master Bai asked. Who? The scene shifts to the Chun family of Hebei. 2 servants looked ahead and gossiped. Since returning from the funeral, the family head has become very strange. Now is not the time for secluded cultivation. Yet he practices martial arts on the training platform almost every day. The person inside thought to himself, even if I think about it 1,000 times, I can't get over that humiliation. In that moment, his head was almost severed from his neck. He thought to himself, although he hated him, he couldn't help but admit his strength. Just as he was thinking of Bai Ji's voice came from behind him. Are you thinking of me? Chun Liang turned his head in shock, only to see Bai Ji quickly step out from the shadows, appearing before him. He greeted first, long time no see, Hebei's Chun family head. After Bai Ji finished speaking, Chun Liang couldn't help but burst out laughing, extremely refreshed. What did you say? That Yin Lu Xiao was beaten by you until he fled for his life? I never thought he would see such a day. He said, but for what I see, he's still better than a certain someone who couldn't control his pride and offered his neck to be killed. He said, why are you bringing up old matters? So boring. I have business to settle with those too. So I'm inviting you to come with me to the Human King's fortress. Chun Liang asked suspiciously, is it that simple? Bai Ji nodded nonchalantly. Yes, it's that simple. If I go alone, my father will be very worried. He lamented, a father's love for his son is truly boundless. All right, I promise you. Witnessing them being killed with my own eyes will surely be very interesting. This request is not hard to fulfill, but once you make a move against the Green King, it means you are declaring war on the entire Green Forest. This could trigger a large-scale war between the righteous and evil factions in the future. Are you really confident you can handle it? He showed a look of disgust. Your mouth stinks. Or should I take your head before I slit their throats? He snorted and asked, when do we set off? He replied, once my side confirms that Yin Lu Xiao is truly at the Human King's fortress, we will depart immediately. Chun Liang smiled. Then it seems we still have to wait a while. I also have a request. After that, Chun Liang went to find his son and said something. After hearing it, Chun An's face turned pale in disbelief. Bai Ji, sitting opposite him, had a smug smile on his face. Chun An gritted his teeth and roared. Father, you want me to learn martial arts from this brat, Bai Ji? His father immediately slapped him, telling him to watch his mouth. He instructed, I don't care what you do, just make my son stronger. He warned his son, if you leave this training hall on your own, then don't call me father anymore. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. He turned to question Bai Ji. What did you say to my father? He's never treated me like this. He asked, wasn't the beating I gave you at the funeral enough to satisfy you? Still running your mouth, I see. I will teach you as your father requested. First, learn to be polite to me. He swung his fist, saying, ridiculous. What give you the right to teach me? As Bai Ji dodged the blow, he thought to himself, I think I treated my master the same way when we first met. Then he swept Chun An off his feet, causing him to fall flat on his back. He said, you're truly useless, then grabbed his leg. Lying flat on your back in front of your master like this, isn't that very disrespectful? He threw Chun into the door, saying, how pathetic. At this moment, the Chun family head stood behind the door, his eyes welling up with tears of pity for his son. He thought to himself, please understand, I just want you to become stronger. The captain of the Dark Spirit Squad snuck into Tianxiao Manor to report to Shuang Yan. I heard that after Lin Su was captured, the security level returned to normal. But why can't I even get foot in? Among the major merchant houses, Tianxiao Manor's defenses are the strictest. But the sect master ordered me to find and report to her if anything happens. She should have at least told me which building she's in within this vast Tianxiao Manor. He said, this is so troublesome. He ran ceaselessly across countless rooftops, sometimes up high, sometimes back on the ground, continuing to run. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide. He suddenly felt as if he had passed the same spot twice. Could he have fallen into some kind of formation? The spellcaster who set up the formation asked him, who are you? How dare you trespass into Tianxiao Manor? Are you a thief or an assassin? State your name immediately. The captain of the Dark Spirit Squad was trapped in the formation, unable to move. Faced with a barrage of questions from the spellcaster, he could only stand there dumbfounded, trembling all over. The spellcaster was none other than Long Jiang. Having freeloaded here for so long, he felt he should do something to repay the favor. Seeing the other party not answering, he shouted again, "Spit it out." The Dark Spirit Squad captain was then entangled by countless streams of dark energy. A moment later, Shuang Yin finally arrived in time to save Liang Peng. She put her hands on her hips, glared at Long Jiang, and scolded him. Long Jiang coughed. "You should have given me a heads up." The Dark Spirit Squad captain said, "My apologies, this is the first time in my life I've seen such an exquisite formation and strange Taoist arts." Shuang Yin said, "No, it's my fault for not informing you in advance. But you came all this way. You must have some news, right? Is it urgent?" He said, "There are reports that masters from the Evil Sect Alliance are frequently entering and exiting the Human King's fortress. There's news that the Evil Sect Alliance is being restructured with them at the center. It seems Yin Lu Xiao is definitely at the Human King's fortress." Shuang Yin said, "The restructuring of the Evil Sect Alliance couldn't proceed without Yin Liu Xiao's order. As expected, he's there. I will report this to the Manor Master. You prepare to depart immediately." The Dark Spirit Squad captain asked, "Leave right now?" The scene shifts to the Chun family. Bai Ji told Chun to get up quickly. "Don't you get tired of lying in front of me in such a disrespectful posture every time?" He replied, "Every time. You beat me until I pass out, then you wake me up, and then you beat me until I pass out again. You've even broken my ankle. Haven't you had enough fun? Is this what you call teaching me martial arts?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched again. Chun was sent flying again, crashing into the wall just like before, then weakly sliding down and lying there. He said, "You're still too green. A single normal punch from me is stronger than all your martial arts combined. If you don't improve after 3 or 4 more lessons, I might have to give up." Seeing his son again, Chan Liang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Oh my God, is this really my son?" Bai Ji said, "When one enters a state of selflessness, the senses and animal instincts are heightened to their peak. If you cultivate martial arts in that state, the power will gradually be engraved into your body." He asked doubtfully, "What results can come from training in that unconscious state?" He replied, "I think your son is now 3 times stronger than before. He has worked hard these past few days." He said happily, "He is truly my son. How can a normal person become so strong in just a few days?" A voice called from outside. "Is the family head in?" He asked, "What is it?" The servant announced, "A guest from Tianxia Manor is here to see you." Bai Ji guessed, "It must be Shuang Yin. My task of teaching your esteemed son is now complete. When he wakes up, let him eat a lot and get a good night's sleep." He replied, "All right, I'll have the servants take care of it." Shuang Yin announced, "Long Jiang has already gone ahead to Mount Hung to find a way to break the formation." He said, "No wonder I didn't see him here." Shuang Yin said, "However, the Hebei Chun family head. I'm really curious. How did he convince such a hot-tempered person to come along? Why was he so sure from the beginning that he would follow him?" He replied, "I didn't convince him at all. I just asked him for a favor once. As soon as he heard I was planning to teach the 6th king and the 4th king a lesson, he got all excited." Shuang Yin said, "That may be so, but the Hebei Chun family head is still a prominent figure in the martial world. Especially in this situation, one should be more cautious. It's unbelievable. How could he follow him so easily?" At this moment, he was ordering a servant, "After my son wakes up, give him whatever he wants, except for alcohol." The servant immediately complied. Bai Ji said, "Perhaps to him, offending me is more serious than being dragged into a great war between good and evil. Not long ago, due to some matters, I taught him a few moves." Shuang Yin was once again astonished. He even defeated the Hebei Chun family head. At this time, he asked the Dark Spirit Squad captain, "Are you the coachman?" He replied, "Yes, but not a professional one. His reputation is well-deserved. The power of a 12 Supreme Master is truly terrifying." Bai Ji urged, "Hurry up, we have many things to deal with." He said, "Can't you let me say a few words?" He replied, "If you want to talk, you can get in the carriage and sit next to me." He asked, "What did you say?" How dare the young master of Tianxia Manor speak to the Hebei Chun family head like that? Shuang Yin ordered, "Let's go, Captain." Arguing voices came from inside the carriage. "It's too cramped. Pull your legs in. It's because this carriage is too small. Not my fault. This won't do. You get out and walk behind." You. In a forest, a group of people in red robes were searching for someone. "The trail ends here. Have you thoroughly checked the 200-mile radius?" "We have, but we found no traces." Damn bastards. How could they just disappear right before our eyes? At this moment, Bai Ji's group's carriage was also passing by the small road next to the forest. The arguing voices were still coming from a carriage. Hey, drive carefully. Sorry, this road is too rocky. We should have hired a professional coachman. With his driving skills, how can he get us to our destination? Unbelievable. The captain of the Dark Spirit Squad from the assassin organization Satmon is now a coachman and has to endure such insults. Ahead, 6 people in red robes blocked the road. The carriage braked abruptly, and the people inside were jolted simultaneously. Chun Liang roared angrily. We're still far from our destination. Why the sudden stop? The Dark Spirit Squad captain spoke up. Who are you? We don't know you. Get out of the way. A man in a red robe said, we need to inspect the carriage first. The captain said, you will regret this. The man said again, for a coachman, you've got a big mouth. The captain thought to himself, do they also see me as a coachman? He immediately drew his sword and said, I've warned you. Anyone who dares to step within 10 paces, I will cut off their head. The man sneered. Well, how interesting. His subordinate also drew his sword and charged forward, but was cut down by the captain with a single sword strike, fresh blood spraying like rain. After finishing one off, he looked at them and asked, well, do you still want to come over and inspect? The man said, truly a formidable coachman. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared behind the captain, startling him. The man exuded a blood-red, killing intent, incredibly terrifying. The captain turned his head to see him slowly advancing towards the carriage, momentarily stunned. He gritted his teeth. What is this? It feels like he's about to cut me in half. The man then suddenly swung his blade at him. Although dazed, he still managed to raise his sword to block. After blocking this blow from his opponent, he seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, these people, could they be? Just then, the Chun family head rushed out of the carriage, grabbing the man's head with one hand. The man had no time to react at all, as he had his head twisted off and thrown away. All the remaining people in red robes immediately trembled with fear. Who was that man? The Hebei Chun family head said, this blood-red attire, only one sect in the martial world dresses like this. Bai Ji asked, people from the blood sect? Bai Ji drew his sword and cut them to pieces. Fools who don't know their own strength, unaware of the masters in the carriage. He counted 1, 2, 3, 6 in total, right? The captain replied, if there's no one else hiding nearby, then that should be it. The Chin family head said discontentedly, it's so unfair. How can there be a top-tier swordsmanship master of your age in this world? If the Sword King saw this, he would surely be scared out of his wits. Bai Ji said again, I'm so disappointed in you, Hebei Chun family head. Just 6 lackeys scared you like this? He replied, scared? They are famous for taking a type of pill before fighting, which makes their bodies 3 times stronger than normal. So I was just temporarily preparing for battle, not panicking. Shuang Yin said, their entire bodies are deformed, with veins bulging strangely. This is a typical side effect of using true origin qi. It seems the pill they use helps the body absorb a large amount of true origin qi, thereby making the body many times stronger. Bai Ji said, but true origin qi is a double-edged sword. If absorbed and used in moderation, it brings great benefits, but if overused, it leads to death. She replied, yes, what I mean is they were fighting with the determination to die from the very beginning. The Chin family head said, there's no doubt they are people from the blood sect. Bai Ji said, but as far as I know, the blood sect was wiped out a long time ago. He replied, according to the martial world's history, the blood sect's demise has been recorded 5 times. Although recorded as wiped out, they suddenly reappear, causing trouble somewhere. Shuang Yin said, we must report this to the Wulin Alliance. Their active movements prove that their power has partially recovered. Bai Ji's eyes widened. Go right now? Shuang Yin replied, yes, right now. I've already sent the Dark Spirit Squad captain to report it. The captain received the order and, to be safe, took a corpse with him. The Chin family head stopped him. If the captain leaves, who will drive the carriage? Bai Ji stared at him without hesitation. It was unspoken, but his meaning was clear. He wanted him to drive. Even though he was a prominent figure in the martial world, Chun Liang had no other choice but to grudgingly go outside and drive the carriage. Bai Ji asked Shuang Yin, if the carriage went the wrong way, would she whip the horse or the coachman? At Mount Hung, Long Jiang was observing the formation, identifying 13 locations. Then he picked up his giant brush pen and began to draw the formation on the ground. A while later, Baiji's group of 3 also arrived. Whether Long Jiang didn't recognize them or simply didn't care, he remained focused on drawing, not turning around. After a moment, he finally stopped and let out a breath. By now, a giant Bagua diagram had appeared on the ground. Baiji walked over to ask, but Long Jiang stopped him from getting closer. "Young master, don't step on it. I've calculated everything precisely. If you step on it, it will all be ruined." Baiji looked down and asked, "Is this a Taoist ritual? Can't we just charge straight into the Human King's fortress? Why is he making such a fuss?" Long Jiang explained, "The formation here is vast and complex. We must destroy 13 locations simultaneously to get in." Family head Chen spoke up. "At first glance, it seems like we can easily attack the Human King's fortress." Long Jiang showed everyone an illusion. "The mountain we see before us is not the real Mount Hung, but an illusion created by the formation. If we just walk in, we will only get lost and wander around inside. If we're unlucky, we might fall into another formation, get seriously injured, or even lose our lives." Then he turned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you with the young manor master?" Family head Shun said, "You seem to be just a Taoist priest who doesn't care about the affairs of the martial world." He introduced himself. "I am from Hebei." Before he could finish, Baiji cut him off. "Let's talk about that later." Baiji asked, "So how do we destroy this formation now?" Long Jiang replied, "This is also the first time I've seen someone who can set up a formation of this scale and complexity. So let me give a try first." He took out a stack of talismans and said, "Fortunately, my power is a level higher than his." With that, he threw the stack of talismans into the air and stood in the center of the formation to cast his spell. The stack of talismans then lit up simultaneously, flying into the air and hovering above Long Jiang's head like a sun. Next, they scattered to the predetermined positions on the Bagua diagram. After the talismans were added, the Bagua diagram immediately radiated a brilliant golden light. Seeing this scene, Shuang Yin and family head Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Baiji stood there watching, smiling to himself and thinking, "This kid really never disappoints me." At times like this, Long Jiang's ability is truly amazing. Long Jiang stood there quietly, casting his spell. A moment later, he opened his eyes again, as swift as the law commands. The scene changes to another place. King Zheng threw a punch that sent family head Feng flying into a wall. He said, "If you want to hold a grand assembly, you must think things through." He sneered. "In the end, the Feng family is just mediocre." Family head Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "If you thought so, you should have told me sooner. That way, I could have made you disappear from my sight sooner." King Zheng said, "You're too confident. Are you looking down on my business?" He said, "After you killed 3 martial artists from the Tianxia Manor branch, what other good have you done? Now you're bullying those small merchants, not letting them do business with Tianxia Manor. The entire Lulin is in chaos because of this business of yours. Because from the very beginning, he was a wrong move. Is this still the Lulin 18 fortresses that I once knew? Wake up, great fortress master. Those merchants are fundamentally not qualified to do business with our side." King Zheng angrily swung his fist, shouting, "Shut up! You dare to mess with my Lulin?" With that, he threw a punch at family head Feng's face, knocking him to the ground. He continued, saying that out of respect for their past, he had let him off many times, no matter what he said. He warned, "From now on, you'd better watch yourself." Family head Feng gave a bitter smile and replied, "I have nothing more to say. Whatever happens to Lulin, it no longer has anything to do with me." King Zheng grabbed family head Feng by the collar and roared, "Are you looking for death?" Family head Feng simply replied, "It's up to you. I no longer have the strength to resist." The guards outside the fortress were suddenly startled, amazed by the golden streams of light flying across the sky, and asking Lu Xiao, "What is that?" He also unconsciously asked back. A few guards thought they were fireworks. But when the pillar of light flared up, then split apart and fell, Lu Xiao was horrified to see it. His expression was panicked, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Not far away, Long Jiang was making his move. Once the formation was broken, the illusion would immediately disappear. The true scenery of Mount Hung would be revealed. He slammed his staff down hard on the formation on the ground, and dazzling beams of light descended. At this moment, King Zheng also seemed to sense something, and asked the soldier outside the door what had happened. The soldier hurriedly said, I'll go check right away. The battered phone Ge thought to himself, what's happening now? At the same time, the formation was destroyed, the illusion shattered along with it, and the real Mount Hung was revealed. Long Jiang said cheerfully, now this is more like it, see? My ability can destroy all 13 formations at once. He turned around, but found that only the girl was left standing quietly behind him. He immediately asked in confusion, what's wrong? Where are the other two? The girl replied, they've already headed towards the Human King's fortress. Chun Liang and Bai Ji were advancing together towards the Human King's fortress. Chun Liang said he would lead the way. Bai Ji just replied coolly, that's a given, as if it were a matter of course. The soldier rushed to report, something big has happened. All the formations set up at Mount Hung have been destroyed by someone. King Zheng was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. Before he could finish speaking, Yin Lu Xiao ran over and said, this is bad. Sixth King, the one who beat me in Blood Iron City, has found his way here. The outer gate of the fortress was smashed to pieces. The soldiers, caught by surprise, asked in terror, what's happening? Who dares to act so boldly here? Chun Liang's eyes blazed as he asked, what did you say? The moment the soldier saw him, he was scared out of his wits and shouted, the head of the Hebei Chun family, Fist King Chun Liang. He thought in terror, why is this guy here? Chun Liang asked loudly, you mountain bandits, is there anyone who doesn't know my title? From now on, whoever dares to block my path, no matter who it is, I, the Fist King, will personally crush them without mercy. Everyone around was terrified. This guy suddenly barged in. What nonsense is he spouting? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was King Zheng asking, what business brings the head of the Hebei Chun family here? How did you manage to find your way here? Chun Liang clicked his tongue. Well, you mountain bandit, long time no see. You're hiding Yin Lu Xiao here, aren't you? I heard he was here. Why is he living furtively like a rat? King Zheng asked him, how did you know that the fourth king, Yin Lu Xiao, is here? He suddenly noticed someone standing on the roof of the fortress gate, looking at him. Chun Liang laughed and said to that person, did you hear that? He's confessed, admitting that he's hiding Yin Lu Xiao here. The young man smiled and said, from this moment on, he won't be standing idly by anymore. Tell Yin Lu Xiao that the moment I step into the Human King's fortress is also the moment I send him to hell. Yin Lu Xiao, who was hiding in a corner and eavesdropping, gritted his teeth and cursed 2 words. Damn it. King Zheng became furious and shouted, you little brat, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The sixth king, Zheng Wang, little devil, who are you? The person replied, didn't Yin Lu Xiao tell you anything? That's right, with his arrogant personality, he would surely hate to admit that he was bullied by a young man like me. I am the young manor master of Tianxia Manor, Bai Ji. Today, I will personally send you all to the underworld. King Zheng seemed to be thinking, who is the young manor master of Tianxia Manor, Bai Ji? Meanwhile, Yin Lu Xiao, hiding in the corner, was in a complete panic. The young manor master of Tianxia Manor, the little devil who dared to toy with him, is just the son of a merchant family? King Zheng then burst out laughing. Manor Master Bai, you seem so calm on the outside, yet you are so petty. I merely touched his rice bowl a little, and he's already sent people to take my King Zheng's life? Bai Ji said, it's not just that. With that, he leaped in front of King Zheng and continued, in that rice bowl were 3 innocent lives, and it even included the commercial district that my father poured his heart and soul into building. Moreover, just now you dare to insult my father right in front of me. You have many reasons to die. A soldier shouted, you brat, how dare you be disrespectful to the great fortress master? Before he could finish his words, Chun Liang slammed his head to the ground. Then, Chun Liang, with a murderous look on his face, looked at the soldiers and asked, what, you want to join the fun too? Those soldiers were immediately scared witless. King Zheng gritted his teeth and cursed, a bunch of lunatics. Let them come and try. I have no other choice but to make your father regret for the rest of his life for sending you here. Bai Ji just smiled enigmatically. On the side, the 2 assistants were talking. The young manor master will surely take the head of that 6th king. I think so too. But since you know that so well, shouldn't you stop the young manor master instead of helping him? You're a Taoist priest after all. Although I am devoted to the Tao, I think it's more accurate to call myself a spellcaster, Long Jiang retorted. That is the companion's opinion. The girl said again, I thought both spellcasters and Taoist priests valued human life. I wanted to stop the young manor master 1,000 times, but this matter cannot be resolved through normal dialogue. On the way here, I saw merchants and small traders struggling under the tyranny and exploitation of these Lulan people. She asked, so, if necessary, is it okay to kill? He said, I would consider it a useful sacrifice. She smiled at him. That sounds reasonable, Taoist priest. He retorted, I am Long Zhang. Elsewhere, at the human king's fortress, King Zheng swung his axe towards Baiji. He leaned aside lightly and dodged it. Chun Liang stood by and observed, thinking to himself, an axe is an extremely heavy weapon, but this sixth king, Zheng Wang, is a master, able to fight so nimbly with such a heavy axe. King Zheng launched vicious attacks, but Baiji neutralized them with ease, which greatly surprised him. At this moment, Baiji also drew his sword. He praised, you're not bad, but now it's my turn to show what I can do. Chun Liang thought to himself, just as expected, King Zheng is a dead man. King Zheng, however, was completely unaware of this. He said, with just a sword like this, you want to fight my axe? How long do you think you can last? He then frantically swung his axe, attacking Baiji. Although the attacks with the giant axe were incredibly formidable, he couldn't do anything to Baiji. But he still didn't give up, still believing that Baiji would soon be unable to hold on. The battle raged fiercely, the ground cracked, and debris flew everywhere. Baiji replied, in that case, do you think my master would give me a sword that can't even block your axe? King Zheng brought his axe down. I don't care who your master is. Just then, Baiji waved his hand and used the heavenly thunder 3 palms. Several bolts of lightning sent King Zheng flying. He was extremely astonished and asked, you're a young master from a merchant family. How do you know the palm technique of the Nangong noble family? Chun Liang answered for him. The young mana master's master is from the Nangong noble family. The very person who was once known as one of the 24 revered ones, whom you, not knowing your own limits, went to provoke and ended up being taught a lesson. What kind of person he is, shouldn't you know best? King Zheng recalled the past. Baiji's master once said to him, how can someone as arrogant as you be worthy of the title of the 24 venerables? Hearing this, Baiji clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. Did my master lecture you like that too? That's hilarious. King Zheng provoked, go ahead and laugh while you can, because after I kill you, your master in the underworld will surely be heartbroken. But if he sees you happily laughing as you face death, wouldn't his sorrow be lessened? Baiji thought to himself, if master saw me now, what would he say? Would he think that someone like me, who was supposed to live a normal life, is going around killing like this? Master taught me to avoid bloodshed. If I encounter a place of bloody conflict, I must try to stay away. King Zheng swung his axe fiercely, saying, go down to the underworld and meet your master, and tell him how much you owe him. He looked straight at him, answering in his heart, this is precisely why I came here today, master. To avoid having to kill hundreds, thousands of people later, I only need to kill this one. I only need to kill this beast. He leaped up. In a few moves, he struck down King Zheng. Yin Lu Xiao, hiding in a corner, saw King Zheng's miserable state and trembled in fear, saying in disbelief, how could this be? At this moment, Feng Ge leaned against a pillar, coughed twice, and stepped out. Wanted to see what had happened. He saw King Zheng being sent flying into a pillar. He was extremely surprised, exclaiming, great chieftain. King Zheng shouted, I'll kill you. He continued to swing his axe, throwing giant wooden pillars at him. Baiji sliced them into pieces in midair. He frantically slashed towards him, screaming, die. Their weapons clashed, creating a flash of light that tore through the ground. He provoked, come on up and try to kill me. With that said, he sent him flying. The soldiers could all see the current situation clearly. Even after charging and attacking with full force multiple times, the great chieftain couldn't do anything to him. This moment was truly a nightmare. Baiji asked him, how does it feel? You are now surrounded by looks of despair. King Zheng used his axe to stand up, saying, don't be so arrogant. I am the sixth king, King Zheng. Do you think I can be defeated just like this? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he collapsed to his knees, vomiting a large amount of blood, and even his axe fell. Chun Liang analyzed. He couldn't control his anger, so he charged and attacked with all his might more than 10 times. As a result, the backlash struck him, and he now has severe internal injuries. Seeing him vomit so much blood, it seems his internal injuries are too severe, he can no longer fight. Baiji replied, that seems to be the case, then this is the end. King Zheng tremblingly picked up his axe and said, no, King Zheng, will fight to the very last moment. At this moment, countless sword lights flew towards him, grazing his entire body. Heaven-shattering sword form. One sword pierces the clouds, one soul. Bai Ji rushed forward. He was still saying, "You haven't even injured me yet." Bai Ji sliced him in two with a single strike. The sixth king, King Zheng, lost his life in the underworld. The splattering drops of blood were like seeds of despair, sowing more terror. Bai Ji declared, "In Lulin, no one can stand against my sword." The scene changes to another place. In a forest, a woman is running at an extremely fast speed. She seems to be fleeing from someone's pursuit. She was running when she suddenly stopped, because in front of her was a person in red. The person in red also sensed something and turned to look back. But when he turned back, he saw no one. The woman was hiding in a nearby tree, listening to them talk. They said to each other, "I heard she ran in this direction. Did you see her?" One person replied, "Besides wild beasts, I haven't seen anyone. Where on earth she is hiding, no one knows." They are waiting for reports from other search parties about her trail. A man who seemed to be the leader ordered, "Are you planning to report to Captain Huyet Fong that you let her escape due to carelessness?" He urged the others, "Hurry up and find her." With that said, they split up and ran in three directions, and the girl hiding in a nearby tree had heard the entire conversation. The leader cursed, "A bunch of useless fools, more than enough to ruin things, but not enough to accomplish anything." Then, he seemed to sense something and looked up at the tree where the girl was hiding. But luckily, she had already left in time. Yin Lu Xiao was tied up and thrown in front of Long Jiang and Shuang Yin, startling them. When she was running the brothel, she had seen all sorts of strange things, but she never expected to see the fourth king, Yin Lu Xiao, in this state. Bai Ji said he had hit his pressure points, so there was no need to worry about him waking up on the way to the Wulin Alliance. The girl said, "There's a team of martial artists from the Wulin Alliance nearby. I'll let them handle this." Bai Ji replied, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Long Jiang asked, "What about the sixth king, King Zheng?" Bai Ji didn't answer. Chun Liang spoke instead. The young manor lord let him swing his axe to his heart's content until he collapsed from exhaustion. Then he killed him with a single sword strike. His flesh and bones shattered into 1,000 pieces, flew into the sky, and then fell like a downpour. After hearing his account, Long Zhang's face turned pale. He found it utterly disgusting and almost threw up. He asked Bai Ji, "Young hero, why were you so cruel? You could have given him a more humane death. He was a person, not an animal. He should have been given a proper grave." Chun Liang interrupted, "If all of Lulin holds a grudge over this and rises up in rebellion, hundreds and thousands of people will die by the young manor lord's sword. Therefore, I see this as killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, so they won't dare to make a move. They saw the six kings' fate with their own eyes. They'll be so scared they'll piss their pants and never dare to think of rebelling again." Bai Ji thought to himself, "If they behave themselves, I couldn't ask for more. But surely, no matter where, there will always be at least one or two who jump out to cause trouble." Suddenly, he saw someone below in front of him. This person was kneeling before him, wanting him to take him in. Bai Ji asked him, "You want me to take you in? What kind of absurd reasoning is this?" Feng Gu replied, "From this moment on, I am no longer a man of Lulin. I told the sixth king that it was time for those blinded by self-interest to wake up. But as soon as I finished speaking, he struck me several times, treating me like a traitor." Bai Ji said, "So you have nowhere else to go, and so you're begging me to take you in?" He replied, "I'm not a beggar. From the first time I met you, young hero, at Yadawa Fortress, I knew you were no ordinary person. Today, I have truly confirmed it. Someone stronger than anyone, calm and benevolent, is the one to whom I should truly pledge my loyalty." Bai Ji said, "Loyalty or not, you're just a mountain bandit who lives by extorting others. If I take you in, what use could I have for you?" Feng Gu replied, "Before joining Lulin, I served in the Imperial Army. I was a rather capable general, but I left the Imperial Court because I couldn't stand the corruption of my superiors. If you take me in, sir, I can definitely be of use to you." Bai Ji said again, "I don't think I have any use for you." Chun Liang said, having served in the Imperial Army, his carriage driving skills must be excellent. Bai Ji scoffed, "Are you suggesting I recruit him just to be a carriage driver?" Chun Liang retorted, "I quite like that idea. It's not every day you see a true man willing to kneel like this." Bai Ji said, "Then let him follow you." He asked Feng Gu, "Do you want to go to the Chun family of Hebei?" The Chun family of Hebei also has roots in the Imperial Army. It wouldn't be hard to adapt to life there. But Feng Gu was very resolute, saying, "Thank you, sir, but I've already made my decision." Chun Liang lamented, "What a pity, he looks so full of vigor." Bai Ji gritted his teeth, "What vigor?" Then he held his forehead and sighed. "I can't believe I've picked up such a troublesome person. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Chunliang asked him, "What's wrong?" Bai Ji didn't answer, but just stared to the side, his expression one of utter shock. "This feeling is..." In the forest, that girl was being hunted by a group of people in red. She knew that at this rate, she would definitely be caught. She had to escape before they brought reinforcements. But unfortunately, she was ambushed from a front and fell to the ground. The leader said smugly, "Finally caught the prey." The woman's eyes widened in terror. The man in red said, "How could you escape the inescapable net we laid? We couldn't figure it out, so we changed our thinking. You couldn't have escaped. You were just trying to mislead us by hiding somewhere." And we were right. As they spoke, they closed in and surrounded her. "How much trouble you've caused us during this time. Do you know?" He asked her. "We finally caught you." She drew her sword. The leader said in a mocking tone, "Everyone be careful. Who knows? We might get killed by that sword of hers today." After saying that, he burst out laughing. She placed the blade against her own neck, telling them to stop their nonsense. "It's best you let me go, because I've already made up my mind. If you don't believe me, just try me." This was a challenge. At that point, all your efforts will be for nothing. The leader said, "Your late father gave you that sword, not for you to do something foolish like this, but to protect you from people like me, the one who stabbed him in the back." She was utterly shocked. So he was the one who had approached her father and lured them to betray him. She charged forward like a madwoman with her sword, saying, "You're worse than a beast." But he easily overpowered her, pushing her to the ground. Then he said, "Seeing you do these meaningless things, you truly are that old man's daughter." She screamed in despair, "Let me go. Stay away from me." He replied, "The blood demon ordered us to bring you back alive. However, on the way back, it would be normal to break your arm, wouldn't it? That way you won't be able to pull any more tricks." She screamed, "I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you." Just as he was about to break her arm, Bai Ji rushed over, telling him to let her go. "You just asked coolly, what's this fun little show? Are there still people in the Jianghu who fancy themselves righteous heroes, coming here to save the damsel in distress?" He asked him, "Who are you?" Bai Ji only said, "Let her go." Then he roared, "Didn't you hear me?" His power erupted, pushing him far away. The girl looked at Bai Ji in utter surprise, letting out a gasp. Bai Ji gazed at her intently. His feeling was indeed not wrong. Even though 1,000 years had passed, even though both he and she had been reincarnated as humans, he could still feel and recognize her just like before. He said, "It seems you have also been reincarnated. I didn't expect the woman the blood sect was hunting to be you." The girl, on the other hand, was confused and asked, "What?" He introduced himself. "My name is Bai Ji. I also know your name is Shui Hualyan." Shui Hualyan thanked Bai Ji. He thought again. Her appearance, her scent, even her name are exactly the same as before. He said to her, "I don't know if you'll believe it, but you are someone I once loved." The other guy roared in anger, "You lunatic! How dare you interfere in our business?" He commanded the remaining men, "Kill him, capture her." She called his name in a panic. He calmly told her to step back. Bai Ji drew his sword and quickly dealt with them all. Only long streaks of blood remained on the ground. He said, "This time, I will definitely protect you, Shui Hualyan." After that, the group left the place together in a carriage. On the way, Feng Gu drove the carriage. The rest of them were each lost in their own thoughts. Long Jiang said to Shuang Yin, "Don't be angry anymore. I understand how you feel seeing young master by neglect you to save another woman." She said, "This world is full of deceit. Who knows if Shui Hualyan is a trap set by the blood sect to deceive the young manor lord. He's too careless. His eyes are glued to Shui Hualyan, unable to look away." Long Jiang thought for a moment and then asked, "I don't know if there's something wrong with my eyes and ears, but it seems like you're jealous?" She exclaimed, "Jealous? How could that be?" By the firelight, Shui Hualyan explained the situation. "Their target is not me, but my family's heirloom martial arts." Bai Ji asked, "What kind of martial art is it?" She replied, "It's actually just an internal energy cultivation method. Although it has its special points, it's not some peerless martial art that they should covet so much. I also don't know what their real purpose is." Bai Ji said, "Even if it's not a peerless martial art, they are still determined to have it? Could it be that this internal energy cultivation method contains secrets related to fate?" Shui Hualyan's eyes widened as she asked, "How did you know?" He suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. The power emanating from their bodies is very unstable, which might be a side effect of the blood sect's martial arts, focusing only on yang while neglecting yin, so I always felt something was wrong. Perhaps they are looking for a solution, because if a martial art leans too heavily to one side, it will lose its balance, leading to instability. She suddenly realized, so you're saying my family's heirloom cultivation method is the solution for them to balance their internal energy? He replied, perhaps, but I don't know if it's truly the solution. She said sorrowfully, just for this, they harm my father and shatter my family? How despicable. Bai Ji asked her, are you planning to ask the Wuling Alliance for help? She replied, yes. He asked further, if they accept your request, what do you plan to do next? She said, I will rebuild my clan. And after rebuilding the clan, he continued to ask. She said, I will avenge my father for this irreconcilable feud. Bai Ji said, do you think they will let you take revenge? She asked doubtfully. Bai Ji understood inwardly. She was still the same as in her past life when she followed her brother to the demon realm, lacking caution. He said, they will surely attack you before you can reach the Wuling Alliance for help. That is why you should prioritize revenge instead of rebuilding your clan. She replied, I want to do that too, but I'm not capable enough. Bai Ji continued, consider yourself lucky. My master once taught that when the blood sect dares to rear its head again, we must pull it out by the roots. Therefore, I will help you. After all, this is my master's teaching. She asked again, young master, will you really help me? Bai Ji made a playful face and asked, you don't like it? Shui Hualyan hurriedly denied, that's not it. I'm so weak. Am I worthy of being helped? Bai Ji turned away and said, if you don't like it, then forget it. You've been pursued for so long. You must be tired. Get some sleep. I'll keep watch from a distance. After speaking, he left, leaving space for Shui Hualyan to rest. Bai Ji looked up at the sky, thinking of the Tathagata. Meeting Shui Hualyan again. Is this your arrangement? At the time when your compassion was needed, you did nothing. It would have been good if she could have lived a life with less suffering. Bai Ji stood there looking at the sky for a while, then turned his head to look at Shui Hualyan. At this moment, she was sleeping soundly with her head on her luggage. This showed that she trusted him very much. Bai Ji looked up at the sky again and sighed. If I didn't have the memories of my past life, I might have gone mad. Thank you for trusting me. Dark clouds obscured the moon. Somewhere, the Blood Lord was soaking in a pool of blood. His subordinate reported that Tianqi had been breached, and Shui Hualyan had escaped. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the other blood sect members were currently unknown. The blood demon stepped ashore and placed his hand on the person's head. The person cried out in terror, blood demon. The blood demon laughed and said, blood demon? There is no blood demon here. The person screamed, spare me. In the end, his flesh and blood dried up, leaving only a withered corpse. After draining his life force, the blood demon became more vibrant. The blood demon declared, following the will of heaven, I am the blood venerable. On the peak of a certain mountain, a white-haired youth seemed to smell the scent of blood in the air. The person behind him said, trying to escape from Tianshan again? Not allowed. The youth said, I really sense it. That person said, the heavenly demon appears and disappears, making all the powers extremely tense. War is about to break out. History will be reenacted by us, the heavenly demon divine sect. The youth asked, why must history be reenacted? I just want to enjoy this youth of mine. The Wuling Alliance is a large alliance of the orthodox martial world, established with the mission to re-establish justice and order in the martial world. But for him, just thinking about the countless relationships of interest within the Wuling Alliance was enough to make him feel tired. It was just such a place. Bai Ji looked up at the Wuling Alliance's sign and said, I didn't expect to come here. Shui Hualyan asked curiously, why? Before he could answer, someone came out to greet them. An enthusiastic elder said, isn't this young man our Lord Bai Ji? This old man has truly been looking forward to meeting the young Manor Lord again. When they arrived at the Wuling Alliance, the first person to welcome us was the Hall Master of Wudong's Medicine Hall, Tai Su. Bai Ji asked, why are you here? Could it be that Mount Wudong has burned down? The old man hurriedly denied. How could that be? Today, this old man came here as an elder of the Wuling Alliance to welcome him. He said, it seems that besides refining medicine, you have many other talents. The old man laughed and said, no matter how talented this old man is, how can I compare to the Blood Sky New Sword? Bai Ji asked about the Blood Sky New Sword. Since he appeared in the Wuling Alliance, everyone has been talking about him, calling him the Blood Sky New Sword. What is this all about? Tai Su explained, because it was he who made the blood of the sixth king fall like rain. At this age, he has already suppressed the martial arts of the fourth king among the 24 venerables, and with just one sword, sent the sixth king down the river of the underworld. It would be strange for such a great figure not to have a new moniker. Blood Sky New Sword is the first name the world has given me in this human realm. Bai Ji felt the name Shuetian was very familiar. He must have heard his father mention it. Tai Su looked towards Shui Hualyan and asked, "Who is this young lady?" She replied, "This humble one is Shui Hualyan. It is this humble one's honor to meet Taoist Master Tai Su." The old man replied, "What honor? This old one is just an old man who concocts medicine on Mount Wudong." The relationship between the young lady and the young master is lovers? Bai Ji interrupted, "I just had something I wanted to talk to you about." The old man changed the subject. A man came to the beggar's sect stronghold, leaving behind the corpse of a blood sect martial artist. He said he and the Fist King had killed a group of blood sect people. Bai Ji said, "That happened on our way to the Human King's fortress. However, I came here to talk to you about those people." The old man also said, "I also have something to ask about the blood sect. It seems there's a lot to talk about. Let's chat over tea." The Wulin Alliance is monitoring the blood sect's movements in the Central Plains and has received reports of several minor sects being annihilated, including Hualyan's family sect. At Tifong Peak, after hearing Hualyan's story, Tai Su said regretfully, "It is truly unfortunate that such a thing happened. However, you are still alive and can plan for your future, so it can be considered a blessing in disguise. But don't you worry, young man or Lord Bai, and this old man will do our utmost to help you." Hualyan thanked the old man. Bai Ji interrupted again. "What did you want to say to me?" The old man, while fumbling in his sleeve for something, said, "Just take this first." Bai Ji presented a token and said, "If the elder wants me to join the alliance, I have already discussed this with the beggar's sect elder. I have no intention of joining the Wulin Alliance." Tai Su advised, "You should temporarily take on the position of Mingju as squad leader of the Wulin Alliance. You must have this token to enter the palace. The emperor has issued an edict concerning the blood sect. The imperial edict's content is, the Wulin Alliance must cooperate with the Jinyui to annihilate the blood sect. Originally, he was also planning to pull out the blood sect by its roots. But I'm curious why the emperor issued this edict." Bai Ji said to Hualyan, "Once this matter is resolved, you can rest assured and accept gold, silver, or anything else from the emperor." Hualyan asked, "Could it be that you accepted this task for money?" She understood that to rebuild her family's sect, every single coin was extremely precious. Moreover, if this is something that must be done sooner or later, instead of starting empty-handed, isn't it natural to choose a path that offers clear benefits? Hualyan suddenly understood. It seems that's right. Since you put it that way, it is indeed so. The two of them spurred their horses and rode towards the capital city. He did think of the money first, but he didn't accept it just for the money. In short, after a long conversation with Hualyan, they arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is still perfectly preserved, exactly the same as the last time I came. Hualyan exclaimed in amazement. "I never knew the Imperial Palace was so majestic and vast. This scale is truly astonishing." Of course, the last time he came here, he was still a demon, and this is the first time he has come to the Imperial Palace as a human. The gate guard checked the Mingju as squad leader token and praised. "To become a squad leader at such a young age, you must be a person of outstanding ability." He smiled and replied, "You flatter me." Afterwards, the guard told him to wait here until the Jinyui came to lead him into the inner palace, where His Majesty resides. When he was a demon, Bai Ji used to climb walls and pass through countless halls to meet the emperor, enjoying fine wine and exotic food with him. He felt a little displeased, calling someone over just to make them wait. But now Bai Ji was immortal, and waiting was something he had to do. The Jinyui captain reiterated, "Inside the inner palace, you absolutely must not do the things I just mentioned." In addition, there were countless other things he was not allowed to do, along with a series of troublesome etiquette that Bai Ji had to follow. Upon entering the city, the Jinyui again asked him to leave his weapons and personal belongings behind. He asked the person, "How many more gates like this do we have to pass through? Whether it's meeting the emperor or anyone else, these cumbersome procedures make me want to just leave halfway." Finally, they arrived in front of the palace. A eunuch came out to announce, "His Majesty will arrive shortly. Please, Mingju as squad leader of the Wulin Alliance, wait here." He thought to himself, "I really want to just kill him, but I have to endure it. I'm also curious to see what kind of person the emperor is." The eunuch led them into the hall, announcing, "The person from the Wulin Alliance has arrived." From the distant throne, the emperor's voice echoed, "You have come from afar. You must be weary. It turns out he's just a kid. We are extremely grateful that the Wulin Alliance has responded to our request. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment." He thought to himself, "A kid like this is the emperor? I really want to slap him. He noticed that eunuch looking at him with a sharp, cold gaze. What does he mean by that? Does he want to die? The emperor continued. A man claiming to be the leader of the blood sect had once come to see him. That person also claimed to be the son of heaven and said the emperor was his younger brother. Then he told the young emperor that his grand technique was about to be completed and that he must abdicate the throne to him so he could create a world that follows the mandate of heaven. Bai Ji said, "In the past, I have witnessed countless arrogant fools who believe their own desires were the will of heaven. Defeating demons or gods is one of my few hobbies." The young emperor said, "Mingju, as squad leader, we have heard that you have fought with blood sect followers and easily defeated them. Moreover, perhaps because no one understands the blood sect better than you, the Wuling Alliance sent you to see us. We wish to hear your esteemed opinion on how to resolve this matter." Bai Ji answered frankly, "Your Majesty, this servant believes there is no need to hunt them down one by one. They are nothing more than a pack of hungry dogs, relentlessly chasing their prey. If we set a trap using your Majesty as bait, it will not be difficult." Hearing this, that eunuch immediately swung his sword to his neck, shouting, "How audacious! You dare use his Majesty as bait? How dare you speak such outrageous words?" But when the eunuch looked into his eyes, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. Although there was no killing intent, it was enough to make the other party feel threatened. He didn't even blink, nor did he make any move. Moreover, what was that mysterious energy that was truly menacing him? He calculated inwardly, "I'll count to 3. If he doesn't lower his sword, I'll kill him." Just as he counted to 2, the emperor gave the order, "Eastern Depot, lower your sword." The innocent commoners are wailing more miserably by the day because of the blood sect followers. If sacrificing our safety can bring peace to the people, it is of no consequence. At this moment, Bai Ji silently assessed, "This child truly has the air of a wise and sagacious ruler." The emperor questioned, "If we proceed as you suggest, using us as bait, can you truly annihilate the blood sect? Can you kill the blood demon, the leader of the blood sect?" After the audience, Bai Ji, along with the director of the Eastern Depot, summoned the commander of the Jinui, the emperor's imperial guards, the general commanding the palace army, and the captain of the Wuling Alliance's Sangtian squad who had been dispatched to the palace. He introduced himself. "I am Bai Ji, former leader of the Wuling Alliance's Mingju squad. By His Majesty's decree, I have full command." As expected, everyone objected to his idea of using the emperor as bait to destroy the blood sect. At first, everyone chattered noisily, saying things like, "How is this any different from gambling with His Majesty's life?" Or "Why didn't the director of the Eastern Depot stop His Majesty?" But afterward, all those who had whispered about the matter of the blood heaven new sword in the imperial palace obediently followed his words. He warned, "If anyone calls me by that nickname again, they will know the consequences. Therefore, you all should watch your mouths." Just as he had learned from his master, he taught the palace soldiers how to deal with the blood sect followers and useful battle formations. He showed them how to deliver a single stab through the neck or heart. The second strike was to behead the opponent to finish them off. He made sure everyone understood how to react according to the battle situation and instructed them. When the number of people using true elemental energy reaches 5, you must strengthen your defense and hold the formation. That will be the most crucial moment of the battle. All right, with this level of skill, no matter how fiercely they attack, you will be able to hold them off. At the Blood Demon's residence, hearing news that the young emperor had left the palace for a few days, interested in a hunt, they dare to act so openly, as if they disdain the mandate of heaven passed down by the blood venerable himself. How detestable. They might be gritting their teeth, pretending to be tough, but this could also be a trap. The Blood Demon said, "Even if it is a trap, my grand technique is complete. Who can stop me?" He ordered his subordinate, "Prepare to leave. I will bring my younger brother's head back to the imperial palace." The decisive battle between the blood sect and the imperial court finally erupted. The armies of both sides charged in, slaughtering each other brutally. The blood demon walked through the battlefield, believing the mandate of heaven had chosen him as the son of heaven. You rabble dare to defy the mandate of heaven. He had just boasted when his expression suddenly changed. In that instant, he watched helplessly as his subordinates were dismembered one by one. Bai Ji appeared and said to him, "The emperor has some matters to attend to. Let's end this here." The blood demon drew his sword, saying, "Those who defy the mandate of heaven have only one path, death," then slashed towards Bai Ji. The sword strike carried immense power. causing the ground to tremble and crack wherever it passed. Bai Ji was not afraid either, swinging his sword to meet the blow. He used the heaven-shattering sword form, second sword, Falling Moon. He leaped into the air, swinging his sword as he plunged towards his opponent. The blood demon said arrogantly, "A sword that shatters the heavens will be broken by the sword of one who bears the mandate of heaven." The two long swords clashed, instantly shaking the entire space around them. Bai Ji sneered inwardly, but he was mistaken, for if the first sword used ultimate power to tear apart the clouds, the second sword used precise technique to crush the moon. Soon, countless cracks began to appear on the blood demon's blade. In the blood demon's horrified gaze, his sword slowly moved closer to his face. Bai Ji's heaven-shaking strike hit him directly, finishing him off. He scoffed mockingly, "Your delusion ends here." After dealing with the blood demon, Bai Ji came before the emperor. The emperor asked, "May we see that sword?" He held up the sword, introducing, "This is a sword gifted by my late master." The emperor suddenly realized, "This pattern looks very familiar. It is indeed Zanliu." He asked in astonishment, "Zanliu?" The emperor said, "Did your master not tell you anything about this sword? We have seen it in the records of royal treasures. When our imperial father and mother were still alive, they had this sword forged for a member of the Namgung noble family. Because that person was a benefactor our imperial father and mother never forgot for their entire lives. This sword was forged by the great master, Oyezi." He was utterly astonished. Although he knew it was no ordinary sword, his master had once said that it had not found a worthy owner for a very long time. So this sword was created by Oyezi. The emperor continued, "An item bestowed by the emperor is considered a ceremonial family heirloom, passed down from generation to generation within a clan. It seems your master truly cherished you, for he did not leave this sword to his family, but gave it to an outsider, a complete stranger. Thanks to the love a master has for his disciple, Zanliu was able to return to the imperial palace and achieve a glorious victory. We wonder if there could be any other such strange fate in this world." The emperor hoped he could visit often for tea and to discuss matters of the Jianghu and Wulin. He also replied respectfully, "Yes, if there's an opportunity." The emperor added, "If possible, please also teach us martial arts." To reward the young manor lord's merit in destroying the blood sect, the emperor had a magnificent manor built at the headquarters of Tianxiao Manor in Wuhan, which was once the clan home of the Hualien family, driven to the brink of extinction by the blood sect's Huiyin Gate. Bai Ji looked up at the clan's sign, boasting proudly. The characters on this sign were written by the young manor lord of Tianxiao Manor, surnamed Bai. How wonderful! Hualien was moved to tears. She said, "Thank you, brother. Just like before, I want to open a martial arts school for children, help them grow up healthy, teach them how to circulate their qi, how to control and develop their internal and external skills." Was it because Hualien was happy? Or because this scene reminded her of her deceased relatives? Bai Ji looked at her in a panic, stammering, "Why are you crying?" She just kept crying for a long time. He clumsily comforted her. "Don't cry anymore. Before your tears, I will become weak." While packing and bringing new people to Huiyin Gate, the first person to appear was Shuang Yin, the leader of the lower 5 gates. With her hands on her hips and a murderous aura, Shuang Yin said to Bai Ji, "Seeing how good your complexion is, it seems you two have been having a great time together." Bai Ji didn't answer, asking instead, "Did someone beat you up on the way here? What's with that look on your face?" Shuang Yin said, "What? Is there something wrong with my face?" It seemed she was quite displeased about him and Hualien living alone together. Shuang Yin took out a blue-colored notebook and slammed it on the table, saying, "This is a list of masters in Wuhan." Hualien was a little surprised. "I didn't ask you to do this. Why?" Shuang Yin replied, "I heard you plan to open a martial arts school to teach children. Even for a mere school, it needs a resounding name. You need famous Wulin figures for people to trust you with their children." Hualien looked through the notebook, endlessly amazed, feeling it was too wonderful. Shuang Yin had organized it so neatly that one could see the names at a glance. Bai Ji interjected, "Even so, if it's just a bunch of people with fame but no substance, it's useless, just a waste of money." Shuang Yin was furious, as she had screened the list very carefully. Bai Ji just said, "If I have to choose someone from the list you sent, I want it to be someone I know." The first person to enter Huiyin Gate introduced himself. "I am the leader of the Dark Spirit Squad, Liang Peng. If accepted, I vow to help Huiyin Gate fight against the unrighteous." But without the gate leader's permission, Shuang Yin interrupted. It's fine. From today on, I will also be here. The leader of the Dark Spirit Squad must always be by my side. Therefore, I have no choice but to stay here. In the end, both Dark Spirit Squad leader Liang Peng and Shuang Yin entered Huiying Gate. Shuang Yin said to Bai Ji, "There are plenty of empty rooms. Is there a problem?" Of course, it wasn't just Shuang Yin who entered Huiying Gate with no ulterior motives. The next person was Ming Zhe of the Wudong sect. Bai Ji said coldly again, "Since I've already taught you, you should find your own way. What are you doing coming to find me? How troublesome." He took out a yellow cloth pouch and gave it to Bai Ji. "These are lesser purity pills. Martial Uncle Tai Su told me to give them to you as a gift in return for accepting me." Seeing this, he turned away and said, "Hurry back to Wudong. You've got the wrong person. I don't accept those who use bribes to learn martial arts." He said, "Wait," then took out another packet, continuing, "My martial uncle, fearing the unexpected, gave me an extra portion." Bai Ji turned back and asked, "Have you eaten?" Ming Zhe replied, "Not yet. I'm not very hungry." And so, Ming Zhe of the Wudong sect also joined. The third person was Chunin. He bluntly shooed him away. "Get lost." The other guy said angrily, "I want to get lost too. But my father said he would disown me." He said, "Ming Zhe of the Wudong sect came here with 2 packets of lesser purity pills as a gift. No matter how sincere you appear, coming empty-handed like this is still not enough." Bai Ji really did not want to accept Chun and of the Hebei Chen family. Afterwards, he placed a box of gold and 2 packets of lesser purity pills in front of Huayan. He said with a smile, "If the number of people staying increases, the food expenses will also increase." Huayan said with some worry, "This is getting serious. It's not just food expenses, but living expenses too." The fourth person, Fengge. Bai Ji sighed, "Oh boy, this guy. So stubborn. He looks completely different with his beard shaved." The man said, "Please accept me. If I live, I want to live here. If I die, I want to die here. If you want to chase me away, you might as well kill me." Huayan agreed. "Let's accept him. This person's will is truly resolute." Bai Ji finally agreed to accept him. But before that, he wanted to test how resolute his will was. He gave him 5 days to fill a huge woodshed with firewood. Then, on second thought, he said 5 days was too long and decided to give him only 3 days. The axe handle was stained with blood, and the woodshed was filled. I have also taken in the former fortress master of ATU, Fengge. In any case, I can now feel the familiar breaths and the presence of people in the empty rooms. Then he thought, I need to call Long Zhang over to set up a new protective formation. I have more things to protect now, and I also want to sleep peacefully. But there was also something that bothered him. It was that after destroying the blood demon, he had sensed something that should not exist in the human world. It was demonic energy. Why was there demonic energy in the blood demon's body? Is this merely a trace of demons remaining in the human world? Or has something happened in the demon realm? Bai Ji was lying down and enjoying the cool air in the courtyard when Huayan approached from the other side. She said, "Do Ming Zhe and Chun and always practice so diligently?" Bai Ji told her, "Soon, the Wuling Alliance will hold a martial arts tournament called the Dragon and Phoenix Contest, gathering young masters to compete. They probably want to participate in the tournament." Huayan suddenly understood. So that's it. Bai Ji continued, "Just practicing to this extent is still quite mediocre. One must train to the point of death and back, not just like this." Huayan praised again. The two of them are truly admirable. Bai Ji's attitude remained unchanged. Sooner or later, your martial arts will surpass theirs. There's no need to admire them like that. "Haven't you wondered why I changed your martial arts cultivation method?" She replied, "It must be because I still have many shortcomings." Bai Ji denied it, no. The Silver Lyre Moonheart sword art is your exclusive martial art after you become its sword queen. Huayan asked, "What sword queen?" "Why?" He simply replied, "Giving you the strength to protect yourself will be my way of protecting you. Most importantly, the nightmare of witnessing your death in the past. I don't want to experience it ever again." Huayan said, "Thank you for helping me, but I'm not a genius, and I can't get stronger just by practicing. So what should I do?" Bai Ji smiled lightly. "I don't know about you, but I think you've already become quite strong. Perhaps the blood demon's demonic energy is just a trace of the demons remaining in the human world. If you don't believe me, why not try participating in the Dragon and Phoenix contest?" He declared, "Change of plans. Huayan will also participate in the Dragon and Phoenix contest. Therefore, our Huiying Gate must win the highest ranks in that competition." "You mean first, second, third, Fourth, Mingzhi said, that's impossible, because there are many other young masters participating in this competition. Bai Ji gave a dangerous smile. No matter who they are, they must be trampled underfoot, because if anyone fails to make it to the top ranks, they will be kicked out of this Huiying gate. Everyone panicked. What? Why is that? You've already accepted us. Bai Shi sneered at them without replying. He then performed void grasping, and with a single turn, countless chunks of earth instantly levitated into the air. Everyone, especially Hualien, was determined to become stronger. He declared, begin training. Those chunks of earth flew around everywhere with considerable impact force and agile speed, attacking the targets. The scene changes to another place. Long Zhong was now wandering in the forest. He grumbled as he walked, getting angrier the more he thought about it. Going to the Wulin Alliance, go to the Imperial Palace, so happily, not even sparing him a glance. And now, they just keep calling his name, making him come over. He wasn't a servant, and he didn't even get a single coin. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw two stewards announcing something. One person said, I don't know where you all came from or what rumors you've heard. Listen carefully, because I won't say this a second time. The entrance test has a total of 5 rounds. To enter Huiying Gate, you must pass the final 5th round. The registration fee for the entrance test is just 1 tael of silver. Of course, you can also take the test for free, but you must sign a liability waiver in case of death during the test. A listener spoke up, that's outrageous. 1 tael of silver is not a small amount, and a liability waiver for death? It sounds like paying a fortune just to stay alive. Sect leader, let's get away from this place quickly. Seeing this, Long Zhong sighed. Wherever the young manor lord is, there's a chaotic mess. Bai Ji said, I didn't expect the results of the Dragon and Phoenix contest to receive so much attention. How strange, Liang Peng said. It's very rare for people from a single clan or organization to sweep all the top ranks of a martial arts tournament. Anyway, for a while, many people will flock to register for Huiying Gate. But because they set an exorbitant registration fee, 7 out of 10 people give up. However, those who pay to take the test can still be defeated and sent back. I really don't know if this is a martial arts training ground or a business. Bai Ji said, that probably won't happen. But as a precaution, the squad leader will be in charge of the 4th test round. Chun En is in charge of the 1st round. I'll be in charge of the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Chun En asked in surprise, why am I the first one? Bai Ji explained, in the recent Dragon and Phoenix contest, Mingzhi ranked 1st, and Hualien was just slightly behind in 2nd. You are 3 ranks below them. Among the people here, you are the weakest, so it's only natural for you to be in charge of the 1st test round. He said angrily, you just wait. There will be a day when I, Feng Gu asked, can I be in charge of the 2nd test round? Mingzhi replied, if so, all the opponents in the 2nd round will lose. How about I take charge of the 2nd round as practice? Bai Ji said, this is not a joke. I don't intend to accept anyone else. So all of you do it well. Long Zhong arrived. Bai Ji asked him, do I need to report to you where I am and what I'm doing? He replied, why not? Bai Ji answered, fine. Not long ago, I finished dealing with the formation of Tianxia Manor. Long Zhong replied, it's done. It's now so perfect that no one can break it. He said, very good. In that case, set up a formation for this Huiying Gate as well. How much do I have to pay you? I knew you'd say that. Someone once told me I have no talent for formations. Find someone else. Seeing this, Hualien said to Bai Ji, it's fine if we set off tomorrow. For today, you should have a good heart-to-heart talk with your confidant. Bai Ji said, why tomorrow? We're going today. Long Zhong asked unhappily, where are you going again? Are you planning to leave me here? He replied, you were the one who told us to find someone else. Shaolin Temple, do you want to go too? Shaolin Temple, the sect known as the Mount Tai and Big Dipper of the Orthodox martial arts world, is also the origin of all martial arts under heaven. This is a place that gathers children who have fallen into all sorts of temptations, choosing to shave their heads and take refuge, becoming disciples of the Buddha's gate. As Bai Ji and Hualien arrived outside the Shaolin Temple, they saw a giant stone statue. Bai Ji's face darkened as he looked at the statue, astonished in his heart. Tathagata. Long Zhong said, wherever the young hero goes, he seems to be the first to get annoyed, doesn't he? He said, you're too noisy. Hualien stepped forward and requested, please pass a message to Zen Master Minghui. This humble girl, Hualien of the Shui family, has arrived. The monk also replied, Amitabha Buddha. The Zen master is also waiting for you, benefactors. Then led the way for them. Bai Ji found it strange. Why is it so quiet here? Long Zhong immediately replied, now it's too quiet. And the young hero is still not satisfied? In a private room, the Zen master said to Hualien, "Your esteemed father was more worried about your safety than about this secret manual. If only he could have come here with you." Outside, Baiji spoke about the Silver Lyre Moonheart art. The reason Hualien's family was massacred by the blood sect followers was precisely because of the secret manual that recorded that internal energy cultivation method. Thinking about it now, it's very strange. That blood demon's martial arts had already reached a very high realm. It wouldn't have mattered if he didn't have that internal energy cultivation method. Why did the one who devoured demonic energy crave that cultivation method so much? At this moment, another monk came to inform the Zen master that a visitor had arrived. Long Zhang asked, "Who is that? The aura is truly too powerful." The Wulin Alliance leader, Sword King Nam Kung Tien. "Why is he here? Could he be here to see me? He saw me several times at the Dragon and Phoenix contest, but still pretended not to know me." The Wulin Alliance leader said, "The matter of the blood sect, the matter of the evil beggar joining forces to cause bloodshed, the matter of Lulin and Tinsha Manor after the death of the Lulin king. The Wulin Alliance owes you many debts of gratitude." He replied, "It's nothing." He said again, "Every time we met, my older brother never stopped talking about you. I still vividly remember his radiant smile whenever he mentioned you." He was curious about what his master had said about him. He said again, "Speaking of the relic, I was also curious about that, which is why I came here to see you." He held out his hand and asked, "May I check for myself?" He knew I was coming to Shaolin Temple, so he came here to see just how strong I really am. He replied casually, "All right," and took his hand. He didn't know what he was thinking. Even if he learned other martial arts besides swordsmanship, he still possesses an ideal physique to become a martial arts master. I heard he was seriously ill, on the verge of death, but it seems he is fully recovered, not just merely overcoming his illness through cultivation. It's as if he has been completely reborn. His internal energy is so strong that I find it difficult to even approach. A person who knows how to use and control this immense flow of internal energy has, without a doubt, reached the profound realm. Perhaps it's just as my brother said, his actual strength might be even greater than mine. But this alone is not enough. They would surely have to cross swords to confirm it. But now, Baiji immediately asked, "What are you still hesitating for? Do you need my permission to make a move?" He immediately channeled his internal energy. Nam Kung Tien was stunned in astonishment. A terrifying flow of internal energy immediately emanated from Baiji. He sneered at him. "There are many ways to verify my strength, even without using a sword." He replied, "I am usually very cautious, but this time I was wrong. I thought you were only strong with a sword in hand." The two fought barehanded. He praised, truly an opponent not to be underestimated. Baiji warned, "You should prepare yourself. If you want me to show my full strength, you must first show me yours." Night fell on Shaolin Temple. The Wulin Alliance leader apologized to Zen Master Manhwa because all of Mount Song had been shaken and thrown into chaos. Zen Master Manhwa said, "The disciples in the temple clung to each other. Some even tugged at others' robes and cried incessantly." Nam Kung Tien apologized. "I have terrified the Zen Master and the disciples. But thanks to the Zen Master, I was able to meet such an outstanding figure." The Zen Master said, "Why do you say that? The eyes and ears of the Wulin Alliance are spread throughout the world. Sooner or later, you would have met him. Young Manor Lord Baiji, what do you think of him?" Nam Kung Tien pointed to the sky, then presented his injured hand to Zen Master Manhwa as an answer. The Zen Master was extremely horrified when he saw the Alliance leader's hand. Nam Kung Tien's hand was now deformed, swollen, and red. He continued, "The words of my late older brother were completely true. He has completely surpassed me. His power is comparable to the first heavenly demon, perfected Manzhong Sanfeng. That martial prowess could even be compared to Patriarch Bodhidharma." He unconsciously recalled the battle then. The two exchanged fists, their internal energy flowing out ceaselessly. A moment later, Baiji sneered at him and said, "It seems you've reached your limit. How about we stop here? Otherwise you'll get hurt." But he insisted that there was no need to worry about him. After that, his hand was severely injured. He told himself, even if he had unleashed all the martial power he had accumulated his entire life, even if the opponent didn't need to use a sword, what would have happened if I hadn't been able to react to that palm strike in time? Zen Master Manhwa said thoughtfully, "If what the Alliance leader says is true, what do you plan to do next?" Nam Kung Tien did not answer, but asked in return, "In your humble opinion, "Great master, what should I do?" The Zen master replied that relying only on their strength, it was already too late. If the alliance leader did not want future generations to bear a heavy responsibility, then the strength of that child was needed. The alliance leader was a little uncertain whether they were qualified enough to ask him to step forward. The Zen master told him not to blame himself. The choice made that day was clearly not the right one, but in a situation where there was no other way, it was the best choice you could have made. No matter what, you must keep that child. Think about it. Why did your brother so often mention that child to you? It was because he had similar thoughts. Hearing the Zen master mention his brother, Nam Kung Tin was momentarily stunned. The scene changes to another place. In Baiji's dream, a voice echoed, "Long time no see." He turned to look and realized the voice seemed to be that of the Tathagata. The Tathagata asked him if he had been well lately. He asked, "Where is this? Why did you bring me here?" The Tathagata replied, "This is inside your dream." He said, "My dream? You dare to enter and exit another person's dream as you please? Are you looking to die?" The Tathagata said with a gentle smile, "You're still the same as ever." Then he invited him for a walk. He said, "What walk?" "Nonsense. Who was you playing tricks?" No wonder I consumed a large amount of internal energy, my body exhausted, yet I couldn't sleep. I had a feeling I would have a nightmare like this. In the end, the two of them still went for a walk together. The Tathagata said, "It seems you and that girl had a good time." He asked, "What do you mean? Do you want me to thank you?" The Tathagata replied, "According to the law of karma, there's a cause for every effect, and so it is with the reunion between you and that girl. I can only stand by with my hands folded and watch." Baiji didn't believe him, saying, "Nonsense. So the matter of me borrowing this frail body of Baiji to live a human life, does that also have absolutely nothing to do with you?" The Tathagata replied, "Of course, it has nothing to do with me. That is also due to the law of karma." Baiji thought to himself, to tell such a blatant lie without his expression changing at all. The Tathagata said, "I have made myself very clear." Baiji replied, "Fine. I also have a question. Since we met, let me ask it now. Has something happened in the demon realm?" The Tathagata asked, "Are you still attached to the demon realm?" He denied it. "It's not because of attachment. I asked for a reason. Inside the body of a beast named Blood Demon, there exists a type of demonic energy whose origin I don't know." The Tathagata replied, "If you think you can find the answer in the demon realm, then take back your fox bead and go investigate for yourself." He asked, "My fox bead?" The Tathagata continued, "If you take back the fox bead, you will recover your demonic power and once again become a demon. Of course, after turning back into a demon, you will never be able to return to human form using Baiji's identity again." He thought to himself, "The Tathagata knows full well that I went through countless hardships to become human, yet now he wants me to turn back into a demon." The Tathagata exposed him. "I know exactly what you were thinking." He turned away and said, "I'll say it again. I have no attachment whatsoever to the demon realm. I'm only worried about that demonic energy that should not exist in the human world." The Tathagata said, "The fox bead is still yours. I am only keeping it for you. You can take it back any time." He didn't turn his head back, saying, "When this body dies, I will consider taking back the fox bead." Baiji woke up, cursing, "What a hateful dream. Damn it." Baiji, with dark circles under his eyes, tiredly asked, "What about that secret manual?" Hualyan replied that she always carried it with her and kept it safe. Long Zhang suggested, "How about letting the young man or lord keep it for you?" Suddenly, the Wuling Alliance leader walked towards them from a distance. He asked, "Are you all planning to leave right now?" Baiji asked with concern, "Is your hand all right?" He replied, "It's fine. The medical skills of Shaolin Temple are indeed superb. Of course, for now, I can only use my left hand. Let me remind you, call me Martial Uncle." Long Zhang asked, "What's with you two? Why are you talking so familiarly?" Baiji asked, "What's going on? Why are you speaking to me in such a familiar tone?" He said casually, "You are my brother's disciple. Is there anything wrong with me speaking so familiarly? On the way back, stop by the Nam Kung family for a visit. I have something to discuss with you." He agreed, but seemed a bit reluctant. He replied, "I just want you to receive the protection of the Nam Kung family." He said, "I think meeting occasionally, discussing swordsmanship, and drinking a cup of tea is enough." He said, "If you could freely enter and exit the Wuling Alliance without any cumbersome procedures and still easily meet me, I think things would be more natural. I will grant you the position of Hall Master of the Wuling Alliance." The other two were stunned. The position of Hall Master, just to be able to drink tea together? Baiji flatly refused. "I hate getting involved in troublesome matters." He advised, "Even if you join the Alliance, You don't need to participate in the alliance's affairs, nor do you need to stay in the alliance. He still firmly refused. Nam Kung Tin continued. The Hall Master is an important position, able to command up to 200 warriors without needing permission. He replied, but I don't like commotion. He played his final card. What if I pay you a lot of money every month? He was about to refuse, but then reconsidered. If he didn't need to participate in the Wulin Alliance's activities, only needed to occasionally drink tea with the Wulin Alliance leader, could also command 200 warriors, and even get paid every month. He asked, so, how much can you pay me each month? He replied, if you agree to take the Hall Master's seat, I will pay you a handsome sum. Well then, travel safely. Long Zhang was doubtful. Giving away such an important position, is that really possible? Hualyan, on the other hand, said, this is a joyous occasion, isn't it? Bai Ji just said, I'm still not sure. At this time, at Huiying Gate, a candidate had passed the fourth gate. The Dark Spirit Squad leader said to him, to be able to reach the fourth gate, you are the first. The person even chuckled and asked, so, I'm the first one to see the Blood Heaven New Sword, right? Liang Peng pointed his sword at him and said, that's not happening. But that person was not afraid at all and gave a meaningful smile. When Bai Ji returned to Huiying Gate, the first sight that greeted his eyes was that the guardians of the first four gates had all been miserably defeated. He asked, is that person completely different from the other candidates? Can someone explain to me what happened? Shannon said, that guy is stronger than all of us. We don't know how to explain it either. Meanwhile, that person was sitting leisurely, waiting in the training ground where large sections of the walls had been shattered. Knowing he had returned, he said cheerfully, you're here? What good luck. You didn't make me wait for several more days. Bai Ji asked, the one who passed my selection trial, is that you? The one who turned my training ground into this, is that also you? He asked softly, you're the Blood Heaven New Sword, right? He asked, what? What did you just say? He stood up and said, stop beating around the bush. You are the famous Blood Heaven New Sword of the martial world, right? Bai Ji extremely hated the nickname Blood Heaven New Sword. Hearing him repeat it over and over made him furious. The young man was stunned by his expression, a little confused. Before he could even react to what was happening, Bai Ji had already rushed forward and sent him flying with a palm strike. His body flew like a broken kite, crashing into the wall behind him. Bai Ji gave him a sound beating and then snorted coldly. You dare speak to me in that tone? Are you looking to die? He heard my father say, before the words were finished. A battle had broken out. Long Zhang saw this and said, if they keep fighting like this, the training ground will be destroyed. Hualyan said, Captain Liang Peng said this might be a difficult battle, but they will be fine, right? She still didn't fully understand young Master Bai. Long Zhang took out his tools and said to Hualyan, I will quickly set up a formation array around the training ground to prevent damage to the surrounding area. She said, we're counting on you, Taoist priest. Long Zhang replied, I'm not a Taoist priest. I'm Long Zhang. On the other side, Bai Ji said to the person, if you had reached the transformation realm, you wouldn't die so boringly in my hands. Anyway, the cost of repairing the training ground is just a small sum. When he wakes up, whether he has money or not, I will force him to pay for it all. But the person stood up as if nothing had happened, dusted himself off, and said, that was satisfying. It's been a long time since I've taken such a powerful palm strike. Bai Ji didn't expect the opponent to be completely unharmed. He even smiled cheerfully and said, it seems you're the type who likes to sneak attack your opponents. As soon as the words were out, without waiting for Bai Ji to react, his figure blurred and disappeared on the spot. In a blink of an eye, he had appeared behind Bai Ji. He didn't hesitate to launch a palm strike, sneak attacking Bai Ji from behind. Although Bai Ji turned and raised his hand to block, he was still sent flying by this palm strike. He thought to himself, damn it, his movements are so fast, disappearing and reappearing in an instant. Stronger than family head Chen? Unbelievable. What kind of fist technique was that? The person said, it's unbelievable. You took a hit from my heavenly demon overlord power fist and are still unharmed. The rumors about you are indeed true. If it's the heavenly demon overlord power fist, the highest realm of the heavenly demon divine cult, he asked, are you the cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult? He replied, if I am, would you not want to fight me because of that? After saying that, he rushed forward. Is he really the cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult? Bai Ji thought as he defended against the opponent's attacks. Master had mentioned this person a few times. The heavenly demon is not entirely a bad person, but he has his quirks. Anyway, why did he come looking for trouble with me? The heavenly demon attacked frantically for a while, and seeing that Baiji was only dodging without counterattacking, he said, "You can't beat me with just your bare hands. Draw your sword, blood heaven new sword." He roared angrily, "Don't call me by that nickname." Then he swung his hand and sent the heavenly demon flying. The heavenly demon was pushed back, but was not in a hurry to continue his attack, but stood there and asked, "What are you hesitating about? If it's the sword that could slice the blood demon's flesh into pieces, then it can surely injure me too. If you're worried that the heavenly demon divine cult will use this as an excuse to wage war against the Wuling Alliance," he replied, "A war between the heavenly demon divine cult and the Wuling Alliance? That sounds interesting. Don't get me wrong, heavenly demon. The reason I don't draw my sword." Behind, Long Zhang was setting up the formation array around the training ground. Feeling this sudden appearance of the enveloping formation, the heavenly demon couldn't help but be surprised. "What is this?" Long Zhang said, "Young Master Bai, Miss Huayan is very worried about you. Please stop fighting. Since this is a hastily set up formation, I can't guarantee how long it will last." Baiji said, "Well done, Long Zhang. Even so, I didn't draw my sword because I was afraid the manor would be destroyed. Do you think I'm like you, someone who only thinks of himself? Do you think I'm such a coward that I don't dare to draw my sword?" He said again, "How interesting. Daring to confront me, Bahui Luong, the leader of the divine demon cult, yet not drawing your sword for fear of damaging the manor's buildings." Long Zhang was horrified. The leader of the heavenly demon divine cult? Baiji's eyes flashed with a blue light as he looked at him coldly. The heavenly demon maintained a calm demeanor, smiling without a trace of fear. Very quickly, a world-shaking stream of sword energy was slashed towards him by Baiji. Baiji told him not to boast, because in this Hueying gate, there was something he had to protect. Baiji's previous sword strike did not injure Ba Hui Luong much. After blocking this sword, he looked at Baiji with some surprise. That sword technique is... He looked at his slightly trembling hands after just blocking the sword. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling, thinking to himself, "This is it. This sword technique is the answer to his long-held question. Someone whose realm surpasses the transformation realm has finally appeared." He said, "Don't blame me. If you die, it is also your destiny." He unleashed the heaven-shattering sword form. But Bahui Luong was not only not frightened, but became excited. Heaven-shattering sword form, the blade that pierces the blue sky. Isn't this the name of the marvelous sword art that he wouldn't regret dying under? After speaking, the internal energy on his body immediately erupted violently. The two rushed at each other. Bahui Luong also unleashed the heavenly demon overlord power fist. Baiji used the twin swords, Luo Yu and Jin Jian. A loud explosion rang out, and the training ground was completely destroyed. Long Zhang, standing outside the formation, could also feel its power. Long Zhang walked to the edge of the crater and asked, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" He replied, "Can't you see?" Long Zhang asked again, "Where is the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult? Could he be dead?" Following Baiji's gaze, a figure was still standing there. He said, "Even the blood demon, who is rumored to be the only one among the 24 venerables who can match the Wuling Alliance leader Nam Kang Tian, couldn't withstand a single strike from my sword. How foolish. Even after fainting, you don't like to fall down?" The heavenly demon was then taken to a guest room to rest. In a council hall, someone shouted, "What? The leader of the heavenly demon divine cult?" Baiji replied, "That's what he said. He claims to be the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, Ba Hui Luong." Swang Nan mused. The leader of the heavenly demon divine cult appearing alone in the Central Plains. This is unprecedented. She asked, "You defeated him? If he is the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, how could he be defeated so easily?" He asked, "Is he really the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult?" Chunin said he might be an imposter, but Baiji denied this. He said, if he had only reached the level of the Chun family head, one might suspect he's a fake, but he's not. His strength should be on par with the Wuling Alliance leader. Chunin was astonished. "What? In that case, have you fought the Wuling Alliance leader before?" Liang Peng said, "Since the young manor lord has made such a judgment, he is probably the real leader of the heavenly demon divine cult." Sect leader Mingzhi said, "I didn't expect you to be able to so calmly assess the level of the heavenly demon divine cult's leader and the Wuling Alliance leader. Young manor lord, just how strong are you?" Bahui Luong had just woken up when he was asked for compensation. He said he didn't have any. One tael of silver was all the money he had on him. Bai Ji asked, then what money will you use to compensate us for destroying the training ground like this? He said, the Heavenly Demon Squad will be here soon. All problems will be solved then. Don't worry. Besides, it's been a long time since I had such a satisfying fight. I'm starving. He asked, do you have anything to eat? He retorted, what does your hunger have to do with me? Why did you come looking for me? He replied, I also wanted to give a proper reason, but I really couldn't find a reasonable one. It's just that there are many rumors about you, so I wanted to confirm them with my own eyes. Rumors are often exaggerated, so I wanted to know just how strong you are. But you have indeed far exceeded my expectations. You have even reached a higher realm than I have. He asked, you seem quite embarrassed, don't you? You originally thought that by relying on the heavenly demon divine art to reach the transformation realm, you were the #1 master under heaven. He replied, no, I'm even happier, because I have a new goal for my cultivation. The heavenly demon squad had arrived. Only then did everyone believe he was truly the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. He ordered his subordinates to quickly change their clothes and then reassemble here. There was something they had to resolve right now. Then it was the Wulian Alliance leader's turn to show up at the door. He said, I asked Manor Lord Bai, and he said you were here. It's quite noisy here. It seems the construction isn't finished yet, is it? Bai Ji's face turned pale. Good heavens, this old man really came looking. Mingzhi chimed in, you've got to be kidding, right? No matter how good the Alliance leader's relationship is with you, he can't possibly like the fact that the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult is here. Wasting no time, Bai Ji said to Mingzhi, no matter what happens, you must keep an eye on him for me. Keep him at the training ground. Mingzhi replied, I will do my best. Nam Kung Tin handed a token to Bai Ji. You are now a Hall Master of the Wulian Alliance. I've already told you the conditions for being a Hall Master before. Bai Ji said, you could have just sent someone for this. Why did you have to come personally? He replied, this Alliance token must be handed to you by me personally. How could I let someone else do it? Bai Ji didn't want to talk to him anymore and asked, are we done? I'm a bit busy. He was very confused. I came to see you personally, and you don't even have time to have tea with me? Just then, Ba Hui Luong, standing outside the door, said, that shameless old man from the Nam Kung family. Bai Ji was startled. I clearly ordered him to be watched carefully. Ba Hui Luong mocked. You've aged a lot. The last time I saw you, your white hair was just starting to show. Nam Kung Tin saw the heavenly demon and, utterly shocked, asked, why are you here? Ba Hui Luong didn't answer him, only saying, if you want to pull the Blood Heavenly News Sword to the Wulian Alliance's side, you're too late. The Blood Heavenly News Sword passed my test not long ago. He has agreed to become my successor, the next leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Nam Kung Tien roared, Hall Master, I hope what he just said is not true. Bai Ji said, Alliance Leader, please step aside. He threw the table at Ba Hui Luong, threatening, if you keep spouting nonsense and causing trouble for everyone, then get the hell out. If you want to have tea together, then shut up and sit down, you damn cult leader. Ba Hui Luong said awkwardly, I was just joking. In an elegant room, two people were drinking together at a wine table. I never expected that someone like you, who used to be an alcoholic, would now stay away from alcohol. Sometimes after drinking, I feel terrible the next day. You're trained by the one who brought such great humiliation to us. How does that feel? What do you think you learned from it? Did you achieve anything? To be honest, if it weren't for your father's orders, I would have really wanted to fight him right away. What a pity for you. By the way, that person is talking about the arrogant girl who held a knife to his throat during the Dragon Phoenix tournament. What is her relationship with the young Manor Lord? Why do you ask? It's a pity she's following that young Manor Lord. She is known as the #1 beauty under heaven, attracting the attention of many men in the martial world. If those two don't have any special relationship, that person will find a way to have her. Manor Lord Bai saw his son looking haggard and sighed. You look so tired. He replied, Father, you're finally here. I think I'm about to cause a great disaster. Manor Lord Bai was puzzled. What are you talking about? He pleaded with his father. Please go inside and mediate between those two. The Manor Lord was even more astonished. Mediate between whom? He replied, the Wulian Alliance leader and the leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Manor Lord Bai couldn't help but feel shocked once again. Ba Hui Luong taunted. The Wulian Alliance seems to have a lot of free time. Nam Kung Tin immediately retorted, still better than someone who is so busy they have time to go destroy other people's training grounds. Ba Hui Luong sneered. Someone like you is worthy of being the Wulin Alliance leader? Nam Kung Tin was not to be outdone, whether it's a dog or a cow. As long as it learns the heavenly demon divine art, it could become the heavenly demon cult leader. Huayan was surprised to find that the wine was all gone. The servant in the kitchen said that besides the martial artist Mingzhi, the others all like to drink on days they don't train. She also mentioned there was a place near the market that sells good wine. Huayan asked, should I ask Sect Leader Swang Nan for help? She replied, Sect Leader Swang Nan went to the Tianxiao Manor early this morning to see Manor Lord Bai. Huayan suggested, then let me go with you. She was puzzled. You, Sect Leader? Huayan smiled and replied, although I live in Wuhan, I still don't know this place very well. On the training ground, Chun and Mingzhi were sparring. Chunin said, do you believe I would be defeated by the same move again? Mingzhi, Ba Hui Luong, watching from the side, said, watching them grow day by day, you must feel very happy and proud. Bai Ji replied, does my face look like I'm very proud? On the other side, a member of the Feng family was striking a table with a wooden mallet. Ba Hui Luong asked, is that the chief of the Green Forest? He replied, he is a warrior I can use, but he's just retraining from the basics. Ba Hui Luong said, your words remind me of old times. May I get a try? Although it might be unfair to you, I'm confident my teaching methods are also top-notch. With that, he stepped forward to instruct the Feng family member. If you just keep using brute force to strike hard, your body will shake each time, and you'll hit a different spot each time, right? Relax your body. Focus on striking slowly, repeatedly, in the same spot. Bai Ji asked Mingzhi, why didn't Huayan come to the training ground? Mingzhi replied, she went out this morning. Bai Ji was puzzled. Why didn't you tell me? The kitchen servant said, she went to the Chui family's wine shop. It's been over an hour. Bai Ji didn't understand. The Chui family's wine shop? She should be back by now. The cook said, perhaps she took a detour to stroll through the market. Mingzhi asked, should we go look for her? He said, yes, let's go quickly. Something might have happened. The person who went with Huayan was seriously injured, her life hanging by a thread. Someone said, we've dealt with the woman who was with her. Her blade was sharper than you said. 2 martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix Association were seriously injured and have already returned. It seems she has gotten much stronger since the Dragon Phoenix tournament. He looked at Huayan with ill intentions and continued, seeing her tied up like this, she looks like a weak girl again. It was the same last year with that merchant's son, Murong Shou. Today I must let them know what kind of courtesy is required when you dare to make my great Murong sect a laughingstock for the world. He said he had to return to the clan and ordered his men to lock Huayan in the clan's prison. A scream echoed from Huiying Gate. She was fine this morning. There was blood everywhere, signs of a fierce struggle. It seemed she was hacked to death with a blade. Her body was found in a nearby dry ditch. Bai Ji asked with a grim face, where is Huayan? The person immediately said, I'm sorry. I couldn't find any trace of the sect leader. Long Zhang said, could it be the remnants of the blood cult who attacked Huayan? Ba Hui Luong immediately refuted this idea. If it were the work of the blood cult, the wounds wouldn't look like this. This wound was inflicted by one of our own. Moreover, it seems that poor lady wanted to tell you this, even as she was dying. With that, he held up a jade pendant in front of Bai Ji. Chunin seemed to recognize the jade pendant. Bai Ji asked Chunin, where is Huayan? I want to know who did this. That jade pendant is a sword tassel given to the captain of the Murong family's Dragon Phoenix squad. The captain of the Dragon Phoenix squad is none other than the son of the Murong noble family's head, Murong Ho, Murong Shou. He is very arrogant, with immense pride. But because he was defeated by sect leader Huayan in the Dragon Phoenix tournament, he is looked down upon in his clan. So if you ask why he would do this, of course, I still can't be certain. That Murong Shou is a madman. No one can stand him. Bai Ji quickly set off for the Murong noble family. Murong Shou, to you, this is just entertainment and a way to vent your anger. But to me, it is an unforgettable nightmare. From that moment, images of Huayan's death in his past life flashed back one by one, replaying before his eyes. Open your eyes wide and see clearly what you have done. Just then, Ba Hui Luong called out to him, wait, blood heavenly news sword. Isn't the Chun family head son also uncertain about this? Even if that is the case, the Murong family is a prestigious clan within the Orthodox sections. You've been blinded by anger. He replied, prestigious Orthodox clan? Heavenly demon, I have no concept of such a thing. the heavenly demon still tried to stop him, telling him to reconsider. If you draw your sword for sect leader Hualien, those who should have been on your side might see you as an enemy. He asked, do you think I would care about that? He called him by his full name. Bai Ji, do you not understand what I'm saying? He only replied, if you block me one more time, I'll cut you down too. After saying that, he immediately rushed off. It seems the entire martial world is about to be turned upside down because of a crazy brat from the Murong family. At this time, at the Murong family, Murong Hao was in a thunderous rage over what his son had just done. He vented his anger on the man from the Dragon Phoenix squad, asking him, what were you thinking? Why did you blindly follow my son's orders? He replied, I had no other choice because the young master threatened that if I didn't kidnap the Huiying Gate Master, he would go attack the Huiying Gate by himself. He sighed wearily. I told him to wait quietly until I declared him the next heir of the family. The Blood Heaven's new sword is now protected not only by the Alliance leader, but also by the Emperor. Even if I could somehow resolve this incident will surely become a huge stain on Murong's show. His performance in the Dragon Phoenix tournament was already very poor, causing a lot of gossip. If this matter becomes public, it will be very difficult to declare Murong's show as the next head of the family. He asked him, where's Murong's show now? He replied, in the underground dungeon. He ordered, don't let anyone know about this. Immediately inform Murong Shou that I'm looking for him and silence those in the Dragon Phoenix squad right away. The vice captain accepted the order, then asked, what about the Huiying Gate Master? Are we still taking her back to Wuhan? He immediately said, no, kill her right now. Dismember her into 12 pieces, burn them to ashes, and throw them into a distant river in Shenyang City, Liaoning Province. The vice captain wanted to object, feeling that doing so was a bit. Before he could finish, Baiji arrived. Murong Shou in the dungeon thought it was an earthquake, and in the middle of his excitement, he cursed, damn it, could this difficult encounter be interrupted just like that? The Murong family fell into chaos. Everyone ran towards the source of the loud noise. Murong Hao seemed to sense the danger, saying, this aura is very unusual. He asked the guard what had happened. The guard hurriedly replied, someone broke through the main gate and stormed into the house. Murong Hao ordered the vice captain not to let it slide. All the guards pointed their swords towards the gate that had been sliced in two, but they didn't know if he was inside or outside, nor did they know where he was. When the dust settled, they saw a figure outside and shouted, outside! Someone is outside! A guard raised his sword and asked, who are you? Do you know what place this is? How dare you break in and cause trouble in the middle of the night? Baiji didn't answer him, only saying, I smell Hualien scent here. Where's that vermin Murong Shou? The man cursed angrily. It was the first time he had met someone so audacious. Not only did he act outrageously, but he also insulted the great young Master Murong Shou of the Murong family. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was sliced into several pieces. The rest immediately backed away in terror. Baiji said, I'm here for Murong Shou, the one who kidnapped the Huiying Gate Master. If you stand in my way, I will grind your bones to dust. Murong Hao said with a tremble, that's the Blood Heaven's new sword. The vice captain said calmly, old master, before things get worse, give the order quickly. He growled, deal with him as quickly as possible. The vice captain cursed inwardly, this damn thing. Now that the Blood Heaven's new sword has come to our door and drawn his sword, isn't this the time he should be worried about his son's safety? He was sick and tired of having to follow orders like this. The vice captain went to the dungeon. He called out, Captain, come out quickly. There's trouble outside. But what greeted him was the heavy, falling corpse of Murong Shou. Hualien pointed her blade at him. Above, at the Murong family residence, Baiji swung his sword, cutting down all who stood in his way, creating a river of blood. He took a step forward and asked, who's next? All the Murong family subordinates said in terror, he's a monster. He's not human. At this rate, we'll all be killed by him. Seeing this, Murong Hao roared, do not retreat. Aren't you all martial artists representing the Murong family? Baiji said coldly, is all you do hiding in the back and screaming? It seems the only thing you know is how to increase the number of martial artists who have to die. Strange. You seem quite happy to let them do so. Are you trying to use this to gain the sympathy of the world? Using their sacrifices to cover up your son's insane behavior, making him seem less culpable. If you go all out to protect your son, then you're just a bastard, Murong Hao. He is so young yet frighteningly intelligent. Murong Hao stubbornly said, "Don't listen to his sophistry. The Huiying Gate master you're looking for is not here. I don't know what your purpose is, but you're definitely here to pick a fight with my son. You are just a murderer committing heinous crimes under false accusations." Bai Ji said, "So you finally started barking like a dog. Your tongue is as dangerous as your sword. If I can't stop your sword here, then I must at least find a way to shut your mouth." Murong Hao said, "He cannot be left alive. I will personally take his sword." He ordered his subordinates, "Take that opportunity to finish him off immediately." He thought to himself, he was reverse sword Murong Hao, on par with the 6 kings and 4 kings, one of the 12 supremes of the martial world. The family's secret technique, the star-shifting technique, had terrified the flower-grafting jade tree many times. He had once severed the Sword King's attacks dozens of times in a row. He was certain that Bai Ji's sword wouldn't even last 5 moves before being trapped in the void, losing its direction. If they took the opportunity to charge and attack, Bai Ji would surely be severely injured, unable to speak a word, even in death. Before he could even make a move, Bai Ji used a single sword form to eliminate him. Bai Ji said, "To deal with a dog like you, the heaven-shattering sword form is more than enough." In a moment his head was severed. He was still thinking, too fast. Even the Sword King's sword couldn't be this fast. Then he fell. Everyone around exclaimed in shock. "Just one strike?" Bai Ji told them, "All the sacrifices up to now were the result of being toyed with by that old man. Do you have any more questions? I'll give you one chance. Lower your swords and get out of the way. Until the Huiying Gate Master and I leave the Murong family, do not draw your swords again." At this moment, Hualien also came out of the dungeon and was extremely surprised to see him. He smiled and praised, "This is more like it. Who the hell is Murong Shou to be so audacious?" The two emotionally embraced each other. In this life, he had saved her. Fortunately, he had avoided that nightmare. In the distance, Vice Captain Feng Long also witnessed this scene. In a tavern, people were gossiping. "Have you all heard the story of the Huiying sword? I heard the Murong family was bathed in blood not long ago. It was done by the Blood Heaven's new sword. The Blood Heaven's new sword has a new nickname called the Huiying sword. It's said that the light from his sword outshines the bright moonlight." How many died? Definitely more than 100. How terrifying. One person can take down over 100 martial artists in one night. Too horrifying. There's more to say, but I must be careful with my words. Things in the martial world are too complicated now. The conversation in the tavern continued. One person asked, "Is that so? What was the atmosphere of the meeting like?" Murong Shou kidnapped the Huiying Gate Master. The family head Murong Hao, in order to cover this up, devised a wicked plan. There was even clear evidence of the crime. The Nam Kung family head, who is the Wulin Alliance leader, had to maintain a neutral stance and did not offer any opinion. The only ones who considered the Huiying sword's actions justified were the Hebei Chun family and the Wudong sect. Besides these 3 families and sects, everyone else thought this action was excessive. An old man spoke up, just as I predicted. "So what was the final decision?" The person replied, "The Murong family must go into seclusion for at least 15 years. An unexpected person appeared, turning the atmosphere around. At the meeting, the director of the Eastern Depot said that he knew how to report their matter to His Majesty. First, young Master Xia is both His Majesty's martial arts master and the 3rd-rank Grand Tutor personally appointed by His Majesty. How dare they pass judgment on the Grand Tutor without His Majesty's permission? Second, considering the course of events, young Master Xia was only rescuing the Huiying Gate Master, who was kidnapped by Murong Shou. It seems the Murong family head, Murong Hao, plotted to harm young Master Xia to cover up the crimes of his eldest son, Murong Shou. Therefore, this tragedy should be seen as a result of the Murong family's own doing. How dare they accuse young Master Xia? After hearing this, the old man was completely stunned. He said, It seems the young emperor has directly interfered in the affairs of the martial world. The situation is not good." Another person said, "In any case, it's already fortunate that the matter wasn't blown out of proportion, isn't it?" The old man pondered. Can this be considered fortunate? Huiying Gate, the heavenly demon, watched Bai Ji leave proudly and said, "I thought you were going to wipe them all out, but you only killed over 100 people and came back. How disappointing." Of course, that number isn't small, but before he could finish, Bai Ji continued, "I originally intended to do that, but saving Hualien was more important. I remember my master's teaching not to shed too much blood and to avoid it if possible. If it were the me of the past, I wouldn't have thought of these things at all." The heavenly demon commented, "Your self-control has gotten stronger. If you see more blood, the dream will become more chaotic. In the courtyard, the voices of Mingzhi and Chun were heard. We're leaving this place? What are you saying? Bai Ji explained. Well, the recent incident has made me a thorn in the side of the arrogant people of the Orthodox sections. If you stay here, you might run into trouble. Chen said, please reconsider. The Chen family won't pay any mind to those people either. Mingzhi also said, where I cultivate has nothing to do with the attitude of those people. Bai Ji said, the gate master and the family head can also teach you many things, whether it's martial arts or things beyond martial arts. I don't think leaving here at this time and returning to your old places to cultivate is a bad idea. Chen said, what if we don't want to? Bai Ji replied, that's fine too. Then I can only send your corpses back to your hometowns, right? After saying that, he walked towards the assembly hall. Feng Long said he felt everyone needed to take a trip to the Green Forest. Bai Ji asked him to go there and find a grave for yourself. He explained, I'm not saying I will return. Not long ago, a man named Li Xiulin, the successor fortress master of my Asuwa fortress, came to find me. He said some fortress masters are plotting to betray Asuwa fortress. He needs our help to deal with them. Bai Ji said, it seems this will be quite a difficult battle. Do you need me to send the Dark Spirit Squad leader with you? Feng Long replied, no need. The people of Asuwa Fortress still listen to me very well. The Heavenly Demon said, shouldn't we also go to the Green Forest to test the results of our training? Bai Ji interrupted him. Didn't you say that seeing more blood would make the dream more chaotic? Then he said to Feng Long, if you can't solve it, then don't even think about coming back. Just die there. Feng Long replied, all right, I have a reason to fight to the death now. The Heavenly Demon said to Bai Ji, you really have a way with words. This time, 3 people left, Feng Long, Chun and Mingzhi. They all said they would return. Mingzhi said he would contact them upon arrival. Long Zhang told them to be careful on the road. Bai Ji, however, told them not to make contact. Bai Ji then looked at Long Zhang and said, have I given you permission to leave? Long Zhang sighed and said, as long as you summon me, I will always fly here swiftly. Bai Ji praised, very good. In the main hall, the Heavenly Demon was showering praises on the 5th gate of Xia's gate master, Shuang Yin, saying she was truly skilled to be able to turn his favorite tea into dregs. Shuang Yin replied happily, you flatter me. The Heavenly Demon told the Dark Spirit Squad leader to sit down and have a cup of tea as well. He refused. How can a subordinate sit and drink tea with the great Heavenly Demon? On the training ground, only Hualien was left, practicing diligently. Suddenly, Bai Ji appeared, blocking her sword to make her stop. He said her heart was heavy and that she couldn't execute sharp sword techniques like this. Hualien said, I'm sorry. I suddenly remembered that I couldn't protect my parents. Bai Ji comforted her. You did your best. There's no need to blame yourself. It was an unavoidable and irresistible event. Calm down. Even your deceased parents wouldn't want to see you like this. Take a deep breath, clear your mind, and then pick up your sword. The next day, in a certain forest, a young man was walking on the road. Ahead was the Heavenly Demons group. The Dark Spirit Squad leader seemed to have noticed something and asked the Heavenly Demon, is that fighting spirit? The Heavenly Demon replied, it's more like a fighting dog. It seems she couldn't resist the temptation here in the end, just like me. Bai Ji said, hearing that roar, I thought some wild beast had wandered over. Turns out it's a person, and not even a man, but a woman. She looked up at the Huiying Gate sign, then asked Bai Ji, you're the Huiying sword? He replied, I won't say it a second time. Go back to where you came from. She answered, I think it's my right to come here. Whoever wants to fight me, I'll take them on, no matter who it is. Now I want to fight you. If I lose, my life is yours. If I win, I'll take down that sign. She suddenly rushed forward, throwing a punch at Bai Ji. Then she said cheerfully, as expected of a swordsman, your body is quite solid. If anyone else took that punch, they'd be on the ground, unable to breathe 9 times out of 10. But with your level, it seems you could have a match with that old Heavenly Demon. Bai Ji was extremely annoyed. Her internal energy technique looked very clumsy, so he had let his guard down. With a woman's body, how could she cultivate her external skills to such an extreme level? He then recalled his master's words. The weakness caused by the lack of an internal energy cultivation method is very clear. However, in some cases, by cultivating external skills to the extreme, this can be completely compensated for. Therefore, internal energy cultivation methods are not the only correct choice. He asked, then, master among those who have cultivated external skills to the extreme, who has reached the pinnacle? His master replied, there's only one master who has reached the transcendent realm, and that is the Wolf King. Perhaps that cunning old man intentionally didn't tell him that the Wolf King was a woman. She said, "This time, I'm going for Real." After saying that, the two sides clashed. The Wolf King's first punch was easily dodged by Baiji. He immediately counterattacked with a kick, forcing her to jump up to evade it. The Wolf King threw another punch, but it was blocked by Baiji. He leaped into the air. She asked, a little confused, "Why do you keep dodging my moves?" After saying that, she threw another punch at Baiji's face. This time, Baiji didn't dodge, but raised his hand to catch her arm, while his other hand threw a punch in her stomach, followed by another punch to her face, growling as he hit her. "If you want to cause trouble here, then behave for me." Then he sent her flying with another palm strike. The Wolf King was sent flying, rolling on the ground for an unknown number of times before stopping. She excitedly pointed at Baiji, "You're really strong." As soon as the words left her mouth, she fainted. Just like that, she was knocked unconscious by Baiji's fists. The heavenly demon came out at this moment and sighed. He laughed and said, "Couldn't you have gone a little easier on her? She's a woman, after all." The Huiying sword is indeed just like the heavenly demon. The Wolf King was then taken to a room to rest, one of her cheeks still red and swollen from Baiji's punch. Xuanyin was shocked to learn that the person who had just come to challenge them was the Wolf King. The heavenly demon replied, "That's right, Gate Master Xuan. I usually call her the fighting dog. No matter how clear the outcome, she will desperately bite and tear, fighting to the very end, just like a real, crazed fighting dog. Once, she and I fought for 3 days and 3 nights, until I got so bored I even pretended to be dead." Then he turned to Baiji and said, "Congratulations, you're about to receive the bites of that mad dog." Baiji cursed that she was truly insane, then asked Xuanyin if she knew any information about her, for example, how to get rid of her. She said, "I only remember one time she suddenly appeared on the battlefield, fought a battle, and then disappeared. As for her true identity, before Xuanyin could finish, the Wolf King arrived, shouting loudly, 'Found you, Huiying's sword.'" She took a short nap and woke up feeling refreshed. Baiji was astonished. What? Recovered so quickly, and even found her way here? The Wolf King saw the heavenly demon and asked, "Old heavenly demon, why are you here? It's great to see you today, heavenly demon, but I have nothing to say to you today." She turned to Baiji provocatively. "Hey, Huiying's sword, let's continue our fight." Then the two of them fought again, and the Wolf King was once again knocked down. Hualien said, "This should have been a great battle worthy of being recorded in the annals of the martial world." The heavenly demon said, "I couldn't even smell it, let alone taste or see it. If she was knocked down so mercilessly right from the start, what kind of fight is that?" Baiji warned the Wolf King, "If you dare attack me again, I will cut you down with a real sword." Hualien ordered the squad leader, quickly arranged for the Wolf King to be moved to another building. The heavenly demon continued, "She is the only woman in the world who has reached the transcendent realm by relying solely on cultivating external skills. If she dies just for provoking you, it would be a real pity." Baiji gritted his teeth. "So you mean I should just keep letting her attack me?" The heavenly demon said, "You're not that unreasonable, are you? I think responding a few times and then compromising at the right moment is a good idea." In the council hall, the Wolf King said, "Here's the thing. Everyone, listen up. If I fight a weakling, I either kill them immediately or they beg me to spare their life, which is so boring. But if I fight someone strong, I can fight for a long time, and that's very interesting to me." Baiji said, "Even when you're getting beaten, you get excited for some reason, and even when you lose, you don't feel unconvinced." She replied, "That's right. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?" Baiji gave her a choice. "Do you want to die by my hand, or do you want to get something else from me? Do you want me to politely grant you some request?" The Wolf King replied, "If I ask politely and you accept, can I continue to fight you?" Baiji said, beaten half to death and still talking tough. She said, "Fine, I'll be polite, but there's one condition. Here at Huiying Gate, there are 2 masters who can kill me. Even if I go elsewhere, it would be hard to get such an opportunity. Therefore, I want to stay here." Baiji said in frustration, "How troublesome. You can stay for 1 day, but this isn't an inn. Don't think about lodging here." The Wolf King took out a black metal ingot and placed it on the table, saying, "This is for room and board." It's very expensive. Shuangyan recognized it and said, "Could this be 10,000-year cold iron?" "That's right, it is 10,000-year cold iron, the hardest metal in the world, filled with the cold energy of the North Sea. All the famous swords in the world contain a portion of 10,000-year cold iron." Bai Ji asked, "If this were sold, how much money could it fetch?" Shuangyan estimated, "A piece this large, even if sold below market price, I think could buy 50 manors as large as Huiyin Gate." The Wolf King asked again, "Is it still not enough? I have a few more pieces." And so the Wolf King stayed. Today's training partner was the Heavenly Demon. She said, "Old Heavenly Demon, you've gotten much weaker." The Heavenly Demon replied, "You're as arrogant as ever." Fighting Dog. The Wolf King reminded him, "Don't call me by that name." Then they rushed at each other and fought again. Bai Ji watched until he was bored, telling Long Zhong to stand back to avoid getting hurt. Long Zhong announced that a guest from the Imperial Palace had arrived. He said to have them wait until the martial arts practice was over. But the situation seemed very urgent. Bai Ji looked puzzled. An urgent matter? He then followed Long Zhong to meet the visitor. He greeted, "Lord Admiral, it has been a long time. I was also planning to make a trip to the Imperial Palace to thank His Majesty." The Admiral returned the greeting. "Greetings, Grand Tutor. It has been a long time. I am only here under His Majesty's orders. If His Majesty could personally visit the Grand Tutor and speak with you, he would be happier. But His Majesty is truly too busy to come." He asked, "What business brings you to me?" The Admiral replied, "There's an unwritten rule that internal royal family matters should be handled by the royal family internally. But the situation is now urgent, so this servant must shamelessly borrow the Grand Tutor's strength. His Majesty's only sister, Her Royal Highness the Princess, is currently missing. The princess often leaves the palace to understand the people's situation. That day, the princess brought more than double the usual number of soldiers, but she did not return to the palace. Only one soldier who accompanied the princess and the war horse she rode returned to the palace. According to that soldier, while passing through a small village named Yichang in Hubei province, the princess spotted a child running into the forest. The princess, worried something might happen to the child in such a remote place, left her war horse with that soldier and personally led a few soldiers into the forest where the child had disappeared. But after a long while, no one returned. So the remaining soldiers also went into the forest to search for the princess. They also did not return. Therefore, based on the soldiers' testimony, we mobilized over 1,000 soldiers and began a large-scale search where the princess went missing. Bai Ji was puzzled. The princess wasn't found, but all the soldiers who followed her fell from a cliff and died. The admiral said, "Isn't this very strange?" So to clarify this matter, people from the palace visited the surrounding villages and discovered they call the Jingmen Mountain adjacent to the forest the Ghost God Mountain. When I asked for the reason, I learned that, coincidentally, every year, local girls go up the mountain and disappear one after another. Bai Ji summarized, "All the soldiers are dead. The princess is still missing. The Ghost God Mountain and the disappearance of local girls. As I see it, this doesn't seem to be a simple disappearance case." The admiral said, "Therefore, His Majesty sent me here to ask for the Grand Tutor's help. If the princess is still alive, it would be a great fortune. But if the princess has indeed been murdered, I respectfully ask you to clarify the cause, or at least bring back her remains." Thinking about it now, the full moon is approaching. At this moment, under the moonlight, he narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling events from long ago. Many demons had snuck into the human world, causing immense disasters. Could this incident be? He said, "No matter how I think about it, I also think it was the work of a demon." Long Zhong asked in surprise, "A demon?" Bai Ji continued, "Unless the princess's kidnapper is a crazed monster obsessed with women." Long Zhong asked, "So this is the reason you think it was caused by a demon?" He asked Long Zhong if he knew about man-eating ghouls. Long Zhong replied, "A type of demon that craves human flesh. A type of demon that craves human souls. This is a nickname people often use for demons that crave both human flesh and human souls. Could this incident really be the work of a demon?" Bai Ji felt it wasn't impossible. Long Zhong continued, "If it really was caused by a spirit-eating ghoul, although strange, the princess might still be alive." Bai Ji thought so too, but hunting humans while avoiding the surveillance of the celestial realm is not an easy task. He didn't know the specific situation, but he was certain that they wouldn't dare to eat human flesh. Long Zhong asked curiously, "You know this? How do you know?" Bai Ji vaguely replied. I once read in an ancient Wudong text. In the old days, if demons hunted humans, they would be punished by the celestial realm. Legend has it that they would imprison humans and wait for a solar eclipse, when the celestial realm cannot see the affairs of a mortal world, to kill and eat them. As they were talking, he somehow became curious. Wait a moment. This is an extremely precious ancient book passed down by his master, the Chongjin Li Shu. Through this calendar book, they could find out the times of past solar eclipses and when future ones would occur. Bai Ji exclaimed, Heavens, how do you have everything? Long Zhang began to speak. According to the Gujin Jiaoshikao, based on the time of the most recent solar eclipse, plus the synodic period of the sun and moon, the new solar eclipse will occur in 4 days. Bai Ji confirmed. Really? Long Zhang replied. Even accounting for errors, the next solar eclipse will definitely happen in 4 days. Bai Ji knew he couldn't just sit and wait to die. He then took his sword and left, instructing, I will be back tomorrow morning, so get ready to go up Jimin Mountain. Long Zhang said again, it's still not certain that a demon is behind this. Why do you have to go too? Bai Ji asked him, are you scared? Scared of facing a real demon? Long Zhang immediately retorted, I'm the most formidable demon exorcising Taoist of the Daolin today. Bai Ji said, if that's the case, then get ready. A cunning, intelligent being, even when pursued by over 1,000 soldiers, would not reveal itself easily. Since there isn't much time, using a woman as bait is a good idea. Now I need to go check on those spirit pills. Bai Ji quickly went to a cave on Wudong Mountain. Bai Ji said with satisfaction, they're progressing very well. I can feel my own demonic energy condensing in each pill. Even with just a small bite, my demonic energy is on a completely different level from the demonic energy those blood demons absorbed. Moreover, that guy doesn't convert demonic energy into internal energy, but absorbs and merges the demonic energy into his body. Although this is my demonic energy, with this human body, if I absorb it, I don't know what will happen. It's a pity, but first I must also find a way to completely convert demonic energy into human internal energy. I will make him tremble in fear of this demonic energy. After speaking, he left. Bai Ji went to where Mingzhi was staying, observing from a distance, very pleased with his diligence. To become the successor to the Wudong sect's leader, even without being forced, one must cultivate so diligently. He wasn't too sure about Chunin, but Mingzhi always pleased him. Mingzhi seemed to notice something, but when he looked over, there was no one there. He wondered, someone was clearly watching me just now. The next morning, at Huiying Gate, Huayan stood at the sect gate, looked at Bai Ji, and asked, this is a request from the person who helped young Master Bai, so you have to go and help, right? Bai Ji asked her, are you worried about me? Huayan replied, how could I not be worried? It might be the work of a demon. The heavenly demon, however, said with great excitement, let's go catch a demon, Huiying's sword. At the same time, Long Zhang and the Wolf King also said, we are ready. Let's set off. Bai Ji asked the heavenly demon, the Wolf King is going too? The heavenly demon said, I want to see what kind of power these demons are. The Wolf King chimed in, that's right, I can't miss this opportunity. Bai Ji praised, very good. Even if that weren't the case, I wouldn't need to use human flesh or something to throw at that demon when I need to escape. He turned back to instruct Squad Leader Liang Peng. While I'm away, this place is in your hands. Squad Leader Liang Peng replied, don't worry, sir. Gate Master Xuanyan has already arranged for the Dark Spirit Squad to be around the Huiying Gate Manor. Bai Ji said, that's Xuanyan for you. Huayan instructed, come back safely soon. Bai Ji replied, of course. Then he led Long Zhang and the other two to the assembly point. Huayan stood there, watching their figures recede, her face still full of worry. The scene changes to another place. The admiral of the Eastern Depot told the vice captain that time was pressing, yet they were being so slow. He was extremely worried. At this rate, he didn't know how he would answer to His Majesty. The vice captain replied that they had soldiers searching day and night without rest, so he thought they would find the princess soon. The admiral said apologetically that everyone had worked hard, and it was only because he was too anxious that he had spoken such harsh words. Just then, Bai Ji arrived, saying that the princess was still alive. The admiral of the Eastern Depot was overjoyed to hear this and asked, Grand Preceptor, you've really come? In a strategy tent, Bai Ji demanded that all soldiers be withdrawn from the mountain before sunset, saying they would only get in the way. When night fell and the moon was high, they would go up the mountain. The admiral of the Eastern Depot wondered, if the princess was alive, shouldn't they join forces to save her? Why? Baiji replied, you just need to know that bringing many soldiers up the mountain now would be a futile effort. The admiral finally had a compromise. He said that although he didn't understand why, he was sure that the Grand Preceptor must have his reasons for doing so. He ordered all soldiers to make camp and await orders not to go up the mountain again. The heavenly demon said, that's a lot of people. The Wolf King replied, what can they do? The heavenly demon said again, aren't they the ones who once bravely fought against the blood cult? The Wolf King said, so what if it's the blood cult? Long Zhang suddenly sniffed the air. He looked up at the distant mountain peak and exclaimed in surprise, something's not right. This aura is definitely not human. On a moonlit night, Baiji's group entered the forest, passing through a path full of thorns and vines. The heavenly demon said, soldiers must have gotten lost around here. Long Zhang continued, if this area was covered in thorns and vines like this from the beginning, it's definitely not normal. It's as if it's warning them not to go up the mountain. Baiji told them to be quiet. What warning? How annoying. With that, he swung his sword and cut a path, astonishing Long Zhang. The heavenly demon commented, what a hothead. Baiji shouted, shut up, heavenly demon. They passed through the thorns, walking for quite a long way. The Wolf King asked the heavenly demon if he heard any strange sounds. The heavenly demon said, it's not a sound, but something is unusual about the surroundings. Ever since passing the mountainside, the sound of the wind, the chirping of insects, those natural sounds have all gradually disappeared. Baiji said it's nearby. It felt like someone was staring at them from the distant darkness. Perhaps because it was constantly disturbed by soldiers before, it didn't intend to show itself first. The heavenly demon lit a flame in his hand and said, exactly. This old man came all this way just to see this demon, which I've only read about in books with my own eyes. I will use this heavenly demon, annihilating heaven's calamity flame, to personally lure it out of the darkness. Baiji said, the women it captured and the princess might be imprisoned somewhere on this mountain. Unless you plan to burn down the entire mountain, incinerating everyone. Put out the fire. If you start a fire, the people it captured will only hide deeper. All of you just wait there. Long Zhang wondered and asked what Baiji planned to do. He replied, use bait to lure it out. With that, he took out from his robes the 3 spirit pills he had just retrieved from the Wudong cave. For this man-eating demon, his spirit pills were more effective bait than women. Suddenly, a wave of demonic energy appeared in the air. Baiji warned, I'm telling you beforehand, no matter what happens, don't make a fuss. Bahui Luong said disdainfully, what? Would this old man, the cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, be scared? The Wolf King said, you'd better not be the one making a fuss, old heavenly demon. From the forest, a monster appeared, letting out strange and piercing sounds towards them. The heavenly demon said, not human, not beast. This strange sound, could it really be a demon? The Wolf King said with a headache, my ears hurt so much, it feels like the sound of blades clashing. Only Baiji felt that this sensation was like returning to the demon realm. Nothing can stop the hunger. It seems its craving for demonic energy has reached its peak. Baiji said, come here quickly. Resisting will only bring more suffering. The demon beast had truly appeared. The others all stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, heavens, it really appeared. Long Zhang said, could it be a human-faced spider? Baiji cursed inwardly, you damn spider, you finally decided to show your face. The demon spider leaped into the air and shot silk at the group. The Wolf King couldn't react in time and was hit by the spider's silk, pinned firmly to the ground. The heavenly demon reacted faster, turning to dodge. But he was also quickly bound by the spider's silk, pinned to the ground like the Wolf King. Long Zhang took out a talisman and was about to cast a spell when he saw this scene and shouted in horror, heavenly demon. He turned his head back to the front and the figure of the giant demon spider had appeared right before him. Long Zhang looked at its long tongue and disgusting face and couldn't help but curse, you damn human-faced spider, you think I'm afraid of you? With that, he began to chant an incantation. Just as he was about to throw the talisman at the demon spider, a row of its legs was suddenly severed. The one who acted was none other than Baiji. He said regretfully, I thought you were quite clever, having a human face and all, but seems you're just useless. The heavily injured monster stubbornly got up and fled. Baiji said, don't worry, I've already cut off one side of its legs. It can't run far. Long Zhang said worriedly, what if it goes to the place where the women and the princess are being held? Baiji told him to just follow quietly. The heavenly demon lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. How astonishing. He had actually seen a monster as big as a house flying through the air, and it could even shoot out such a liquid. That was truly a demon, a human-faced spider. The Wolf King beside him paid no mind, still struggling frantically. But no matter how much strength she used, she couldn't break free. This damn thing is too tough. I can't break free with my strength. The heavenly demon continued to exclaim excitedly. Are other demons this interesting too? The Wolf King angrily cursed. Heavenly demon, you old bastard, stop lying there talking nonsense and do something. Long Zhang stood beside them, helplessly unsure of how to save them. Bai Ji suddenly spoke from behind him. Even a Huajing master couldn't escape from that thing. They can only slowly wait for death. Long Zhang reached out to touch the silk on the ground and continued. That demon left behind a spider web when it fled. Of course, in the darkness of the deep mountains, it's impossible to follow it using the web. So we won't use the web to chase it, but the demonic energy on the spider silk. With that, he took out a talisman and tied it to the web. By doing this, tying the talisman, it's possible to trace that bastard's demonic energy through this thread of silk. After doing all this, he clasped his hands and began to chant. When he finished chanting, the talisman lit up and flew into the air. Before Bai Ji's astonished eyes, it just tore through the air, flying deep into the forest. Bai Ji smiled at the talisman, praising, "Only now do I see you have the bearing of a sorcerer." Without waiting for Long Zhang's reply, he took the lead in chasing the talisman, urging him to hurry. The human-faced spider, after escaping from Bai Ji, was standing on a cliff, continuously spitting out green smoke before falling helplessly to the ground, its tongue lolling out like an addict. It cursed inwardly. That beast, does he intend to snatch the women of the human race from my hands? I don't know how you obtained that demonic energy, but I won't be fooled a second time. Just then, it looked up in alarm. A talisman was hovering above its head. The human-faced spider looked at the talisman, completely bewildered. What is that? What is that green flame? Just then, from a distance, a long sword came flying through the air. The human-faced spider's remaining 4 legs were then also severed. It lay there in agony, writhing and whimpering nonstop. The one who had struck was none other than Bai Ji. As he ran, he reminded Long Zhang that it had spat out a lot of neurotoxin that paralyzes humans, which was why the soldiers couldn't find it. "Are you all right, little brother?" Long Zhang raised a hand to cover his nose and replied, "I can still handle this level, but if I get any closer, I'm afraid it will be beyond my ability." Bai Ji then said no more, leaping towards the human-faced spider on the cliff face. He landed on its body and cursed, "You're too noisy." If this were the demon realm, the other demons would have heard you making such a racket and probably torn you to shreds long ago. Sneaking around, living in the human world. Have you forgotten the laws of the demon realm? All you can think about is eating human flesh. Until the day the celestial realm is obscured by a solar eclipse. The human-faced spider looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about? How could a human like you know about that?" Bai Ji replied coldly, "What I'm curious about is, I've given orders to my subordinates that cunning creatures like you who harm the human world are worse than street thugs. So they must capture creatures like you first. Yet a scoundrel like you is able to hide in this mountain, avoiding the eyes of my subordinates? It seems you've been hiding here for 100 years. The more the human-faced spider listened, the more terrified it became. "What are you talking about? Who are your subordinates?" Bai Ji sneered. "A demon like you who lived in the demon realm has never heard of the great name of the demon King Zhang Hao? It seems I have nothing more to say to you." With that, he decisively thrust his sword into its chest. The human-faced spider screamed in pain. Bai Ji didn't finish it off right away, only teaching it a lesson. He continued to ask, "I only have one question. If you dare to be evasive, I will carve every piece of flesh from your body, leaving only your head in the end, turning you into a display piece for humankind. So you had better answer honestly." Behind them, Long Zhang had just broken through a cave entrance concealed by tree roots and earth. The rocks and roots were cleverly woven together to hide the entrance. That way, no matter how many soldiers there were, they would have inadvertently missed it. As soon as he entered, Long Zhang was stunned speechless. Before his eyes were countless human cocoons hanging from the cave walls. Heavens, just how many people has it captured? He then shouted out to Bai Ji, "Young Master Bai, I found the princess and the other women. They've all been poisoned and their nerves are paralyzed, but luckily, they are all safe and sound. Baiji breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. He looked down again at the human-faced spider beneath his feet. Are you hiding people anywhere else? The human-faced spider hastily answered honestly, absolutely not. This is all of them. Please spare me. Baiji smiled very sinisterly. All right, I believe you. Seeing his expression, the human-faced spider was terrified and felt something was wrong. What? Immediately after, a loud explosion erupted from where the two of them were. Long Zhang, behind them, was stunned by this scene. Heavens, whether human or demon, young Master Bai can smash their bones to smithereens. After dealing with the human-faced spider, Baiji quickly sheathed his sword. He then squatted down, rummaging through its pile of blood and flesh, searching for something. As he turned back, Long Zhang asked, Young Master, what were you just looking for? Baiji shook his head, nothing. He held up a few things in his hand. I was just looking for its demon core and poison fangs. I think they will be useful. Long Zhang reminded him, Young Master, please wash your hands with wine before eating. Soon, the night passed and a new day began. Baiji returned to the Imperial soldiers' camp and briefly explained the situation. The Admiral was so moved, he couldn't believe his ears. You found the princess? Where is she? Is she alive? Baiji sighed. All the women who went missing in this area are the same. They're all safe and sound. The Admiral sighed in relief. That's wonderful. I knew you could do it. Baiji closed his eyes, his expression very sleepy. I'll tell you the whole story later. I've used smoke to mark the cave's location, so send your soldiers and bring them out quickly. Remember to bring clothes for them. Huh? Clothes? Why bring clothes? A while later, Baiji's group and Long Zhang gathered on a hillside to talk. The princess said she came here to investigate the reason for the continuous disappearances of women in the area. After experiencing it herself, she learned it was the work of the human-faced spider. The heavenly demon rubbed his neck and exclaimed, that fellow is really something. To think the royal family would personally take action, solving difficulties for the common people. Long Zhang continued, this is truly a bold move. Baiji's face darkened. What did you say? The scene flashes back to the previous night. When Baiji and Long Zhang rescued the princess from the cocoon, something unexpected happened. She didn't have a single scrap of clothing on her. As soon as she was released, she clutched her chest in horror and screamed, You dare touch my body with your hands? Heavens, those filthy hands of yours. How must I wash him? Long Zhang waved his hands to explain, No, miss, you've misunderstood. Young Master Bai couldn't find an antidote right away, so he had to do that to sense everyone's aura. Baiji stood to the side, listening to her racket, already having the thought of killing her to be done with it. Hearing this, the heavenly demon burst out laughing. Haha, now I understand why soldiers had to be sent to rescue them. The Wolf King callously snapped. A few beatings and she'll behave. Let's go back. There's a large inn on the way back. Let's go there and have a few portions of tofu noodles. Baiji told them, I have some business to attend to somewhere. You all go ahead. The heavenly demon looked doubtfully at his retreating back and asked, Where are you suddenly going? Baiji smiled. I'll tell you when I get back. The heavenly demon didn't ask any more questions and turned to call Long Zhang to go with him. The two of them watched Baiji's back and discussed, could he be going to get revenge on the princess? After all, he's still human in the end. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. The young emperor and Baiji stood talking in the courtyard. I have followed the sorcerer's instructions to prepare the antidote. My sister's condition is much better now. Baiji continued, he is indeed a Taoist Daolin who is outstanding in many aspects. The young emperor continued, this time, the royal family owes the grand tutor another favor. You not only saved my sister, but also hundreds of lives. They're the sisters and wives of countless common people. Baiji said shyly, it's not that much. The young emperor suddenly became serious, but there is one thing. It's hard to believe this was caused by a human-faced spider. This matter is truly worrying. The appearance of demons in this world is only recorded in ancient texts from a very long time ago. Baiji explained, although they rarely appear in the human world, demons do indeed exist, Your Majesty. The emperor wondered, do they really exist alongside us? Baiji comforted him, but you need not worry. Even if that weren't the case, this servant will pay more attention in the future. The emperor smiled. Hearing you say that, I truly feel much more at ease. If you can, please lend me a hand. Baiji asked in return, then, may this servant be so bold as to make a request? The emperor wondered what request. Bai Ji smiled. Please allow this servant to meet Oyezi. The emperor was astonished. You want to meet Oyezi? Bai Ji replied, please do not ask for the reason. The emperor said sadly, heavens, even I have a hard time meeting that person. Even if the Grand Tutor and I go together, I'm not sure if he would agree to meet the Grand Tutor. Bai Ji smiled confidently. Please rest assured, he will definitely meet me. A while later, outside a forest. Oyezi. The first time I heard this name was from Shuangming. I didn't feel it was unfamiliar at all. This seemed to be a name that had vaguely lingered in my memory for a long time. At the end of the straight, narrow path in the bamboo forest on the hillside, there was a smithy. Bai Ji stopped, looked ahead, and let out a breath. I'll know once I meet him, won't I? Is that the person from my memory? Bai Ji walked a little further and soon saw a courtyard appear before him. Inside, black smoke was still rising from the chimney. In the house, a person was engrossed in forging iron with a hammer. After hammering for a while, he lifted the piece of iron to inspect it. Just then, a young demon came from behind to report, Master, Han Yingwu of the Wanjin Tang has sent someone to see you again. The burly man was a little angry. Didn't I say to refuse all his requests? The young demon replied, this disciple has refused many times. But he said, as he spoke, he stopped because there was a sudden knock at the door. He turned his head in confusion. I've set up an array all around. How can this be? The burly man impatiently grabbed his hammer and walked out. Niu Ping, you haven't improved at all. Watch closely. It's because you don't know how to refuse people that all sorts of cats and dogs come knocking on our door. He quickly went to the door, and as soon as he opened it, he put on a fierce and menacing expression, shouting, do you know what kind of shop this is? If you want to keep your head on your shoulders, get lost. As he said this, his mouth suddenly fell open. His eyes fell on the Jinliu sword at Bai Ji's hip. The master of the Jinliu has changed? Who is that person? After getting closer to Bai Ji, he exclaimed, Huiying Swordlight? Bai Ji turned his head, looking at him with amusement and laughing loudly. Well, seeing your face brings it back. I do indeed remember very clearly. You once shattered the sword that was supposed to be presented to me, and seeing me like that, you gave me a broken sword to beg me to forgive your mistake, didn't you? Hearing Bai Ji say this, Oyezi's eyes widened, his mouth agape. He then knelt and kowtowed before him. This lowly one deserves to die 10,000 deaths for someone like you to personally come here to see me. Bai Ji smiled. You know who I am? Oyezi was extremely emotional. How could I not know, young Master Bai Ji? Bai Ji sighed. It's been a long time. The two then went inside to drink tea and talk. Once, the great Luo immortals requested this lowly one to make swords, so this lowly one made a few in his spare time. It seems they were very satisfied. It is thanks to them that this lowly one was able to settle down in the human world, doing what I want. Bai Ji laughed loudly. Having the great Luo immortals as backers really makes a difference. Oyezi wondered. We heard that you had attained the Tao and become a Yuxian. Bai Ji was displeased. Who spread this false rumor? Oyezi replied, everyone is saying it. Bai Ji's face darkened. Good heavens, the crazy words made up by that Wudong crowd have unexpectedly spread even to the demon realm. Oyezi clenched his fists excitedly. Whether you are a Yuxian or a human, you are still as powerful as ever. Bai Ji was a little unhappy. Are you kidding me? How can this human body compare to when I was a demon? Of course, I'm still strong enough to take your head. Oyezi waved his hands in fear. Well, please don't joke like that. But what fortunate chance has brought you here? Bai Ji took out the demon core and fangs of the human-faced spider and placed them on the table. Oyezi picked them up to examine them and said, these are the poison fangs and spirit core of a spider ghost. At a glance, it seems to have existed for about 100 years. Bai Ji ordered, use these to make a demon sword. Oyezi wondered, a demon sword? Bai Ji explained, a few days ago when I was fighting the human-faced spider, I had this idea. If I turn this entire human world upside down, there's surely still many other demons in hiding. Oyezi was terrified. This lowly one is allowed to stay here, and my disciples naturally are as well. Bai Ji continued, that's why I'm preparing. Among them, there may be some who are too strong and difficult to deal with. Oyezi suddenly understood. Although the Jinliu is a famous sword renowned throughout the world, it was not created to fight demons. If the opponent is a demon, a small demon sword will certainly be sharper and pierce deeper than this Jinliu sword. Please give this lowly one a week. This lowly one will forge a sword that will satisfy you. Bai Ji asked impatiently, do you understand what I'm saying? I will use it in the way you have forged it for me. Those gods are lazy. They don't care about the human world. And that Zhang Hao fellow, I don't know what tricks he's playing to let demons come to the human world and cause chaos. I really don't understand what's going on. Oh Yezi replied, I heard that the demon realm has undergone many changes. Baiji wondered, changes? Oh Yezi began to explain, counting from the time you left the demon realm, it must have been over 300 years. Baiji's eyes widened in disbelief. 300 years? Oh Yezi nodded seriously, yes. Baiji asked again, I've been human for less than 15 years. How could it have been 300 years ago? Oh Yezi quickly waved his hands. This humble one truly does not understand the reason. Baiji grimaced as if he had eaten a bitter fruit, thinking to himself, why is time distorted like this? Is this also because of that damned karma, Tathagata? Seeing him silent for a long time, Oyezi continued to explain, in any case, since you left the demon realm, 300 years have passed. Baiji interrupted, that's enough. No matter how the demon realm has changed, it has nothing to do with me now. Hearing his heartless words, Oyezi was momentarily stunned. A moment later, Baiji left Oyezi's forge. See you in a week. Oyezi bowed respectfully. Take care, my lord. Baiji snorted coldly. Take care what? After Baiji left, Niuping said, I've heard many people rumor that Huiyan Kim is a famous martial artist in the pugilistic world, but he's just a human. Why did he make Master kneel and kowtow like that? Oyezi said sternly, watch your mouth, Niuping. Before the two of us came to the human world, that great lord was once the ruler of the demon realm. With just a single command from him, all the great demons would tremble in fear. Even the great Luo golden immortals had to show him some respect, calling him the nine-tailed fox ancestor. Niuping's face turned pale with fright. The nine-tailed fox ancestor. That person is... Oyezi did not elaborate on the matter and ordered Niuping, quickly add new charcoal to the furnace and light the fire. We must forge day and night without rest to create the best demon sword. Time flew by, and soon 7 days had passed. Baiji returned to Oyezi's forge as promised. As soon as he entered, he gaped in astonishment at the sword before him. Is this the sword? Oyezi continued, yes, this is the demon sword you requested. I thought that making it too ornate and attracting the attention of others would be of no benefit. So, I made it in its simplest form. Baiji drew the sword to inspect it and remarked, it's so light. If a woman were to use it, it would probably be easy. Oyezi asked, what do you think, my lord? Are you satisfied? Hearing this, Baiji's eyes narrowed. Next, he pointed the sword at Oyezi, frightening him. Why are you doing this, young master Baiji? Did this humble one do something wrong? Baiji smirked, looking extremely sinister. Then he returned to normal and sheathed the sword. It hasn't even touched you, yet you're already so panicked. It seems this sword is not badly made. Oyezi breathed a sigh of relief. You mean, Baiji tossed him a wooden box. Take it. Although Oyezi didn't know what it was, he quickly caught it. What is this? Baiji smiled. It's a gift in return. A demon core pill made from the demonic energy I left behind in the human world. Oyezi's jaw dropped. What? Heavens, such a precious thing. Baiji said no more and quickly turned to leave. Night fell, and the master and disciple, Oyezi and Niuping, stood on a rooftop talking. Was he satisfied? It seems he was very satisfied. He even bestowed upon me a return gift that is even more valuable than that demon sword. A return gift? What is it, master? Oyezi said worriedly, I am happy, but also a little scared. Niuping, I'm warning you, you must absolutely not let anyone know that young Master Baiji has become a human living in a human world, or that I forged that demon sword for him. Absolutely do not let anyone else know, remember? Niuping continued, Master, although I'm a slow learner, I'm quite sharp. Oyezi was a bit skeptical. Is that so? Niuping asked back, if that matter reaches the ears of those demons, you won't have any peace, right? Oyezi looked at his disciple in surprise. You know about that too? There are many madmen in this world. They no longer fear anything. I've been delaying the meeting because I feel something terrible is about to happen. Niuping continued, if you keep delaying like this, Master, your disciple will be the one to die. Oyezi was confused. They still want to see me? Niuping nodded yes. They just asked me to pass a message to you, Master, that if you delay any longer, they will take my life first. Oyezi sighed, recalling what Baiji had said then. Just as I predicted, there are still many demons hidden in this human world. Even though he said the affairs of the demon realm no longer concern us. But thinking of this, he said to his disciple, let's go check on the forge and stay a while longer. Niuping was still very curious, but what was that return gift? Oyezi had no intention of telling his disciple. Just shaking his head, it's nothing. Day broke quickly at Huiyan Gate. Heavenly demon Wolf King, and everyone else were gathered, staring intently at something. That thing was the demon sword that Bai Ji had just brought back. Although its appearance was very ordinary, it gave people a very strange feeling. Is this really a demon sword? Bai Ji explained. It was made on Dingmen Mountain from the poisonous fangs and spirit core of a human-faced spider, a product forged by Oyezi. Heavenly Demon's jaw dropped in astonishment. Oh, Oyezi? That legendary and famous master? Swang Nan, who was beside them, her face darkened, clearly showing her displeasure. Bai Ji handed the demon sword to Hoa Lin, instructing, keep it safe. When it's needed, take it out for everyone to use. Seeing him hand the sword to her, Hoa Lin was momentarily at a loss. Heavenly Demon then led her slowly outside, saying, Sect Leader Hoa Lin, let's take it to the training hall to test it out. Wolf King hurriedly chased after them. Wait for me, I want to go too. Luong Bang also turned to follow. Sect Leader, this subordinate will also go to the training hall. Soon, only Swang Nan and Bai Ji were left in the room. I've heard about you fighting the demon with everyone, young hero, but I really couldn't believe it. And that demon-slaying sword, was it really forged by Master Oyezi himself within a week? Bai Ji asked, puzzled. What have you been rambling about? Swang Nan snapped. This is too hard to believe, so I want to ask clearly. I don't know what the relationship between you two is, but Oyezi absolutely does not forge sword for others. Not even for the Emperor or the #1 martial arts master in the world, no matter the reason. Do you know how long it took to set up the formation at Wuyua Tower? A full 3 years, without sleep or rest, just to lay that formation there. Bai Ji sighed. Is that the formation that was destroyed by Long Zhong? You must have spent quite a bit of money on him. Swang Nan became even angrier, shouting, how on earth did that guy do it? How could that precious demon-slaying sword be forged in just 1 week? Bai Ji looked at her helplessly. Miss Swang Nan, where did Long Zhong go? Why don't I see him? Swang Nan angrily turned and walked away. He went to Tianxia Manor. It seemed someone trespassed and activated some kind of formation. Bai Ji watched her retreating back and smiled to himself, thinking, demanding a reason from me right away. It seems she trusts me after all. The scene changes to Tianxia Manor. The place was bustling with people coming and going, and trade was extremely busy. Long Zhong was inspecting the formation here. Why is everything damaged like this? Why did they run around recklessly and activate the formation? So many people nearly died unjustly because of this formation. That Manor Lord of Wanjin is truly unreasonable. The servant behind him quickly reminded him, Lord Sorcerer, please lower your voice. Others might hear you. In the guest hall of Tianxia Manor, the Manor Lord was receiving a certain person. A middle-aged man stroked his beard and said, I only opened it out of curiosity because it looked different than before. If I had known such a terrible formation was set up, I wouldn't have opened it at all. Bok Min Kim chuckled. Haha, because that is a place forbidden to outsiders. The middle-aged man in the yellow robe continued. The one who set up that formation is even more unreasonable. I was chased by all sorts of strange illusions and nearly lost my life. That guy shouldn't just meddle on someone else's territory. Bok Min Kim changed the subject. What brings you here this time? Why didn't you give me a heads up? The middle-aged man quickly replied, it's about the business partnership I proposed not long ago. Your esteemed manor had already sent me a business proposal, saying that you were very interested. Although a long time has passed, there has been no reply, so I came to see if you were still considering it. Bok Min Kim suddenly understood. Oh my, it seems you didn't come to consider, but to investigate. As you know, I am an extremely cautious person. The middle-aged man said with a laugh, what is there to consider so carefully? If I, the Manor Lord of Wanjin, have proposed a partnership, it can be considered as having passed inspection. Could it be that you are not pleased with me? Bok Min Kim laughed loudly. Haha, I have known you for a long time. You understand me more or less. This is a large-scale project involving the Imperial Court, the martial arts world, and the merchant circle, so I must be even more careful before taking action. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes at him. Very well. I would rather pierce cowhide with my tongue than break your stubbornness. But I can't wait long, so please give me an answer soon. Elsewhere, Song Min asked a servant curiously, do we have a guest? Who is it? The maid replied, it is Manor Lord Han Lin Vu of Wanjin Manor and young Manor Lord Han Tranton. Song Min suddenly understood. I see. Since I haven't seen Brother Bai Ji for a long time, I was planning to take father to see him. This won't do now. The maid suggested, how about I accompany you to Huiying Gate, my lady? Song Min smiled and said, That sounds good. Big brother is surely very busy, so I'll just go there directly to visit him. Just then, another voice came from ahead. Instead of going to see your busy big brother, wouldn't it be better to see me? Long time no see, Miss Bach. Songmin looked at the newly arrived young man and said in surprise, Young Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor? Why aren't you with the Manor Lord, but have come to find me instead? Han Tranton explained, Talking with my father is all about business. It's boring to death. I was tired, so I wanted to go out for some fresh air. My lady, please have a cup of tea with me and chat for a while. Songmin refused immediately without hesitation. Please forgive me, young master. I should probably finish my unfinished studies first. Besides, I must also spend my free time reading. Han Tranton still wouldn't give up. Isn't studying just reading books? A handsome man and a beautiful woman getting to know each other is also a form of learning. To be serious, this is the most important lesson in life. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by someone and sent flying, his mouth crooked. The one who struck was none other than Bai Ji. I heard you live like a parasite in brothels. Are you blind? Who do you think you're messing with? Seeing him, Songmin was overjoyed. Big brother, why are you here? The scene changes to another location. Bak Min Kim had now come out to the courtyard to see his old friend off. So how long do you plan to stay here? Han Lin Vu said with a laugh. I will stay until you give me a clear answer. Hith. Bak Min Kim ordered the servant behind him. During his stay, you must take good care of him. The servant bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Yes, Manor Lord. Then, this person led the way for Han Lin Vu. This way, please, my lord, to rest and have some wine to relax. Han Lin Vu had no objection, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he walked away cheerfully. Bak Min Kim stood there, frowning at his retreating back, lost in thought. A moment later, Han Lin Vu was led by the servant to a separate courtyard in the manor. If you need anything else, please just give the order. I'd like to know, what else could I possibly need here in Tianxia Manor? As soon as he stepped through the door, his whole body shook, utterly astonished. Seeing his son beaten black and blue, cowering miserably in a corner, he cried out in disbelief. Tranton, what happened to you? Han Tranton then began to recount everything to his father. After hearing the whole story, Han Lin Vu's expression turned ugly. So you're saying it was he who hit you? Rubbing his wounds, Han Tranton asked back, It's ridiculous, isn't it, father? Why would someone like me need to pursue someone like Bak Songmin? I just need to go to a brothel to find women far more charming than her. Han Lin Vu asked coldly, Then why didn't you go to a brothel instead of doing that? Have you forgotten that this time we must pull Tianxia Manor into this business deal no matter what? How dare you throw ash into a pot of nearly cooked rice? Han Tranton had thought his father would take his side, but he never expected things to turn out this way. His face, already unsightly from being hit, now looked even worse. Father, Scene changes to another place. I have investigated how salt and gunpowder, items that are not supposed to be traded, were included in the trade list. It seems they found a trade route by bribing the managing officials. However, because the methods are illegal, it is also extremely dangerous. After hearing the steward's report, Bak Min Kim suddenly understood. This is why they keep insisting on pulling us into this line of business. The leadership will belong to Wanjin Manor, but if the business runs into problems, our Tianxia Manor will also have to bear half the responsibility. How is the investigation into the organization behind them, Hung Van Fong, progressing? The steward replied, Regarding that information, it was provided to us by sect leader Han Go. They are the remnants of the Ta Phi Lin after the four kings were killed. They quickly regrouped and formed sect. Some also speculate that there might be a power behind the scenes manipulating Hung Van Fong, but so far, no one has found that power. Bak Min Kim frowned, lost in thought for a moment. A moment later, he spoke again. Could it be that even the Wanjin Manor Lord is being controlled by that mysterious power? Just then, Bai Ji's voice came from outside. Father. The two, Bak Min Kim and the other, were extremely surprised to see him return. Bai Ji, is that you? Coming quickly. The Bai Ji brothers quickly entered together. Upon entering, Bai Ji spoke up. I've already heard from Long Zhang. It was the pig from Wanjin Manor who messed up the formation, right? The two were even more surprised to hear him ask this. A moment later, Bai Ji bid them farewell to go find Long Zhang. The young man asked in amazement, a demon sword? Was it personally forged by the legendary blacksmith, Oh Yezi? Bai Ji explained as they walked, because we never know when or where another demon will appear. So I think we should at least prepare a weapon that can effectively deal with demons. Long Zhang suddenly understood, so that's why. No wonder I was curious that day why the young hero took the demon's poison fangs and spirit core. But ever since the day we fought the human-faced spider, I've been curious about this. Young hero, have you encountered demons before? Or did you only learn about them from reading books at Wudong? What I clearly sense right now is that the young hero seems to have prior experience dealing with demons. Bai Ji smirked, looking extremely interested, because I used to be a demon myself. Hearing this, Long Zhong's body trembled involuntarily. What? Bai Ji did not hide it and revealed his true identity. I was once the king of 10,000 demons. My power surpassed the 3 realms. I was a great demon that even the Daluo golden immortals feared and trembled before. Hearing him speak so domineeringly, Long Zhong clearly didn't believe him. The atmosphere here immediately fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, Long Zhong suddenly burst out laughing. He ignored Bai Ji, who was standing there with a darkened expression, turned, and walked away, laughing as he said, "If you want to joke with me, you'll have to use your imagination a bit more. King of 10,000 demons, haha." Bai Ji stood there watching his retreating back, sighing to himself. I knew he wouldn't believe me. But why do I feel like my whole life has been denied? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Are you looking to die? Scene changes to Huiying Gate. Luong Bang walked over with a letter and handed it to Suang Nan. This is the latest intelligence on Hung Van Fong. There is some information we need to pay attention to. Suang Nan opened the letter to read it and asked, "Is it related to Tianxia Manor?" As soon as she finished reading the letter's contents, she was shocked. A moment later, she went to see Tian Ma. After hearing her words, Tian Ma couldn't help but show a look of doubt. Hung Van Fong? This is the first time I've heard of this sect, Suang Nan explained. It's a new evil sect founded on the ashes of the Ta Phi Lin. But they're also growing at an astonishing rate, so we need to pay attention to them. They will also interfere in the upcoming illicit trade activity led by the Wanjin Manor Lord. We must immediately report this news to Manor Lord Bak. Bai Ji was also there and asked doubtfully, "What illicit trade activity?" My father only participates in legal trade activities, no matter who proposes what. But why are they doing this? Suang Nan reminded them. We must find out why the Wanjin Manor Lord, knowing full well that Tianxia Manor never engages in illegal business, still insists on making such requests. According to the intelligence I received, it said that this time Hung Van Fong is trying to pull in the entire Luke Lam, and they have recruited the camp masters of Luke Lam to provide support from behind. Bai Ji and Tian Ma were both shocked after hearing this. Bai Ji suddenly understood. In that case, the Fong family will be in trouble. Tian Ma also spoke up and asked, "What is the martial arts level of the people from Hung Van Fong?" Suang Nan replied, "I think it's not bad, since they came from the Ta Phi Lin." Bai Ji glanced at Tian Ma and said with a smile, "Are you scared?" Tian Ma also smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I've met someone interesting to teach a lesson. If they die, it will be a bit of a pity." Huiying Sword, what do you think? Even if they get caught in a disadvantageous battle and die a worthless death, would you feel even a little bit of regret? Bai Ji smiled and declined to comment. The next day, Bai Ji and Tian Ma set out together. Tian Ma asked as they ran, "Have you decided where to start?" Bai Ji answered nonchalantly with Hung Van Fong. My father must have sensed that the Wanjin Manor Lord is trying to use him. But my father can't refuse outright, because the close relationship between the two sects has lasted for a very long time. Therefore, I will make the Wanjin Manor Lord give up on that idea himself. To do this, I must thoroughly investigate the relationship between the Wanjin Manor Lord and Hung Van Fong. Tian Ma showed interest. If we're going to find a Fong family, this trip might be a bit boring. But if there are more interesting things to enjoy, I'm more than willing. Bai Ji turned his head to glance at him, just by brandishing that demon-slaying sword. I'm already having enough fun. Tian Ma continued. If I use the Tian Ma divine art, my identity will be exposed. The actions of Tian Ma could cause an uproar in the entire martial world. That's why I only brought this sword, mainly to hide my identity. Bai Ji didn't understand. If it's just for that reason, any other sword would do. Why bring a demon's sword? Tian Ma spread his hands and asked back, "Is there a law that says a demon's sword can only be used against demons?" Bai Ji snorted coldly. "That's a sword I went through great trouble to obtain." Tian Ma lamented. Since ancient times, for a sword to be called a famous sword, it must be a sword that can be used to deal with all kinds of enemies. Bai Ji explained, "What I mean is I don't know if you using it know how to use it correctly." Tian Ma got angry. "Are you insulting me, Huiying Sword?" On a certain mountain peak, there was a rather large mountain fortress. Outside the gate, there were 2 guards standing watch in a very orderly manner. They were suddenly startled, sensing something Bai Ji and Tian Ma were standing not far away, discussing their plan. So, are we going to capture the whole nest? Or just give them a scare? The gate guard was suspicious. Who are those two? One guard stepped forward and shouted, "Halt! Who are you two? Where are you from? What is your purpose for coming to this Hung Van Fong?" Bai Ji paid them no mind, still thinking, should we just kill them all? Tian Ma agreed. Sounds good. He then asked the two guards, the Hung Van Fong master, is he here? The two immediately drew their swords. It seems we have two who don't know their place. You ignorant fools, you dare come here to cause trouble? As soon as they finished speaking, their eyes widened in horrified disbelief, because Tian Ma had appeared in front of them at some unknown moment. The two young men were taken down by Tian Ma just like that, without even knowing what happened. Tian Ma paid them no mind and turned back to look at Bai Ji. How was that? That's not enough, is it? Their leader must be inside, which is why they drew their swords so quickly. Bai Ji ordered, "Open the gate, let me in." Tian Ma had no objections and quickly pushed the gate open. As the gate was pushed open, the crowd inside turned their heads in surprise. What's going on? Who are those two? Are they assassins? Tian Ma showed a look of disgust. I thought there would be more. Aren't they just the remnants of the Ta Phi Lin? A large man shouted, "Who are you to dare barge in? Brothers, get them, capture them quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce crowd charged forward. You dare to barge in here? Do you know where this is? Bai Ji spoke up. I guess we'll have to catch one that looks smart and ask him a few questions. Tian Ma replied, in that case, I'm afraid it'll be hard to find one. Even though the crowd was attacking from behind, he remained nonchalant. But just as they were about to strike him, he punched each one of them in the face. These guys don't look smart at all. He then leaped forward and kicked them away. Seeing Tian Ma fighting left and right, continuously sending their comrades flying, the people further away couldn't help but be terrified. Those two are definitely not ordinary people. Everyone attack together, stop them. Absolutely do not let them inside. If it's hard to capture them alive, find a way to kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd drew their swords in unison. Bai Ji, from the back, remarked, it's time to liven things up. Tian Ma took a stance, ready to strike. Not yet. When this sword faces this rabble, we'll see just how great it is. He then leaped into the air, dodging the attacks of two bandits, and grabbed them by the collar. You should at least be able to touch my sleeve. After saying that, he forcefully threw them far away. How disappointing, not a single decent one among them. Bai Ji mocked, truly a madman. Suddenly, he was startled again, seeing something. His gaze landed on an old man holding a book, walking behind a crowd. That old man also noticed Bai Ji staring at him and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from fear. Bai Ji leaped forward. There, he stepped on the heads of the crowd and jumped right over. In no time, he appeared above the old man. Found one, someone who looked smart. He landed and grabbed the old man tightly by the neck. Have a little chat with me. Old man. The old man's face turned red from his grip, almost suffocating. On the other side, Tian Ma was still toying with the guards. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit him. Each time, they were kicked by him, dislocating their jaws and losing a few teeth. A moment later, they were all lying scattered on the ground, their life or death unknown. I wonder if there's anyone stronger than this bunch. Don't I even need to use the demon sword? This weak bunch, how could they have come from the Ta Phi Lin? On the other side, Bai Ji was still interrogating the old man. You don't want to talk? I need a reasonable explanation. The old man lay on the ground, his body trembling violently. But the ones you defeated were martial artists whose skills had reached the expert realm. Most of the elite experts have already gone to Nanvong camp, preparing to attack Luke Lam. Hearing this, Bai Ji and Tian Ma were startled. Tian Ma stepped forward and asked, when did they leave? The old man replied, about 2 days ago. Tian Ma's face darkened. If it was 2 days ago, then they won't be easy to deal with. Bai Ji ordered him, you go on ahead. The lives of the bastards who left here, I'm leaving them to you. Tian Ma didn't say much and immediately leaped into the air. Bai Ji smiled very fiercely. They won't live past today. Do you understand what I'm saying? How you keep your own life, you decide for yourself. A moment later, screams of slaughter and black smoke filled the fortress. Explosives in the salt? They must be smuggling all these contraband items, right? I'd like to know where that Wanjin Manor Lord got so much capital to do business like this. Even Prefect Zheng Yuanping is involved. If this smuggling operation is discovered due to the Imperial Court's intervention, you'll shift all the blame onto Tianxia Manor, won't you? So this is why that old man kept pestering my father to cooperate. I originally only intended to deal with that old Wanji Manor Lord, but it seems I have to change my mind now. I must eradicate all of them, root and branch. Do you think that's reasonable? The old man trembled and nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, yes. But the problem lies with Lord Zheng Yuanping. He is a court official of the fourth rank. Even with concrete evidence, he is not someone anyone can just touch. Bai Ji agreed. You have a point. If I suddenly show up at his door and take the head of a court official, it would indeed be a bit strange. The old man continued. Exactly. He might also have many guards by his side. However, his next words left the old man utterly astonished. Then I will report it directly to the emperor. I am the emperor's martial arts master, so I can meet him directly. I hold the title of Grand Tutor, equivalent to a third-rank official. The old man was completely stunned, his heart filled with disbelief. Grand Tutor? Third rank? And the Emperor's martial arts master? If what he said is true, then his identity is truly extraordinary. Bai Ji glanced at the old man and continued, Why are you still kneeling? Get up, lead the way for me. I have a few words for that Xingyin Chamber Master. The old man's heart was in turmoil. Oh my God, is this real? He's really not going to kill me? The scene changes to another place. At this moment here, bodies were piled up like mountains and blood stained the entire land red. Many gangs led by the 5 chieftains had launched multiple raids. Of course, our side's losses were not very large. To take down Renwang's stronghold within the time specified by the vice chamber master, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Could it be that the 5 chieftains have joined forces to protect Renwang's stronghold? No, only some members of the gangs have joined forces. Those 5 chieftains are all dead. Then why is there such a delay? Around Renwang's stronghold, the fighting was incessant, with shouts and cries of battle echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Although they resisted with extreme ferocity, they were still being pushed back to their base step by the men of Xingyin Chamber. Feng Jia charged out, madly killing enemies, and roared, You bastards, do you know where you are to dare to attack? He was incredibly valiant, continuously swinging his large axe, slaughtering countless people. The men of Xingyin Chamber watched him from a cliff. The leader spoke up and asked, Is it because of that mountain bandit? The person behind him explained, He is Feng Jia, the former chieftain of Yasu's stronghold. Feng Jia? He doesn't look any different from the other chieftains who lost their lives. His axe strikes may look simple, but they have actually reached the level of a supreme grandmaster. I don't know if it's because of his excellent leadership, but under his command, his subordinates act like soldiers holding a fortress. This makes dealing with them much more complicated than before. Hearing this, the leader was very interested. Haha, interesting. To find such an interesting one among so many mountain bandits. However, for whatever reason, delays are not permitted. Before the vice chamber master arrives, we must flatten Renwang's stronghold. After he spoke, he led his brothers to charge forward. On this side, Tian Ma was still madly rushing towards Renwang's stronghold at his fastest speed. Each of his steps made the ground shake and dust fly everywhere. On this side, Bai Ji, under the guidance of the old man, was walking through a cliff pass. The old man explained as he walked. The Xingyin Chamber Master only communicates through his trusted aides. In most cases, orders are issued by the Vice Chamber Master. The Xingyin Chamber Master is an extremely solitary person, so he built himself a house in a remote place like this. Bai Ji said nonchalantly, Let me see how long he can endure in front of me. The old man continued, trembling, To meet the Xingyin Chamber Master, the person you intend to have a talk with, you must take this path. Bai Ji snorted coldly. What Xingyin Chamber Master? He's nothing but a scurrying rat that only knows how to hide. Only rats like dark, hidden places like this. Therefore, if you search the places rats like, you can find them. After speaking, he waved his hand and threw several stones. They flew up one by one, hitting the 2 cliffs in front. Fresh blood immediately flowed out from the cliffs. Several corpses quickly appeared on the seemingly normal cliffs. Until the moment of their death, they couldn't understand how Bai Ji had discovered them. The old man was terrified seeing the corpses fall from the cliffs. Bai Ji let out a cold laugh. I thought there was only one, but it turns out there are quite a few. The old man explained to him, Please don't misunderstand. I really didn't know they were hiding there. Bai Ji replied, I didn't say anything about you. They then walked into the cave together. After walking a little further, the old man spoke up, You see? You may not believe it, but that place... Before the old man could finish, Bai Ji interrupted him. I really can't imagine. I call him a rat because his behavior is exactly like a rat's. I didn't expect the rats to hear me. You and I have no further connection. If you don't want to sleep here forever, leave this place immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man immediately scrambled out. "Thank you, my lord. Please don't come looking for me again." Baiji paid him no mind, still staring into the cave. This is getting more and more interesting. He then walked towards the dense bushes in front. In the bushes was a cave that looked like a rat's nest. Inside, a fire was flickering. Next to the fire was a longsword. A figure was sitting there, warming himself. He was comfortably warming himself by the fire, when suddenly his expression darkened, having sensed something. "I gave an order that no one is to approach without permission." The person who had arrived was none other than Baiji. He looked around this rat's nest, then said, "Choosing a reclusive life like this, it seems you want to appear mysterious. However, perhaps this is your way of reminiscing about the air of your homeland, to forget the miserable life in a foreign land." At first glance, I was wondering why there was a stick propped up there, but on closer inspection, it's a sword. Could it be that you're learning martial arts? The man was so angered by these words that he gritted his teeth. Without another word, he immediately stood up, grabbed the long sword, and lunged at Baiji. Baiji quickly drew his sword to block the attack. He smirked, praising, "Not bad, you demon." The man was shocked to be called a demon. He immediately flew backward, actively putting distance between himself and Baiji. He didn't rush to attack again, but stood there, staring at Baiji and asking, "Who are you?" Baiji smirked, saying with great interest, "Since you're a demon, you must be weary and exhausted from being oppressed by people every day. You must have been driven to utter desperation to hide in this den to eke out a living, sneaking into the human world to seize the position of chamber master of Xingyun Chamber. You truly don't know your own limits, daring to speak so insolently to me." The demon ignored him and asked again in a low voice, "Who are you really?" Baiji continued, "I don't know how you cultivate your martial arts, but you certainly can't use demonic energy as internal energy. You're just imitating the martial arts of human warriors and using demonic energy to cover it up, right?" The demon roared again, "I'm asking you, who are you?" Baiji did not reveal his past life's identity, only giving the man a cold, smiling glance. "I am a human, but I understand you all very well. This human world is completely different from the demon world. If you want to build a force and maintain your power, you must have money. The Wanjin Manor Lord and your gang of cronies, whether you rob the Greenwood Outlaws or do anything else, you won't accomplish anything. To be honest, if you hadn't touched Tianxia Manor, I wouldn't have bothered with you. If you hadn't resorted to despicable tricks first, I wouldn't have come here, and your identity would never have been discovered." That's all I wanted to say. As soon as he finished speaking, his long sword flew out of its sheath, whistling through the air. The demon's face changed drastically, revealing an expression of incredulous horror. "What?" He didn't dare to be careless and hastily leaned back to dodge. The longsword circled around him once and then returned to Baiji's hand. The human world and the demon world are two completely different places, but they both share a common principle. The demon trembled all over with rage. "What did you say?" Baiji continued, "Coveting another person's rice bowl can cost you your head." The demonic energy on the demon's body quickly and wildly spread. "With just that little skill of yours?" His body also began to gradually transform. Very quickly, the form of a rat demon appeared. He turned fiercely, staring at Baiji. "You think you can kill me?" Baiji's eyes flashed with a green light, and he gave a cold smile. He analyzed inwardly. He's a mid-level demon, only slightly stronger than a human-faced spider. "I'll have to see how long you can last." After a moment's thought, he spoke, "You'll see soon enough." With that, he waved his hand, and the flying sword shot out. The rat demon didn't dodge, but raised its sword to meet it head-on. Baiji praised with interest in his heart. "Although it's not the Chibei sword control technique I used when fighting the Six Kings. His ability to see and strike the sword is commendable. His skill level is probably slightly inferior to the martial arts of the 24 Venerables. Even though he can't use demonic energy as internal energy, to be this strong is already not bad." The relentless assault from Baiji's longsword put the rat demon in a very difficult position. After an unknown amount of time, it seized an opportunity, swinging its sword to strike Baiji's longsword, causing it to plunge deep into the ground. It did not miss this golden opportunity and lunged forward. "A mere human dares to speak so arrogantly to me?" Keat, a terrifying stream of sword chi wrapped in demonic energy, instantly slashed towards Baiji. The power of this strike was so great that it caused the entire cave outside to shake violently. After the attack, the area was temporarily shrouded in dust and smoke. The rat demon did not attack again, but stood there quietly, waiting. It didn't know Bai Ji's current condition. The dust settled, revealing the cracked ground, but there was no sign of Bai Ji. Using some unknown method, he had now appeared behind the rat demon, once again grasping his longsword. It seems you put in a lot of effort. The rat demon was startled and turned its head to look. Bai Ji raised his sword and lamented, but I seem to have overdone it. Just by trying to imitate the power of an ordinary mid-level demon, that guy was able to create such a powerful sword. If only I could have met him sooner. That way, on the day he came looking for me, I really shouldn't have killed him, but should have taken him as my master instead. What a pity. The rat demon in front had now swung its sword to attack again. What are you muttering about? Bai Ji completely ignored it, still standing there lamenting. That way, perhaps by now, I would have a sword that could shake the heavens or even touch a finger of the Buddha. Before the charging rat demon could do anything, a hole was gouged in its chest. Too lazy to even look, Bai Ji just flicked his hand, and his long sword pierced through the rat demon's chest. A faster sword, a stronger one. The rat demon's attack failed, and it suffered a great loss. The arm holding the sword now began to tremble. Blood also poured unceasingly from its body. The man held his sword in one hand and clutched his chest with the other, looking warily at Bai Ji. What trick did you just pull? How could you draw your sword so fast? Bai Ji replied nonchalantly. Martial arts is the exquisite manipulation of internal energy within the body. If you reach my realm, controlling speed is not a difficult matter. A sword created through imitation is something you will never be able to fully comprehend. However, thanks to you, I've had a wonderful experience in the end. If I encounter another demon complacent in learning human martial arts in the future, I can refer to this for how to deal with them. The rat demon roared, "You cunning human, did you intend to treat me as your plaything from the very beginning?" He then swung his sword and charged toward Bai Ji again. This time, Bai Ji did not dodge, but raised his sword to meet the attack head-on. Your demonic energy is making my hand go numb. He then swung his sword again, sending the rat demon flying. But consider yourself unlucky. I don't intend to hold back anymore. After saying that, he gripped his long sword tightly, channeled his internal energy, and prepared to execute the heaven-shattering sword form. The rat demon did not wait to die, raising its sword again. A powerful sword aura once again slashed toward Bai Ji. Bai Ji laughed loudly. One sword to cleave the clouds, one soul. A dazzling green light instantly erupted, overwhelming all of the rat demon's demonic energy. This sword strike directly bathed the entire cave in the light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions. After the attack, everything gradually returned to normal. The rat demon's figure was now gone, leaving only its long sword stuck in the ground. Bai Ji walked over and pulled the long sword out. He's no match for the blood demon. This is also just an ordinary sword. The demonic energy is still there, but that despicable rat has already dealt with it. But it was a demon to begin with, so that's only natural. After examining the sword for a moment, he decisively tossed it aside. His gaze then fell upon the rat demon's corpse, not far away. He only communicates through trusted subordinates, and everything is handled through the vice chamber master of Xingyun Chamber. No matter how well he disguised himself as a human, I can't help but wonder if those trusted subordinates realized his true identity. Just looking at the limitations in his communication, many people must have already known his identity. At the very least, that vice chamber master who holds all the management authority of the chamber knows. Speaking of which, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look behind him. Wait, could that vice chamber master also be a demon? The scene shifts to Renwang's stronghold. The place was now littered with corpses, heavy with the air of death. A man from Xingyun Chamber stood on a cliff, observing. He slowly walked toward the stronghold gate. Fengjia was still firmly holding his ground outside the gate. Who's next? If you want to die, then come on. The man from Xingyun Chamber advised. 70% of your subordinates have been killed, and the rest have fled the mountain stronghold, showing no loyalty to you. In this situation, I don't understand what makes you insist on shouldering everything alone. Fengjia laughed coldly. This is a battle you had no chance of winning from the start. I've always been very grateful to the brothers who fought side by side with me through life and death. If death is also an expression of brotherhood, then at least we are still better than you. Hearing this, the other man said angrily, "You madman, spouting nonsense." Just then, another person walked over. What an interesting human. Is that why you've let him live until now? Seeing the newcomer, everyone was astonished. Vice Chamber Master, you've arrived. The Vice Chamber Master ignored them and looked at Fengjia, saying, on my way here, I saw mountains of corpses. A bunch of damn mountain bandits, taking the lives of so many elite soldiers of my chamber. I heard you were the leader of those mountain bandits. Fengjia asked back without a trace of fear, what do you want? The Vice Chamber Master sneered. If you were indeed the leader, then killing you would be a waste of your talent. Therefore, I will give you a worthy reward, and even more. Do you want to join our chamber and lend me a hand? Fengjia snorted coldly. Your request, isn't it just asking me to become your hunting dog? To become a dog that serves its master, then receive the leftover scraps meant only for dogs? The Vice Chamber Master paid it little mind and asked again, are you refusing? Fengjia growled. It seems you want to die. The Vice Chamber Master said coldly, I will no longer show mercy. Fengjia was not to be outdone. Wait until I take your head, then we'll see. The Vice Chamber Master only now realized something. So you let him live until now, not because you wanted to, but because you couldn't deal with him. The young man behind him explained, this subordinate was about to kill him when you arrived. The Vice Chamber Master's left eye immediately turned blood red. Just a mere mortal. How can he be my opponent? As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Fengjia. Fengjia's shield was instantly slashed apart and sent flying. The scene shifts to another place. An old man, returning from gathering herbs, looked at the person opposite him with a dejected expression. The heavenly demon opposite him was stunned, finding it extremely hard to believe. What did the old man just say? Did the old man say Renwang's stronghold isn't here? The old man replied, this great hero, you are truly stubborn. This is not Renwang Mountain, but Sanxiang Mountain. How can you find Renwang's stronghold, which is on Renwang Mountain here? The heavenly demon's expression turned extremely ugly as he thought to himself, it's been too long since I came down to the Central Plains, and I actually got lost. The old man asked again, but great hero, why are you looking for that dangerous place at night? The heavenly demon did not explain and continued to ask, you don't need to worry about this. So where exactly is Renwang Mountain? The old man pointed to a distant mountain. You go in this direction for about another 100 miles and you'll be there. The heavenly demon looked in the direction he pointed, his expression growing even uglier. Heavens, it's right next to where I passed by. He didn't hesitate any longer and flew off again. Thank you, old man. Stay here and take care of your health. The old man was startled. Oh my God, he's moving like he's flying. Is he really flying? But looking at his appearance, what he's looking for is probably nothing good. Perhaps he's the one who needs to be careful. The scene returns to Renwang's stronghold. Fengjia, like a god of war who had been fighting for an unknown amount of time, was now struck down in a single move by the Vice Chamber Master. He let out a miserable cry in extreme pain. After a moment, he managed to shakily sit up. Damn it, I really want to go back to Huiying Gate to continue cultivating. But in the end, is this as far as I can go? The Vice Chamber Master in front of him was now holding his sword and slowly walking over again. Instead of accepting death, being a loyal dog to a master, living a makeshift life, isn't such a bad thing, is it? Foolish humans. Keat, you can't dodge this move. Just then, another long sword appeared, blocking the Vice Chamber Master's blade. His long sword immediately broke in two, and his head was split in half along with it. The imposing Vice Chamber Master lost his life just like that, without any time to react. The subordinates behind him were dumbfounded with fear at this sight. Fengjia himself was also stunned into place by this situation. The one who saved him was none other than the heavenly demon, who had arrived just in time. He was moved in his heart. Why is Lord Heavenly Demon here? Could it be that you were worried about this humble one's life? You actually came in person. Could that really be the reason? The heavenly demon smirked, looking excitedly at the demon's sword. This sword is amazing. I just casually picked it up and swung it, without even using any sword techniques. Only then did he remember Fengjia behind him. What are you spacing out for? Fengjia was startled. The heavenly demon chuckled. Could it be that you've already surrendered to them? Fengjia hurriedly explained. How could that be? I was just taking a short break to catch my breath. He then quickly picked up his axe and stood up. Your arrival is truly timely. Although I've only cultivated for a short time, but thanks to you, I have grown a lot. I will show you. As he said this, his eyes suddenly glazed over, and he then fell to the ground, unconscious. The heavenly demon glanced at him, smiling as he thought to himself, what an idiot. It would be a miracle if he could survive this mess. He then looked toward the group from Xingyan Chamber. Your Xingyan Chamber has already been annihilated. You spent so much effort escaping to this place, but unfortunately, you now have nowhere left to run. Hearing this, everyone looked bewildered. What do you mean by that? The killing intent from the heavenly demon was unconcealed. You have no way out. Even if you're lucky enough to escape this place, turn over a new leaf, and live a new life, how many of you will have that fortune? Therefore, instead of rotting away in the central plains, I will grant you a swift death right here. The vice chamber master's head on the ground was now also emitting demonic energy. Immediately after, the sounds of slaughter and miserable screams echoed endlessly. The scene shifts to another location. Xingyun Chamber has been annihilated? Yes, including the vice leader of that chamber, as well as the elite soldiers who were sent to occupy the Greenwood. That's what happened. That person asked again. It was the Radiant Shadow Sword, wasn't it? The subordinate replied, perhaps. That person sighed. It happened faster than I thought. The subordinate continued. There's also the matter of the Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor and the Lord Prefect. If this was truly the work of the Radiant Shadow Sword, then he will surely attack them as well. That person ordered, go and make new arrangements for me. The subordinate was puzzled. What? Do we need to send assassins? That person replied, the gazes of those immortals have become sharp recently. Attracting their attention is of no benefit. The subordinate asked again, then what should this subordinate do? That person ordered, I will handle it myself this time. Where is the Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor now? The scene shifts to Tianxia Manor. A servant walked over to speak with 2 gate guards. I heard something was supposed to be delivered, and although it might be late, it's this late and we still haven't received it. What's going on? I'm afraid it won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Let's hurry up and close the gates. The guard nodded in agreement. Let's do that. Just then, a person leaning on a staff walked over. Everyone was startled and turned to look. The newcomer was wrapped in a cloak, their face obscured. The servant said to him, I'm sorry, we are no longer receiving outside guests today. If you have business with Tianxia Manor, please wait until tomorrow morning. This person was the one who was speaking on the mountain earlier. He said coldly, I have come to see the Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor. The servant explained, I'm sorry. At this hour, outsiders are not allowed in without a permit. If you state your reason and identity, I will report it to the Manor Lord. If the Manor Lord agrees to see you, I will let you in. A faint aura of death emanated from his body. No need to lead the way. I already know the place. Hearing this, the servant's face went blank. Immediately after, all 3 of them suddenly fainted on the spot. He slowly walked into the manor. I only wish to see the Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor privately. You can all sleep peacefully. Not long after he entered, he saw 2 guards patrolling ahead. He didn't want to cause a scene, so he chose to avoid them. When the guard walked over, they didn't see any sign of him at all. After they passed, he stepped out from a dark corner of the wall. He then continued deeper into the manor. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped again. He seemed to sense something unusual ahead. He immediately raised his hand, and a purple gold light from his hand spread out around him. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, thinking to himself, is this a formation from Daolin? The Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor actually invited a sorcerer from Daolin to set up a formation, a subtle and powerful formation. I know that Daolin sorcerers are few, but I didn't expect them to be this formidable. He then waved his hand and took out several talismans. The talismans flew around his body, forming a protective shield. He then slowly stepped forward. As soon as he set foot on the formation laid by Long Zhang, the formation activated, but it could not break through his talisman shield. After passing through the formation, he lamented, I'll have to investigate this fellow thoroughly later. He quickly arrived at the place where Han Lingwu was resting. His appearance startled Han Lingwu awake, who couldn't help but be astonished. Are you insane? There are formations everywhere, and the Tianwei patrol is very strict. If you're discovered, we're done for. He paid no mind, asking in return, how is the Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor? Han Lingwu replied, he still hasn't agreed. But even if it's dragged out, the Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor will sooner or later. He hadn't finished speaking before the other person cut him off. Xingyun Chamber has been annihilated, so I can't wait any longer. Hearing this news, Han Lingwu was also shocked beyond belief. That person took out a ledger and handed it to him. The Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor is the mastermind behind the smuggling of salt and medicinal herbs. This is a fake ledger of evidence. Give this to Zheng Yuanping, and he will know what to do. Han Lingwu hurriedly waved his hands. Wait. This isn't a plan to use Tianxia Manor, but to completely destroy Tianxia Manor? That person looked at him seriously. I hope you think carefully about which side benefits you more. Monopolizing the business of a few small goods, or letting Wanjin Manor absorb the entire industry of Tianxia Manor. You decide for yourself. Han Lingwu was shaken to the core. Absorb the entire industry of Tianxia Manor? Seeing him standing there stunned, the man continued, "A moment ago, why did you seem so unconcerned about Tianxia Manor? What, are you worried about your old friend now?" Han Lingwu's face remained extremely tense, hesitating to speak. After a while, the man left. As he walked, he cursed, "Truly a fool. Someone blinded by money, not knowing what he's getting into." Han Lingwu, in his room, was now laughing with extreme smugness. Tianxia Manor will be mine? The next morning. Today was a day of clear blue skies, fluffy white clouds, and brilliant golden sunshine. Han Lingwu was happy about soon acquiring Tianxia Manor. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he was startled, his expression extremely unsightly, because the Admiral of the Eastern Depot was now leading his men, standing right in front of him. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Admiral, what business brings you to Tianxia Manor? Why wasn't I notified beforehand?" The Admiral replied nonchalantly, "I'm not here for Tianxia Manor, but to find the Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor. Men search." As soon as he finished speaking, two subordinates came forward and arrested Han Lingwu. The sudden arrest left him extremely confused, and he roared, "Admiral, what are you doing? What have I concealed for you to do this?" Very quickly, a subordinate of the Eastern Depot found a ledger. Han Lingwu frantically explained, "That book is just a personal journal. Give it back to me." After the Admiral of the Eastern Depot looked at it, he blurted out, "It seems this is indeed the fake ledger that Zheng Yuanping was supposed to receive. Zheng Yuanping has been arrested and has confessed to all his crimes. We have also obtained the real ledger of Xingyun Chamber. If you don't want to be arrested, then cooperate obediently. Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor, Han Lingwu." Han Lingwu was terrified in his heart. The imperial court destroyed Xingyun Chamber. Zheng Yuanping was also taken care of. The imperial court was supposed to be just a puppet. Why did things turn out this way? Who on earth leaked the information to the royal family? Bai Ji was currently leaning against a wall. The men from the Eastern Depot quickly escorted Han Lingwu past. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he slightly raised his head to glance at Bai Ji. Bai Ji smiled and stated his name. Han Lingwu's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, seemingly having realized something. Could it be this kid? The Admiral of the Eastern Depot then walked over to Bai Mingjin, lamenting, "Such close friends for so many years, yet he would do such a despicable thing. I can't imagine how heartbroken the Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor must be. If we had supervised more closely, we wouldn't have let the Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor fall to this extent. I apologize to you on behalf of those responsible." Bai Mingjin shook his head. "It's all right, Lord Admiral. Thank you, Admiral, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to handle this matter." The Admiral smiled. "I was merely acting on the Grand Tutor's orders." Bai Mingjin was startled. The Admiral continued, "The Grand Tutor arranged everything, from investigating Xingyun Chamber to collecting the evidence. It was all done by the Grand Tutor." Bai Mingjin's mouth fell open in utter disbelief. "Baiji, how could he?" When night fell at Wanjin Manor, Han Jiqing heard the news, extremely surprised. "Father was arrested? What on earth are you babbling about?" The old man asked, confused. "You don't know about this? Weren't you always by the Manor Lord's side?" Han Jiqing replied, "Tianxia Manor was too boring. I went somewhere else to have some fun before coming back." That person asked again, "So you also don't know that the one who arrested the Manor Lord was the Admiral of the Eastern Depot?" Hearing this, Han Jiqing was startled. "The Admiral of the Eastern Depot?" That person confirmed, "That's right. I heard they found some kind of ledger on the Manor Lord. The contents of that ledger are..." He had only spoken this far when his body was crushed to the ground by a force, and he passed out. Han Jiqing panicked. "Steward, what's wrong with you?" The old man who had given the ledger to Han Lingwu suddenly appeared in the room. It was the young Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor. He was the one who gave the fake ledger to your father and instigated the Admiral of the Eastern Depot to arrest him. Han Jiqing was horrified. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The man didn't explain, continuing, "Your father was framed by that brat, the young Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor, and has now been taken to the Imperial Palace. Is my identity important now? You must avenge your father. Deal with the one who framed him. You must find a way to deal with the young Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor, Bai Ji." Han Jiqing was stunned. "Avenge him?" The man then returned to his hideout. "The Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor will surely find a way to escape, but it won't be that easy. His absence will cause many difficulties for Wanjin Manor's business. Those involved in Wanjin Manor's illegal dealings will try to save themselves to avoid being implicated. If they can shift all the blame onto the Manor Lord of Tianxia Manor, pushing him into the abyss, all the better. This is also a suitable way to handle it. He continued, in any case, our purpose is to cause chaos in the mortal realm, to divert the attention of those immortals. I approached the Manor Lord of Wanjin Manor because he is easier to manipulate than the Manor Lord of Tinsha Manor. Moreover, I have also incited his son to do more foolish things. This depends on how far he dares to go, but we will surely achieve our original goal. We will escape the surveillance of those immortals. The subordinate added, although the Hueying sword is a major variable, at least we have created an opportunity to continue the plan. He nodded. That's right. How was the plan progressing? The young man explained. Currently, the methods for guiding true origin chi are both inefficient and unsafe. That rotten blood demon is a prime example. Therefore, I have switched to the method of infusing energy into corpses, where both the effectiveness and safety have significantly improved. So I'm still continuing with this method. He nodded. The higher the completion rate, the better. The young man agreed. I think so too. But to achieve the completion rate that the cult master desires, I'm afraid we'll need a lot more demon chi. He asked again, so what about asking Oyezi for help? The young man replied. He has closed his shop and won't say a word. It seems he refuses to help. Hearing this, he sighed. It seems this is a bit troublesome. The scene changes to Hueying Gate. I heard you were scolded by the Manor Lord, weren't you? Scolded for what? Shuang Yin replied, for acting on your own. Baiji shook his head. Father told me about those trivial matters again. Shuang Yin continued, I didn't hear it directly, but I have some good news to tell you. Baiji paid no attention to this at all. Shuang Yin stood up, bowed, and said, before I speak, please allow me to congratulate the young Manor Lord first. Baiji asked, puzzled, is there something worth celebrating? Shuang Yin hurriedly explained. I heard that the young Manor Lord's great name has been listed among the 24 martial arts venerables. Baiji's face darkened, and he replied listlessly, it's a trivial matter, nothing worth celebrating. Shuang Yin became even more confused. You have achieved an honor that anyone in the martial world dreams of. Why aren't you happy? Baiji remained as indifferent as before. What's there to be happy about this? Hearing that, Shuang Yin was momentarily speechless, not knowing what else to say. At this time, outside on the training ground, several people were practicing their swords. The Wolf King, while dodging a blow, wondered, the Hueying sword is only now being listed among the 12 supreme martial arts venerables? Liang Peng swung his saber, replying, in any case, he is already the #1 master in the martial world. The Wolf King leaped into the air to dodge the blow. That's only temporary. The title of #1 in the martial world will eventually belong to me. Huo Yin, standing nearby, also charged forward with her sword. There will come a day when I, too, will have my name written there. The Wolf King ducked slightly, dodging her blade. This is truly interesting. We'll get stronger together, hunt demons together, and compete for the title of the #1 person in the martial world. Liang Peng said to Huo Yin, Sect Leader Hua, come on. Opposite them, the Wolf King licked her lips and then shot forward. Before Liang Peng and Huo Yin could even make a move, her fist was right in front of their faces. She didn't attack, but just laughed loudly and ran off. You two have died one more time. Hee hee, so you have to try harder. Getting killed in one move like this is so boring. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat noodles. As soon as she left, Huo Yin and Liang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. I've already died 9 times today. Liang Peng reminded her, I'm going to continue practicing. If you're tired, you can rest. Huo Yin gave a bitter smile. I'd love to rest too, but unfortunately, my hand can still hold a sword. After that, the two of them continued to practice. As for the Wolf King, she had found some steaks from somewhere and was eating them with relish. She walked while chewing voraciously, looking very satisfied. As she was walking, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Not far away, a person was walking past. She immediately asked that person, Who are you? You look unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. How did you get in here? The person glanced at her once, not answering. After a moment, he spoke, I'm here to see the Hueying sword. The Wolf King frowned. You look very suspicious. With that said, she didn't hesitate to throw a punch straight at his face. The young man didn't have time to react and was sent flying by her punch. His body, like a kite with a broken string, flew straight into the wall behind him. The Wolf King snorted coldly. The master has ordered that if any suspicious intruders break in, they are to be killed without mercy. You want to see the Hueying sword? The young man slowly slid down from the wall, fresh blood flowing incessantly from his mouth and nose. His eyes also becoming hazy. It seemed he had been knocked unconscious. The Wolf King then went to find Bai Ji. Hueying's sword, are you in there? A suspicious person snuck in looking for you. I beat him up and dragged him here. You should come out and see. Bai Ji said impatiently. Just kill him and bury him. What's the point of bringing him here? Shuang Yin, sitting nearby drinking tea, almost choked on her water, listening to the conversation between these two monsters. However, when Bai Ji and the others followed the Wolf King outside, they only saw a log. He looked at the Wolf King with a puzzled expression. This guy does look suspicious indeed. The Wolf King explained, no, not this rotten log. She quickly asked a nearby servant, hey, did you see where that guy went? The servant scratched his head. From the very beginning, the thing you were dragging was that log. Hearing that, Bai Ji's expression darkened. He irritably snapped at the Wolf King. You dare to play games with me? The Wolf King argued back. No, it's really not like that. Bai Ji said with a deadpan expression, I'm not talking to you. Then he channeled his internal energy, lifting the log into the air. I'm talking to him. With that said, he threw the log towards that servant. The log met no resistance, piercing straight into him. The moment the servant's body touched the log, it turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. A moment later, the figure of the young man who had just been beaten to a pulp by the Wolf King appeared before everyone. Both the Wolf King and Shuang Yin were astonished by this scene. What was that? It's not a ghost, is it? The young man chuckled. For my illusion to be seen through immediately, it's a bit embarrassing. The Wolf King pointed at him and said loudly, it's him. He's the one I beat up and dragged here. Bai Ji remained as calm as ever, asking, who are you? The young man didn't answer but asked in return, you are the Hueying sword? Huo Yin and Liang Peng also walked over at this moment. What's going on? The young man explained, I didn't come here to fight. I just wanted to see how formidable the Hueying sword really is. But since I've been discovered, it seems I can't watch any longer. Bai Ji smiled and interrupted. No, considering your purpose, I can beat you to death. But you have to tell me your name first. The young man laughed. No need to rush. We will meet again soon. It won't be too late for introductions then. Just then, a talisman suddenly appeared above his head. Long Zhang, who had appeared nearby at some point, raised one hand and chanted loudly, as swift as the law commands. The young man was immediately enveloped by a golden light from the talisman, pressing him down until he knelt on the ground. He gritted his teeth and looked at Long Zhang. You Taoist priest, are you from Daolin? When Long Zhang saw him looking over, he was also a little scared. He hurriedly threw the long sword in his hand to Bai Ji. Bai Ji reached out and caught the long sword. Then he drew the sword, slowly advancing towards the opponent. We won't be meeting again. So, it's best you say your name before you die. Although the young man was trapped by the formation, he was not panicked at all, and on the contrary, even smiled. So arrogant at such a young age, you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bai Ji retorted. Who is it that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? The young man raised his hand to cast a spell. Come on. Hueying's sword. The sealing talisman on his head was quickly shattered by a spell. Seeing this, Long Zhang couldn't believe it. My spell. Young master, act quickly. He's about to escape. Hearing this, Bai Ji swung his sword and slashed at the opponent without hesitation. The young man was cut in half by a sword strike, and couldn't help but exclaim, so fast. Although Bai Ji had succeeded, his face was filled with a look of confusion. What was with that look in his eyes? That wasn't the look of a dying person. The Wolf King, standing behind, snorted coldly. What a tricky bastard. Utterly perplexed, Bai Ji turned to call Long Zhang. Long Zhang continued, I also find it very strange. It seems that was just an empty shell created by the soul separation grand technique. The soul separation grand technique is an evil art that seizes another's body and pours one's own soul into it. It seems his true self is an extremely powerful evil Taoist priest. After hearing this, Bai Ji asked again, is he also from Daolin, like you? Long Zhang's expression soured, and he stammered. Well, just then, a streak of purple light flew out from the mouth of the corpse on the ground. It flew past Bai Ji and the others at an extremely fast speed. He also sensed it, turning his head to look in the direction the light flew. This feeling, it's not like cutting a normal person. I have a bad feeling. That streak of light flew over countless overlapping mountains. Its destination was the peak of a sky-high mountain, where a person was sitting. It flew in front of them and entered that person's body without any hindrance. Somewhere, a candle was burning brightly. The moment the light entered the body, the candle was extinguished. Of the 3 candles, only 2 were now burning. The person now awoke from their stupor. He trembled in pain panting incessantly. Then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After the incident with the son of the Wanjin Manor Lord, I shouldn't have used ordinary people to carry out the plan anymore. This guy is much more formidable than I thought. And that Taoist priest from Daolin too. It seems I can only rely on the Jiangshi to do that requires a large amount of demonic energy. What price must I pay to obtain it? Night fell on Wanjin Manor. It is extremely rare for the master to act personally. Therefore, when it comes to payment, we absolutely do not accept bargaining. Han Jinqing snorted coldly. Who said I want to bargain? I'm just worried he'll take the money and not complete the mission. The person in black replied, no matter the sacrifice, completing the mission is what we of the Killing Gate must do. If we're not satisfied, we can even kill the client. So don't speak nonsense. Han Jinqing broke out in a cold sweat. If I have displeased you, I apologize. I was too desperate, so my thoughts were a bit hasty. I hope you can understand. He immediately took out a golden box. I have given more than you requested. The person in black was not pleased, and on the contrary, seemed dissatisfied. You have done something unnecessary. Han Jinqing also showed displeasure on his face. So when do we act? The person in black replied, it has already begun. Wanji Manor Lord. The scene shifts to Huiying Gate. A bound servant was explaining in distress. How many more times must I say it for you to believe me? I really don't know anything. I've never met him. Nor do I know what he looks like. Bai Ji stared at him coldly. Then why did he transform into your exact appearance? The servant replied, how would I know that? Long Zhang sighed from outside. Stop making things difficult for an innocent person. Let him go. If he is skilled in illusion arts, then creating an illusion that looks exactly like you wouldn't be difficult either. A moment later, they gathered to discuss. Long Zhang explained. When he snuck in, he broke the formation on the west side of the manor. Restoration will take some time, so please pay more attention to the western defense line. Grand Captain Liang Peng added, I will have 5 members of the Shadow Squad lie in ambush there. Long Zhang continued, after the restoration is complete, I will go to Daolin to ask my master if he knows anything about that guy. Bai Ji added, I'll bet 1,000 taels that he is a sorcerer from Daolin. Didn't you say this was a possibility? Long Zhang sighed. That's why I have to go and check. Just then, a voice called from outside. Please wait a moment. A servant entered and reported. Someone has come to take the entrance examination. The Wolf King immediately stood up excitedly. Great. Let me go. Bai Ji reminded her, there are no death days today. Liang Peng stepped forward and said, let me meet him, handle it properly, and send him on his way. Just bring him to the training ground. Bai Ji casually said to Long Zhang, anyway, you should get 1,000 taels ready. Long Zhang snorted coldly. I don't have a single coin in my name. How do you expect me to prepare 1,000 taels? Bai Ji suggested, then borrow from your master. Long Zhang replied, my master is no different from me. He doesn't have a single coin either. Meanwhile, Liang Peng quickly went to the training ground. He drew his saber, performed a flourish, and looked seriously at the person opposite him. The young man opposite him formally introduced himself. This humble one has traveled everywhere to learn martial arts. My name is Tong Kai. Because I heard that one can learn the strongest martial arts in the pugilistic world here, I have gathered the courage to come and take the entrance examination. Liang Peng continued. The condition to pass the entrance examination is very simple, which is to defeat me at all costs. Tong Kai asked, puzzled, is that all? Liang Peng nodded seriously. That's right. But please, I ask for your guidance. With that said, he lunged forward. Witnessing his speed, Liang Peng couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly raised his sword to block Tong Kai's attack. He couldn't help but praise inwardly such fast speed. When his first strike failed, Tong Kai followed up with several more slashes. Liang Peng continuously leaned back to dodge. The more they fought, the more he couldn't believe it. Is this the level of martial arts he learned from traveling everywhere? Tong Kai was in the heat of the fight when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He stumbled, his feet tripping over each other. He wasn't hit, but fell to the ground on his own, sprawling out. Facing Liang Peng's helpless and confused expression, he sat up in pain. Ouch, my ribs. Liang Peng asked helplessly, are you all right? Tong Kai quickly replied, I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. Liang Peng had no objection and agreed immediately. You clearly have a talent for martial arts, but unfortunately, your foundation is a bit lacking, so you cannot be admitted. Practice your fundamentals to make them more solid, then come back and try again. Tong Kai scratched his head. Just your words about me having talent have made me extremely grateful. As you said, I will start over from the basics, and then I will return to challenge you. If there is nothing else, This humble one will take his leave." He left just like that, without any reluctance. Liang Peng stood there, watching his retreating figure until it disappeared. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly returned to the courtyard. A while later, he returned to the council room, sitting alone in deep thought. Ever since the fight with Tong Kai, he had maintained that same expression, and it was unclear what he was thinking. A moment later, Bai Ji suddenly walked in. That guy was hiding his true strength. He pretended to be naive to probe you. Liang Peng was startled. "You observed the match?" Bai Ji continued. "You looked as if you were letting yourself be fooled on purpose. You even gave him several chances, and even gave him a tour of the manor. This matter. Do I need to ask for the reason?" Liang Peng looked at him seriously, not answering. The scene shifts to the forest outside. Tong Kai was still walking alone on the road. He walked on until he reached a small mountain stream. Arriving there, he decisively threw away the long sword in his hand. On a nearby cliff, a group of people in black were standing. The leader asked him, "When is the right time to strike?" Tong Kai laughed confidently. "Tonight." Night fell quickly. A group of assassins silently rushed towards Huiying Gate. They were extremely skilled, leaping over the courtyards. Soon, they reached the training ground. I'll say it again. We must locate him first. Then we all gather and attack together. He is a master beyond masters. Don't be foolish and act alone. After everyone finished their discussion, they continued to move. They split into two groups and began their search. On a rooftop, Liang Peng was lying in ambush. He seemed to have anticipated that something would happen tonight, so he was standing guard there, waiting. The scene shifts to a certain pavilion. When I was young, an assassin from the Killing Gate came to assassinate my father, the former sect leader of the Xiao Gate. That assassin was none other than Liang Peng, the vice sect leader of the Killing Gate, captain of the Dark Spirit Squad. Hua Yin, sitting opposite, heard this and her eyes widened. Bai Ji was the complete opposite, still calm and composed. Shuang Yin didn't notice and continued to explain. Liang Peng was known as the Killing Demon. He was a notorious assassin. Whenever someone disappeared or was mysteriously killed, it was rumored that the killing demon had appeared. If things had gone as usual, then the next morning, my father would have become a cold corpse. Hua Yin asked, puzzled, "But what happened after that?" Shuang Yin replied. Liang Peng lowered his sword himself. Because at that time, my father was already suffering from a terminal illness and didn't have long to live. Father had always hidden his illness, so those who wanted him dead had no idea and hired the Killing Gate to assassinate him. Even the killing demon, Liang Peng, was astonished. Father said at the time, "Before I die, I must build a solid foundation for this daughter of mine, so she can take over Xiaohou Gate. Otherwise, those who want me dead will harm her. So please wait. Even if I die, I cannot let my daughter be humiliated by those people." Liang Peng was very curious about this. He didn't know what kind of person that man's daughter was to make her father risk his life like that. Bai Ji became a little interested and asked, "What did you look like when you were little?" Shuang Yin lifted her teacup and took a sip, recalling, "If you don't kill my father, you will be the one in trouble, right?" The assassin replied, "That's right. I suggested, after my father passes away, just announce that he was assassinated by an assassin. That way, you won't be in trouble anymore, right?" Recalling this, she couldn't help but sigh. "I only remember that I tried my best to appear strong and smart at that time. But in reality, Liang Peng's killing intent scared me so much that I just wanted to kneel and beg. After all, I was just an ordinary and weak little girl. I don't know if he was moved by my words, but luckily, Liang Peng agreed to wait, and my father managed to prepare everything in time, so I could smoothly inherit the position of Gate Master. Unfortunately, he couldn't live to see the day I became the master." Bai Ji asked again, "Then why did Liang Peng become the captain of Xiaohou Gate's Dark Spirit Squad?" Shuang Yin explained, "Before he passed away, Father gave Liang Peng a special mission. Are you willing to stay at Xiaohou Gate and protect my daughter? I am the assassin sent to kill you. For assassins like you, the end is always predetermined, lonely, tragic, and desperate. I have never seen anyone escape that fate. You can rest here for a while. If you don't want to, you can leave at any time. If I agree, well, I get whatever you wish. You will have a life of freedom." On this side, Liang Peng was currently in a fierce battle with assassins. After kicking his opponent away, he said, "From the moment I gave you a second chance, I was sure you were an assassin from the Killing Gate. The other four are dead. You are the last one." The confused assassin asked, "Why are you doing this?" How do you know everything about us? Liang Peng replied calmly. I am the killing demon, the vice master of the killing gate. The man in black was horrified upon hearing this. Vice master killing demon? Didn't the vice master disappear 10 years ago? Liang Peng asked as he closed in. Is gate master Fei Ying still looking for me? Under whose orders did you come here? Who is your target? The man in black replied, it's not for a mission. If the gate master knew you were here, I would be handsomely rewarded. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Just as he leaped up to leave, the Wolf King jumped out from nowhere, appearing above him, laughing excitedly. Before the young man could understand what was happening, he was struck back to the ground by her palm. This one palm strike of hers pinned him to the ground. The Wolf King landed and wondered, did I hit too hard? Liang Peng rushed over from behind. How is he? Wolf King? The Wolf King replied innocently. He stopped breathing. Didn't the Hueying sword say to keep one alive? Don't worry, he's just playing dead. The scene returns to Bai Ji and the others. After hearing Shuang Yan's words, he suddenly understood. So you're saying the captain of the Dark Spirit Squad can leave at any time? Shuang Yan nodded. You could say that. Hua Yin said sadly, I don't want him to go. Shuang Yin sighed. Although I don't want him to either, it's not something we can decide just by wanting it. Bai Ji spoke up again, but if he wants to leave, he should just leave decisively. Early the next morning, just as the sky brightened, a hearty voice echoed outside Hueying Gate. Where is everyone? I, Tianmo, have returned. Why is no one here to welcome me? This is truly heartbreaking. Long Zhang, who was drawing a talisman, saw him enter and asked, You're back? Tian Mo wondered, why is the atmosphere here so gloomy? Did something happen? Long Zhang replied, Of course, something happened. 2 major things, in fact. A Taoist priest and 5 assassins from the Killing Gate came to attack us. I heard you did something big. I'm very happy that you're safe and sound. Feng Jia, you've returned to Hueying Gate? Feng Jia laughed happily. What do you mean, returned? I was only gone for a while, Taoist. Tian Mo then went to see Bai Ji. I thought you had already returned to the Tian Mo divine cult. I had to clean up the people who were constantly monitoring the Xingyun chamber while Feng Jia was recovering, so I came back a little late. Bai Ji didn't seem to mind much and asked, How did it go? How did it feel to use the demonic sword? Tian Mo replied, Although I'm not as skilled with a sword as you are, it is clearly a famous blade. I cut down more than 200 people, and the blade is still as sharp as new. Bai Ji asked again. There must have been some experts among them. Tian Mo continued, but I cut through all of them like tofu, so I don't know who was stronger. Bai Ji frowned in thought. The vice chief of the Xingyun chamber is a demon? Tian Mo asked Liang Peng. I heard the Taoist mention it when I just got back. It seems something happened with the Taoist priest and the assassins from the Killing Gate. Liang Peng added, We are also discussing how to handle it. In a courtyard, Feng Jia held a large axe and shouted excitedly, I can't believe I managed to come back alive. It feels like a dream. This is the last chance heaven has given me. Feng Jia, will train hard and become stronger. Hua Yin saw him and said happily, Oh, it's Feng Jia. You returned safely? I heard your situation was critical. I was so worried. It's good that you're okay. Feng Jia clasped his hands. I was in seclusion, so I've only just come to greet the gate master. But who is this? The person he was referring to was the Wolf King, who was sitting on the ground. Hua Yin introduced, Hurry and greet the Tower Master. This is the Wuyue Tower Master. Feng Jia was startled. The Wuyue Tower Master? Isn't the Wuyue Tower Master one of the 12 supreme martial artists? The Wolf King asked him curiously, Hey, are you strong? Hearing this, Feng Jia couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Before he could answer, the Wolf King suddenly charged forward and headbutted him. Just like that, he was sent flying by her headbutt. He silently regretted in pain, I shouldn't have come back. The Wolf King sighed in disappointment. You're so weak. Just then, a servant ran over. Tower Master, Tian Mo is calling for you. The Wolf King quickly went to the council hall. Why did you call me? Who are we catching? Tian Mo replied. The master of the Killing Gate, Fei Ying. The Wolf King showed a bored expression on her face. Fei Ying? That little mouse who specializes in hidden weapons? He's very good at running away, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Bai Ji ordered Liang Peng. First, find the target and the mastermind. After that, whether you kill him or not is up to you. Liang Peng nodded. I'll remember. Bai Ji continued. Although I don't need you to go with them, but Liang Peng said seriously, Please speak, sir. Bai Ji reminded him. Don't be reckless and get hurt. Shuang Yin will be very worried about you. Hearing these words, Liang Peng fell silent for a moment. The Wolf King asked curiously, "Then why isn't the Huiying sword going along?" Bai Ji sighed, troublesome. As Liang Peng was walking away, he was suddenly startled. He saw Shuang Yin and Hual Yin standing not far away, watching them. She stared at him intently, saying nothing. Liang Peng understood her meaning and smiled without a word. Late at night, somewhere else, deep within a cliff, was a complex of buildings. A person in black rushed back from the outside at lightning speed, reporting all 5 special-grade assassins have been killed. The mission is a complete failure. The person asked with suspicion, were they prepared beforehand? The man in black shook his head. It's still unclear. The old man asked again, are you sure they didn't discover our identities? The man in black shook his head again, reporting that is also unclear. The old man sighed, I have a bad feeling. Ever since he accepted the assassination mission from that brat at Wanjin Manor, I felt uneasy. The man in black continued, out of 10 missions, we run into trouble 7 times, but we still complete almost all of them. I have already prepared 10 special-grade assassins and 20 high-grade assassins. This time, I will plan meticulously, and I will definitely take his life. Just then, the old man was suddenly startled, sensing something. Outside, a guard was raising a flute to his lips to sound the alarm. Not far away, a giant boulder came flying through the air. He was immediately sent flying by the boulder. The one who did this was none other than the Wolf King. Hee, a direct hit. Tian and Mo, standing behind her side, too late. Can't you hear? They're swarming over here. If we're not careful, we won't even get to see Fei Ying's face. Liang Peng spoke up. I know a few places where the gate master might be hiding. Let's just charge straight in. In the distance, countless gleaming objects swiftly tore through the dark night, flying towards them. Looking closely, there were countless small knives. Tian Mo's eyes flashed with a golden light. This is great. The scene shifts to another location. That old man in black was walking up a cliff. He quickly arrived before an extremely tall stone gate. Just as he stepped inside, he discovered a pile of bones not far away. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze ahead. In the mist, a figure was sitting there. Beside it, a few demons were also present. They stood on separate small peaks, observing him. Both sides were silent for a moment, neither speaking, before he let out a breath and said, long time no see, Wang Liang Society Master. That demon immediately replied. Jin Jiao said the Xingyun Chamber has been annihilated. Xie Pulian, Lu Lin, and the Blood Cult are just like the others you've toyed with before. The old man didn't waste words and got straight to the point. I need demonic energy. The other party flatly refused. The man in black advised, everything I do is for the Society Master. Therefore, I must accept some risks. If you grant me demonic energy, I can protect myself and carry out the subsequent plans more easily. The other party pointed at him and snorted coldly. You brought that upon yourself. Whatever danger you encounter, I don't care. The man in black replied, I originally thought the Society Master wanted me to stir up chaos in the martial world, to divert the attention of the celestial realm and those deities to other matters. It seems I was too self-righteous. If the Society Master were to give the order himself, wouldn't that be admitting fear of the celestial realm and those deities? Hearing this, the demon flew into a rage, its eyes instantly turning crimson, and a stream of blood energy shot from it towards the top of the man in black's head. I spared your life because you are talented, yet you push your luck. The man in black showed no fear and said resolutely, you will regret it. If I die, the spell will disappear. The celestial realm and the deities will discover your hiding place. I hear they are using all their power to hunt you down. Even if you are lucky enough to survive and be exiled to the demon realm, you will lose the support of the demons and will find it hard to keep your throne. The demon grew even more furious, gritting its teeth. Are you threatening me? The man's face was now drenched in cold sweat. I am merely stating the facts. The demon finally had to stop. He fell to the ground in agony, his whole body trembling from the intense pain. The demon calmed down and said, the great cause is about to be accomplished. By then, they won't dare to touch me. Besides, I have already prepared prey to satisfy those demons. With that, it swung its tail, taking the eye it had just gouged from the man and holding it in its hand. I will use this eye to trade for demonic energy. Blood was still streaming from the corner of the middle-aged man's eye. Even so, he didn't overreact in any way, just calmly said a word of thanks. After that, he quickly left the place. Fresh blood continuously spilled onto the ground as he went. He walked and mused to himself. I already anticipated this. Once the great cause is complete, he will kill me. Without my spells, he couldn't even dream of hiding in the human world, let alone achieve his great cause. Yet he dares to be so arrogant, that damn demon. I will make you never dare to have that thought again. The scene changes to another place. Someone was sent flying, as rocks and dirt flew everywhere and dust filled the air. That person rolled a few times on the ground before struggling to get back on his feet. Tion Mo stood amidst the dust cloud, calmly saying, "Even if you hide in the shadows, I can still see you." Fei Ying, the master of the Killing Gate, right? He gritted his teeth, extremely tense. Tion Mo, why are you treating me like this? The Wolf King behind him shouted excitedly. You got away last time, but not this time. He looked at the two people surrounding him from the front and back, finding it even more unbelievable. Even the Tower Master. What on earth is going on? Just then, another person slowly walked over. I had hoped that when we met again, it wouldn't be like this. Fei Ying abruptly turned his head to look at that person. This voice is... The one who spoke was none other than Liang Peng. Fei Ying saw his appearance clearly and was stunned in astonishment. It's the Killing Demon, Liang Peng replied. The Killing Demon no longer exists, Gate Master. I am a captain of the Dark Spirit Squad of Xiahou Gate, Liang Peng. Fei Ying gritted his teeth. Xiahou Gate? I've been looking for you for over 10 years, and now you show up here. Moreover, you betrayed the Killing Gate to become a hunting dog for Xiahou Gate? Why did you betray me? Liang Peng calmly replied, I didn't come here to listen to you lament about the past. I came to save your life. The scene changes to Huiying Gate. Bai Ji had a puzzled look, his face falling. The young manor lord of Wanjin Manor, Han Jinchen? Liang Peng sighed. I found it hard to believe at first too. But regardless, he did come to hire us to take revenge on Huiying's sword for the capture of the manor lord of Wanjin Manor. Bai Ji helplessly uttered two words. Idiot. Liang Peng presented a letter. This is Han Jinqing's letter of commission, kept by our Killing Gate. On it is the content written by his own hand, and it even has Han Jinqing's fingerprint. With this evidence, he can't deny it. After reading the letter's content, the corner of Bai Ji's mouth involuntarily curled up in praise. Well done, great master. This way we don't have to personally go and drag him back. Liang Peng then went to report to Shuang Yan. After she read the letter, she remarked, Huiying's sword wants to resolve this matter through Tianxia Manor. If the young manor lord of Wanjin Manor is captured, our income will decrease. He is our most generous client. After all, have you and the Killing Gate master reminisced about old times? Not seeing each other for over 10 years, not knowing if the other was dead or alive, and now you're reunited. Liang Peng calmly replied, I was kicked out. In his mind, the conversation with the Gate Master that night replayed. Get out and never come back. Wanting to save an enemy's life, you're truly hopeless. You were once my best assassin, but now you are the disgrace of the Killing Gate. Liang Peng didn't argue, only saying a few words. Take care, Gate Master. Back to the present. Shuang Yin smiled and asked, So, how does it feel to be kicked out? Liang Peng closed his eyes, smiling without answering. The scene changes to another place. Tian Mo grimaced and said, I got 86 people. The Wolf King opposite him, not to be outdone, replied with her hands on her hips, I got 87. Tian Mo was confused. Didn't you just say 57? So how did it suddenly jump to 87? The Wolf King replied impatiently, I miscalculated, forgot 30 people, you old man. Bai Ji stood to one side, watching them argue, his face full of helplessness. What's wrong with those two? Huo Yan, her face also full of helplessness, continued. They're arguing over who killed more people at the Killing Gate. Tian Mo burst out laughing. Even counting the ones I spared, you only killed a little over 60. You dog. You need to learn how to count again. The Wolf King, not to be outdone, gritted her teeth and retorted. I knew how to calculate the moment I was born. Go count how many times I hit you. Bai Ji said with interest, now this is interesting. Whoever gets hit more has to come spar with me. The two, who were about to pounce on each other, both grew tense upon hearing that. The scene changes to another place. This place was covered in white snow. The ground also turned to pure white. In the middle of the vast sea of snow, there was a fortress. The soldiers on guard on the fortress wall exclaimed, It's really cold today. Just have to endure it for one more week and it'll be over. I'm so jealous. How much longer until you can go home? I still have a full 6 months. Don't lose heart. Once the North Sea Ice Palace retreats, you'll get to go home sooner. You're so naive. If that day ever came, I would have long. As he said this, He was suddenly startled by a realization. Outside in the sea of snow at the foot of the wall, a figure was walking this way. The two immediately panicked. I misspoke. Wait, calm down. It doesn't look like someone from the North Sea Ice Palace. Then who could it be? Little did they know, the person approaching was a zombie. In another place, a group of people were riding horses at full speed. Leading them was the admiral of the Eastern Depot. They quickly arrived at Hueying Gate. He then had a meeting with Bai Ji. I heard he cried for a whole week. Now he's living comfortably in prison, just a wall away from the manor lord of Wanjin Manor. That was a month ago. I had to worry about Wanjin Manor and take care of that father and son. My legs are really about to break from all the running. Bai Ji replied with a disgusted look. We didn't lock him up to let him enjoy a comfortable life. We should have killed them both early on. The admiral hurriedly waved his hand. What are you saying? Although he committed a crime and is imprisoned, his influence is still immense. If we kill him, the human world will fall into great chaos. Bai Ji maintained his cold expression. Then killing his son is fine too. Faced with this statement, the admiral was momentarily at a loss for words and chose to remain silent. Bai Ji didn't dwell on the issue either, changing the subject. You didn't come here just to drink tea, did you? What happened? The admiral replied gravely. As the Grand Tutor knows, outside forces have always been trying to invade the Central Plains. The North Sea Ice Palace in the north is one of the forces that gives us the biggest headache. Therefore, the imperial court established an army of 5,000 men stationed at the northern border to prevent them from invading the Central Plains. But recently, 2,000 vanguard troops were completely wiped out in a single day. Bai Ji was very surprised to hear this. It seems they've decided to launch a large-scale attack. The admiral continued. I also thought the investigation results would point to that. But on that day, the North Sea Ice Palace made no movements at all. We also couldn't find any signs indicating that this was caused by the North Sea Ice Palace. I've already gone to the Wulin Alliance to ask the alliance leader to send more people to investigate. Hearing this, Bai Ji asked, do you want me to go there and take a look? The admiral shook his head, not forcing him. However, I think perhaps the Grand Tutor can look at the problem from a different perspective. Bai Ji furrowed his brow in thought. A different perspective? It is indeed very strange. You mean it might have been caused by demons? If so, then I'd like to go take a look too. Night fell somewhere. It seems the palace master of the North Sea Ice Palace is also very bewildered. I heard both the Northern Border Defense Army and the North Sea Ice Palace have retreated to observe the situation. That's a given. How could he have expected our sect to provide support to the zombies? How are they doing? 5 have been destroyed, and 5 are still roaming. Having been supplied with enough demonic energy, they are much stronger than before, now strong enough to become the main force of our sect. The middle-aged man nodded. How fortunate. My judgment of people is indeed not wrong. The scene changes to another place. I have already passed on the Imperial Court's proposal for a joint investigation to the elders, but I'm afraid it will be very difficult to get their support. Ever since the Murong family incident, the Emperor has favored Hueying's sword, so they are dissatisfied and uncooperative. Alliance leader, what should we do? The alliance leader stood there with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance in deep thought, his thoughts unknown. In his mind, the previous conversation with the admiral replayed. Bite marks were found on the soldiers' corpses. At first, we thought they were caused by starving wild beasts, so we didn't inspect them closely. But when I saw that the corpse's internal organs were still intact, I found it strange and re-examined the wounds. As a result, I discovered they were not the teeth marks of wild beasts, but of a human. Recalling this conversation, the alliance leader's expression grew even more somber. The person behind him, seeing his continued silence, called out again, "Alliance leader?" The alliance leader finally spoke. Just say it's a small-scale voluntary cooperation. Also, emphasize that there will be no punishment for not cooperating. That person bowed to accept the order without any objection. The alliance leader stood there again with his eyes closed, his thoughts unknown. The scene returns to Hueying Gate. Tianimo shook his head and said, "I'm not going. Last time, I only went along out of curiosity because I heard there were demons, even though it was the Imperial Court's business. I don't like getting involved in the Imperial Court's affairs. The Imperial Court probably doesn't want you to meddle either." Bai Ji didn't force him, nodding calmly. "I understand." Then, he decisively kicked the wooden pillar Tianimo was sitting on. Ignoring the collapsing pillar and Tian Mo's shout, he decisively turned and left. He went to find Feng Jia and Liang Peng, but didn't receive a positive response either. I'd only get in the way if I went. I have to choose new fighters for the brothel, so I can't go. When you want to find Long Jong, he didn't want to go either. Tianxia Manor is building a new warehouse. I have to go check on it. I'm very busy, so don't bother me. Being unable to invite a single companion made Bai Ji very disappointed. Just then, Shuangyin walked over and asked, "Why don't you ask if I want to go with you?" Hearing this, Bai Ji asked if she wanted to go with him. Shuang Yin had only asked casually and immediately turned away with a cold snort. "Of course I'm not going." After much trouble, someone finally agreed to go. That person was Hua Yin. Bai Ji reminded her, "That place is both cold and desolate. There's no telling what might happen." Hua Yin's face fell. "I can also help a little. Maybe you'll need me." Bai Ji thought deeply. Should I take her with me? Although she'll be fine with me around, but just then, the Wolf King burst in, loudly declaring she wanted to go too. Hua Yin was immediately excited. "Tower Master, you want to go too?" "If the Tower Master comes along, that's even better." Bai Ji sat right where he was, his face falling as he listened to their discussion. "Great, I just learned a few new techniques. I'll use them to defeat them." Seeing how noisy they were, Bai Ji began to feel a little regret. Maybe I should just go alone? The scene changes to another place. In and amidst the snowy mountains, kitchen smoke billowed and the chatter was incessant. It must have been demons. There are no such things as demons in this world. If it wasn't demons, how could the soldiers have been massacred like that? Stop saying such inauspicious things and eat up. It's not inauspicious. The state of the bodies that were brought back was really... Never mind. Have you heard where the Northern Border Defense Army will be stationed? Not far away. A person sat there, listening to their conversation from beginning to end. That person then placed 2 coins on the table and left. Amidst the innkeeper's farewell, that person quickly stepped outside. That person's entire body was covered by a cloak, their weapon a bow and arrow set. At the same time, Bai Ji's group of 3 was also following a small path in this direction. Hua Yin sighed. "We've reached the northern border. It's so cold." The Wolf King answered nonchalantly, "I find it cool and pleasant." Bai Ji glanced at Hua Yin and asked, "Are you very cold?" Hua Yin smiled. "It's not that bad." That archer saw them, looking a bit surprised. Just then, the Wolf King also suddenly noticed something. She quickly ran off in excitement. "Isn't it looking in?" Hua Yin also hurried after her. "I was just getting hungry. What a coincidence. Let's go in and get something to eat, young hero." Bai Ji calmly walked over and told them to pay. The Wolf King asked, "So who's paying for the wine?" Seeing them approach, the archer promptly left in the opposite direction. At that moment, Bai Ji also subtly glanced in the direction the person had gone. The person's footprints were still visible in the snow. The snow was falling more and more heavily. The fortress still stood there majestically. The place was rather quiet at this time, with no sign of soldiers guarding the city walls. On the ground, there were splotches of blood. The archer was also here now. She squatted outside the city wall, where the footprints remained. She reached down, scooped up a handful of soil, and raised it to her nose to smell. They walk barefoot on the frozen ground, and a thick aura of death emanates from them. Have they returned to the north? What should be done now? The Alliance leader had instructed not to go to the North Sea Ice Palace in person. The scene shifts to another location. Convoys of horse-drawn carts loaded with supplies were being pulled into the city by soldiers. On the ground now were many bodies covered with straw mats. An impatient voice echoed from within the military camp. "How ridiculous! You dare give me orders? I am Great General Zhuo Jianguang, commander of the Northern Border Defense Army." Bai Ji replied calmly. "The Imperial Palace ordered you to cooperate with our investigation, yet you haven't even prepared tents for the investigation team to set up camp." Jianguang explained, "You've seen it yourself. We are still using horse-drawn carts to transport the soldiers' corpses. We are busy reorganizing the army and replenishing military supplies to reclaim the front line." In other words, so what if you're the Emperor's master, a third-rank Grand Tutor? I don't have time to bother with you. If you need tents, find them yourselves. If you can't be of any help, then finish your investigation and get out. What I hate most is entertaining you martial arts folks, who only know how to make demands and don't know what's really important. Bai Ji's group of 3 left without a word, their faces displeased. Once they were outside, he spoke. "Was my request that unreasonable?" The Wolf King said casually, "Let's just kill him." Hua Yin tried to reason with them. "Why don't we avoid making trouble, finish the investigation, and then leave?" At that very moment, a voice called out from behind. "Well, who do we have here?" Behind them were Chun, En, and Mingjia. "Isn't this the Hueying Sword and the Master of Hueying Gate? Long time no see." Hua Yin smiled cheerfully. "It's Chun, En, and Mingjia." Bai Ji asked in confusion, "You're here too?" Meanwhile, Zhuo Juanguang was with his subordinate, observing the soldiers' bodies and discussing. Are they still in the camp? They've already gone north with the others. Those fools are so stubborn. The answer is already crystal clear, yet they stubbornly insist on looking for it elsewhere. The adjutant beside him said worriedly, but the imperial palace ordered us to stay here and await the results of the investigation. Zhuo Juanguang said impatiently, it's because of all this waiting that we're in this mess. I'm sick and tired of constantly being surrounded. After we finish clearing the soldiers' bodies, I will immediately reclaim the front line and attack the North Sea Ice Palace. The scene cuts back to Bai Ji's group. Chunin said with a laugh, if it were the old me, that would have been a huge mistake. But I have trained arduously and become much stronger. Bai Ji, walking in front, added, to hear you say it, you must have worked very hard. I wonder if you worked as hard as that Wudong Taoist. Mingzhi replied, you speak as if you saw it with your own eyes. Bai Ji continued, but regardless, you are still the weakest among us. Hearing this, Chunin trembled with agitation. What? He then clenched his fists. Then let's have a duel to see who has improved more. After this investigation is done, Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Wolf King shouting, how insolent. You think you're so strong? Chunin looked at her with annoyance. Who is this young lady, and why is she always hovering around you? Before the Wolf King could introduce herself, Huo Yin, who was walking ahead, answered for her. She is the master of the Moonless Tower. Upon hearing this, Chun'an's face instantly turned pale, struck with absolute terror. The master of the Moonless Tower? Isn't the master of the Moonless Tower one of the 24 martial arts sages? That little girl is really one of the 24 martial arts sages? The Wolf King said naively, that's what everyone calls me. Chunin immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing and apologizing to her. I have offended the Tower Master. Mingzhi also bowed in salute. A pleasure to meet you. Tower Master, Huo Yin spoke up again. I don't believe we've been properly introduced, have we? Bai Ji sighed. That's right, after those two guys left. The Tower Master came looking for me. He then turned his head to look forward again. Is this the place? The front line, where the soldiers were mysteriously slaughtered at a certain mountain range. The archer was now using her lightness skill, swiftly ascending to the mountain peak. Very quickly, she reached the summit. She moved behind a boulder, stealthily observing the area ahead. Not far away, a grand and magnificent architectural complex stood majestically on the mountain. She stood on the cliff, silently observing it. After a moment, she wondered in confusion. What is this? There's no sign of activity. Could they have all abandoned the camp? At that very moment, something appeared ahead. The archer suddenly narrowed her eyes. Is it the scent of blood? The scene cuts back to Bai Ji's group. He was looking down, silently observing something. The spot where he stood was the very same place the archer had been earlier. The footprints on the ground were now covered by snow, having become very faint. Bai Ji stood there observing pensively for a moment, then glanced to the side. There was a footprint there, different from the barefoot ones. He frowned, thinking, the footprint leads north. The foot is very small. It looks like a woman's. At that moment, a voice from behind drew his attention. Huo Yin approached and said, Young master, this scent is different from the time we fought the blood cult. This wasn't a fierce battle, but a one-sided slaughter. The Wolf King added, it's like a ferocious beast charging into a pen of livestock and hunting at will. Mingzhi came over holding something and said, there is demonic energy, but it's very faint. Yet the bodies are still here, so this probably wasn't caused by a demon. Chunin, with his arms crossed, added, the soldiers' bodies haven't decomposed due to the cold weather, but some of the bite marks on the bodies are emitting a deathly aura. Bai Ji looked into the distance. This is no different from the Imperial Court's investigation findings. In other words, we found nothing here. It seems the answer lies over there. The place he spoke of was the North Sea Ice Palace in the north. This place was now also buried in a sea of snow and utterly silent. Upon getting closer, it was discovered that corpses were scattered everywhere, a gruesome sight to behold. The further in one went, the more gruesome the deaths were, with bodies dismembered into several pieces. On a platform sat a person barely breathing. I've been tricked. There's no control at all. He doesn't want to cooperate with us. No, he just wants to destroy this world. The archer entered, stood there holding her bow, and looked at him, asking, Ice Palace Master, who is he? The Palace Master answered, the evil cult leader. Hearing this, the archer frowned, her displeasure evident on her face. You're spouting nonsense. The evil cult was destroyed long ago. The palace master laughed coldly in derision. The daughter is truly just like her father. Does something not exist just because you can't see it? I heard you have far sight. What a pity. Yet you can't even see what's right in front of you. The moment he finished speaking, a zombie appeared behind the woman and attacked her. Her eyes widened in terror as she whipped her head around. The scene cuts back to Baiji's group. Chunin asked, puzzled, "So what's the purpose of going to see the North Sea Palace Master?" Baiji, walking in front, replied nonchalantly, "To demand an explanation. What else is there to do?" Chunin grew more confused. What if the Ice Palace Master knows nothing? The Wolf King grinned. "And clench your fist. If he pretends not to know, we'll just beat him up first. If he still says he doesn't know after that, then he probably really doesn't know. Am I right?" Baiji praised her impassively. Very clever. Chunin asked Mingxia, "We have no proof. Is it alright to just charge in like this?" Although the Ice Palace Master isn't a Transformation Realm expert, he's still not easy to deal with. Mingxia replied, "I only hope the Ice Palace Master will be forthcoming. Depending on the Ice Palace Master's attitude, the North Sea Ice Palace could be annihilated." Hualien, who was walking, saw Baiji suddenly stop and was very confused. "Young hero, why have you stopped?" Baiji didn't answer, frowning as he stared into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. He just stood there, staring at the opposite mountain peak without a word, leaving everyone else baffled. Suddenly, the Wolf King had an abrupt realization. Hueying's sword? Seeing that she had spoken, Baiji asked, "You can feel it too? Everyone be careful. Something is approaching." Hearing this warning, Hualien and the others were stunned. Since they didn't possess the Wolf King's strength, they couldn't sense anything besides the cold. Soon, a noise came from the mountain up ahead, followed by a loud explosion that sent snow flying everywhere. The female archer was also sent flying out from above. Chunin and Mingxia were utterly astonished to see this. "What is that?" That woman was knocked out, her expression still extremely tense as she stared ahead. Baiji was also inwardly surprised, thinking, "It's a woman. Could she be the owner of those footprints?" The woman had now regained her footing and raised her bow. An arrow glowing with golden light tore through space, plunging straight into the cliff face. It pierced straight through the cliff, causing it to shatter. Seeing this, Baiji gave an interested smile. She shot an arrow through a cliff? She's certainly no ordinary person. But what is she shooting at? While he was pondering, the woman landed in front of them. She walked slowly toward them. "Are you the investigation team sent by the Willing Alliance? You're very bold to come here. But if you want to live, return to the Northern Border Defense Army's front line immediately. There are vengeful spirits wandering this place." Hearing this, Baiji was startled. "Spirits?" Mingxia asked in confusion. "Wandering spirits? Miss, do you mean zombies?" The woman drew another arrow and said sternly, "I will explain later, so you should leave quickly." High on the cliff, several hazy figures quickly appeared, hidden behind the white snow. They were the zombies that were chasing her. Her arrow was currently embedded in the leader of the pack, but it had no effect on it whatsoever. Chunin gritted his teeth, his expression tense. "Those are zombies?" The Wolf King's expression was no better. "Stinking undead. This world is about to be destroyed." Baiji also spoke up. "The footprints and the bite marks and the deathly aura. So was them." The zombies quickly roared and leaped down from the cliff. Baiji showed no fear whatsoever, nor did he make any move to attack, simply standing there and observing silently. The snow subsided, revealing the zombies again. Every single one of them stared at the group with killing intent. The woman's face was extremely tense, and she gritted her teeth. "This is not good." In contrast to her, Baiji smiled and said, "I need an explanation. If you don't want to help, then just wait here." Hearing this, she was very confused. "What did you say?" Baiji didn't explain, but seriously called for everyone to form up. Hualien and the others didn't say much, immediately drawing their swords and advancing. Baiji continued to remind them, "They're just corpses, so all you need to do is tear them apart." "What's so difficult about that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the woman asked, "Just tear them apart?" "They are not just bloodthirsty, frenzied monsters. Not only the front line of the Northern Border Army, but even the North Sea Ice Palace suffered heavy losses. Even the Ice Palace Master, a top martial arts expert, was defeated by them. If they get a hold of you, you won't be able to resist at all. So before it's too late, stop this foolish act and leave quickly." Baiji sighed helplessly and interrupted, "You talk too much." The zombies in front were already charging madly. Seeing this, Hualien immediately turned her head and shouted, "They're here!" The first zombie charged aggressively and was immediately pierced through the body by a longsword. The longsword didn't stop, continuing to fly through the air. Baiji laughed with great confidence. "I told you, if you don't want to help, then get out of the way." The longsword stabbed down again, accompanied by a loud explosion, sending snow flying everywhere. The woman looked at the scene before her, unable to help but stand frozen in place, stunned. That is, controlling a sword with chi? Baiji paid her no more mind and ordered everyone to attack. Go! The four of them were just waiting for that, charging forward excitedly in unison, completely without fear. Come on, you stinking corpses. The corpses, of course, were also fearless, charging forward madly. The Wolf King clenched her fists and sneered. "If you're already dead, then lie obediently in the ground." She threw a punch, and before the zombie could even do anything, it was sent flying. Over here, Chanan also excitedly clenched his fists. "I want to see just how much stronger I've become after all these years of training." His punch also hit a zombie, but it wasn't as exaggerated as the Wolf King's. The zombie only staggered a little, didn't fly away, and remained standing in place. Seeing this, Chun An's expression immediately changed, becoming tense. On this side, another zombie was also sliced in half. The one who struck was Mingzha. He didn't stop, swinging his sword again, and another sword mark appeared on the zombie's body. But surprisingly, the zombie was unharmed. It raised its head and roared at him. The zombie on this side was also in a decisive battle with the Wolf King. Hualien took the initiative to retreat, increasing the distance to escape its attack range. The sword can't pierce deep enough. Their skin is as tough as beast hide. Hearing Mingzha say that, her gaze became even more determined. Then I'll have to channel even more true chi. Mingzha on this side had the same thought. Baiji, at the back, had the corner of his mouth curl up, seeming quite satisfied. The zombie fighting the Wolf King over here had been beaten to a pulp, lying paralyzed on the ground. Even so, it continued to roar, reaching its hand towards her. The Wolf King stood there, spitting out 2 words in disgust. Disgusting. Then she unleashed a series of consecutive punches at it. Die, you disgusting thing. If you're already dead, then die again. After a round of punches and kicks, she finally stopped, letting out a cold snort. All that was left there now was a pile of flesh and blood mixed with the white snow. She looked at this chaotic scene, also feeling extremely uncomfortable. This thing is just too disgusting. Then, she turned her head to glance behind her in the direction where Hualien was fighting. At this moment, she had swung her sword and severed one of the zombie's arms. She didn't stop, continuing to strike with her sword, hacking its body to pieces. The female archer standing by and watching the battle was now stunned speechless, not knowing what to say. The more Hualien fought, the more ferocious she became, letting out a loud roar. Then she swung her sword several more times in succession, dismembering the zombie. Mingzha on this side was also extremely decisive, roaring in anger. Both of the zombie's arms had also been severed by him. Even so, it still didn't give up, turning its head to roar before continuing to charge at him. But before it could do anything, it was sliced in 2 by Mingzha's sword. The female archer frowned, gritting her teeth and thinking to herself, what in the world are these things? Over here, Chun was also roaring and swinging his fists. You damn walking corpse. He was mounted on the zombie, roaring as he threw punches. Do you have any idea who I am to treat me like this? The female archer witnessed his frenzied actions and was momentarily speechless. A moment later, Chinnen finally stopped and stood up. He flashed a smug smile. He turned his head to look at everyone, boasting smugly. See, I can defeat a zombie with my bare hands. Baiji didn't pay much attention, casually saying, I really don't know who the real zombie is. Mingzha was quite surprised by Chun An's strength. What? You've killed them all already? Chunin said smugly. As you can see, Baiji explained as he walked. Although it's a bit strange to assess the strength of these corpses, if I had to, even a top-tier master could subdue one. As he said this, the long sword stuck in the ground flew up. It quickly returned to the scabbard at Baiji's hip without him lifting a finger. Baiji looked towards the distant mountain and continued. In that case, you must have also guessed their strength and could have easily destroyed them by yourself. So why did you tell us to leave this place? I'm truly curious about that. The scene shifts to the army's fortress. Inside, several generals were discussing matters. The task of clearing the bodies will probably be completed with this cart transport. The necessary soldiers have been assigned to carry out the recovery mission, and to ensure minimum safety, they will accompany the convoy. After the convoy returns, the recovery work at the front line will be completed. Zhuo Junguang spoke up and asked, besides those assigned to the next patrol shift, what is our remaining troop strength? The adjutant replied, about 2,000 men. After hearing this, Zhuo Junguang fell into a momentary deep thought. It was unclear what he was thinking. After observing the map for a while, he spoke again. Relay my orders to the captains. Prepare full weaponry for the soldiers. Select the 500 bravest warriors and position them to face the enemy directly. The adjutant asked worriedly, are you really planning to attack the North Sea Ice Palace? Zhuo Junguang turned his head and looked at him with a stern expression, which said more than words could. Back to Bai Ji and the others. I admit, when they actually appeared, I was indeed a little surprised. But I didn't panic and order retreat because of that. It wasn't because of some other calculation or scheme either. Among them, there is one that is particularly strong. It's not the kind I can easily defeat with a bow and arrow. So I once thought that the others also possessed similar strength. However, I now realize that was just my misunderstanding. Huo Yin had a sudden realization. So what you mean is, there's zombies stronger than them? The girl replied, I saw 6 of them with my own eyes. If that was their entire lineup, then you have eliminated 5 of them. Chunin was so angry he gritted his teeth. Damn it, so you're saying one lucky bastard survived? And it's the strongest one of the bunch. Isn't that too unfair? The Wolf King was much calmer, asking the girl, how strong is it? The girl glanced at her. Its speed is no slower than yours. It not only blocked my arrow, but could also split a large rock over 10 meters long in one blow. At the very least, it has reached the peak of the Hoa realm, and may even be far beyond that. After hearing this, Bai Ji frowned in deep thought. A zombie that has reached the Hoa realm? Back to the scene in the fortress. Amidst the white snow, the army had now assembled outside the city. Despite the biting cold, their ranks were still orderly, their expressions stern, without a trace of fear. The leading general suddenly stopped. Vanguard, halt immediately. Hold your position and await orders. The entire vanguard halts. What is that up ahead? An adjutant from behind replied, it's not them. They look like local residents. But why do they look so strange? What on earth is going on? They just stood there discussing, completely unaware that the thing in front of them was a zombie, not a resident. It quickly rushed towards them. Seeing this, the general panicked. Could it be a zombie? It quickly appeared right above him. The general had absolutely no chance and was beaten to a pulp just like that. The soldiers behind saw their general killed on the spot and immediately fell into chaos. Is it a monster? After finishing off the general, the zombie let out an incredibly frenzied roar. The sound echoed across the sky, piercing through layers of ice and snow, traveling far. Bai Ji, on this side, was standing on a mountaintop observing the North Sea Ice Palace. He also felt the zombies roar and turned his head in surprise. Although there was only a white expanse of snow before him, he didn't think he had misheard. His face was grim as he looked in that direction, silent and contemplative. It was unclear what he was pondering. Over here, the large army had now turned into corpses scattered across the ground. A vast area was stained red with fresh blood. With just that one zombie, the entire vanguard had been completely wiped out. Not far away, a survivor was crawling on the ground, trying to get away. His whole body was covered in blood, and he kept groaning as he crawled. Please save me. Please save me. But no miracle occurred. The zombie quickly rushed over and tore him to pieces. Bai Ji had also flown down and landed on the ground by now. Just as I thought, that defense captain has done something foolish again. Is it you? The strongest one among those zombies. The zombie turned its head and roared, as if replying, it is I, your old man. The Wolf King had also arrived by this time. She passed by Bai Ji without hesitation, rushing towards the zombie. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a walking corpse. Both sides, full of fighting spirit, charged straight at their opponent. A loud explosion immediately rang out here. Bai Ji stood behind, observing, silently confirming. It really is the Hoa realm. The Wolf King punched her opponent in the face, gritting her teeth and saying, "You really are tough." The zombie didn't back down either, swinging its hand to grab her head. But the Wolf King easily dodged it, and in return, landed a punch right in its stomach. Then she kicked it in the side. "But I'm a step above you, so I will defeat you." But just then, the zombie swung its arm up. The Wolf King's next move was interrupted as she was sent flying by it. She flew through the air, shouting incessantly, "That dead thing is too arrogant." Bai Ji smiled and reminded her, "That's enough, Wolf King. Although you have the upper hand, your fist can't take it down. As for me, one sword strike is all it takes." A blue light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the zombie. "If any trace of you is left, I will gather it and bury it in a place full of sunshine." The scene shifts to the military barracks. A soldier was now reporting the frontline situation to Zhuo Junguang. "I wasn't well, so I was late." After hearing this, he of course didn't believe it, roaring, "What? You're spouting that nonsense about monsters again?" Although the soldier was very tense, he remained extremely firm. "I saw it with my own eyes." They tore apart and gnawed on the soldiers' bodies. "It was that monster that brought me to this state." Zhuo Junguang stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and yelled, "You're insane. Don't be so easily deceived by them. There are no monsters, only the North Sea Ice Palace. Therefore, we must use our blades to make them fear us. All troops advance. Today we will end our feud with the North Sea Ice Palace." Back to Bai Ji's side. Master named this sword and said softly, "This sword should not be used in this era." The long sword, following his voice, slowly emerged from its sheath. Bai Ji gripped the sword, pointing it at the Jiangshi, a sword that should be forgotten by future generations. The Jiangshi opposite him, still full of momentum, charged forward. It showed no fear, letting out a ferocious roar as it ran. Bai Ji's expression darkened, his killing intent palpable. Heaven-shattering sword form, third stance. On this side, Hualien and the others were also rushing on their way. Mingzhe, leading the way, asked, "Are you sure they went south?" Hualien, from behind, confirmed, "That's right." Shunan gritted his teeth, growing more displeased the more he looked. "In this blinding snowstorm, I can't see or sense anything, yet he can." Hualien smiled and said, "That person is as if he lives in a different world. So sometimes I wonder if he is even immortal." Mingzhe added, "I think so too." Shunan became even more unhappy. Agree with what? The female archer at the rear heard their conversation, her mind wandering. They trust that person so much. Could this be the reason why you, despite being warned, still dared to risk a fight? They were running when they suddenly stopped. What is that? In front of them, a terrifying green light illuminated the entire sky, even though it was daytime. The green light shot straight up into the sky. The white snow in the air was also shaken, creating a gap that revealed the blue sky above. The Wolf King, who was nearby, was forced back by the thick smoke and dust, unable to open her eyes. When she could finally open her eyes, she was speechless. Ahead, there was only the proud figure of Bai Ji swinging his sword, while the Jiangshi was nowhere to be seen. He let out a breath, filled with emotion. Then he sheathed his sword. Hualien and the others ran over, confused. What happened? Mingzhe called out to the Wolf King. "Did you manage to control it? But why are there so many soldiers?" Hualien was drenched in sweat. What on earth happened? Chenen's face also wrinkled, too tense to speak. In front of them, a deep crater had now formed. The sword energy from Bai Ji's recent strike was still radiating outwards. The Wolf King finally spoke up to explain. A green light shot out from the sword, incinerating it and everything it touched, leaving not a single trace. I was even afraid I would be swept into that light myself. Bai Ji, up ahead, also spoke, heaven-shattering sword form, third stance. A divine sword of nothingness, unbound by any rules. This sword contains all the power of the light in the heavens, surging brilliantly. My master named it Bright Heaven Annihilation Sword. He told me not to use this sword, but to stubbornly keep a treasured sword without using it is not the proper way to treat it. As he said these words, he turned back and gave everyone an incredibly terrifying smile. Chunin, sweating profusely, froze on the spot, thinking to himself, "It's not just this sword, but your words also make us feel afraid." Hualien stammered, "It is at this moment that I truly doubt if he is immortal." The female archer's expression was also extremely tense, thinking to herself, "Father spent his entire life perfecting the Emperor's sword form. I've always believed it to be the strongest sword art in the martial world. Could it be that Father's sword art is not even equal to his? Bai Ji had now retracted his terrifying expression, crossed his arms, and beamed as if he had a great harvest. It's been a while since I've felt this refreshed. Now, can I hear the full story? He said this to the female archer. She took off the hat on her head and began to explain. So it's you, Radiant Shadow Sword. I was planning to look for you after this matter, because I heard that Father had recruited a young martial artist into the secret sword hall. I also heard he is a disciple of my late martial uncle. Radiant Shadow Sword, I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Gong Yi, daughter of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Nam Gung Jin. Ming Zhe, on the side, was silently watching their conversation. Young master, could this be Lady Gong Yi? Chunin was astonished. Gong Yi? One of the 24 stars of the martial world? Huo Yin was stunned into silence, not saying a word. The Wolf King beside her reminded, if you want to become the Sword Queen, you must get used to things like this. Huo Yin sighed, but I still feel very sad. On this side, Bai Ji was extremely surprised after hearing Gong Yi's words. The evil cult leader? Gong Yi confirmed. That's right. Although he was on his last breath, he still clearly shouted the words, evil cult leader. Of course, I still need to investigate further to confirm this. Bai Ji added, with Jiangshi running rampant everywhere now, I don't think there's any need for further investigation. The blood cult was also destroyed long ago, but in the end, its embers have reignited, infiltrating the Central Plains. Speaking of this, he thought to himself, could that Taoist be the evil cult leader? If it's really him, this matter will not end easily. Just then, he suddenly noticed something. Behind the thick snow, a figure faintly appeared. It just flashed by and disappeared, making one feel as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Bai Ji stood stunned, wondering to himself, what was that just now? Ming Zhe saw his expression and asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Bai Ji shook his head, not wanting to explain what he had just seen. It's nothing. The snowstorm is probably too heavy. My eyes are just playing tricks on me. Huo Yin suddenly cried out. The Wolf King looked into the distance with confusion. What is that? Over there. An army faintly appeared in the dense, snowy mist. The army led by Zhuo Juanguang had also arrived. Seeing him, Bai Ji unhappily gritted his teeth. Has that fool come looking for death again? The two sides quickly met. What a coincidence. We meet again at the place where your soldiers died in droves. Both of them snorted coldly, their displeasure clear as they faced each other. Zhuo Juanguang questioned, I think you need to explain the current situation clearly. Bai Ji didn't give him any face, snorted coldly, and called for Ming Zhe. Ming Zhe from behind held something up, my lord here. Bai Ji took the item and sneered. All you know is how to make demands, without knowing what's important. That's why I hate receiving guests. You said that, didn't you? After speaking, he decisively threw the item into Zhuo Juanguang's hands. He began to open it, asking in confusion as he did, what is this? As soon as it was opened, a Jiangshi's hand sprang out from inside, scaring him out of his wits. What in the world is this monstrous thing? Bai Ji picked up the hand and waved it. This is the hand of the Jiangshi that killed your soldiers. The North Sea Ice Palace was also attacked by Jiangshi. Without waiting for Zhuo Juanguang to speak, he reached out and grabbed the other's collar. If you had been willing to wait for the results, those soldiers wouldn't have had to die. Zhuo Juanguang was confused. What do you mean by that? Bai Ji said sternly, it was you who rashly ordered the soldiers to move. You must take responsibility for this. If not, I will report to His Majesty and take your life. After hearing this, Zhuo Juanguang's face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. The scene shifts to Radiant Shadowgate. The heavenly demon said in surprise, Jiangshi? The Wolf King had now returned and was in the courtyard describing the scene to him. There were 6 of them in total. One was on par with you, old heavenly demon. The heavenly demon, sitting on Feng Jia's back, listened to her story, showing interest. Interesting. The Wolf King continued. I had caught it, but Radiant Shadow Sword snatched it away with 3 sword moves. The heavenly demon was doubtful. You mean the heaven-shattering sword form, 3rd stance? The Wolf King nodded. That's right. It's a terrifying sword. Whether it's you, old heavenly demon, or me, if we were struck by it, we would surely turn to dust instantly. Seeing her expression, the heavenly demon also became serious. You're normally afraid of nothing, yet you call it a terrifying sword. Just how powerful is it? In another place, Ming Zhe and the others were also gathered, drinking tea and chatting. It must be from being tortured too much during training. So as soon as I stepped into Radiant Shadowgate, my body automatically reacted. Me too. I unconsciously adjusted my breathing and tense my muscles. Chen added, and I was wondering where my training clothes were. Hua Yin smiled warmly. You're about to go on a long trip again, so you must rest well. Remember to eat properly. The scene shifts to another place. Long Jiang said unhappily, how cruel. Although sometimes corpses do awaken against the laws of nature. These are clearly corpses controlled by a forbidden dark art. Bai Ji nodded. There's definitely someone pulling the strings from behind. Long Jiang was puzzled. Isn't that too obvious? Someone who turns corpses into killing weapons. How could they not have a purpose? Bai Ji asked back, was it that Taoist? Long Jiang replied, to deduce that, I would need to use a divination art, but it's not convenient here. Divination is many times more difficult than casting spells, and I can't be sure what might happen during the process. Bai Ji's face darkened. But what if we have no choice but to do it? If he is the evil cult leader, things will be much easier. Long Jiang went to one side to pack his things. Then let's go to the Taoist forest. If my master helps, we might find some useful clues. Bai Ji's eyes widened, extremely surprised. What about your formation? Long Jiang replied nonchalantly. I just finished fixing it yesterday. Night fell quickly. The imperial palace was now brightly lit with lamps and torches. After hearing the imperial inspector's report, the emperor was astonished. Jiangshi? First, there were demons, and now there are Jiangshi. I don't know what else will happen in the future. We are truly worried. The imperial inspector comforted. Your Majesty, I understand you are worried because our army has suffered heavy losses. But through this incident, the power of the North Sea Ice Palace has been weakened to a point where recovery will be difficult. And the source of all evil, the Jiangshi, has also been eliminated. Therefore, we have not only lost, but also gained. Therefore, I ask your Majesty to take heart and think calmly, to prepare for the days to come. The emperor frowned. You mean we should not just worry, but think about what might happen in the future? Then think calmly and find a suitable countermeasure. Is that right? The imperial inspector continued. I have been presumptuous in my reminder. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. The emperor sighed. Handsomely reward the families of the fallen soldiers. At the same time, find a way to cooperate with the Martial Arts Alliance. They will help us in this matter. The imperial inspector bowed. As you command, your Majesty. The sky quickly brightened. There seemed to be something in the sky. Looking closely, it was Bai Ji carrying Long Jiang, flying through the air. The two of them quickly landed on a cliff. Long Jiang hurriedly ran to one side, retching nonstop. Bai Ji crossed his arms and said in confusion, didn't you say you could handle it? Why were you screaming so miserably? Long Jiang angrily turned back to glare at him. I said I could handle it if you ran while I held on to you, not if you flew while I held on to you. Bai Ji smiled and looked into the distance. To cross these endless mountains, using heavenly passage to travel is the best way. On the other side of the cliff was a deep, dark green forest. Bai Ji exclaimed in admiration. As expected of a Taoist residence, the entire Taoist forest is hidden by an illusion. Truly impressive. Long Jiang walked over dejectedly and reminded him, please don't cause any trouble. If you cause trouble, I'll have to take responsibility. Bai Ji's smile grew even wider. I'd like to see how you take responsibility. Hearing this, Long Jiang's face turned pale with anger. Gritting his teeth, this bastard. Then he stepped forward. A talisman was quickly thrown out, accompanied by an incantation. A path leading inside and various structures immediately appeared ahead. Seeing this, Bai Ji couldn't help but let out an interested "oh." Long Jiang walked ahead, reminding him as he went, I really hope you could be a little more humble. Bai Ji replied boredly, I know. The two of them quickly entered the Taoist forest. The old man sitting on the rock smiled and said, you've arrived? Long Jiang, you really are. He saw his master there, completely surprised. Master, why did you come out here? The old man explained. I was curious who would dare to barge into the formation. Long Jiang turned and said to Bai Ji, go on and greet him. This is my master. Bai Ji looked displeased and opened his mouth. I am Bai Ji, the young manor lord of Tianxia Manor. The old man nodded, looking at him, and fell into a thoughtful silence. Bai Ji also stared back at the old man, saying nothing more. The old man then laughed and jumped down from the rock. Now I understand why the sect leader of the Wudong sect said what he did. This old man is Wan Tongzi. A pleasure to meet you. A moment later, deep within the Taoist forest. This is the residence for all the disciples. Two other disciples, after hearing Long Jiang's story, were utterly astonished. You really fought a human-faced spider? Long Jiang continued smugly. It was a spider as big as a house. It brought its head right in front of me, then stuck out its tongue It was truly terrifying, Wan Tongzi said with a smile. Because we are isolated from the mortal world and focus only on cultivation, stories like these from wandering sorcerers are always of great interest. Especially experiences of encountering or exorcising demons attract even more attention. Bai Ji, at his side, added, if not, wouldn't you be too disconnected from the outside world? There are also demons that gather martial artists from evil sects, form factions, and proclaim themselves leaders. They are even more dangerous than the human-faced spider. I heard that your Taoist forest is very firm with demons, so you should be even more. As he spoke, the old man suddenly interrupted. Hung Van Chamber was once infiltrated by 2 demons. At that time, the Taoist force sent many second-level disciples to wait for an opportunity to eliminate them. But unexpectedly, 2 men appeared, destroyed Hung Van Chamber, and caused their demon extermination plan to fail completely. Bai Ji crossed his arms and nodded. It seems you're not completely isolated from the mortal world after all. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he remembered something, a look of confusion appearing on his face. How many demons did you say there were? The old man replied, there were 2. One was eliminated in the deep caves of Hung Van Chamber. The other was said to have been eliminated on Renwang Mountain. The smug expression of the heavenly demon appeared in Bai Ji's mind, and he thought unhappily, that idiot heavenly demon, all he knows is how to swing his sword, without knowing what he's even cutting. Damn it. Over here, Long Zhong was still rambling on, telling his story to his martial brothers. After the human-faced spider's legs were cut off, it hid in a deep crevice, spewing poisonous smoke everywhere. It glared with its bloodshot eyes, waiting for us there. I just wanted to... Seeing this, the old man lamented. He started bragging again. The group quickly arrived outside a certain place. The disciple guarding the area saw the old man arrive and came forward to bow. Everything is ready, Lord Wan Tongzi. The old man nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Ji stepped inside, feeling a bit puzzled. What a strange place. Long Zhong, walking ahead, answered, this Dharma Hall is located underground, completely isolated from the mortal world. The old man also spoke up. Due to the special nature of this place, even the flow of time here is different from the outside. Bai Ji was even more surprised. The flow of time is different? The old man smiled. 1 day here is equivalent to 1 hour outside. Bai Ji smiled. This is truly a divine artifact. Did you steal it from a celestial realm? As soon as he said these words, the old man turned his head back, remaining silent. After a moment, he asked his disciple, Long Jiang, can you complete this on your own? Long Jiang took out the cloth bag containing the Jiangshi's hand and said with a confident smile, of course I can. The hand was immediately placed on the table in the middle of the room. The old man sat cross-legged behind Long Jiang and reminded him, that person may have anticipated the counterspell and hidden a trap within, so don't be careless. Long Jiang nodded seriously, yes. Master. The candles around the room were instantly lit. Long Jiang also began to chant, invoking the spell. With each incantation, a golden light began to radiate from his body. It merged with the formation in front, seeping into the Jiangshi's hand. The old man sat behind, watching silently, ensuring his disciple could complete the task smoothly. Bai Ji was also observing with intense focus, thinking to himself, it's finally time. The reason I traveled 1,000 miles to come here. Long Zhong's eyes were wide, the golden light on his body growing ever brighter. The scene changes to another place. The evil cult leader was currently standing in his headquarters when he was suddenly startled. He faintly uttered 2 words, Taoist forest. Back in the hall, Long Zhong had finished casting the spell and collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Before them, something resembling a tree had now appeared. Incredibly bizarre and sinister. Bai Ji exclaimed, now I understand why it was so difficult. Long Zhong glanced at him and explained, every branch, every rock here is a forbidden art. If they're destroyed or explode, it will all become a disaster. Master, luckily there were no traps. Perhaps because he didn't expect the spell to be broken, that person didn't have time to prepare a countermeasure. In any case, this person is not only proficient in spiritual arts, but also in evil arts. But the strange thing is he didn't use Yin energy, but demonic energy to create the Jiangshi. Bai Ji had realized this the moment he saw that tree. The old man subconsciously asked, demonic energy? Long Zhong turned to look at him. Master, have you ever seen this kind of spiritual art before? The old man nodded thoughtfully. A speck of light suddenly appeared on the treetop, and a closer look revealed it was a butterfly. The old man narrowed his eyes, staring at the butterfly as a memory suddenly flooded his mind. Why revive a dead butterfly? Seeing it dead in the flower garden is too sorrowful. Don't do this again in the future. This goes against the natural order. Why does it go against the natural order? A butterfly should be flying in a flower garden. For it to die in the flower garden is what goes against the natural order. Recalling the past, he couldn't help but sigh. In the past, the Taoist forest had a young sorcerer of exceptional talent. He was friendly to everyone and extremely humble. But when he finished his wandering cultivation and returned to the Taoist forest, he was like a different person. It was as if his mind was bewitched by something. He even dabbled in forbidden arts, gradually fell from grace, and finally crossed a line that should not be crossed. After that, his spiritual powers were crippled, and he was expelled from the Taoist forest. And yet now, the spiritual art he once pursued has been perfectly recreated right before my eyes. Do you know of sect leader Bai? The one who was expelled from the Taoist forest is named Bai Jining. It seems he has learned evil arts to restore his spiritual powers and re-establish his sect. Bai Ji silently repeated the name Bai Jining in his mind. So that's your name. The scene shifts to the evil cult side. A person walked up to Bai Jining and reported, "Sect leader, the sorcerers have finished distributing the jiangshi. We can dispatch the troops at any time. Where is our target?" Bai Jining turned his head to look at him. Besides that bunch of hypocrites, who else could it be? The scene shifts to the martial arts alliance's side. Outside in the courtyard, a person hurried over. As soon as he entered the door, he called out loudly, "Alliance leader, are you in?" The alliance leader was currently discussing matters with his subordinate. "Gather the troops, prepare to depart." Then, he turned to look at the newcomer. "Elder Chiu, you are truly diligent." Elder Chiu stepped forward and presented a letter. "This is an urgent secret message from the 3 branches of the Beggars sect. Please take a look." The alliance leader took it and said, "We receive reports that the Shi family manor and the Zhuge family were attacked by a mysterious force with extremely heavy casualties. We must handle this matter first. If it's not urgent, we can talk about it tomorrow." Elder Chiu was still extremely anxious. This secret message is about the identity of that mysterious force. There are thousands of them, and on the leader's banner, the 2 words, "evil cult," are clearly written. The alliance leader glared at the letter in his hand. "The evil cult?" Elder Chiu continued, "They have risen. The war has truly begun." The scene shifts to the Taoist forest side. After an exhausting day, Long Zhong was now sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Wan Tongzi was still talking with Bai Ji. There are good and bad people, and demons too are divided between good and evil. There are evil people among humans, and there are good demons among their kind. In the end, whether human or demon, good and evil are choices one makes for oneself. Bai Ji replied, "Whether he is good or evil, I don't care. If he dares to oppose me, I will show him no mercy." Stop with the empty platitudes and tell me, where's Bai Jing? No, the evil cult leader. The old man answered, "There is no need to search for him. He will come to you on his own, just like a butterfly seeks a flower garden. And there will also be those who chase the butterfly, wanting to destroy the garden." Bai Ji spoke again. "Then what about the demon that granted him demonic energy?" The old man reminded him, "You felt it too? It is not an opponent to be taken lightly." Bai Ji replied very calmly, "We'll know after we fight." The old man was puzzled. This old man truly doesn't understand. You are a mortal living in the human world. How can you possibly stand against a great demon? Hearing this, Bai Ji was startled, his eyes widening. "The first day I met Long Zhong, he thought I was a demon and threw a talisman at me. When I met you, Wan Tongzi, I also found it strange. Well, you just said, how is it any different from Long Zhong throwing a talisman at me?" The old man smiled as he looked at his disciple. Who one was in the past is not important. What's important is who one becomes in the present. That too is a choice. A tedious choice that must be made whether one wants to or not. After hearing this, Bai Ji seemed to have an epiphany and was momentarily stunned. The scene shifts to another place. A person in a heavy cloak walked up from the foot of the mountain. He walked slowly across the mountain peak. After a short distance, his figure suddenly stopped. After a moment, he started walking again towards the giant door ahead. The demon inside saw him arrive and looked very displeased. I already told you, don't come looking for me unless I look for you first. The person replied, leader of the Vong Luong Society, have you perhaps forgotten our pact? The demon was confused. Forgotten? What did I forget? The person snorted coldly, don't try to fool me. You promised not to interfere with the righteous martial arts sects, and in return, I would not reveal that you are in the mortal realm. Why did you instruct the evil cult to commit such a cruel act? The demon roared in confusion. What are you talking about? The person was so agitated he trembled all over. Stop pretending. The evil cult leader is using Jiangshi to slaughter the righteous martial arts sections. It must be because you, the society leader, gave the order that the evil cult leader would do such a thing. The demon stood up, its demonic energy flaring, and growled. Do not make wild guesses, human. I never gave him that order. I only just heard about the Jiangshi myself. The person didn't understand. So, you mean the evil cult leader is acting on his own? The demon flatly denied it. That has nothing to do with me. The person shouted, don't deny it. The evil cult leader is your subordinate. Even if you didn't give the order, you must still take responsibility. The demon refused to yield, angrily shooing him away. Get out. If you still want our pact to hold, don't provoke my anger. The person was so angry he gritted his teeth, rage burning in his heart. Damn it, did I come all this way just to hear these words? Whether he gave the order or not, what difference does it make? As soon as he left that place, he collapsed to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. A memory suddenly flooded his mind. The clan leader of the North Sea clan has always been known for his harsh words. He's about to die, so he can say whatever he wants. Don't mind him. It's been a long journey. You should go rest first. Just as he turned to leave, Gong, he spoke up. Father's decision was too hasty. It's not like the father I know. Is there something about the evil cult leader that I'm not allowed to know? Recalling this, his body trembled even more violently. The best choice to protect the righteous martial arts sects might later become the most cowardly choice in the eyes of a weak father's child. He took off his hood, revealing the face of none other than the Martial Arts Alliance leader. I cannot let my children remember me as a father who bowed to evil. Inside, several demons gathered to discuss. We should not have conceded. He used what we gave him to create Jiangshi, so it's only a matter of time before the deities discover our existence. They will scour the world to capture us. Although we can't say that Sorcerer has betrayed us, from this, we can clearly sense his arrogant intentions. The first lock has been opened, and the rest will be opened eventually. I say we should just kill him. That way I can even get a taste of a sorcerer's flesh. Unfortunately, to open the final lock, we need his talent. Until then, no matter how arrogant he is or what he does, we must let him live. You two, go and capture Bai Jining immediately and bring him before me. The two demons there heard the order and set off at once. Another demon stepped forward and asked, is it to become the leader's eyes, ears, and assistant? The monkey demon asked in return, do you know that Bai Jining is raising Jiangshi? The lesser demon bowed his head and sighed. There are formations set up around his sect. This subordinate cannot even get close, let alone sneak in. The monkey demon asked again, then why are you only telling me now that he intends to bring the Jiangshi out? The lesser demon replied, it's because this subordinate discovered it too late, and the fog was very thick at the time. In addition, the Martial Arts Alliance leader suddenly paid a visit, so this subordinate had no opportunity to tell the leader. The monkey demon angrily scolded, useless thing. You can't even do the task you were given. You're only good at running your mouth. If you don't fulfill your duty, you won't be the only one who dies. Jin Jiao. The lesser demon named Jin Jiao replied with a serious face. This subordinate understands the leader. Scene changed to Dao Lin's side. Long Jiang sat up at the start, waking from a deep sleep. Seeing his dazed look, it seemed he had just had a nightmare. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a breath. What a strange dream. I turned into a demon, wandering across the land. Outside, Baiji stood with his arms crossed, glaring. Then, he suddenly tilted his head. In front of him, amidst a pile of earth and rocks, was a crooked puppet. How long has that thing been here? The old man sitting behind him replied, I don't know either. When my master was still alive, I also asked him the same thing. My master also said he didn't know, so I think it's probably been here for a very long time. Baiji was surprised. Your master didn't know what it was either? The old man replied, it's just an old wooden puppet. Hearing his reply, Baiji smiled and thought to himself, no, that's not an ordinary puppet. A long time ago, the celestial realm and the demon realm went to war, and Taishang Laojun sent the Dusha beast down to the demon realm to defeat us. Thinking of this, he asked the old man, "May I borrow it for a while?" The old man had no objection and nodded in agreement. "Just take it. To be honest, it's been an eyesore for a long time, and I was planning to dig it up and sell it for scrap." The two then went back to call for Long Zhang. "Are you all ready, Long Zhang?" "Yes, I'm almost done." Soon, he had finished preparing his luggage and came out. "Then please take care, master," the old man instructed. "You must regularly let me know where you are." Long Zhang couldn't stop smiling, nodding his head repeatedly. Bai Ji asked him doubtfully, "Why bring a bundle, adding more weight to your body?" "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Long Zhang replied, "Sorry for being late, but the young manor lord is the one carrying a lot of things." Bai Ji cut him off impatiently. "You're too noisy." The old man behind them watched them walk away while bickering and couldn't help but sigh. Just then, someone else ran up. "Wan Tongzi, a letter just arrived from the sorcerer in Xi'an. It seems to be urgent." The old man lamented. "It seems the evil cult has appeared in the Central Plains." The person explained the letter's contents to him. Currently, the strongest martial artists and the most talented spellcasters in the Central Plains will unite to fight against the demons. "Should we step forward to assist?" The old man shook his head. "For now, we must preserve our strength for the upcoming battle. When the fighting becomes critical, we must respond with all our might." Scene changed to another place. The forest shook continuously amidst a cloud of dust and smoke. Soon, a group of people emerged from the woods. This sound and stench are hard to get used to. The leader told his subordinate to take out the map. The map was immediately brought over and spread on a rock opposite him. He used a brush to start marking the map. Just then, he suddenly noticed something. The person behind him asked doubtfully, "What is it, brother?" The leader turned back and asked the people behind him, "Where is the nearest beggar's sect branch?" Someone replied, "In Dushi, 30 miles to the west." The young man immediately gave an order. "Send a letter to the Martial Arts Alliance to report the situation. Then head to Dushi immediately. Then quickly return to the Martial Arts Alliance. It seems I found their final stronghold." Scene changed to the Hui Ying sect. A group of people came to inquire, "When will the Secret Sword Hall master return?" Huo Yin replied, "Since he didn't say when he would be back, this subordinate does not know." The person sighed, "If he returns, please tell him that I came looking for him." The martial arts masters of the Orthodox sects are gathering in large numbers at the Martial Arts Alliance. Upon hearing the news, Shuang Yin lamented, "There's a rumor that the evil cult will lead a horde of Jiangshi to attack the Martial Arts Alliance directly, but I don't think that can happen." Huo Yin continued, "Taoist Master Ming Zhe and young Master Chen and also heard the news and have gone to the Martial Arts Alliance." Tian Mo spoke up, "I'm afraid that Alliance leader is about to face a lot of trouble." Huo Yin was doubtful. "Tian Mo, perhaps you will just stand by and watch?" Before Tian Mo could answer, Shuang Yin spoke first. "The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult and the Martial Arts Alliance have a tacit agreement not to interfere with each other. Therefore, the Martial Arts Alliance would not want Tian Mo's help. Even if it comes from good intentions, the Orthodox sects will trample on that kindness." Tian Mo smiled. "You speak just like strategist." "What?" "No. The Alliance leader has seen the Hui Ying sword and has tacitly acknowledged it. My being here can also be seen as having transcended the stance of the Orthodox martial world." Huo Yin interjected, "To find the young manor lord, it seems the situation is quite serious. This matter will likely be difficult to resolve." Tian Mo smiled. "With the Hui Ying sword, one can easily infiltrate and bury those assassins in Jiangshi. For now, we can only hope he returns soon." Hearing this, Huo Yin could only sigh. Scene changed to another place. Long Jiang was so scared his jaw dropped. He clung tightly to something on Bai Ji's back, letting him fly through the air. From the looks of him, he could fly off at any moment for not holding on tight enough. Night fell in some deep forest in the remote mountains. The fox demon Jin Jiao sat on a large rock, deep in thought. From its appearance, it seemed to have encountered some difficult problem. In its mind, the image of Baiji destroying the human-faced spider appeared. Baiji's terrifying expression at that moment was unforgettable. Then came the scene of him fighting the rat demon. Finally, a single sword strike felling a Jiangshi. It all originated from Baiji. A golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Baiji, even the name, is exactly the same as that person's. Apart from being human, he's completely identical. Could it be that person transformed into human form to go bully some weaklings? Just then, something appeared in the sky. It immediately hid below in terror. It peeked its head out, silently observing and thinking. Recently, many deities have been loitering around here. Only a fool wouldn't realize the current atmosphere has become very strange. Getting caught by the deities means death. Being tortured to death by that bastard also means death. It's death either way, so maybe I should go find him and confirm it myself. Scene change to the Martial Arts Alliance. At this time, many people from various sects had gathered here. The one defeated by Bai Ji, Qin family head Qin Liang, was also present. Along with him were other famous sects from the martial world. At this moment, they were all gathered outside the Alliance leader's main hall. The Alliance leader stood on a high platform, observing with a frown. A subordinate came up from behind to report. The commander has sent word that he will quickly mobilize the army and, within the scheduled time, evacuate the people in the areas the evil cult will pass through. Therefore, when the evil cult members pass through the deserted villages, they will likely become suspicious and change their route or take a detour. So, if we want to defeat them according to the plan, we must act immediately. Alliance leader. The Alliance leader asked in return, "What about the secret sword hall master?" The person shook their head. Still no news. The Alliance leader nodded and sighed. All right, will there truly be no great sacrifices? Even though I've gathered all the top masters in the martial world, I truly hesitated to give the order. The person reminded him, Alliance leader, now is not the time to hesitate. He nodded. I know. He thought to himself, no matter what, I cannot hesitate or have regrets about future choices. Thinking of this, he said loudly, to thank all of you for your courage in answering my call without regard for your own lives, I, the Martial Arts Alliance leader, respectfully bow to you all. Now is the time for us to unite once again to steadfastly protect this orthodox martial world. The enemy is using despicable means to invade us. Even if they use their sharp claws to tear us apart, we are always ready to fight any enemy. The enemy will wither like autumn leaves before our martial might. With the heads of the Jiangshi, we trample underfoot. Qin Liang roared in response. Our Qin family will use their heads to buy wine and meat. The others then responded one by one. Leave that roasted meat to me. With the heads of the evil sorcerers we cut down. We cannot let them set foot on our central plains again. The Alliance leader stood there, watching them with a determined gaze. In another place, the evil cult leader's expression also seemed unwell. As for Bai Ji, he sneered and said, that arrogant one, I will definitely kill him. The next day at dawn, somewhere, a small frog was standing there, waiting for its love. Suddenly, a foot stomped down, crushing it. In a cloud of dust, a dim figure appeared. Following behind were countless Jiangshi with ferocious faces. By Jin Ying's trusted subordinate side, it's so quiet. The village we passed 2 hours ago. It was as if all the people had left. Bai Jin Ying replied. Those beggars saw the flying flag clearly, yet still dared to show themselves. They must have had enough time to prepare a countermeasure. It's time to welcome the enemy. Go and prepare. The person immediately bowed and accepted the order. Something resembling a bell was quickly taken out. Bai Jining lamented inwardly. Martial Arts Alliance leader, I hope that Hypocrite comes along as well. The great army of Jiangshi advanced, appearing and disappearing in the cloud of dust. The Alliance leader was now also standing there waiting, alone with his sword. From within the fog, that subordinate quickly stepped out. Are you the Martial Arts Alliance leader? The Alliance leader confirmed solemnly, not hiding it at all. The two immediately fell silent. The figure of that person finally emerged completely. The leader of our sect says, if you are willing to remove your hypocritical mask and speak the truth you have always hidden from everyone, he will retreat without spilling a single drop of blood. The Alliance leader gritted his teeth. You want to play the humiliating game again? The young man smiled. Our sect has no such purpose. It's just that if others were to expose the truth, I'm afraid you would appear even more despicable in front of the martial arts world's figures. Therefore, to preserve a shred of dignity for you before you die, our leader wishes to grant you a bit of mercy. The Alliance leader raised his sword. Atoning for my past mistakes is my lifelong wish, and this is also a responsibility I must bear until the end. Relay this message. The destruction of your evil sect today will be the beginning of everything. The young man smiled and nodded. I will relay the message. In that case, why don't you try to defeat us? His figure was immediately enveloped by the dust and smoke again, disappearing from sight. The Alliance leader stared ahead grimly, thinking, I should have drawn this sword long ago. Let's expose that ugly face. With a swing of his sword, he instantly swept away the dust and smoke. The horde of Jiangshi quickly came into his view. The alliance leader stood there alone, facing a massive army. And what's more, they were Jiangshi that knew no pain. Bai Jing observed from a distance. It seems you've only now truly resolved to defeat us. The alliance leader raised his sword and shouted in a loud voice, "Heroes of the righteous martial arts world." As soon as he finished speaking, countless objects flew in from behind. They were wooden stakes with iron tips. They plunged into the horde of Jiangshi like thunder from the heavens. Their formation immediately fell into chaos. Even so, they continued to charge forward, paying no mind. Bai Jing suddenly realized something, as a wooden stake was also shot towards him. He did not move, but took out a talisman. As the stake neared his face, it stopped, hovering in midair. It seems the Zhuge clan is truly angered. That's right, you should at least fight like this to make it interesting. Just like how you've always resisted us. A bunch of bastards uniting as one to eliminate the enemy, threatening the righteous martial arts world. Every time, you cloak yourselves in such a grand cause. But in the end, you are merely extinguishing a small spark before me. Look ahead, there is a fire that will come with the wind. Before long, a great fire will be large enough to swallow you whole, and it will burn fiercely. On this side, the two factions had officially clashed. Bai Jing suddenly looked up at the sky. I can feel the eyes of the heavens watching. The subordinate beside him spoke up. They're swarming in. Please give the orders, sir. Bai Jing ordered him to release the Jiangshi without hesitation. The man immediately raised his staff. The Jiangshi at the front reacted instantly, letting out growls. The bamboo staff was raised, and bells rang out ceaselessly along with it. The Jiangshi immediately charged forward as if flying. The alliance leader's side was not to be outdone, shouting loudly, "Brothers, charge! Destroy them." The scene shifts to the Hui Ying sect. Hualien, with an icy expression, stared at the person opposite her. Bai Ji asked in confusion, "Why the strange look on your face?" Hualien questioned, "Where on earth have you been fooling around to only show up now?" Bai Ji asked back, "Did something happen?" Long Jiang walked in listlessly. "I'm going to lie down for a bit." Another person spoke up. "The Huiying sword and the sorcerer have just arrived." After hearing their explanation, Bai Ji expressed his interest with an "Oh. They finally arrived? To come knocking on our door? How fortunate. I was just having a headache, wondering where to start and how to hunt them down." Hualien added, "Then hurry up. Everyone must be fighting for their lives right now." Bai Ji sighed, "First, I need to eat something. I'm starving." Hearing this, Hualien said impatiently, "Young manor lord, didn't you hear? Now is not the time for a leisurely meal." Bai Ji replied nonchalantly, "The alliance leader has already joined the battle. If he didn't just rely on luck to get that position, he should at least be able to hold out until I finish my meal." On this side, the alliance leader's entire body erupted with true qi. His expression was grave, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. With one slash of his sword, a group of Jiangshi were torn to shreds. He showed no weakness and loudly provoked them, telling them to come at him. Dazzling white lights continuously flared up in the battle. The martial artists were also slaughtering frantically. Everyone carried the resolve to fight to the death for the Central Plains martial arts world. Chun Liang gnashed his teeth in anger. This stench is too strong. He continuously threw his fists, sending countless Jiangshi heads flying. "You're already dead. What are you clinging to that makes you struggle so madly?" A punch landed, instantly sending a group of Jiangshi flying, torn to pieces. Someone reminded him, "You're being used by them, clan head Chun." What a regrettable and terrible thing. After speaking, he also swung his sword, cutting a Jiangshi in two. Someone quickly noticed something. His gaze turned to the high ground, whereby Jin Ying and his group were standing. "Those damnable bastards." Then, he said to the person beside him, "Mingzhe, your martial uncle suddenly feels like having a proper feast of meat." The person next to him replied, "With so many Jiangshi coming, it's not the time yet, martial uncle." Just then, an arrow flew by, piercing through the head of an evil cult member. Seeing this, the people on this side couldn't help but be surprised. The evil cult side was also stunned by this unbelievable sight and turned their heads. Amidst the dust and smoke, Gong Yi stood proudly, holding a longbow. She drew her bow again, aiming straight at them. Too late, another arrow hit its mark. Seeing this, the Wudong Taoist masters were so agitated they trembled all over. On this side, a trusted subordinate stood before Bai Jining and said, "It seems they are gritting their teeth and charging forward. The Jiangshi are being consumed faster than expected." Bai Jining replied, "Their morale should be high right now, but over time, they will gradually become exhausted. As for the Jiangshi, as long as they can stand, they will not stop moving. When their numbers drop to 300, release the living corpses to turn the tide. What will the situation be like then?" On this side, some martial artists could no longer hold on and were pushed down and torn apart by the Jiangshi. After a period of fighting, the people were exhausted, but the Jiangshi were still the same. One person cursed impatiently, "Damn it, they just keep coming." Then, he turned his head to look to the side. "Look at that thing. A Jiangshi dares to wield a weapon?" On this side, the bells rang ceaselessly. Hearing the bells, the Jiangshi became even more agitated. Its eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Faced with this situation, the opponent couldn't help but be startled. Before he could react, the Jiangshi charged. With a swing of its sword, his body was sliced in half. Everyone fighting saw this scene and looked over in astonishment. This sword-wielding Jiangshi was completely different from the others. That slash not only finished off its opponent, but also cracked the ground open. It didn't stop, continuing to look up ahead. Chun Liang frowned deeply, shouting tensely, "What is this? What is that corpse wrapped in rags?" The Wudong Taoist master's eyes also widened in horror. Could it be that ridiculously strong thing from the rumors? As for the alliance leader, he also watched with an extremely grave expression. Bai Jining laughed coldly and ordered his subordinate, "Release another monster. That'll make it worth watching." The Jiangshi charged again. A sword swung, and another two people were cut in half. Under its ferocious attacks, the righteous martial artists continuously lost their lives. They immediately fell into a panic, scattering in all directions. "What is this? Run." Could that be the Jiangshi the sorcerer warned about? Chunin gritted his teeth and said to his father, "Father, do you still remember what I said?" Chun Liang nodded. Could it be that it's not that kind of person? In that case, if I can split that Jiangshi in two, I can definitely make the Wolf King submit at my feet. Everyone block it from me. That one belongs to me, the Fist King. He charged forward, clenched both fists, and channeled his true chi. In just one move, I will crush that rotten corpse to dust. He threw a lightning-fast punch. The Jiangshi was indeed hit and sent flying. But that was all. It quickly regained its footing. Seeing this, Chun Liang couldn't believe his eyes. What on earth is going on? The Jiangshi's eyes were still bloodshot, radiating killing intent. Immediately after, it swung its sword and charged again, intending to counterattack. Seeing this, Chun Liang was terrified. Damn it, it's too fast. Just then, another long sword appeared, blocking the Jiangshi's blade. At the critical moment, the alliance leader appeared in front of Chun Liang, saving his life. Chun Liang was even more astonished to see this. "Is that you, alliance leader?" The alliance leader said to him, "Clan head Chun, please leave this one to me." Although Chun Liang was unwilling, he had no other choice. He immediately left quickly. "Though I don't want to, since the alliance leader has spoken, I have to comply." The Jiangshi and the alliance leader immediately engaged in a sword fight. As the alliance leader parried its attacks, his heart grew heavy. It's even more terrifying than the rumors. What on earth did they do to create a monster like this? Immediately after, he swung his sword and sent his opponent flying. I don't know how many more monsters like this there are, but if we want to minimize losses, it's best to take it down as soon as possible. He immediately swung his sword and slashed straight at the Jiangshi. Fresh blood splattered as its body was sent flying, rolling on the ground. However, a wound of this degree was nothing to it. It quickly got up as if nothing had happened. The two faced each other again. The alliance leader gripped his long sword, his gaze resolute. Finally, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Emperor's sword form. The Jiangshi no longer hesitated and charged forward once more. The alliance leader raised his sword to the sky, gathering his true chi, and calmly waited for the right moment. He let out a loud shout. A dazzling white light, along with a brilliant flash of electricity, instantly erupted. A violent explosion occurred right where the two were. On this side, Ming Zhe and the others couldn't help but be horrified upon seeing this. Martial uncle, could that be the Emperor's sword form? Chun Liang also lamented how extravagant to use the Nangong clan's ultimate technique to deal with a single corpse. On this side, An axe was raised. Two Shaolin monks immediately lost their lives. Another jiangshi wrapped in rags appeared. Everyone panicked once again. What is this? Another one has appeared. Snap out of it. On a cliff not far away, a demon was observing, unable to stop itself from cursing. How despicable. He dares to use the demonic energy we bestowed upon him to do this kind of thing. So many humans, and they're just thrown away before we even get a taste. The gods above are watching. It won't be easy to capture him now. The companion beside it asked, if we just wait, what if he dies at their hands? The other demon reassured, don't worry, big brother. He's the type who will do anything to survive, so he won't die so easily. At this moment, Bai Jining was still standing there, leaning on his staff. He suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look where the two demons had just been standing. Not foxes, but cats. It seems the society leader of the Wang Liang Society is truly angry with me, daring to hunt me down so brazenly even under the watch of the gods. The subordinate before him spoke again. The rate of jiangshi consumption has decreased significantly. It seems the tide is about to turn. Bai Jining sighed. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to witness that moment with my own eyes. My path ends here. You stay and fulfill your duty. Although the man was a bit confused, he still nodded in agreement. I will obey. May the cult leader fulfill his wish. After Bai Jining left, he turned his head and loudly ordered his brothers. The cult leader has given an order. Release all the jiangshi. Capture them all. Leave no one behind. All the wind chimes were raised in unison. The horde of jiangshi that had not yet entered the battle roared in unison and swarmed forward. On this side, the alliance leader still stood proudly. His last sword strike had left a deep crater. The jiangshi was now nowhere to be seen, with only its long saber remaining on the spot. Just then, someone ran up from behind. Before the other person could speak, he immediately asked, "What's the situation?" The person hurriedly reported, "The enemy's offensive is growing fiercer, and our defensive line is starting to break. The battle is turning into a chaotic melee. Another powerful jiangshi has appeared. Shaolin is using the Arhut formation to deal with it." The alliance leader lamented. As expected, there isn't just one. Can the Arhut formation contain it? The person replied, "It seems we've isolated it, but whether we can completely control it, I can't be sure." The alliance leader suddenly stopped. In the deep pit, the jiangshi's long saber was raised once again. He turned his head in shock and shouted at his subordinate, "Get down." Before the man could understand what was happening, he was sliced in half. The alliance leader behind him raised his sword to block the attack. The jiangshi he thought had been destroyed was now standing up again. Even with only half its body left, its combat strength had not diminished in the slightest. Over here, the new jiangshi was being surrounded by the Shaolin monks. Wooden staves repeatedly jabbed at its body, restraining it. The monks, layer upon layer, used their staves to suppress it, giving it no chance to move. But from the looks of it, this level of attack seemed to have no effect. As expected, it quickly unleashed its power, sending everyone flying. A high-ranking monk shouted loudly, "Don't give it a chance. The Arhut formation has never been broken." Ignoring the Arhut formation, the jiangshi defiantly raised its axe. A loud explosion instantly spread out. Over here, Mingzhi stood dumbfounded. The Arhut formation is broken. Chun Liang gritted his teeth. "You Shaolin monks, I already made way for you." Over here, the two demons were still observing. Strange. I can't sense him anymore. He was right in the middle of them just a moment ago. The younger cat demon confirmed. That's right. Could it be that he sensed our arrival and has already fled? The older cat demon denied it. No, he already knows why we're here. The two demons immediately left the area quickly. Not far away, Kim Jiak, hiding behind a boulder and secretly watching them, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Over here, the jiangshi had regained the upper hand. The Shaolin monks' formation was broken, and they were continuously struck down by its swinging axe. The ground also kept cracking apart along with it. They were now starting to feel a bit scared, no longer daring to charge forward blindly. "Brother, what should we do now?" "Damn it, but I can't afford to lose any more of my junior brothers." Compassionate Tathagata, this foolish monk is willing to offer this body. Please grant me the wisdom and strength to eliminate the demons that go against the Buddhist path. Just then, the ground began to shake violently again. Over here, Mingzhi also felt it and was startled in surprise. Chun An's expression was tense as he said, "Could it be about to rain in a situation like this?" The leader Jiangshi raised its head to look at the sky. There, something sparkling was tearing through the wind, flying towards them. It frowned, completely bewildered. "What is this?" The light grew closer, and a human figure could be faintly seen. Bai Ji gripped his long sword, executing the second stance of the heaven-shattering sword form. A terrifying sword aura followed him as he plunged towards the battlefield below. The Jiangshi below now sensed it too and looked up. Bai Ji revealed an extremely ferocious smile. Lac Noi Yet Tien. The area was instantly enveloped in a blinding white light. Over here, Bai Jining was walking alone, leaning on a staff. He stepped forward, placing his hand on the boulder in front of him. Come to think of it, I forgot about him. Just as he turned his head, he saw the two cat demons approaching. They had followed him all the way here. Bai Jining observed them, his expression remaining perfectly calm, without a trace of fear. Over here, after Bai Ji's appearance, the tide of battle had turned, becoming a chaotic mess. He stood in the middle of the deep pit and shouted, "The traitorous sect leader Bai Jining. Where are you bastard?" The martial artists all stared at him, stunned. "It's a Huiying sword, Bai Ji." He smiled at them. The stench of rotting corpses is overwhelming. The people of the Martial Arts Alliance were utterly astonished. Is that person the secret sword hall master, the Huiying sword? He single-handedly almost destroyed the entire Murong clan. With just one move, he defeated the one that even Shaolin's Arhut formation couldn't suppress. Ming Zhe and Chun came forward to reproach him. "Huiying sword, why did you only just arrive? Why didn't you just wait until the fight was over to show up?" Bai Ji sheathed his sword and snorted coldly. "After training so hard, you can't even handle a small matter like this. You might as well just die." Chun was trembling with anger. "We're about to die from exhaustion. Stop joking around." Mingzhe also spoke up. "In any case, you finally arrived in time, which is a blessing in this misfortune. Too many people have died, and everyone is exhausted." Bai Ji laughed and replied, "I don't care. As long as I can capture that traitorous sect leader, it's enough. I only brought 2 people who are itching for a fight." Ming Zhe and Chun were stunned. Could it be? In the sky, the figures of the Heavenly Demon and the Wolf King quickly appeared. Thank goodness, we're still in time. Ming Zhe and Chun were completely shocked. It's them? Are you crazy? Lord Wolf King is one thing, but you dare to bring Lord Heavenly Demon here as well? Don't you know what a huge shock the Heavenly Demon's actions will cause in the orthodox martial arts world? Bai Ji's face darkened. "I don't care if it causes a shock or not. If they cause trouble, I'll kill them all, so don't worry." After hearing this, the two were speechless. The Heavenly Demon excitedly rushed down. "If you dare to scheme again this time, don't expect me to return with you." The Wolf King added, "Old man Heavenly Demon, keep a clear count. Regardless of strength, each one counts as 1 kill." The two then simultaneously channeled their energy. A massive explosion erupted amidst the horde of Jiangshi. The ground beneath the leader's feet also shook violently. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on his face. What on earth is happening? Over here, the Jiangshi's corpses were blown to pieces, scattering everywhere. The alliance leader had once again finished off that other Jiangshi. Only then did he calmly say, "You've arrived." Bai Ji replied, "If it weren't for the alliance leader, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to subdue it. So there's nothing to be ashamed of." The old man laughed heartily. "Haha, is that so?" Bai Ji continued, "Don't mind the Heavenly Demon and the Wolf King. They only came because they want to fight the Jiangshi." The alliance leader called out to him. He turned his head back in confusion. "What is it?" He sighed. "After this battle is over, come find me. I want to tell you something that you must remember well." After hearing this, Bai Ji fell into a momentary contemplation. He immediately soared up. All right. Fresh blood was now trickling from the corner of the alliance leader's mouth. He didn't turn around, still standing there looking into the distance. And then he smiled. The scene shifts to Bai Jining. "When the time comes, I will come on my own. I absolutely will not be dragged down so easily. If you insist on taking me, then kill me first." The cat demon cursed impatiently. "You don't know your place, daring to be so insolent. Without us, let alone sitting in the leader's position, you couldn't even have kept your own pathetic life." The younger cat demon also chimed in, despite his throat out. A man struggling to survive. Would he really do something to seek death? Bai Jining provoked. "Go ahead and try if you dare. But before that, you must remember one thing. If you dare to make a move on me, one of you will surely be buried with me." The cat demon laughed coldly. "How ridiculous. You think knowing a little sorcery means you can stand against us? Bai Jining chuckled. I was once a sorcerer of the Taoist forest, and the strongest mage among them at that. You two have merely touched the threshold of being great demons, just enough for me to collect. Hearing this, the cat demon grew even angrier. Insolent. Big brother, are you just going to stand by and watch him keep spouting nonsense? Let your little sister handle this. As long as I don't kill him, it's fine. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached again. Bai Jining sensed it and glanced behind him. He immediately burst out laughing. Keeping me here will only make things more troublesome. The two cat demons didn't understand. What are you talking about? Bai Jining continued. You can't kill me, but the person who has truly come to kill me is already right before your eyes. Bai Ji had now walked to the edge of a nearby cliff. The cat demons looked up. Bai Ji stood there and said, after spiders and rats, now it's kittens? I see you can talk to demons, so I probably don't need to make introductions, right? Am I right? Sect leader Bai Jining? He also smiled and glanced at him. It seems you've just returned from the Taoist forest. Hui Ying's sword. Bai Ji grew even more excited. Don't even think about escaping this time. I will chase you to the ends of the earth and chop you into 100 pieces. Bai Jining remained unafraid, instead laughing even louder. He wants to kill me this badly, and you're just going to stand there and watch? He said this to the two cat demons, and at this moment they advanced together. Wouldn't it be better for you to go fight those rotting lumps of flesh? A mere human dares to interfere in our business? You should thank the gods that your corpse can still remain intact. Bai Ji's smile grew even more ferocious. These kittens never learn. With that said, he swung his sword, delivering 2 strikes. Bai Jining, standing behind them and facing this wave of power, now began to feel terrified. A blinding white light exploded, leveling everything, and even he was sent flying. After the attack, the place had become a pile of rubble. Bai Jining clumsily crawled out from under the earth and rocks. Despite his pathetic state, he laughed as if he had won a great prize. I was too trusting. It seems I was too hasty. Regardless of age, those with a reputation in the martial arts world, at most, only possess some sinister schemes. A long sword was placed against his neck, cutting him off. Speaking of being sinister, you're no slouch yourself. When I discovered you were using some kind of dark magic in the Taoist forest, using demonic energy to refine Jiangshi, I realized one truth. The demonic energy hidden in the aura of the blood sect leader, the one who killed the child emperor to usurp the throne, is exactly the same as the demonic energy used in the dark art of refining Jiangshi. From then on, questions began to spread in my mind. If you were the one who passed the demonic energy to the blood sect leader, then where did you get that demonic energy from? If it was passed on by a demon, then who is that demon? And where is it hiding now? Could it be alone? Or is it leading some other group? Perhaps it's one of the ones that crossed my mind. Hearing this, Bai Jining laughed again. I originally thought I was careless only because I was overconfident, but doing things like entering the Huiying sect and probing you was my biggest mistake. What in the world are you? Bai Ji chuckled. It seems you learned nothing in the Taoist forest. Even Wan Tongzi and his disciples saw through my identity in an instant. In any case, a dying man like you doesn't need to know my identity. But in case you can't die with your eyes closed, consider it an act of mercy for me. I'll give you a choice. Either confess everything in exchange for a painless death, or keep your mouth shut and struggle in unprecedented agony until you slowly waste away. Bai Jining replied, when I die and how I die is for me to decide. With that, he had somehow escaped from Bai Ji and was standing behind him. This made Bai Ji stare in disbelief, his eyes wide. The old man continued, for someone who can't even tell truth from illusion, why would I need to know your identity? Only then did Bai Ji realize that the thing he had just held to the neck was just a rock. A talisman was stuck on it, seemingly an illusionary shadow spell. He angrily swung his sword and struck the rock. The rock instantly shattered and vanished into nothingness. Bai Ji turned his head to look at him again. You really know how to provoke people, daring to toy with me time and time again. Bai Jining said sarcastically, the one who's furious enough to have their guts twist and turn is not just you. Bai Ji's eyes widened again. He immediately soared into the air. Just as he leaped onto the cliff, the cliff immediately exploded. The cat demon, having revealed its true form, appeared there, grinding its teeth. You still managed to dodge that fast? A mere mortal dares to treat us like this. Bai Ji, in the air, also gritted his teeth and looked at it. You stinking cats. Bai Jining took this opportunity to flee in a hurry. He was not unscathed, as fresh blood was constantly pouring from his mouth. That was how he escaped the cats sent by the sect leader. Although he wasn't directly hit by the sword energy, his body was already damaged to this extent. From behind, where Bai Ji and the others were, the sound of continuous tremors was transmitted. He glanced back, his heart growing even more tense. The point of attack is very sharp, but what you have seen through is ultimately just my outer shell. Go ahead and struggle, brandishing your sword. As for me, I will emerge from my cocoon as a butterfly in a place you can never reach. Just then, another talisman came flying through the air from a distance. Bai Jining carelessly stepped on the talisman. He was immediately horrified, his face paling. He now seemed to have fallen into a separate world, surrounded on all four sides by pitch-black darkness. Is it the little devil from Daolin? Long John's voice quickly rang out. Through dark arts, I have already grasped what level of sorcerer you are. Last time, because the situation was urgent, you managed an absurd escape, but it won't be so easy this time. He immediately chanted a spell, increasing the pressure, forcing him down to his knees. Bai Jining angrily gritted his teeth and roared, "You bastards." Then he took out a talisman. Did you think I wouldn't predict you would use dark arts? A dense, deathly aura quickly spread, enveloping his entire body. The pressure lessened, his expression becoming extremely terrifying. On the other side, Long John's expression also began to grow heavy. In the battle over here, Bai Ji naturally had the upper hand. The cat demon was repeatedly struck by his sword several times, its body covered in blood. The two sides constantly flew and moved, trading blows back and forth, move for move. Although the cat demon was covered in injuries, it still fought fearlessly. But in the end, there was no progress. It couldn't even touch the hem of Bai Ji's robes. After a round of fighting, the two sides paused, each with their back to the other. Bai Ji raised his sword and said, "I don't know how much humiliation you've endured for your skin to become as thick as steel. I can't cut through it no matter how I slash. Those other stinking cats would have surrendered if I had gone just a little easy on them. Thanks to you, that is all in the past now. You wild boars only know how to dig for food in the mountains. I must teach you a lesson." The cat demon cursed angrily. "You bastard, such arrogant words. I will tear you to pieces." The two of them then charged forward again, attacking Bai Ji. He stood his ground, gripping his long sword tightly, and executed the third form of the heaven-shattering sword style. As the 9 swords of the bright heaven were unleashed,